Hello friends, we are Soul Fiction. Welcome to our channel. In today's video, we'll explore an exciting video on what if Naruto was the monster of stars and had Blacklight virus prototype. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's dive into the story. Chapter 1. New Powers and Training. It was a quiet night in Konoha. The birds slept in their nests. Young children were either being rocked to sleep by their parents, or being read bedtime stories. Shops had closed their doors for the night and the homes were still lit as young couples snuggled together in front of the fireplace. Oh, and a young boy was being chased by a mob. Wait, what? Let's see what's going on here, shall we? The young boy was about 5 or so years of age. He had 3 whisker marks on each cheek, spiky blonde hair that went in all directions, and cerulean blue eyes. The boy had pretty much been doing this for a while now. He had always been chased like this on his birthday. He didn't know what he did, but he knew one thing: if he didn't keep running he would die. The boy was managing to keep a good distance up until he tripped over a rock and fell. Then the mob caught up with him. The boy screamed as tears of agony ran down his face. "Time to die, demon." A member of the mob yelled, "We'll send you back to hell where you belong." "Please," the boy begged, "stop." "What did I do?" "What did you do?" a female mob member asked. "You killed our beloved Yondaime as well as my son. Now we're going to finish what he started." The beating continued with the boy taking each punch and kick. Some even took out knives and started to carve up his flesh. After a few minutes, the Hokage, an aged man wearing robes and a hat that had the kanji for fire on it, and some Anbu appeared. "What are you doing?" Sarutobi yelled. "We're getting rid of the demon and finishing what the Yondaime started," said the leader of the mob. "Anbu," the old man said, "take them away and tell Ibiki and Anko not to hold back." The Anbu around him went in and rounded up every last member in the mob before taking them away to do time with Ibiki. The Hokage picked up Naruto and then took him to the hospital. The elderly man set Naruto in a room, hooked him up to an IV and then left. As he did, he turned to the doctor and growled, "If I find anything else wrong with him, then there already is. I swear I will find you and rip you apart." Meanwhile, in another dimension, a woman of about 20 years of age stood in front of a mirror. She was about 5'2" with long white hair, pale skin, purple eyes, and ruby red lips. She had an hourglass figure with a developed chest and long slender legs. A man would drool at the sight of this woman, if it weren't for the look of intense rage on her face. This was the Shinigami. "I can't believe those good-for-nothing hairless monkeys." Shinigami raved in pure anger. "I have to do something to help the kid out." The goddess of death tapped her chin and had a look of complete and total thought on her face before a look of inspiration crossed her face. She grinned as she walked over to what looked like a large mirror. She then reached in and searched around. "Now where are you?" she asked out loud. "Aha." She pulled her hands out of the mirror. As she did, she pulled 2 men out of it. The first was tall and wore a black leather jacket with a red design on the back and the hood up, blue jeans, and sneakers. The second was a bald guy wearing mostly black with a little red and a piece of metal on his shoulder. On the belt of his outfit were 2 cylinder-like objects. "Welcome back, Alex Mercer and Starkiller," the Shinigami said, identifying 2 men. "Who are you supposed to be?" Mercer, the guy with the jacket, asked with a scowl. "My name is Sora," the woman said, "or as most people call me, the Shinigami or Death Goddess." The 2 gazed at her for a few seconds. "You don't look like a death goddess," Alex said in his usual monotone voice. "Oh really?" the woman said, "and what is a being of death supposed to look like?" Starkiller responded for Mercer by saying, "Ugly, monstrous, evil, and a whole lot of other things that you just aren't." Sora was quiet for a second before she suddenly burst into a haze of black smoke. When it faded, it showed a hideous monstrosity with pale skin, visible black veins, and what looked like faces that were in agony all over in its body. The only thing on its face was a large mouth that was filled with teeth. "Believe me now?" the monster asked. "Yes," both said. Needless to say, they were pretty scared of the monster that stood in front of them. Alex, despite his usually monotone nature, was close to wetting himself. He had seen some pretty freaky things before. This was something that actually made his skin crawl. Starkiller was actually scared. The form Sora took made the Gorog he fought while saving General Kota seemed like a puppy in comparison to this monster. Sora took her beautiful form again and addressed the two after sweeping a lock of hair out of her face. Now then, what I'm about to show you is probably going to make you really angry, or scar you for the rest of your lives, she said while she placed her hands on both of their foreheads. The two were then shown images of Naruto's life. The assassination attempts, the beatings, being ignored, given overpriced rotten food. Needless to say, the fact that they were mad was very obvious. Starkiller was unintentionally calling on the force. The ground beneath cracked from the large amounts of pressure. A few things around him actually started to bend. His hands also crackled with force lightning as his rage really started to manifest. Alex's biomass was rippling across him like a raging sea. The arms were slowly forming claws as he was unconsciously thinking of ways to make the villagers who would do this to a boy pay. In fact, the only thing that was keeping him from going down there and going all homicidal on them was the fact that he had no idea where they were. When the images were done and over with, there was a tense silence among the two humans and the goddess. Why? Starkiller asked after a few minutes of silence. Why would they do this to a boy? And what can we do about it? To answer the first question, it started when he was born, Sora explained. When he was born, a demon called Kyuubi attacked. The boy's father fought it and then sealed it inside of him. When he did, he thought the boy would be seen as a hero among the people. Apparently the little punk was dead wrong, Alex growled. You think? Sora asked before getting serious. Now I want you two to go train him in what you do. Train him? Alex asked, a little shocked. I can't go infect this kid with this virus. How do you know he won't go crazy with power and kill everyone in his way? I can't give you all the details, Sora said. But this kid has a really important role in the future, and if this keeps up he won't be able to do it. Alex groaned, but relented. He figured if it was important then he would have to just go ahead and do it. No matter how much he didn't want to. He always did hate to take orders. Now I'll be sending you straight down to the village the boy is in, Sora said. Head for the hospital and grab the boy. He should be in room 212. While you're doing that, I have some business to take care of. With that, the three vanished in plumes of creepy black smoke. In the land of the living, in plumes of black smoke, Starkiller and Alex Mercer appeared in an alley not far from the hospital. How in the hell are we supposed to find this kid anyway? Alex asked as the two walked out into the street, which was abandoned this time of night since the mob was sent to Ibiki. We head for the hospital, Starkiller replied, then we grab the boy and get out of here. With that, the two long-dead warriors made a dash toward the hospital. They entered the large building and wound up getting stopped by the receptionist. She said, but the hospital is closed at the time. Alex was about to consume her or slice her when Starkiller waved his hand in front of her face and said, sleep. The receptionist suddenly felt very tired. She fell over, but Starkiller caught her and laid her down in the chair at the receptionist's desk. Whoa, Alex said. How did you do that? Starkiller headed for the elevator and started to explain. The Force allows me to do a great deal of things. One of which is to manipulate the weak-minded. Alex whistled and said, talk about playing mind games. I just consume a person and take their place to mess with my enemies. Upon hearing that, Starkiller was intrigued. Really? Vader's former apprentice asked, how did you manage that? The hooded man looked at him before saying, I'll tell you later. At that moment the two arrived at room 212. They walked in to see Naruto asleep with the IV still connected to him. Alex walked in and slowly removed the IV from the boy's arm. After looking, the man was shocked to see the small prick in the blonde's arm from the IV was already healing. Must be because of that Kyuubi thing, Alex thought as he slowly picked up the blonde boy. What are you doing? A female voice asked. Alex and Starkiller turned to see two people. One was woman with purple hair in a cat mask, while the other was a man with gravity-defying silver hair with a dog mask. Put the boy down, the guy in the dog mask said. Don't worry, Starkiller said, we aren't going to hurt the boy. Though he was wearing a mask, Starkiller could sense the suspicion in the man. I know what you're doing, the man in the dog mask said, and I won't allow you to bring the demon back. The man took a stance and tried to focus chakra into his hand, and he probably would have if he hadn't been bashed over the head with the spine of a katana. He never really did get over his sensei's death, the woman in the cat mask said. What do you plan on doing with my little Otuto? Our boss wants him, Alex said. We're taking away from here to train. At that moment Naruto stirred in Alex's arms and turned to Neko sleepily. Neko, Ne-chan. The boy asked sleepily, what's going on? Naruto-kun, Neko said as she looked at him. These two are friends of mine. They're going to take you away from here. You can train there and be safe. I want you to grow strong, okay? Okay, Naruto said as he yawned. Good night, Ne-chan. The blonde yawned and got comfy before falling asleep. You better keep that boy safe, Neko said with a dangerous tone. If I find out that someone found his body, I will hunt you down, torture you, and then make you wish you never left the sanctity of your mother's womb. Alex would have chuckled, but since this girl was radiating a small amount of killing intent, he was wary. Got it, Alex said before turning and heading out the door. As soon as Star Killer and Alex were clear of the hospital, the two then started running like hell for the closest way out of the village. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was currently asleep in bed. As he slept, he was unaware of the goddess of death currently looming over high sleeping from. The woman took a deep breath and yelled, "Wake up, you miserable old monkey." Sarutobi cried out in surprise as he jumped up and nearly hit his head on the ceiling after being scared out of his sleep. He looked at the woman angrily before he paled in fear as he realized who and what he was talking to. I got a bone to pick with you, old man, Sora growled. Shinigami Dono, Sarutobi said with a look of fear on his face. What are you doing here? I want answers, she growled. I want to know why is it you let the Yondaimi's son be treated so badly? Why did you let him be picked on and be treated like a pariah instead of letting him know who he was and why he was treated as such? I kept it from him so he could live a normal life, Sarutobi stuttered. At that moment he was picked up by the collar of his pajamas and hoisted well over the Shinigami's head. Do you call being given overpriced rotten food, being beaten on his birthday, and being forced to live in a dump of an apartment normal? What? The old man said. He lives in the orphanage. Sora groaned in frustration and set him down as she said, he was thrown out of the orphanage 2 years ago when he turned 3. I believe the woman who runs the place said, you're old enough to watch after yourself, demon. Come back here again and you'll be facing Anbu. The old man growled slightly as he heard that. We can feel angry later, Sora said with a growl. I need you to hand over Naruto's inheritance. Sarutobi would have argued, but what was the point in arguing with a woman who could control whether you live or not? Already had to deal with this with his wife. The old man then walked over to the closet and took out a large scroll. On it was the picture of a swirl. I don't think I need to tell you what this is, Sarutobi said. You don't, Sora said, taking the scroll. Now I expect those who hurt the boy to be punished. Only the adults, though the kids don't know any better. I understand, Sarutobi said. Good, the death goddess said with a smile. Since that's being taken care of, I'll be leaving. However, if I find you've gone and done something stupid, I will personally tear your soul apart. Got it? Sarutobi gulped and stuttered. Why, yes ma'am. Sora turned to leave when she decided to ask, by the way, why do you have the secrets to an extremely powerful clan hidden in your closet? Sarutobi chuckled before answering, because it's the last place anyone would expect to find a scroll. The ones in the Namikaze vault are fake. Sora cocked her head to the side in confusion before saying, then what's in the vault? The old man chuckled before saying, I pulled one out of Naruto's book for this. They're trap scrolls that are actually filled with the one thing straight male would ever want. Sora was quiet for a moment before she burst out laughing like a maniac. She shook her head as she calmed down and vanished in a plume of black smoke. At some location in the forests around Konoha, Alex and Starkiller were still running a good distance from Kana when there was a plume of black smoke and Sora appeared. Do you got him? Sora asked. We got him, Starkiller said, but I have to ask who will train the boy in the ways of this world. Things are done quite differently here. Then home. Sora smirked and said, I think I got that one covered. The death goddess then ran her hand over the boy's stomach. She then reached out and said, take my hand, you too. I want him to meet you too. The two looked at each other and reluctantly touched the woman's hand. Then there was a flash and the three were gone. In Naruto's mind, the three then reappeared in what looked like a large sewer. At their feet was the blonde who was fast asleep. Stupid humans, a voice growled out. Everyone turned to see a large cage that Alex and Starkiller hadn't noticed before. How did we miss that? The two thought. "Oh Kagome-chan," Sora called out in a sing-song voice, "we need to have a little chat." Slowly a pair of large red eyes opened behind the bars of the cage. "Sora-chan," the voice said, "if I had known you were coming I would have cleaned up a bit." The figure came forward to show a giant red-furred fox with 9 swishing tails and massive teeth. Starkiller and Alex both looked a little nervous because of the aura this monster gave off. Kagome aka Kyuubi looked down and raised an eyebrow at the two. "What are these two doing here?" the monstrous fox asked with a growl. "Easy there," Shinigami said, "I brought these two to help out the boy that has become your container. By the way, could you take a different form? I think it's a little creepy to our little friends here." The large fox let out a slight huff and was covered in smoke for a quick second. When the smoke faded, both Alex and Starkiller's jaws hit the ground. In front of them stood a woman about 20 or so years of age. She had an hourglass figure, well-sized, a well-developed bust, flowing crimson hair, crimson eyes with slit pupils, and a pair of ruby-red lips that had a pair of fangs visible. Kagome sauntered up to the cage bars and looked at the two before saying in a flirtatious voice, "See something you like, boys?" Despite being well-trained, the two men were then launched back by nosebleeds of epic proportions. Sora huffed and muttered, "They didn't react like that to me." Kyuubi giggled before saying, "Some got it and some don't. Now what is it you came here for? Finally come to take my soul?" Sora turned to her and said, "I'll explain as soon as our two friends here wake up." After a few minutes the two woke up after their bodies remade all the blood that they had lost. "Now then," Sora said, "I brought these two back to life so that they could train your container. They'll train them in their ways, but I want you to teach him the whole ninja way of life." Kagome raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why should I train a boy?" Sora brought up a hand counted off on her fingers. 1. I know you don't like seeing this kid be hurt. 2. If your container is weak, then you are seen as weak. 3. Giving some convincing other than your training, he may let you out of here. Kagome seemed to think about that for a minute and then shrugged. "What the hell?" she said. "Besides, when he's older he'll probably be fun to tease." Sora then knelt beside Naruto and tapped his head. "Oh Naruto, wake up," Sora said in a motherly tone, "I got some ramen for you." The young blonde stirred and muttered in his sleep, "Where's Ramen-chan?" Sora and Kagome looked at each other before chuckling a bit at the fact that Naruto just gave an honorable suffix to his favorite food. After they finished laughing, Sora leaned down and yelled, "Wake up, brat." The blonde jumped up and yelled, "Who? What? When? Where? Why? Who are you people, and who's the model in the cage?" Kagome felt herself flush slightly as she was called a model. "Naruto," Sora said, gaining the young boy's attention, "you're going to want to sit down. I have a lot of explaining to do." That was when Sora explained she was the Shinigami, the model was the Kyuubi, who was sealed in him by his father, the Yondaime, and that the two men that were with her were going to train him in the arts so that he could become incredibly powerful. This was actually a lot to take in, which was obvious by the blonde's blank stare when they were done explaining. The boy was staring into space for a few seconds before saying, "Why me? Why did he have to choose me?" Sora put her arm around the upset boy and said, "He didn't want to put another family through that. Besides, by you not getting adopted it saved you some pain." The blonde looked at her curiously and asked, "How?" "Well, if it was an Uchiha they probably would have trained you into the ground," she explained, listing on her fingers. "Some of the Inuzuka probably would have used you in regular hunts, and the Hyuga probably would have toyed with the seal on you, which would have killed you." The blonde looked at her and said, "Good point. So what are they going to teach me and how is she going to help me?" Kagome spoke up by explaining, "Well, these two really exist in the real world. Sora here just brought them in here to introduce you so you wouldn't think you were being kidnapped. You can let me out by tearing off half of the seal on the cage here." The blonde looked at her skeptically before saying, "You aren't going to try and eat me, are you?" The demonic vixen looked at him before laughing and said, "I don't eat humans. They don't have a really good taste anyway." The blonde still looked skeptically at her before reaching up and pulling off half of the seal. As soon as he did, there was a sudden flash of red chakra and the blonde blacked out. Back in the real world, Alex and Starkiller groaned as they woke up. They looked down to see a slightly taller blonde Naruto. They also saw that Kagome was sitting next to them. She shook her head to try and clear the cobwebs. She looked down at the blonde who was currently asleep. She reached down and scooped the boy up into her arms. The blonde moaned in his sleep as he snuggled into the unknown warmth. He snuggled into Kagome's chest, making her blush slightly. Soft, warm, the blonde muttered. She blushed slightly brighter. A few hours later, near the border of Hai no Kuni, fire country, and Mizu no Kuni, water country. The blonde woke up with a groan. He looked around and saw he was in a small room. The blonde, who was always wary when he found himself in places he didn't know, got up and easily made his way to the door. He opened it and saw that it was upstairs. The blonde then traveled downstairs and smelled something cooking. The blonde then made his way to the kitchen, where he found Alex, Star Killer, and Kagome waiting for him. "Morning, Naru-chan," Kagome said. "I already made some breakfast if you want some." "So that wasn't a crazy dream," Naruto said. "That really happened. Cool." The blonde sat down and joined the three for breakfast. As they ate, Naruto had to ask, "So who are you guys anyway, and what are you going to teach me?" Kagome swallowed some of the toast she had been eating and said, "I guess we should get to know each other since we're going to be together for a while. Long, dark, and mysterious can go first." Alex glared at her before speaking. "My name is Alex Mercer. In my time I worked for a company called Gentech. Secretly they were developing a virus that infected many people, turning them into monsters. I found out about it and threatened to release it. Unfortunately, some Gentech goons killed me and the virus was released anyway. I woke up later in a morgue faster and stronger than ever. I slowly developed multiple powers and I found that I had many abilities that helped me survive. Long story short, what didn't kill me always made me stronger. After a lot of hunting I killed all the people who did this to me. After a while I got sick of living, so I infected a man named James Heller. He evolved, becoming stronger than me, and he managed to kill me. That's pretty much it." Naruto was staring at the man with a look of slight wonder and fear. He made a mental note not to piss this guy off in fear of being killed. "My turn," Star Killer said. "I am called Star Killer by my old master. In my time a large evil empire ruled most of the galaxy. My master, a man named Vader, was one of the most powerful warriors in the empire. When I was a child, said master took me in. After many years of training he sent me after Jedi, warriors of great power and skill. After killing a few I was betrayed by my master. After long hard battles I fought my master, but gave up the chance of me revenge to save my allies. I am unsure of what happened next. I awoke later in isolation. In my time technology was more advanced. Taking a person's DNA, you could create a perfect copy to take their place. I was unsure if I was the real one or a clone. Eventually I broke away from my former master, and when the time came I fought him again. I had him at my mercy, but I did not kill him. He was taken into custody, put on trial, and executed. I lived the rest of my life with my love Juno. That is my story." Naruto stared at the man with a look of wonder on his face. This man was like a knight, only without the armor. "My turn," Kagome said. "My name is Kagome. I don't really have a last name. Most people know me and as the Kyuubi no Yoko." She paused at that to see Naruto's reaction. To her surprise, he started laughing. "What's so funny?" the woman asked. "It's just that I thought Kyuubi was a male," Naruto said. He regretted it after becoming the center of a glare from Kagome. "What, are you saying a woman can't be strong?" the woman asked in a tone that said, "Answer wrong and die." Naruto gulped and answered, "No, I just never expect such a lovely woman to be a demon is all." Kagome lost her vicious Luca and said, "Well, aren't you sweet? Anyway, you are basically going to be taught ninja skills from me and skills by these two over here." Naruto looked at "Thou are all going to train me?" They all nodded in response. Naruto was quiet and then yelled, "Yes, now I'll become the greatest Hokage my village has ever known." "Dattebyo." The three stared at the boy for a second. Alex got up and said, "Lesson 1. The hooded man then brought his fist down on Naruto's head. "Itai." The blonde yelled as he nursed the newly formed lump on his head. "What was that for?" Alex crossed his arms and said, "That was to wake you up from your little dream world, kid." The blonde raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" Star Killer got up and said, "If you keep doing loud stuff like that you will be spotted and executed. Plus, do you really believe your enemy will let you go through a long and boisterous speech?" The blonde looked at him and probably would have made a comeback, but a quick glare from the bald man made him not. So, Naruto said as they cleaned their dishes, "What are you going to teach me exactly?" Starkiller smirked before holding out his hand. Slowly the cleaned plates rose up and floated over the cabinet. The cabinet opened and the plates went inside. "You can control things with your mind?" the blonde asked the bald force user. "Yes," Starkiller said, "among other things." Naruto was staring at the man with wide eyes before he turned to Alex and asked, "What can you do?" Alex held out an arm which then rippled in biomass. Then his upper armed arm became more muscular, and his hand elongated, and instead of 5 fingers were 3 extended blade-like fingers and a similar shorter thumb. "Sugoi," the blonde said amazed, "but how are you going to teach me that?" Alex answered by placing his hand on the blonde's head. "What are you?" Alex looked at him. "I'm going to infect you with a virus. The same one gave me my powers." The blonde gulped at being infected with some strange virus. "Nothing bad will happen to me, right?" Naruto asked the man nervously. Alex put his hand to his chin and answered, "Well, there is the fact that you may have to consume other beings to heal yourself like I do if I take a lot of damage." Naruto may have been young, but he knew what consume meant. "You ate people," the boy yelled. "It was out of necessity," Alex said. "Besides, you probably won't need that since you already have your own excelled healing powers." The blonde was quiet and yelled, "You ate people." Bam. Itai. Kagome glared at the two and growled, "Stop yelling. Time skip. 8 years. The scene opens to reveal a 13-year-old blonde. The boy wore a black shirt with a pair of long black jeans and a belt that had a red skull on the buckle. He wore a pair of black combat boots and a red cloak over all that, hiding his arms, and a pair of cylinder-shaped objects on his belt. The blonde was sitting in a meditative state with his eyes closed. As the blonde opened his eyes, revealing a pair of ice-cold cobalt blue orbs with slit pupils. The blonde rose up and sighed. So far the last 8 years had been hell. Alex Mercer got to train him first. It started with Mercer infecting him with the Blacklight virus. After about an half-hour of pain as the virus settled, Naruto stated learning to control his enhanced strength and speed. It wasn't really hard to do once he had to fight Mercer, who was much stronger than him obviously. The only fortunate thing was that Naruto grew stronger with each time he survived the fights. Alex taught Naruto how to sneak and assassinate. That was made easy since there were a few bandits came through and set up camps, giving the blonde some on-the-job practice. The blonde gained the claw, whip fist, hammer fist, muscle mass, blade, shield, armor, and heat vision abilities. He also gained a new power, tendrils. Through practice, Naruto found he could tie people up with the tendrils, or set up traps and have the tendrils tear them apart. He also found that he could infect a person with the tendrils and make the target shot tendrils out of him and pull everything that was nearby towards him. Alex said that was a power used by a man named Sergeant James Heller, the guy who killed him. Next came Kagome. Her training wasn't any easier. The woman was a complete and total slave driver. She taught him a lot of techniques and made him repeat them until he almost ran out of chakra. At that time she would give him a soldier pill and make him do a different one. She also made him run 50 laps with 50 pounds on each leg. Despite the fact that the training was hell, there was method to the madness. Using so much chakra at once allowed the blonde's chakra reserves to grow. This made his chakra control incredible and allowed him to increase his already monstrous strength. She also taught him a few demon techniques like Foxfire and the Yuki Whip, among other techniques. The last few years of training came from Starkiller. He was the last to train because the elemental nations didn't have the technology to make them. Kyuubi told him that Yuki no Kuni, Snow Country, had been going through some technical advancements. The Force user then set out for Yuki no Kuni. Around the time he returned, Naruto finished his training with Kagome. Starkiller's training as brutal as Naruto's other torturers, trainers. Starkiller basically taught Naruto strategy and force techniques such as the Force Push, Force Lightning, Mind Trick, Saber Throw, and Force Pulse. He even taught Blonde how to protect his own mind in case he ever encountered psychics or something like that. The blonde was brought out of his musings when he felt 4 presences behind him. The blonde turned to see Kagome, Alex, Starkiller, and Sora of all people. "Glad to see you, Shinigami Dono," Naruto said, bowing politely. One lesson that Kagome beat into him was etiquette. She also managed to get the by from boasting so much with a few hard bashes to the skull. It took a lot of lumps and Tylenol to get him to stop being loud, eccentric and, obviously, obnoxious. Please, Sora said, just call me Sora. I hate formalities. Naruto smirked. Okay Sora Dono. Sora gained a sweat drop while the other three tried not to laugh. So what brings you here Sora? Naruto asked the woman. Naruto, as much as I know you've grown attached to Alex and Starkiller, Shinigami said, it's time they return to the realm of the dead. The blonde looked at her and nodded sadly. The boy had grown attached to them. He had even grown to call the two Aniki, elder brother. See you around kid, Alex said, placing a hand on the blonde's shoulder. As much as I don't like to admit it, it's been fun. Sora opened a portal to the realm of the dead and walked in. Alex followed after her. Starkiller turned to Naruto and said, "May the force be with you, young Padawan." Naruto smiled at his Aniki and bowed. With that, Starkiller turned and left. The blonde wiped his eyes of the tears that were threatening to spill. Kagome wrapped her arms around him and held him for a few moments, trying to soothe the sad boy. So Naruto, Kagome asked, what are you going to do now? The blonde dried the last of his tears and said, I guess I'll start my own clan somewhere. Truth be told, I don't think that Konoha will ever accept me for who or what I am. Kagome grinned. She was hoping the boy wouldn't go back to that hellhole. So are you going to take your father's name? The vixen asked. No, Naruto said. I have new bloodlines and I'll start a new clan with them. Kagome smiled at him again and asked, what are the bloodlines and your clan name? Naruto was quiet for a second as he thought. I'll call my Blacklight abilities the Kuro Shinka Kekkei Genkai, Dark Evolution Bloodline. Limit. And my force powers the Chikaradan Kekkei Genkai, Force Release Bloodline Limit. My new name, Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu, Eternal. Eternal huh? Kagome asked as if trying out the sound. I like it. The two stood there for a minute before Naruto asked, what do we do now? Kagome looked out and said, let's get something to eat, I'm starving. Chapter 2 Monster in Wave. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed as he finished his paperwork. It had been a long 8 years. Mostly bring. The old man missed Naruto, causing havoc every few days. Plus he had no distractions from his paperwork. After telling the council that Naruto had gone missing from the hospital, the civilian council went into an uproar. There were demands left and right about how they should hunt down the demon and have it killed. The old Cage quickly squashed that idea. The civilian council tired to argue that he could be a dangerous enemy. The old man said that it was their fault that Naruto was gone. That if he did come back for revenge, it would be their fault, and for they had created the monster that would eventually kill them. They begged the old man try and plus send out Hunter Nin to try and find a boy to bring him back, but the old man didn't, saying he would not waste his ninja's time and energy on catching a boy that the council would try to get under their thumb and only wind up making things worse. Meanwhile, at Naruto's house, Naruto opened the cabinet and groaned. We're out of food already? The blonde asked, surprised. I thought we bought some just last week. Kagome, who was sitting at the table, said, yeah, but there was the little party I threw you after you finished your training. Naruto raised an eyebrow and thought, oh yeah, that was fun. Kagome gave Naruto a serious look and said, kid, we don't have any money. We can't buy any more food. What are we supposed to do? Naruto was quiet. Naruto then snapped his fingers as an idea hit him. I heard that there's a town a few miles from here, Naruto said. I guess I could try and find some work there. Kagome smiled and said, I'll go with you, kid. You may know how to fight, but you don't know much about business. The blonde nodded at that. He may have been trained in ninja, military, and Sith ways, but he had yet to know anything about business or politics. The two packed up and sprinted for the town, about an hour later. When Naruto and Kagome entered the town, they were surprised that this place looked in pretty bad shape. The town was pretty messed up. People were living in shacks, some people were even living in what looked like alleys. What the hell happened here? The blonde asked as he saw the poverty around him. The two explored the town a bit more until they came across a large bridge, one that was apparently going off toward the mainland or something like that. The two walked onto the bridge here and found that there was an old man in a hard hat arguing with a worker. What do you mean you quit? The old man yelled. I'm sorry, Tazuna, the worker said. I know we've been friends for a long time, but I can't do this anymore. Tazuna scowled at the man. Fine, quit if you want to. We'll finish the bridge with or without your help. The worker dropped his hard hat on the ground and then walked past the Naruto and Kagome without so much as a second glance. Naruto and Kagome then approached the bridge builder. Excuse me," Naruto said as he tapped on Tezuna's shoulder. The old man turned around to see the boy and the girl standing behind him. "What do you want, kid?" the old man asked in a slightly impatient voice. "I'm kind of looking for a job," Naruto said. "Since you look a little short of hands at the time, I figured I could work here for a while." Tezuna looked the kid over. The kid had some muscle, meaning he was strong. He was young, but he looked like he could hold his own for a while. "Do you actually know how to work in construction?" Tezuna asked him with a raised eyebrow. I helped build a little bit if that's what you mean," Naruto said. It wasn't a total lie. When Star Killer had given him his lightsabers, he had Naruto take it apart and then put it back together. All in all, it was a very time-consuming and irritating process. Tezuna smiled and said, "Okay kid, get a hard hat and get to work. You can start by helping break down some of the cement so that we can use it in the concrete." Naruto nodded before going off and grabbing a hard hat. As the blonde ran off, Tezuna turned to Kagome. "So girl," the old man said, "what are you doing with a kid like that? You his sister or something?" Kagome smiled and said, "You might say that. He's a good friend of mine." The old man nodded and said, "Well, you better get going. Having a pretty lady like you around is going to distract the workers or get some unwanted attention." The woman nodded and then left. While Naruto spent his time working, Kagome went around the village. She was saddened by the sight of all the poverty around them. She looked to see that the market was low on food. What the heck happened to this town? She thought as she walked through the street. As she walked, she was aware of the looks she was getting from the men. If only they knew that she was a demon queen who would sooner crush them like insects than date them. As she was thinking, she felt a pull on the back of her kimono around her backside. She was about to turn around and yell out pervert when she noticed that the alleged pervert was actually just a little kid. She smirked, reached into a bag she pulled out of nowhere and gave the kid an apple. The kid smiled, revealing she was missing one of her front teeth. Back at the bridge, Naruto was working when he noticed something. Tezuna looked nervous as if he was looking out for something. "Hey big guy," Naruto said to the worker next to him. "What's up with the boss? He looks a little jumpy." The worker looked at Naruto and said, "Listen kid. There's this guy named Gato who runs the shipping industry. Since he rolled in, he's bled this place dry. That's why everything looks so bad. Boss wants to build this bridge so we don't need him around anymore." Naruto nodded and said, "Let me guess. Gato doesn't want that." The man shook his head and replied, "No, Gato hired these missing nin to help kill the boss. I don't think we should worry though. The boss hired these ninja from Konoha to help him out." The blonde froze, making the worker look at him strangely. "Hey kid, you okay?" Naruto shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Just some really bad memories." The man nodded. After a few hours of working, it was time to close up for the night. As everyone left, Naruto noticed a man with gravity-defying silver hair. Naruto recognized him as one of the Anbu who was supposed to protect him when he was little, but let the villagers hurt him. The blonde did his best to blend in with the crowd. Luckily, the man was too engrossed in his book to notice the blonde. After making sure he was out of the man's sight, Naruto made a dash around the village to try and find Kagome. He found her on the edge of the town. "Naruto, what's wrong?" she asked as Naruto approached her with a nervous look. "Konoha ninja," Naruto panted. "They're in the village protecting the bridge builder, my boss." Kagome knew that Naruto didn't particularly like Konoha for what they did to his family. "What are you gonna do?" Kagome asked. "I can't believe I'm saying this," Naruto said, "but I think I'll keep working here. Kami knows we need the money." Kagome nodded at him. With that, they went home hoping that they didn't get caught by the Konoha nin. It continued like this for about a week. Naruto would come to the bridge and work, but he stayed under the radar of the Konoha nin. While Naruto worked, he made sure to keep an eye out for how many there were. So far he had counted 4. There was that silver-haired guy who always left him for dead. He also saw one of them was a pink-haired girl, a guy with red tattoos on his face and a puppy, and some guy with a hairdo that looked like it was modeled after a duck's butt. Naruto was currently walking to the bridge. The young blonde had just arrived when a thick mist rolled in. "What the hell is this?" Naruto asked out loud as he could actually feel chakra in the mist. Lungs, heart, brain, kidneys, jugular, spine. So many targets, so little time, a voice echoed through the mist. As the last word echoed out, there was a huge blast of killing intent that sent most of the workers to their knees. Then one of the workers who hadn't fainted fell down in a shower of blood. Naruto felt a presence through the force coming at him. The blonde quickly moved to the right to avoid getting sliced. The blonde then sent out a wave of chakra that blew away some of the mist. With the mist cleared, he could see his enemy. The assailant was a tall man with a black muscle shirt, cowhide pants, fabric wrapped around his arms, a mask that covered his mouth, and a huge cleaver-like sword. So a kid is able to withstand my killing intent and blow away the mist, the man said with a tone of curiosity. The man then looked over the boy and said, "Too young to be a retired shinobi, and this isn't a ninja village. Who are you?" The blonde crossed his arms and said, "I don't think that's any of your business, old man." Zabuza chuckled and said, "You know what they say about boys with big mouths. They're always the first to die." Naruto smirked at him and said, "And I bet you know what they say about guys with big swords." Zabuza scowled at the boy while a feminine giggle sounded. Naruto turned around to see a figure in a blue kimono wearing a hunter nin mask. While Naruto's back was turned, the man from before hefted his sword before swinging it. The blonde then vanished in a sudden blur, making the man and his assistant gasp. The two looked around each other for him when a voice sounded. "Force release. Force bullet." The man was then knocked backwards by an unseen force. The man caught himself and clutched his chest in pain. He then glared as he saw the boy he was about to cut open. He glared at him, trying to keep an image up, but inside he was nervous. Force release. He thought, "I've never heard of that. Does this kid have some sort of bloodline?" The man then chuckled and said, "I got to say, you got some skills, kid. What's your name?" Naruto crossed his arms and said, "Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu." "Who are you supposed to be?" The man hefted his sword onto his shoulder and said, "Zabuza Momochi, former ninja of Kirigakure and former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist." Naruto cracked his neck and got into a fighting stance. Zabuza turned to the other figure and said, "Haku, stay back. I want to fight this guy alone." Zabuza then charged at Naruto, swinging his sword. He was surprised when Naruto was able to dodge each of his swings with surprising agility. After about a dozen misses, he growled in annoyance and yelled, "Stay still so I can kill you." The blonde then surprised Zabuza by staying still and then catching the cleaver before it could reach him. "You gotta do better than that, Zabu-chan," the blonde said with a cheeky smirk. Haku laughed a bit again, and Zabuza had a red face in embarrassment and anger, and steam was coming out of his ears. The former Kiri ninja then pulled his sword of Naruto's grip, succeeding in cutting his hand. Naruto put up an act and clutched his cut hand. Zabuza then charged at the blonde, whose hand had just finished healing. The blonde then dodged to the right. As he dodged, the biomass in his arms formed large claws. The blonde then swung at Zabuza, who jumped back just in time to avoid getting diced, but now had 3 long cuts on his chest. Naruto flexed his claws and said, "Now the real fun begins." Meanwhile, at the edge of the unfinished bridge, Tazuna had just arrived with the Konoha nin he hired to find most of his workers dead. "What the hell?" the man asked. "What's going on?" One of the workers, who was still just barely alive, said, "Boss, mist, demon, run." With that, the silver-haired man said, "Sakura, you stay here and protect Tazuna. Kiba, Sasuke, you're with me. I'm sensing more than Zabuza and that fake hunter nin in there." Sasuke, the boy with the duck butt hairstyle, smirked, while Kiba, the guy with the dog, gained a feral grin. Sakura, the pink-haired girl, stood in front of the Tazuna with a kunai in her hand. The 3 men then ran into the mist with the intent of fighting their enemies. Back with Naruto. Naruto swung his claws again, making contact with Zabuza's sword with a loud clang. The two had a grappling match for a few seconds before shoving away from each other, glaring at each other. "Damn, this kid is good," Zabuza thought bitterly. If he had been born years ago, he would have been a great asset to Kiri and helped up kill that Teme Yagura. Unknown to him, Naruto heard his thought through his force powers. "Who's Yagura?" the blonde thought. At that moment, the young force user felt 5 new presences, one of which he recognized as the boss. The other four were the Konoha ninja Tazuna hired. He felt that the pink-haired one was back with Tazuna while Silver-Hair, Dogboy, and Duckbutt were on their way. The blonde didn't have time to think of a plan as the two Genin and Jonin entered the slightly less misty area. "What the heck?" Kiba asked. "Who the hell is this guy?" Zabzua growled. "Kakashi Hitaki. If you don't mind, I'm a little busy with a little nuisance here." Naruto chuckled and said, "I really doubt a little nuisance would be able to cut your chest and hurt you, Zabu-chan." Zabzua glared white-hot at the boy while Kakashi chuckled at the blonde. Sasuke gained a slight smirk and Kiba just let out a boisterous laugh. "I don't know who this guy is, but I like him already," Kiba laughed. Zabuza growled at being humiliated by a kid. He charged again thinking he could catch Naruto off guard. He was sorely mistaken. The blonde dodged the blade before knocking the large sword out of his hands and then grabbing him by the shirt and lifting him off the ground, and then slamming him on the ground leaving a Zabuza-shaped imprint. "Zabzua-sama!" Haku yelled out, then she flew at the blonde forming needles in her hands and called out, "Ice release, ice needle shower." Haku then unleashed a barrage of needles that turned the blonde into a pincushion. "I got her!" Kiba yelled as he charged. He himself wound up getting turned into a pincushion himself along with his dog. Haku then went through hand signs and said, "Ice release, demon act." She was cut off when she found herself being choked by some unseen force. She turned her head painfully to see Naruto with his hand extended. The blonde then waved his hand in front of him and said, "Sleep." Haku felt her mind to black and then fell to the ground unconscious. "Who are you supposed to be?" Sasuke asked as he eyed the guy. He was wondering how he was able to take out his brother in no time. "I don't think that's any of your business, boy," Naruto said, glaring at the Uchiha heir. "I demon you tell me who you are," Sasuke growled. Naruto would have said something when he felt a great deal of people approaching. The blonde Tuin turned toward the direction and said, "We have unwanted guests." At that moment a small, old, pudgy little midget came out of the now thing mist followed by a bunch of bandits and mercenaries. "Well well," the midget said, "the bloody demon of the mist is actually the little puppy of the mist. That would explain how he was beaten by a kid. Good thing I didn't plan on paying him anyway. Now I can pay that little bitch back for breaking my hand. All right boys, tear the village apart and bring back any valuables and women you find. I've been in need of some new entertainment." The mercenaries charged forward. Of course at the moment they were oblivious to Naruto's thoughts. The blonde had been given the talk by Kagome a good few years ago. He had also found women in the bandit camps that had been abused and the very thought of sickened him. The blonde was releasing a subtle killing intent that only the ninjas near him could sense. Then as the bandits neared he let it all out. Force release. Force pulse. Naruto floated in the air and then unleashed a huge wave of force energy around him. The blast actually disintegrated a few of the bandits that were closest to him and knocked back the others who were not as close were sent flying off the bridge. "Gato!" The blonde roared, making the old man gulp nervously. "Today you die." The blonde's left arm was covered in tendrils and then shifted to a large black and serrated blade. The blonde then charged into the CGING like a madman. Every few seconds a mercenary would wind up getting either split at the waist or straight down the middle. The blonde continued this onslaught until he was in the middle of the mercenary crowd. The blonde then focused his biomass and yelled out, "Devastator, tendril burst." The biomass on the blonde's back distorted and then shot out as multiple tendrils ripped through the mercenaries and bandits like paper. All the while everyone was watching with multiple reactions. Kakashi was staring with his only visible eye widened. He was currently hoping that this guy was never his opponent anytime soon. Kiba was watching in horror as he saw someone his own age slice through human being like a merciless killing machine. That and the smell of all the blood was killing his nose. Akamaru made a huge wet spot on the bridge. Sasuke was staring in shock as terrible memories of his clan's massacre played before his eyes. He actually felt a pang in his heart as he saw his father's bodies fall to the ground as his brother, Itachi, pulled his sword out of their father's chest. Sakura was currently torn between peeing herself, taking a dump in her pants, and throwing up. She then settled for doing all three with two large stains forming in her pants and then losing consciousness in a pile of her own vomit. Tazuna, well, he now had a deep fear of ninjas, or whatever this kid was. Zabzua, who had woken up from getting his head slammed into concrete, was watching in shock. He wished he could join in on the carnage, but right now he was a little too out of it due to his head injury and possible concussion. Haku, who also recently woke up, was watching in shock. Despite the carnage, she got a look at Naruto. The savage and feral look on his face caused her to blush. She was slightly worried why she was getting heated to the sight of a massacre happening in front of her. Apparently Zabuza was rubbing off on her. It was at the moment that Kagome arrived, sensing the massive outputs of chakra. She saw the slaughter and felt blood rush to her cheeks. She may have been nicer than the legends said, but seeing an onslaught like this really seemed to get her motor going. She was hoping that she was able to control herself before she did something embarrassing. After a lot of bloodshed and screaming, all that was left was Gato at the end of the bridge. The old man was currently shaking like a leaf. Naruto walked up to him, fists balled. The old man fell backwards as the boy approached him. The blonde glared at the man and then turned around. "Hey, aren't you going to kill me?" Gato asked. The blonde looked back at him and said, "You aren't worth killing, you old pile of puke." Naruto was about to walk away before he felt something pierce his back. Behind him stood Gato with a sword he pulled out of his cane. The old man had a smirk before he realized Naruto hadn't slumped over. He looked up to see the blonde had turned back to look at him with a look of pure anger. "I gave you a chance to live, little man," Naruto said. "Now it's payback time, short stack." Naruto spun around before his arm morphed into a hammer fist and then brought it down on the man's skull, crushing him like an insect. Then he discreetly consumed Gato into his body. The blonde then turned around and noticed the massacre around him and said, "Dang, my teachers turned me into a sadist and a bloodthirsty fighter. What better way to survive in this world?" Zabuza then approached Naruto and said, "Hey kid." The blonde faced him and said, "Yeah, Mr. No Eyebrows." Zabuza gained a tick mark and said, ignoring that, "Listen, there's something in Kiri that needs to be taken care of. Since you're strong, I figured you could help us out with that." The blonde looked at the man skeptically and said, "What exactly is the problem?" Zabuza then whispered it into his ear. The blonde then looked at him and nodded. "Haku," Zabuza called to his companion, "we're heading home. We got some business to take care of." At that Kakashi stepped up. "Not so fast," the silver-haired Jonin said. Your friend and the demon are coming with us." Naruto glared at the Kakashi and said, "Back off, dog boy, or else I'll make what I did here look like a paper cut compared to what I'll do to you." Kakashi crossed his arms. "I don't think so. You're coming back to Konoha, Naruto." Naruto scoffed and said, "Why, so I can be molded into Konoha's weapon, and have my secrets spilled before a corrupt council. By the way, give the old man a message. First, tell him I said hi, and 2, if he sends any Anbu or any other ninja after me, I'll be sending them back in a box." While Naruto spoke, he was releasing killing intent that made Kakashi and everyone else around who could feel it nervous. "See you later, suckers," the blonde said as he grabbed Zabuza and Haku and then vanished. "Sensei," Kiba asked. Was Kakashi gulped and said, "Yes, it was. I don't know what happened to him over the years, but he's our enemy now. Remember that, otherwise you might not live to see another day." With that, Kakashi left. These were the rest of Team 7's thoughts as Kakashi left. Sasuke. What power? What was that? Next time I see him, I'll make him tell me where he got such power. Sakura. My Kami, that was Naruto. My mom was right, he is a monster if he would slaughter so many people mercilessly. Kiba. So that's what happened to my old prank buddy. He sure has changed. I wonder what made him think that. Akamaru. That was the guy Master met at the park. Wow, who knew he would become such an alpha? I hope Master doesn't do anything stupid. Later at Naruto's house, Kagome was currently wrapping Zabuza's chest from the claw marks he took from Naruto. Said blonde looked at the swordsman and said, "So you need me to help you out with killing the Sandame Mizukage Yagura?" The swordsman nodded and said, "I know it sounds crazy, but there is a good reason for it." The blonde motioned for him to continue. "The Sandame started a bloodline holocaust that led to the death of a lot of people," Zabuza explained. "The sooner he dies, the sooner people can enjoy life again in Kiri." Naruto looked at him and said, "You're lucky I have a good guy complex. I'll help you. Now we'll have to do this tomorrow, okay? I'm tired from the bloodbath earlier." Zabuza and Haku nodded before heading up to their rooms to sleep. Naruto turned out the lights and headed up to his room when Kagome stopped him. "What's up, Kagome?" the blonde asked. She had her hair hung so he couldn't see her face. After a moment she rose her head, allowing Naruto to see her eyes. The next thing Naruto knew, the woman was practically sucking his soul out through his mouth. She separated with a wet pop and then threw him into her room before turning to the door and running her finger around the front of the door. She entered the room and slammed it shut, followed by the sound of a lock clicking. On the door was burned, "Do not disturb. Do so and you will die." Chapter 3 Monster in the Mist. Naruto, Kagome, Haku and Zabuza were currently heading for Kiri. Since breakfast there had been a long awkward silence over the group, mostly because of Naruto and Kagome's activities the night before. At breakfast Naruto would nervously shift his eyes to the woman, and Kagome's eyes were staring at him dreamily at him. Haku would stare at Kagome jealously, while Zabuza would grin in pride at the kid getting such a hot woman. "So what can expect from the Bloodline rebels?" Naruto asked Zabuza, trying to get rid of the awkward silence. "Well," Zabuza said, "I'm not really sure. It's been so long since I've been there, I'm not really sure what to expect. From what I've heard, the rebels aren't doing so well. I can tell you that Yagura does use a lot of water jutsu and a little bit of lightning jutsu as well." Naruto rubbed his chin in thought. Suiden and Raiden, Naruto thought, that could be a very dangerous combination if he combines the two. "I'm going to have to be careful." He was brought out of his thoughts as Kagome tapped his shoulder. "Naruto-kun," she whispered, "if he does have such control he might be holding the Sanbi." Naruto looked at her before saying, "Was the Sanbi always crazy like this or?" Kagome shook her head and said, "No, Nami was a calm and gentle creature. She didn't even like fighting that much. If she could, she'd avoid conflict altogether." Naruto turned away from her as he rubbed his chin and asked, "Do you think that she or Yagura are being controlled by some outside force?" Kagome thought for a minute before shrugging her shoulders. "It might be that," she said, "or the seal on Yagura could be faulty. If the seal is done sloppily it can have effects on the Biju or the Jinchuriki." The rest of the distance to Kiri was mostly quiet. Eventually they hit an area that had a very thick mist. Naruto glanced at Zabuza suspiciously when they entered, but eventually they came across the village. Before they entered the village, Zabuza sealed away his sword and then put on a jacket before pulling the hood up to cover his face. This way he wouldn't be recognized immediately. With that the group of four entered the village. The four saw that the village was in worse shape than Wave. There were destroyed homes and many people were out on the streets. Naruto shook his head at the sight. The price of war was indeed very steep, especially when it was a civil war. As the group made their way to the center of the village they noticed that they were being followed. The group slowly made their way to a less populated area which happened to be a large training ground. As soon as they entered the field they were surrounded by a bunch of ninja. "So this is what Yagura has sent at us," the leader said. "Well, let's send them back in boxes, men." The rebels didn't speak, but they charged at four travelers. "Hold on for a minute," Zabuza yelled, trying to get through to them, but they weren't listening. Naruto rolled his eyes and focused his force energy before saying, "You guys are going to want to move." With that the disguised Zabuza, Haku, and Kagome all moved a good distance from the blonde. The mist ninja closed in and Naruto roared, "Force release! Force repulse!" An unseen energy launched outwards from the blonde, taking the mist rebels by surprise and knocking a good portion of them away. The mist rebels closest to the blast felt their bones crack and were in incredible pain. Those that weren't very close were still in pain. Those that weren't even attacking at the time were shocked at the power they had just seen. "Now are you going to try that again, or are you going to listen?" the blonde asked in an annoyed tone. The leader approached the boy and asked, "Who sent you here?" Naruto crossed his arms in annoyance and answered, "A man who seeks to end the tyranny of a madman." The man grinned slightly and said, "Come with us. If you so much as even try anything you will die." Naruto followed the man and the rebels who could still move. The incapacitated ones were then picked up by their comrades and carried. After about a half hour of walking with the rebels they arrived at an old bunker. Once inside they saw that it was in fact an underground base. After going through a great deal of tunnels they eventually made it to what Naruto believed to be the inner sanctum of the base. Inside was a red-headed woman listening to the advice of the people around her as to what to do next in the war. After a few minutes the red-headed woman noticed their presence. Ichigo, the redhead said, raising her eyebrow, who are they? Ichigo, the leader who brought Naruto and company with him, stepped forward and said, we found them in the village Terumi-sama. We presumed them to agents of Yagura and tired to eliminate them. As we did, we found that one of them was in possession of a bloodline that was able to subdue most of my men in one shot. There were impressed looks from the group, but there were also murmurs of disbelief among the people in the room. Which one of them had this power? The redhead asked with a curious look in her eyes. That would be me, Naruto said, stepping forward. The woman looked the boy over a bit before snickering. As if a little gaki like you could actually do something like that, she said with a smirk. Naruto's eyes narrowed and said, really? Well, I don't that an old lady like you could lead an army. At that the room went quiet and temperature dropped a few degrees. The people who were close to the red-haired woman moved away. The woman rose up from her spot and marched over to the blonde, looking him square in the eyes. As she did, Naruto got a good look at her. She had a long flowing red hair, pale skin, and blue lipstick on her face. She had a well-curved body and a developed chest. She wore a long-lived dark blue dress that fell just below her knees that seemed to be closed at the front with a zipper. Under that she wore a mesh shirt. What did you say, Gaki? She hissed in a very low and dangerous tone. You heard me, Ba-chan, the blonde replied with a smirk. The rebels were currently nervous as they knew of their leader's temper when someone mocked her. Naruto's company were doing their best to keep from laughing. The rebel leader snarled loudly and growled, okay Gaki, you want to play, you got it. We'll test your so-called strength against this old lady. The rebels were surprised at this. Normally she would try to avoid conflict, but apparently this kid had hit a sour note with her. Naruto grinned slightly and said, okay Ba-chan. What do you say we make this interesting? If I win you have to kiss me. If I lose I become your personal servant for a month. The redhead grinned and said, you're on, boy. She held out her and the two shook. The redhead walked away and looked back before saying, we'll fight in 3 hours. See you the runt. Naruto shook his head and headed back to his group. Kid, Zabuza whispered, you have no idea what you just got yourself into. Naruto looked at the man and said, what do you mean? Zabuza looked at the boy seriously, she's a Terumi. Her family has been known to use either Yoton, lava release, or Futon, boil release. All in all she's one tough chick. Naruto grinned slightly and said, good, that makes us even. I have 2 and she has 2. We're on even grounds. Zabuza shook his head slightly and said, just be careful when you fight her, okay? The last thing we need is for you to die so soon. Naruto nodded and left to go prepare for his fight with the Terumi woman. Meanwhile in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi was not having a good afternoon. First he woke up with a backache, then his paperwork had skyrocketed. Then Kakashi got back and told him that Naruto was still alive. Though that was good, it quickly went back to being bad when Kakashi told him that Naruto said that he would send anyone Konoha sent after him back in a box. Because of this development he had to call a council meeting. When they heard about it there were multiple demands. Most of which were for the blonde's head on a plate. Those who supported the blonde, however, said to just leave the boy be. If they didn't piss him off they wouldn't have to worry about anything. The neutral party, they didn't really say anything. Kakashi, who was being forced to attend since he brought this up, stayed quiet as well. Enough! The elderly man roared, making everybody quiet down. Lord Hokage, a fat civilian, said, we implore you to send out Hunter Nin or Anbu. We have to kill the demon while we still have a chance. The elderly man sighed and said, I already told you I will not be sending any of our forces after him. From what Kakashi told me the boy has grown much stronger over the years. Kakashi then added his 2 cents and said, there are also the matter of the abilities he displayed. This got the attention of everyone and Kaharu, one of the elders, asked, what abilities? Kakashi rubbed his chin and said, well, first he displayed a power that allowed him to fight using some invisible force. I believe he called it Chikaraton, force release. Then he showed the ability to shift his flesh. Basically he morphed his hands into huge claws that were able to slice through. In addition he took a sword through the chest and survived. I'm not sure, but I believe he also managed to absorb a man's body into his own. On top of all that he was able to unleash multiple tentacle-like extremities from his body that were able to wipe out a great deal of fighters. Upon that being heard, there were demands that Naruto be brought back and be used to breeding factory so that they could acquire the abilities he showed. I'm getting tired of repeating myself. Hiruzen sighed, but I am not sending anyone after Naruto just so he can be used as a breeding factory. I really doubt he would come back if he knew that was his fate. At that moment a civilian did something very stupid. Come on Hokage-sama. If we have to deal with that goddamned monster, we might as well get something beneficial out of it. I swear you were too soft. I'd say I'd be better off leading this village than you. Silence. Then a huge blast of killing intent filled the room. The temperature dropped and the civilian found himself lifted off the ground by a very old and very angry man. Listen now, civilian. Hiruzen spat, and this goes for the rest of you. You apparently forget that this is not a democracy, it is a dictatorship. I'm the Hokage and my word is law. Understood? The civilians all nodded fearfully. The shinobi council members and the hidden Anbu were all glad to see their leader finally asserting his authority. Good, Hiruzen said. Now if there is nothing else to be discussed, this meeting is adjourned. Now get out before I lose my patience. With that the council left. When they were gone, the Hokage groaned and said, I swear if it weren't for the fact that this was one of the few ways to keep tabs on the civilians, I'd have barbecued the civilian council by now. Back in Kiri, Naruto followed the rebels who were leading him downwards until they reached large underground arena. It was basically an underground cave that was been carved out by earth jutsu most likely. In said arena stood the red-headed Terumi, who had a grin on her face. Next to her was an old man in striped clothes with light blue hair, skyward pointing hair and an eye patch. I can't believe we're doing this, the man with the patch said. In my day we didn't have to fight each other just to prove a point. The reed head turned to the man and smiled while saying, Ow, shut up or I'll kill you. The now identified Ow gulped before backing away. Naruto entered the arena with his cloak fluttering, which in a sense is weird because there was no breeze down there. He approached the rebel leader and said, You know I never did get your name. The redhead smirked before answering, My name is Mei Terumi. You? The blonde cracked his knuckles and said, Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu. Mei grinned at the boy and said, Hope you're ready, Naruto, because I'm going to melt that grin right off your face. Naruto got into a stance and said, Bring it on, Granny. Ao looked between the two and said, Are you ready, Hajime? Naruto was the first to react and said, Fire release, great fireball. The blonde launched a huge fireball from his maw that Mei was able to dodge. Is that all you got, little boy? Mei taunted as she went through hand signs. Lava release. Lava globs. Mei launched globs of lava from her mouth. So she's a Yoden user, Naruto thought as he dodged the globs of melted earth. Let's see what else she can do. Naruto focused and yelled, Force release, force bullet. An invisible force focused in the blonde's hands and shot it forward. Mei, caught off guard, was hit in the chest and knocked back. She clutched her chest and groaned. That was interesting, she said in between coughs. Oh, Naruto said in fake sympathy, was I too rough? Did Granny get a boo-boo? Haku, Zabuza, and Kagome couldn't help but laugh at the blonde's antics. Mei was red-faced as she heard Naruto talking to her like that. She growled and said, That's it, kid. I was going to just rough you up a little bit. Now I'm going to melt your balls off. The enraged redhead launched herself at the blonde, who jumped in the air to avoid her charge. Mei missed and then went through hand signs. Lava release, melting apparition. Mei took a deep breath before she launched a huge blast of lava from her mouth that spread into a broad thin sheet. Naruto's eyes widened and acted quick. Force release, lightning shield. Lightning focused around the blonde, forming a circular shield. The lava flowed around the shield before it came crashing down on the arena floor. The result of lava landing was a huge blast of steam. I get it now, Mei thought. This kid a mid to long range fighter. Let's see how he likes it when I get up close and personal. Mei then charged into the stream to confront the blonde. On the arena's side of the rebels chuckled and said, That's Bratz going down. Haku looked at him and said, Explain. The rebel turned to her and said, That kid is obviously a ranged fighter since all of his attacks were from a distance. Now that she's getting up close and personal, he's going down. Kagome smirked and said, Wait for it. Then out of the steam Mei was launched, catching herself by digging her heels into the ground. The steam cleared, showing the blonde, who didn't look too happy. "That was a dirty trick," Naruto said, "coming at me when I couldn't see." Mei Mir looked at the boy in surprise before the young blonde launched himself at her. Mei dodged a left hook and caught a right jab aimed at her face. She then jumped back to avoid a knee aimed at her gut. She then charged forward and nailed Naruto in the stomach, making him double over. Mei then swung out a leg, knocking the blonde into the side of the cave before going through hand signs. Lava release. Lava river. Mei fired a concentrated blast of lava from her mouth. The blast hit the hole that Naruto was in. Mei then went through a few more hand signs and said, "Boil release. Scalding water bullets." The woman then shot multiple balls of scalding hot water from her mouth. The balls of water struck the wall and steam, a hissing noise was heard. Haku and Zabuza were wide-eyed. Kagome just had a knowing smirk. She decided not to ruin her surprise. Mie grinned slightly as she turned from the flaming and now melting howl in the wall when a voice said, "Oh Mei Bachon." Mei spun around just in time to see something come out of the wall. It was a tall human-shaped thing. Its body was completely black and its body seemed to be shaped after muscle. Its face was completely blank except for one completely red eye that looked right at her. Mei blanched as she saw the thing. Her eyes widened in shock when black and red tendrils spread over the thing's body. When they faded, it showed Naruto. His clothes were slightly singed, but other than that he was fine. "So," the blonde said, "Yotan and Futen huh? This just gets better and better. Now it's my turn to play." Naruto then sprinted at the shocked Mei with his hands turning into large claws. Mei dodged the claws, but was unprepared for the blonde to suddenly flip over her and then launch himself foot forward and nail her in the back. She was then grabbed and thrown into the wall. Mei looked up to see the blonde charging at her again. Mei closed her eyes, feeling her death was upon her. The blow never came. She opened her eyes just in time to feel a pair of lips being gently placed over hers. Mei's eyes widened and then closed them as she started leaning into the gentle kiss. Haku and Kagome looked on, both of them a bit jealous. Zabuza was mentally rooting for the kid. The rebels stared slack-jawed, but were also harboring feelings of jealousy. Naruto held on for a few more seconds before breaking away. "I win," he said, smiling at the blushing woman. A while later, Naruto and company stood in front of Mei and her generals in the main area. "Now Naruto," Mei said, "I have to admit you are stronger than I thought and we would appreciate your help, but what can your friends contribute?" "Well," Naruto said, "Kagome here is able to perform high-level fire jutsu and has incredible stamina. Hai herself that allows her to use Hyoden, and Mr. No Eyebrows over there is pretty good with a sword. Isn't that right, Zabuza-chan?" Everyone chuckled at that, then realized what the blonde said before staring at the man. The man then removed his hood, showing his face. "Zabuza," Mei said, "been a while. I haven't seen you since you tried to kill Yagura." Zabuza shrugged and said, "Hey, just because I left doesn't mean I'm going to let some nutball run this village into the ground just because he's paranoid." Mei giggled at that before addressing Naruto. "You know, kid, I got to ask. What kind of Kekkei Genkai do you have?" Naruto chuckled and said, "Well, I have two actually, Chikaraten and the Kuro Shinka Kekkei Genkai. Dark Evolution Bloodline Limit." That spiked everyone's interest. "I've never heard of those before," Mei said, "mind explaining?" Naruto shook his head before saying, "The Kuro Shinka causes the user body to go into a constant state of evolution. In other words, what doesn't kill me literally makes me stronger. An example of which is my armored state. Kagome, while she trained me, always threw fire jutsu at me. As a result, my armor form is completely fireproof. My bloodline also allows me to shift my biomass into multiple forms." To demonstrate, his arms shifted to the claws form before he continued, "I have other forms that I'd show you right now, but don't really have the time. Chikaraten allows me to take the energy around me and use it. I'm able to focus this energy and launch it, use it to form shields and other things." Mei rubbed her chin and said, "So basically your abilities are a major power-up, cool." Naruto nodded at her. "Now then, I think I'm going to head to bed." The redhead nodded and called, "Shojiro." A boy with glasses and a large sword on his back approached. "Yes?" he asked. "Show Naruto and his friends to their quarters," Mei said, "and get word to the troops. I think we've finally found our edge against Yagura." The boy nodded before leading the four away. With that, Mei and the generals all went to their quarters. As Mei sat on her bed, she held her fingers to her lips, which were still slightly tingling from the blonde's kiss from earlier. Naruto, she said to herself before giving a small smile. She then changed into her nightwear and turned off the light before going to bed. Chapter 4. I don't own Naruto. Anything that has to do with Star Wars, or prototype, my life sucks. Chapter 4. End of the war. The following day, Naruto and company stood in front of the council and Mei. So we need a plan to take out Yagura, Mei said. Does anyone have any ideas? One of the advisors rose from his seat and said, I say we storm the stronghold and tear them apart. With Naruto here we can't fail. Naruto shook his head and said, though I am glad you have faith in my abilities, we can't just barge in guns blazing. Are you forgetting we are facing a cage-level opponent plus his army? We need a plan. And I think I just might have one. Everyone looked at the boy with interest. What would that be? Mei asked. Naruto looked right at the redhead and asked, do you happen to have any prisoners? Specifically someone who would be close to Yagura? Later in the prison, Mei and Naruto stood in front of the cell that held a large muscular man with a scar on his left cheek. He also seemed to have multiple wounds. What Naruto guessed they had been trying to pull information out of him. That's Jason, Mei said. Before he was captured, he was one of Yagura's main generals. We've only kept him alive to give us information. Sadly, this guy is as tough as they come, and hasn't given us anything. Until now, of course, Naruto said with a grin. With that, he made his way into the cell. Soon scream of pain and agony echoed through the prison. Later on, closer to Kiri. The two Kiri nin yawned in boredom as they stood near the gate. Out of all the jobs in this village, this had to be the most boring one. They could be fighting off some of those bloodline freaks, but now they were stuck watching a stupid gate. I swear that guy rigged the straws so that we would get this job, guard number 1 said in a bored tone. I hear you, man, guard number 2 said with an equally bored tone. Let's face it, nothing ever happens around here. At that moment there was a rustling in the underbrush. The two guards stood at the ready. Then out of the foliage came a figure. Their eyes widened at the sight of a beaten, bloody, and very hurt Jason. Oh my Kami! Guard number 1 yelled, it's Jason. He turned to his subordinate and yelled, don't just stand there. We have to get him to a hospital now. Meanwhile, in the Mizukage's office, Yagura was doing some paperwork when an Anbu wearing a shark mask burst through the door and yelled, Mizukage-sama. I have great news. Yagura looked up at him from his paperwork and said, what? Have the bloodline rebels surrendered? The Anbu answered, I wish. Anyway, Jason has returned. We found outside the moments ago. Yagura's head shot up and he said, tell them I'm on my way. I want to see this for myself. Later in the hospital, Yagura with a few Anbu guard walked through the halls of the hospital. They arrived at their destination, which was the room Jason had been assigned. Yagura opened the door to see a conscious Jason wearing a lot of bandages sitting up in his hospital bed. As Yagura entered the room, Jason took in the man's features. The man had messy gray hair, pale skin, pupil-less pink eyes, and a stitch-like scar ran all the way down from the bottom of his left eye to his cheek. He wore a gray sleeveless shirt with the Kirigakure forehead protector on the front, short-sleeved mesh armor over which he wore a green poncho and a turquoise sash around his waist paired with a green apron over his pants. He also had a battle staff on his back that had a small hook on one side and a larger hook on the other. The larger hook side had a green flower on it. Jason, Yagura said with an emotionless voice, what a surprise. I thought you were dead. Jason scoffed and said, you know it would take more than a few bloodline rebels to take me down, Mizukage-sama. Yagura stepped forward and said, yes, but how'd I know you're him? How'd I know you aren't some bloodline rebel using his bloodline to masquerade as you? Jason rose up slightly from the bed and said, I am no fake Mizukage-sama. Ask me anything. Yagura rose an eyebrow and asked, when were you born? Jason answered, December 15, 1987. Yagura asked, why did the 7 swordsmen abandon the village? Jason answered, because they grew arrogant, started to seek work elsewhere. Yagura raised an eyebrow and asked, what is your wife's name? Jason answered with a sad voice, my wife has been dead for years. She died fighting in the bloodline rebels 3 years ago. Yagura nodded and said, it's him. Yagura turned to the nurse and said, "Keep an eye on him. Make sure he heals quickly. I want him debriefed as soon as possible." With that, the Mizukage left along with the Anbu. Jason laid down and slept. Later on that night, as the moon rose high above the mist-covered land, there was movement in the undergrowth. If a trained ninja looked hard enough, you could see the slight glimmer of metal in the moonlight. In the underbrush, a lot of rebel soldiers waited for the right moment. Among them were Mei, Aoi, and Chojuro. Aoi turned to Mei and signed, "Are you sure that this is a good idea?" Mei signed back, "Yes. Naruto knows what he is doing." Aoi signed, "In my day we didn't rely on the plan of Sungaki. The plans were made by adults. People who knew what they were doing. People who—" Mei smiled sweetly as she signed, "Aoi, shut up or I'll kill you." Back in the village, Yagura was brought out of his sleep by loud knocking. The Mizukage grumbled and rose up from bed. Being cautious, the man grabbed his staff before answering the door. Yagura gasped when he saw Jason at the door. On top of that, the man was in extreme pain. "Jason," Yagura asked as he grabbed his general, "what is wrong?" Jason turned to look at the Mizukage and said through gritted teeth, "Ayama, the bloodline rebels forced me to do this, forgive me." At that moment, black and red tendrils appeared and warped around the man's body as he screamed in agony. "Mizukage-sama!" An Anbu yelled as he burst through the door, "What is?" He stopped as he saw the pain Jason was in. Then the man roared in pain as biomass on his body started to ripple. Yagura had enough sense to get the heck out of there while he still had the chance. Good thing too, because just as soon as the man made it out of the cage mansion, the entire place exploded in massive spikes of biomass. The Anbu inside never made it out. Yagura snarled as he reached for a seal on his staff and in a flash of chakra had on his combat outfit, the same clothes from earlier. "Ninja of Kiri!" The man yelled using chakra to enhance his voice, "We're under attack. Arm yourselves." Outside the village, Mei smirked at the shout and yelled, "Okay boys, let's tear this mother down." The rebels shouted in agreement as they all charged toward the village. The Kiri ninja were caught off guard as they were struck down. Yagura jumped to the top of the building and growled as he saw the rebels attacking his village. His angry scowl then turned to a grin. "This is good," the man said. "I finally have a chance to take out those bloodline freaks once and for all." His grin got even wider when he saw that Mei was amongst the fighting. "She's here," Yagura thought as his grin widened. "I'll take her out first. When their leader falls, the rest will soon follow." At that moment, a new voice in the man's head yelled, "You're going to have to get through me first, punk." Yagura cried out in pain as he was suddenly hit in the back with a vicious punch. Yagura was then grabbed, lifted up, had a knee slammed into his back, an elbow slammed into his face and then kicked away. Yagura caught himself and stared down his new opponent. Said opponent was a boy with blonde spiky hair wearing a red cloak that hid his arms from view. "Who are you supposed to be?" Yagura asked as he drew his staff. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu," the blonde answered, "but you can refer to me as your death." Yagura smirked before getting into a stance and saying, "We will see." The two charged at each other. With the rest of the rebels, lava release, lava wave. Mei took a deep breath and unleashed a huge blast of lava from her mouth that spread out and melted down a few of the soldiers that were heading her way. "You have to admit these guys react pretty fast," Zabuza yelled as he sliced through a Kiri soldier. Kagome and Haku were currently back to back. Kagome was shooting fireballs from her mouth while Haku was making use of the water in the air to make senbon. Aoi was taking down opponents using taijutsu and using a pair of kunai to take them down quickly. Chojuro was using his massive sword to beat down on enemies. "Where do you think Naruto is?" Haku asked Kagome as she sent an ice senbon into a Kiri soldier's knee. "I don't know," Kagome answered as she roasted a Kiri soldier. "I can sense him though, and he's fighting." Back with Naruto and Yagura, Yagura swung his staff, nearly taking off Naruto's head. The blonde ducked backwards to avoid the hooks and brought his leg up, knocking Yagura away. Naruto then yelled, "Force release, force bullet." Yawar was suddenly sent backwards by an invisible force. The man clutched his chest. As he rose his head up, he became aware that Naruto was right on top of him. The blonde unleashed quick combo that Yagura was quick to catch. The pink-eyed demon Hodler responded with a punch to Naruto's stomach, knocking the wind out of him, then punched Naruto in the face, knocking him away. Naruto caught himself and caught his breath just in time to see Yagura going through hand signs. Water release. Water cannon. Yagura fired a jet stream of water from his mouth. Naruto focused his force powers, and just as the blast was about to reach him, an invisible force knocked it away. Yagura narrowed his eyes and said, "So you do have a bloodline?" Naruto grinned and said, "Yep." Yagura scowled and said, "All the more reason for me to kill you." Yagura went through more hand signs and water clone materialized next to him. The two then charged at Naruto. Naruto bobbed and weaved to avoid the combined kicks, punches, and occasional hook aimed at him from the two. The blonde jumped backwards to avoid getting slashed by a hook. As he did, the real Yagura smirked. As Naruto landed, the water clone started going through hand signs, followed by the real one. Water release. Great flood. Lightning release. Arc lightning. The water clone sent out a massive flood of water from his mouth that nearly flooded the whole street. The real Yagura fired a blast of lightning from both of his hands. The two attacks met and the flood became electrified. Naruto paled as he saw the attack and acted fast by focusing a great amount of force energy into his hands. Force release. Force cannon. The air around Naruto seemed to dull and gray before he fired a huge blast of the force right at the oncoming attack. The result was the attack being blown apart, followed by Yagura and his water clone being knocked off their feet. The water clone splashed against the ground, turning back into water. Naruto took advantage of Yagura's disorientation and rushed forward. He caught Yagura's throat and dragged him across the ground before throwing the man into the wall. Naruto went through hand signs and yelled, "Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu." Naruto fired a barrage of fireballs from his mouth into the building, setting it ablaze and causing it to collapse. Naruto smirked as he looked out over the destroyed building. "We're done here," Naruto thought. Just as the blonde turned, a voice shouted out, "Lightning release, false darkness." Naruto spun around just in time to take a lightning bolt to the chest. The blonde was knocked off his feet and hit the ground hard. Duh, Naruto thought, he has a Biju. I should have guessed that it wouldn't let him die so easily. The debris from the building was slowly moved away as a very burned and very angry Yagura walked out, his pink eyes now burning blue and full of hate. "You," he growled, "I will not lose to a bloodline using freak of nature." As the man yelled, blue chakra covered him, took the shape of a large turtle. The monster stood very tall with 3 large tails and massive head. Its large blue eyes glared balefully down at Naruto. "Down, boy," Naruto said with a nervous look on his face. With the others, everyone looked up from their fights to see Yagura in his tailed beast form. "Oh no," Mei said. "Don't worry," Kagome said, "Naruto-kun can take care of himself." Back in the fight, Yagura slammed his massive head down where Naruto had been standing. The blonde has made a quick rush before the turtle when its head rose. Naruto turned to their monster and yelled, "Force release, force lighting." The blonde shot a large bolt of blue lightning that flashed purple for a second before it struck the monster's head, making it scream out in pain. The monstrous turtle tore its head from the ground before it fired a torrent of water from its mouth. Naruto gasped before he jumped to the right to avoid getting washed away. He then found out that this thing was incredibly fast for its size as it suddenly spun around and struck Naruto with one of its tails. The blonde was sent flying into a wall, shattering it. Before anyone could do anything else, the monster turtle withdrew into its shell and fired off water from the hole in it, allowing it to fly. The turtle flew over to where Naruto was and dropped down. Dust and debris were kicked up everywhere. Everyone covered their eyes to avoid getting blinded by all the dust. At the moment, everyone was taking a break to watch the fight between Naruto and Yagura. The turtle then rose up from the spot and started to laugh boisterously. The monster then turned to where Mei and the others were standing. It glared angrily down at Mei and the rest of the rebels. It started to stomp forward over to them. Mei and the rest of fight to the death when a dark red glow started to emit from between the rocks. The giant turtle sensed it and turned around just in time to see the rock all get blown away. When the smoke cleared, it revealed Naruto. The blonde's cloak was in tatters and he was missing the armor on his shoulder, and the entire right part of his shirt was torn off. What got everyone's attention though was the fact that Naruto was covered in a red cloak of chakra and his eyes were now crimson red. "You're a container too?" the monster said with shock, and a little bit of fear, evident in its voice. "You got that right, pal," Naruto said. "Now let's see how you fare, when I have you beat by 6 tails." Naruto pulled his lightsabers off his belt and activated the glowing blades. The blonde then charged at the oversized monster. The monster responded by shoot another jet stream of water from its mouth. Naruto vanished from sight before appearing again in front of one of the monster's legs. Force release. Twin lightning blades. Naruto swung both his sword while focusing force lightning into them. The blades became incredibly long and glowed white as the lightning coursed through them. The blades tore through Yagura's front left leg, making the turtle scream in agony as it fell. Naruto quickly formed a pair of shadow clones. The first shadow clone ran to the right while the other went to the left. Both went through hand signs. Force release. Force Gatling, Demon release, Black Fire Blast. The first shadow clone focused the force energy it had and fired a barrage of force bullets, each one making a resounding boom as they struck the turtle's shell, making it crack. After a lot of blasts, the shell broke. The second clone fired a huge blast of black flames. The fire singed the monster's left back leg. The monster fell to the ground with its 2 useless limbs giving out. The 2 clones vanished in puffs of smoke and the original Naruto ran at the turtle. The turtle's head snarled at the blonde. "Down boy," Naruto growled. The head shot forward and attempted to chomp on the blonde. Naruto focused his biomass into his legs and jumped up high. Naruto focused his force lighting into his lightsabers again and yelled, "I said down." Both swords pierced the monster's head and shining dark purple shot down through the monster's skull and out through the jaw as the blades extended. The monster screamed in pain as the blades tore through its head. After a second the screaming stopped and the monster fell down completely. The blue chakra receded and in its place was Yagura. The man now had 2 massive scars running down his body and his back was completely mauled. On top of that, his left arm was missing and his right leg was severely burned. Naruto marched up to the downed Yagura, his eyes still burning a deep crimson. "Any last words?" Naruto asked the fallen demon host. "I regret nothing," was all Yagura said. Naruto then brought his foot up and stomped down on Yagura's chest, crashing his foot through the man's ribcage. After a second, black and red tendrils covered Yagura and absorbed the man's body into Naruto's being. Naruto's eyes turned back to normal. The blonde was bent over and breathing hard. He looked around to see the Kiri soldiers all laying down their weapons. "People of Kiri," the blonde yelled out, "this war is over." The blonde then started to sway and fell over. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he was caught by Kagome. "Oi!" Mei yelled. "Get this boy to a hospital," that is if it wasn't crushed in the fight. With that, Naruto was rushed off to a hospital. Mei then let out a sigh of relief and said, "It's finally over." Chapter 5 Jewels in the Desert. Naruto groaned to himself as he saw the white ceiling that was a common characteristic of a hospital. He had had a very rough night sleeping. He felt an incredible pain on his side the entire night. When he finally got to sleep, it wasn't for very long before the sun peeking through the window woke him up. "I hate hospitals," the force user groaned as he rose up from bed. As soon as he did, he heard a slight moan of protest. The blonde rolled his eyes, thinking that it was Kagome or Haku. He turned to see a girl with dark hair tied in a ponytail and milky white skin. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing they were a sea green color, as she woke up and looked at Naruto. The pair looked at each other for a moment. "Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee into the room to see a frantic girl and Naruto clutching his ears from her shriek. "You pervert!" the girl yelled. "Who do you think you are, pulling me into a bed like that?" Naruto shook his head and yelled, "Hold on, lady, I have really sharp hearing and I think you just busted my eardrums." At that moment Kagome pushed her way into the room and said, "Okay, I'm trying to sleep in after the whole fiasco from yesterday. Who the hell is yelling this early in the morning?" The girl turned and saw Kagome and gasped, "Kagome-chan?" Kagome gasped at the sight of the girl and said, "Nami-chan." The two squealed and hugged each other like two old friends. The male nurses who were watching started to have nosebleeds at the sight of the two girls hugging. Naruto stared at the two for a moment before something clicked. "Nami?" Naruto asked, as in the Sanbi? The two reunited friends separated before turning to the whiskered boy. "Yes," Kagome answered, "this is Nami-chan. My old friend and the three-tailed turtle, in human form. Hey, can we all have a minute?" The question was directed at the nurses and doctors who had come running when they heard Nami's screams. The doctors in turn left and decided to give them some room for a while. "So how did this happen?" Kagome asked. "I thought that she would die when Yagura died." Naruto thought for a few minutes then said, "My Kuro Shinka Kekai Genkai allows me to form lost parts when injured. What if Nami's chakra, while still in Yagura's body, reacted with my Kuro Shinka and my Chakaradan bloodline? The latter caused the chakra to condense and form a living entity while the Kuro Shinka gave it a body?" The two looked at the boy and Kagome broke the silence by saying, "So your bloodlines gave Nami-chan a new body?" The blonde blinked a few times and said, "I guess. I'm not sure how it went, but it's the only thing I can think of at the time." At that moment a mist Anbu opened the door and said, "Fukyu-sama, the council has requested your presence." "Who are they?" Naruto looked at the two girls and said, "My advisors." The Anbu was silent for a second and said, "They come too." Later in the council chambers, amazing, Naruto thought as he and his friends were sent to the council chambers. This village just finished with a civil war and the council just got called into session. I hope the council isn't as annoying here as it is back in Konoha. As soon as they were in the council room, the sound of arguing reached their ears. At least until they saw the boy that had killed their former leader. At that moment they were joined by Meiterumi, Aoi, and Chojuro. "Welcome, honored guests," one of the elders on the council said. "Well, they aren't as annoying so far," Naruto thought. "We are glad to be here," Naruto said. "Now why is it you've called us here?" The elder continued and said, "We are in need of leader since our last one recently met his demise. Since you are the one who defeated him, we would ask that you be our new Kage." Naruto thought it over. He had always wanted to be the leader of a village, however he also knew that he didn't have the experience of a leader. What if Konoha found out? They would most likely go to war again. They just got out of a civil war. The last thing they needed was another. "Thought I am very flattered that you are asking such a high honor of me," Naruto said. "I must decline." The council and the elders looked shocked. The elder asked, "Why not?" Naruto sighed and said, "I may be powerful, but when it comes to experience I lack. I want to get a few more years my belt before I start leading anything." The council looked mildly upset, but they saw the logic in the boy's words. "I do, however, have another prime candidate," Naruto said, getting the council's attention. "Who?" the elder asked. "Meiterumi," Naruto said, "the leader of the bloodline rebels." The council looked shocked and some were about to start yelling when Naruto said, "Just hear me out on this." The council quieted down as Naruto explained. She was able to spur the despised in this village to fight. She also managed to outwit an army multiple times the size of her own. If that isn't the trademark of a good leader, I don't know what is. For those of you who don't want someone with a bloodline leading your village, just look at her. What difference do you see between you and her? The council members had the brains to look sheepish as they considered this. They had been so pulled up in the whole demon superstition thing, they had been blinded to the fact that the rebels were just as human as they were. "Do you agree with what he says, Terumi?" the elder asked. The busty red head simply nodded in agreement. "No," a fat councilman yelled, "I refuse to be ruled by some cheap bloodline bimbo." Everyone stared at him for a second until Naruto said, "You do realize you just said that aloud in front of some very powerful women, right?" The man realized as the combined killing intent of Mei, Kagome, Haku, and Nami hit him like a tidal wave. Kagome and Nami both cracked their knuckles in a very menacing manner. "Word to the wise," Naruto said, "run." The councilman jumped up and ran for his life with Nami and Kagome in hot pursuit. "You may leave if you want to, Fukyu-san," the elder said. "We would like to have a word with Mrs. Terumi in private." Naruto left the council room with a bow. He found Nami and Kagome a few minutes later next to the bloody heap of a council member. The two angry girls were dusting off their hands. "Hey girls," Naruto said with a smile. "You two having fun?" The girls simply smiled at the blonde. Naruto was about to continue when he suddenly fell forward onto his knees and clutched his skull. Visions filled his head. He saw an expanding desert, a cave, a room full of crystals. Then he saw himself with his fist clenched facing three ninjas wearing headbands with the image of a sand jar on them. Naruto stopped grabbing his head and let out a breath of relief as pain from his head left. Naruto, Nami asked, "Are you okay?" Naruto shook himself and said, "I think so. I had a vision. I saw a desert and a cave full of crystals. Crystals, full of force energy." Kagome looked at the blonde before her and asked, "Do you think this might be something of importance?" Naruto thought for a minute and said, "I believe so. I need to find those crystals. They could prove useful in the future." Kagome nodded and said, "Since it's a desert, it's probably in wind country. It's due west from here." "Thanks, Kagome-chan," Naruto said before jumping out the nearby window and landing with a crash on the ground. "Hold it," rang Nami's voice. The blonde turned around just in time to catch a very large canteen. "If you're going to a desert, young man, you'll need plenty of water," Nami said. "Trust me, I've been there. After a few hours of running, a lot of water breaks, and running into a few trees, the blonde finally found himself in the desert. As soon as Naruto reached the desert's edge, he immediately sent out a wave of force energy. "Where is it?" He suddenly felt the force tell him something. "There you are." The force user ran for the source of the energy. After about 20 minutes of running, he came to an expanse of rock that had the mouth of a cave wide open. Naruto grinned as he made his way to the cave. Just as he was about to enter the cave, he had to dodge to the left to avoid a volley of kunai and shuriken aimed at him. The blonde whipped his head around to see a 7-masked ninja. They all had on headbands that had the images of a sand-filled jar on them. "Who are you?" Naruto asked. "We are ninja of Sanagakure," the leader said. "The treasure in that cave belongs to us. Leave now and you will not be harmed." Naruto chuckled and said, "I was just about to say the same thing." The ninja unleashed another barrage of kunai and shuriken. Naruto simply held up a hand. The kunai stopped cold in mid-air. With a wave of his hand, the projectiles were sent flying back at the users. 3 were killed while the others dodged. "So you are the hero of Kiri and Nami, wave," the leader said. Naruto raised an eyebrow and asked, "What?" The leader reached into his pocket and pulled out a book. He turned to a specific page and read out loud, "Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu. Alias, Monster of the Stars. Appearance, 5'6", spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, whisker-like marks on face, black shirt, long black jeans, belt with red skull buckle, black combat boots, and red cloak. Abilities, capable of shape-shifting his arms into various forms and power to manipulate the world around him with his mind. Warning, do not engage in physical combat. Has shown the ability to consume the flesh of others, allegedly destroyed an entire army of mercenaries in the 4th Mizukage. Naruto blinked a few times and said, "Wow. News travels fast in the ninja world." The Suna Nin said as he put away the book and glared at the whiskered force user. "I don't care who you are or what you can do," the Suna Nin said. "We found this place first, and whatever is in there will become property of Sanagakure." Naruto cracked his knuckles and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that." No more words were exchanged between them. The 4 remaining Suna Nin charged at the blonde, drawing weapons. 1 nin, a kunoichi, drew a pair of bladed fans. 2 others pulled out katana, while the leader drew a scimitar. Naruto focused the biomass in his arms, making take their muscle mass form. The 2 katana-wielding ninja charged first. The 2 swung their weapons intent of bisecting the man. Naruto simply caught their blades and snapped them in half. The blonde spun on his heel and drove the blades he gripped upward through their hearts. The blonde then spun around and threw the blades at the 2 remaining ninja. The kunoichi focused chakra into her hands and jumped in front of her boss and swung them, sending a gust of wind that knocked the blades away. She charged at the blonde, focusing more chakra into her fans. Naruto responded by dodging to the right and shifted his arms to their claw form. The kunoichi sunbathed of her fans in an attempt to slice him up with the wind. Sadly for her, Naruto caught her by the arms and then in a swift motion broke them. As she screamed, the leader of the group started to move backwards and ran for it. "Kaiza," the woman said in an agonized voice, "don't leave me, please." The leader looked back and said, Don't worry my dear, I shall return with reinforcements and avenge your death. Despite that speech, it was obvious that he was running to save his own hide. Naruto let out a low growl as his shifted one arm into a whip fist. He drew it back and let it fly, stabbing Kaiza through the back and ripped the man from his spot and stabbed his claws through Kaiza's chest, making him scream in agony. You sicken me, the blonde said. You try to abandon your comrades to save your own hide. I will make you suffer. Naruto focused his biomass and then slowly consumed the man into his being. Naruto then turned to the kunoichi and said, yours will be painless. The woman nodded and closed her eyes. The blonde rose his clawed arm and swung it. His deed done, he consumed what was left of the rest of the Sunanin to see if there was anything else he could learn from them. With that, Naruto entered the cave. After a few minutes, Naruto walked into a large chamber. The blonde stood in awe as he saw it completely covered in crystals. The crystals were all colors: red, blue, purple, green, black, white, and silver, glowed and sparkled. I know I'm going to be embarrassed if someone hears me say this, Naruto said to no one in particular, but, the blonde felt something behind him. He spun around to see 3 more Sunanin. 2 males and 1 female. The first male was the shortest of the 3. He wore black and brown with a little bit of white mixed in. He had a heavy bags under his eyes. He also had makeup around his light blue eyes, giving them a raccoon-like look. Above one eye he had the kanji for love in red. He also had a large gourd on his back. The second male wore a black outfit that resembled a catsuit and purple makeup on his face. He also had a bandage package on his back. The only girl was a blonde with her hair drawn up in multiple ponytails. She had muscle, meaning she took her training seriously. She had on a white battle dress and a huge battle fan on her back. Who are you supposed to be? The guy in catsuit asked. I could ask you the same thing, makeup boy, Naruto said. The makeup-wearing man growled and yelled, it's not makeup, it's war paint. The boy with the gourd turned to the cat-suited boy and said, shut up Kankuro. You're an embarrassment to our village. The boy gulped nervously and whimpered, sorry Gaara. Gaara simply scoffed and said, Tamari, take care of this. I don't want to waste my sand on this weakling. The girl, Tamari, smirked and pulled out her battle fan. She jumped down and charged at her fellow blonde. She opened up her fan and yelled, Wind Scythe Jutsu. She swung her fan, unleashing a torrent of wind. Naruto simply focused his chakra, causing the wind to diverge and strike the crystals in the room around them. To their shock, the crystals flashed in white before turning back to their original colors. Tamari stared in shock. I missed, she thought, I've never missed. Naruto took advantage of her shock before he charged and slammed his fist into her stomach, knocking her up into the air, and then grabbed her by the ankle and then slammed her back into the ground. I hope you do better than your sister Clown Boy, Naruto said to Kankuro. The boy growled loudly and charged at Naruto. He sent out some chakra strings with the intent of wrapping the blonde from head to toe. When the wires did wrap around him, Naruto sent out a wave of force lighting that sent a huge bolt of lightning that zapped Kankuro. The boy screamed in pain as the lightning coursed through the young ninja's body. The boy fell to the ground unconscious with a bit of smoke rising off his body. Naruto then turned toward the remaining Sunanin. Impressive, Gaara said, I've never seen such strength before. Naruto turned to the raccoon-eyed boy and said, thanks. Gaara's eyes became distant and Naruto heard something. Something from the redhead's mind. Something that called out for blood. Blood to spilt all over the cavern. Mother, Gaara said. Mother wants your blood. She will have your blood. There is something wrong with you, Naruto said as he felt the force going haywire on the Sunanin. It starts with that mother of yours. Naruto held out a hand and said, calm down Gaara. Let me into your mind. At that moment Naruto extended the force and Gaara felt his mind being entered, but could do nothing to stop it. Inside Gaara's mind, Naruto looked around and saw that Gaara's mindscape was a mess. He could understand that the place was desert, since that's where Gaara lived. What he found disturbing was the fact that there were sand-covered corpses and blood-covered sand everywhere. In the back of the desert was a large cave with the kanji for seal on the sides of it. This kid is a Jinchuriki, Naruto thought. That might explain why he seems so unstable. The whiskered boy slowly made his way into the cave. As he made his way inside, the sound of crying reached his ears. He found what looked like a young Gaara about the age of 6 in a fetal position crying and tightly hugging a teddy bear. "What's wrong with you?" Naruto asked, getting the boy's attention. "Who are you?" the young Gaara asked. "He might find you. You have to leave." Naruto raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who?" "Hey!" a new voice yelled, "What are you doing here?" The blonde turned to see a large raccoon-like creature made completely out of sand with spots of blue on it in places and yellow eyes with 4 diamonds in the iris. Gaara suddenly cried out and hid behind Naruto, trembling in fear. "I could ask you the same question," Naruto said with calm exterior. "I'm the Ichibi no Shukaku," the sand monster said. "If you must know, pal, you're trespassing. Now get out, before I crush you like a grape." Naruto rubbed his chin. At that moment he noticed something. A chain was wrapped firmly around the monster's neck. Naruto remembered from the first time he met Kagome that she didn't have a chain around her neck. "How about no?" Naruto answered, making the raccoon monster growl. The raccoon charged forward, intent on chomping on Naruto. The whiskered boy jumped up and landed on the raccoon's head before unleashing a blast of force lightning that sent volts through both Shukaku and whoever was holding the chain. A voice cried in pain in the darkness. The bolts of lightning illuminated the dark, revealing an old monk holding onto the chain. Naruto felt the force going haywire again and said, "Pal, I don't know what you're doing here, but I have a feeling that it can't be good." Naruto used the force to pick up a bunch of rocks before hurtling them at the monk, crushing him while he was paralyzed by the lightning. There was only a loud crunch and a cry of pain as the monk was crushed by the boulders. The chain around Shukaku's neck rusted before it turned to dust and fell to the sands. Naruto looked at the raccoon before it turned to him and muttered in a weak voice, "Thank you." In the real world, Naruto's eyes snapped open as he returned to his own mind. He looked at Gaara, who swayed back and forth before collapsing on the dirt. Soft snoring reached Naruto's ears. The blonde Jinchuriki smiled at his handiwork before remembering that he had a job to do. He then made his way around the cavern, grabbing a few crystals, one of each color. After that, the blonde put them in his pouch and was about to walk out when he realized something. If people realized what these crystals would do, it would mean a lot of trouble for him later. He noticed something sticking out of Kankoro's pocket. Naruto grinned to himself before walking over to the clown-faced ninja. Later, a man in brown and white suit with most of a hood covering his face ran into the cave out of breath. "Little brats," he growled, "can't believe that they ran off without me like that, punks." Once Baki caught his breath, he entered the cavern. He found his students on the floor of the cavern out cold. He gasped when he saw Gaara out cold and was about to start running when he realized something. Nothing was happening. No bloodshed, no screaming, no crushing sands. No nothing. Gaara stirred and slowly rose up from the ground. The redhead yawned and said to no one in particular, "So that is what a dreamless sleep is like." Kankoro and Temari slowly came up next. They looked around and noticed something immediately. "Explosive tags!" Kankoro yelled. At that moment, sand wrapped around Gaara, Temari, Kankoro, and the old guy. At that moment the tags exploded. This caused some of the crystals to crack and certain unstable ones ruptured and exploded themselves, causing a chain reaction that set the entire cavern in a fiery blaze. Out of the smoke, 4 sand cocoons crash landed into sand dune. They all fell apart, revealing the 4 sand nin. "Okay, I might as well ask," the old man said, "what the hell happened in there?" Temari looked at the man and said, "I don't know. We met this blonde guy. He beat us, knocked us out." "Wait, he knocked Gaara out?" Gaara looked at Temari and said, "He didn't fight me. He did something. I can't hear mother's voice anymore. The urge to kill is gone as well." Gaara's fellow sand nin looked at him in shock. "Now if you'll excuse me," Gaara said, "I have a lot to sleep to catch up on." As soon as that was said, Gaara collapsed on the ground, making a light snoring sound. Temari and Kenko for nothing. When they realized nothing was happening, the two exchanged surprised looks while looking at the old guy for answers. All they got was a shoulder shrug. "I'm not carrying him, Baki-sensei," Kankoro said. "Ditto," Temari said. Baki was about to say something, but just scoffed and then picked up the sleeping boy, who groaned slightly in his sleep. The 3 conscious ninja began to return to their village. This is going to be one very annoying mission report, Baki thought bitterly. Chapter 6. Rise of the Bounty Hunter. Naruto ran with a large smirk on his face. He had just helped out a fellow Jinchuriki and he got his hands on some force crystals. He felt the small rocks jingle in his pocket. He smirked to himself. With these I'll be able to make some lightsabers from the guys back in Kiri, Naruto thought happily as he ran. It was at that moment something dawned on him. The blonde screeched to a halt as he thought, oh man. I don't have the technology to make them. Starkiller Sensei told me that that was the last bit of technology like this. What am I going to do? Naruto groaned in disappointment. He knew from experience that force crystals couldn't withstand chakra. While force energy was wild, chakra was usually tame. Force crystals weren't made for chakra, so if you tried coursing chakra through it, the jewel would just glow, not produce anything at all. Naruto then headed for a nearby town. The blonde walked into a karaoke bar and sat down. He growled to himself as he ordered a drink. He then saw a bunch of wanted posters. The blonde grinned to himself. Since this mission was a waste of time, he figured he could take his frustrations out on some poor missing nin. He looked through the posters until one in particular caught his eye. Name: Shofet. Rank: Civilian. Wanted: alive for questioning. Crimes: withholding advanced weaponry from Kusagakure and the Land of Snow. Reward: $3 million. Don't know Ryu, so I'm going with this. Naruto read the crime again. And then read it again. He had heard of Django and Boba Fett from Starkiller. He told him that the both of them were incredibly powerful bounty hunters that gave Jedi a run for their money. The blonde rubbed his chin in thought and thought, could be the answer I'm looking for. If he does hold the technology, I might be able to recreate the lightsabers. Naruto then ran up to the bartender and asked, do you know where I can find this man? The bartender gave a laugh and said, another bounty hunter. Well kid, I might want to tell you now, anyone who ever went after him before hasn't come back. Naruto rolled his eyes and said, I'm different than the rest. Now where can I find him? The bartender groaned and said, he should live in some hut a few miles down the road. I know because I've seen him before. Oh, and you owe me 1.99 for the drink. Naruto paid the man, downed his drink, and then stated heading out of town to find his new possible ally. After running for a while, Naruto arrived at a small run-down hut. The young force user then entered the hut looking around. Hello? Naruto called. Is there a Shofet in the house? Suddenly alarm bells rang in the boy's head. He heard the sound of a weapon firing up. The blonde jumped to the right to avoid a blast of energy that came out of nowhere. He spun on his heel to see an intimidating figure behind him. It was a tall man covered head to toe in armor. The armor was black with some red highlights. In his hand was blaster and on his back was a sophisticated-looking object. The figure looked at Naruto and said, what are you doing in my house? His voice was sort of muffled due to the fact that he was speaking through a helmet. Naruto rose up from his crouched position and said, my name is Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu. I'm here to talk. The man scoffed and said, I've had plenty of talks before. My answer is still the same. I'm not giving you or any one of those greedy pains in the neck any of my weapons. They were gifts from my ancestor, so just back off. Naruto waved his hands in front of him and said, I wasn't sent by Snow or Kusa. I'm here to request your help with something. The armored man lowered his gun slightly. Naruto could tell that even though his guard was relaxed, it wasn't completely down. What kind of help? The man asked. Naruto lowered his arms, not fully letting up on his guard, and said, I'm in need of something made for me. Are you familiar with lightsabers? The armored man said, I know all right. My ancestor, Django Fett, was killed by a Jedi named Qui-Gon Jinn. Why do you want me to build one? Naruto simply reached into his cloak and pulled out his lightsabers and activated them. So, the now obvious Shofet said, you're that guy Starkiller told me about. Naruto gained a surprised look, you know my old master? Sho laid his blaster down and said, he came to me back when I lived in Snow. He asked me to build him some swords at my workshop. Since he didn't try to force me into it, I did. Plus his money was good. Naruto smiled at the man and said, I'm glad to see that there is someone out here I can trust. Wait, what are you doing out here anyway? The man sighed and said, I had to leave town. Snow is currently ruled by some tyrant named Dodo. He gained word of me making the weapons for your master. When he did, he came down and demanded that I make him enough weapons for an army. I refused. I knew he would be back, so I ran. Sadly, he already sent out ninja after me. If you wondering how Kusa got involved, is that they found me fist and captured me. They tried to torture the information on my weapons out of me. I escaped and I wound up here. The man then took off his helmet, showing he had a great deal of scars on his face. Most likely they were from his torture at the hands of Kusagakure. So, Naruto said, will you help me and build my swords? Sho rubbed his scarred chin and said, I will, but there is an underlying conflict. I have limited resources compared to my ancestors' days. I have plenty of the metals thanks to smelting, but I don't have very many of the power cores that are needed for a lightsaber to work. I only have like 7 or so. Naruto smiled and said, good. That's all the force crystals I have in possession at the time. So do we have a... Naruto stopped and started to space out. His vision changed and he felt strong negative emotions. His vision went into another direction. He was shown a group of Kusa and Snow Ninja heading for the hut. They were a few miles away, but Naruto knew they were coming. His vision changed again, and in another direction. He saw a man approaching. His hair was long and black while his skin was completely pale. Naruto shuddered. He felt that the dark side had corrupted his heart and mind quite some time ago. Naruto came back and stumbled as he rubbed his aching head. You okay, kid? Sho asked. We have a problem, Naruto said. It seems that a group of Kusa and Snow Ninja have learned you are here. Now they have teamed up to take you down. On top of that, there is someone else coming. I don't know who he is, but the dark side has completely taken over his heart. Sho scowled before he grabbed his helmet and put it back on. Let them come, he said, I'll show them they should mess with me. Naruto placed a hand on the man's armored shoulder and said, I don't think that will be necessary, my friend. Or by any chance, familiar with explosives? A few minutes later, the Snow and Kusa Nin arrived at the hut. Sho Fett. The leader of the Kusa Nin yelled, turn yourself in now and you will not be harmed. Resist and we will be forced to, use force. Man, that sounded better in my head. When there was no reply, the two leaders made the motion for their teams to enter the complex. The two teams went to the sides of the door and made clear motions. The leader of the Snow Nin then broke down the door. The ninja all stood in the door. They all stared at the strange object on the table. It was a large black box that had a red light on it that blinked every few seconds. At that moment, one of the saw mirror on the far wall, there was a note that said, suckers. At that moment the box flashed and then, boom! A huge explosion rocked the ground. The entire hut went up in smoke along with all that were inside of it. Just a little ways from the flames, a man with pale skin and black hair stood with a scowl. So much for the advanced weaponry, he said. Oh well, I can still continue my plans without him. With that, the man slowly sank into the ground until he was completely gone. Farther from the flames, Naruto and Sho watched the flames rise up. Nice fireworks, Naruto said with a smile. Yeah, Sho said as he crossed his arms over his chest plate. So you ready to head to Kiri? Naruto asked. The armored man turned to him and said, I still don't think I should join a hidden village. How do I know they won't try to steal my weapons to try and become strong again after the whole Civil War thing? Naruto shook his head and said, the new Mizukage isn't like that. Besides, you don't have to be a ninja. You can be a mercenary hired to take out enemies of the village. On top of that, you'd be able to follow in your ancestors' footsteps and become a bounty hunter to take down missing nin. Sho seemed to consider this. He then nodded in agreement. With that, the pair headed back to Kiri. After a few hours of running and flying, Sho and Naruto arrived in Kiri. They were instantly approached by guards. Who are you and what is your business? Guard 1 asked. Naruto rolled his eyes and said, Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu, returning from a recent mission. Guard 2 eyed the armored Fett and asked, and him? Naruto pointed a thumb at Sho and said, he's with me. He wishes to join Kiri. Guard 1 said, remove your helmet, sir. Fett scowled under his helmet before removing it, showing his scarred face. The two guards looked at one another before shrugging. They hadn't seen his face before since they hadn't seen any recently made wanted posters. The two guards let them pass. Naruto and Fett then made their way to the Mizukage Manor. The pair entered the room and found an interesting sight. Mei and Kagome were passed out on the couch. Nami was currently asleep too and was currently snuggling up to a passed-out Chojuro, smiling comfortably. Naruto smiled seeing his friends had decided to stay up and wait for him. Fett shook his head. "Do you know where I can work here?" the man asked. Naruto rubbed his chin and said, "I think there's a basement somewhere. You can work there. Just don't make too much noise. In all honesty, this whole thing has left me tired." Naruto reached under his cloak and handed it to the bounty hunter. Before they set the charges, Naruto grabbed most of Sho's ancient technology. He was surprised that the man was able to perform an amateur sealing jutsu that put most of his tools and materials in scrolls. He also had the same seals hidden in his armor that held his combat weaponry. With that, Sho went downstairs and set to work. Naruto, however, sat down on the couch gently and fell straight to sleep. The next morning, Mei and Kagome yawned as they woke up. As soon as they did, their noses were assaulted by a delicious smell. The two rose up from the couch and went to the kitchen. They were introduced to the sight of Naruto at the stove frying up some bacon. "Morning, girls," Naruto said. The two girls then proceeded to glomp Naruto. "Easy there, girls," Naruto said, "I'm in front of a hot stove." The two girls got off Naruto and both proceeded to bash him over the head. "Itai," he yelled as he rubbed his skull, "what was that for?" Mei scowled and said, "You were gone all day. We thought something happened to you." Kagome nodded and said, "Do you have any idea how worried we were? We thought you were gone." Naruto rubbed the lump now forming on his skull. "I'm sorry," the whiskered boy said. "Now then, where are Nami and Chojuro?" The pair looked in the living room to see the pair still cuddled up together. "Ah, they are so cute together," Kagome cooed. Mei smiled and whipped out a camera. As she snapped a photo, the noise awoke the sleep pair. The pair looked at each other and blushed bright red. The pair then jumped away from each other. Unlike with Naruto, Nami wasn't saying anything about it. "Pervert. Sorry," Chojuro stuttered. "It's okay," Nami said, "you're actually pretty comfy." Chojuro's blush increased tenfold. Then group became aware of footsteps. The group turned to see Sho standing near the basement door. The unmasked man said, "Do I smell bacon?" During breakfast, Mei went ahead and broke the ice. "Okay, I might as well ask," she said with an irritated tone, "who is this guy?" Sho looked at the red-headed Kage and said, "My name is Sho Fett, bounty hunter, and new ally of Naruto." Kagome raised an eyebrow and said, "Fett? As in Django and Boba Fett?" This drew confused looks from everyone else who didn't know. Naruto explained, "One of my teachers told me of an old bounty hunter named Django Fett. In the old time, technology was much more advanced. Weaponry was much more deadly. You could kill someone from a much farther distance and not have to get up close without using chakra." The group looked interested as Naruto continued his story. Sho is a descendant of Django Fett and his son Boba Fett. He has access to advanced technology. I've convinced him to join the village after he left his when they tried to force his secrets out of him. Sho nodded as he scarfed down his food. "By the way, I managed to get your little toys done. I also made some improvements to yours." Naruto gulped down some milk and said, "Did you work all night?" The bounty hunter grinned and said, "Yeah, I did. That a problem? Well, I'll show you them, right after I take a little nap." With that, the armored man got up and then collapsed on the couch. He immediately started to snore. "Let's give him some peace, okay?" Naruto asked his friend. They all nodded. "Hey Cho-kun," Nami said, "care to show me around the village?" Chojuro gulped slightly and said, "Oh, okay." Nami seized the man's arm and then the two walked out the door. Mei smiled at the leaving pair and asked out loud, "I wonder how long it will take for them to start dating." Kagome shrugged while Naruto shook his head. "If we're lucky, she'll break that shy streak of his," Naruto said, crossing his arms. Sho got everyone's attention by coughing and said, "I hate to interrupt, but the project Naruto had me working on all night is something you should see." Naruto looked at the bounty hunter and said, "You worked on those all night?" The bounty hunter shrugged his shoulders and said, "I tend to lose myself in my work, dreadful habit." Naruto simply rolled his eyes and said, "Well, show us already." Sho rolled his eyes and led the three down to the basement. Inside they found lots of advanced machinery hung up all over the place. What caught their eyes though was a bench that had 7 lightsabers on it. Each one had the same design, so they weren't truly remarkable except that they looked so advanced. "What are these, Naruto?" Mei asked, a little confused. Naruto smiled at the confused Kage and said, "These are lightsabers. The weapons I have on my belt here." Kagome looked shocked and said, "You actually have more of those?" Naruto smiled at the redhead and said, "Yep. He's probably the only person on the planet who could make these. Now we have the only copies. The problem is they're limited to the 7 here." Mei smiled and said, "You really seem to know how to make the most of something, kid." Naruto smiled at the woman and said, "Thanks, Mei-chan. Now then, would you like one or?" Mei was up to the table in a second, was trying to pick one out. She held up one, and when she pushed a button and a red blade was brought into existence. She wowed at the sight of the blade. She reached out to touch it until Naruto slapped her hand away. "Mei-chan," Naruto scolded, "you can't just touch one of these blades like that. It's made of energy. Not only does it cut, it burns. It's also capable of slicing through metal or any other hard surface." Mei smiled at the boy. At that moment the girl and said, "I think that red one suits me best." Mei growled slightly at being denied. Naruto then stopped her and said, "There is a blue one somewhere in the mix of all that." Mei thought for a second and said, "Okay, I'll take that one. It'll go with my outfit at least." Naruto smiled at her happily, seeing as she understood. Naruto then looked at Sho and said, "What are you going to do now? Your job here is done." Sho shrugged his shoulders and said, "I think I'll stay around. Besides, it'll be fun to see what happens when you teach these little ladies how to use these new toys." Naruto rolled his eyes at the man. Chapter 7. Return to Konoha. "Do I have to?" Naruto complained. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but we need to do this," Mei said. "Besides, as long as you are wearing that headband, you have to follow my orders." It had been about a month since Naruto returned to Kirigakure with Shofet. Since then Naruto had trained Mei and Kagome in the use of the lightsabers. Haku herself took the white one. The three progressed at quite a fast pace. Naruto was also made an honorary ninja of Kiri. Unfortunately for him, he still had to start off at the bottom of the ladder at Genin. Back to present day, Naruto was currently upset because he, Haku, and Shojiro had to take the Chunin exams. It wasn't the fact that he had to take the exams that had him upset. The problem was the fact that he had to take them in his old torture chamber, Konoha. Naruto glared at the new Mizukage and sighed, knowing that he had no choice in the matter since she was obviously not going to be moved on the subject. She wanted the three to go with Zabuza as a Jonin sensei to show that, even though they just got out of a civil war, that they weren't weak. "Fine, I'll go," Naruto said, "but if someone tries to kill me while I'm there, I won't hesitate to rip their hearts out." Mei smirked and said, "I love it when you get all bloodthirsty, so sexy." Naruto blushed and quickly got out of the office before she said something that would make him have a nosebleed. Mei smirked to herself. A few days later, Naruto, Haku, Shojiro and Zabuza made their way to Konoha. They could see the gates. Naruto was still very adamant about not going there, but he didn't have a choice. As they reached the gate, two Chunin approached them and said, "Name and reason for being here." Zabuza stepped forward. "We're here for the Chunin exams. If you don't believe us, here are our papers." The Chunin took the papers. The man looked over the papers and nodded upon seeing the stamp on that paper made it authentic. "I thought Kiri was still in the war," one Chunin said. "It looks like the war really is over." The pair let them enter the village. As Naruto walked past them, one of the Chunin recognized him. He took out a walkie-talkie. In the village, Naruto and his new team found themselves the center of attention. Some people were wondering what a bunch of Kiri nin were doing here. Other nin were sizing HTEM up in case they were looking for a fight. As they started searching for a hotel, they were suddenly approached by some Anbu. "I'm sorry to impose on you," one of the Anbu in a pig mask said, "but the Hokage wants to have a word with you." Naruto raised an eyebrow and asked, "You okay with this, sensei?" Zabuza raised an eyebrow and said, "I guess. Just so long as nobody causes any trouble." With that, the Anbu escorted the Kiri team to the Hokage's office. Once they were inside, the three were greeted to the sight of the old man putting up a valiant fight against his age-old nemesis, paperwork. The old man looked up from the papers and said, "Naruto, it's good to see you again. You've grown quite well over the years, haven't you?" Naruto nodded and said, "It's good to see you, old man. Has the council been giving you more gray hairs? The old man rolled his eyes and said, you bet they have. They tried to send Hunter Nin after you when you went missing. After Kakashi came and told us about your powers, they wanted to send them after you again so they could use you as breeding stock to gain the bloodlines that you know possess. Naruto rolled his eyes and said, why is it the council here is annoying and arrogant while the one in Kiri is actually more pleasant to deal with? The old man shrugged and said, probably because they don't take the peace that they have at the moment for granted. Naruto nodded and said, well then it was good seeing you, old man. By the way, did Kakashi give you the message? The old man nodded. The old cage then said, you might want to watch yourselves. The council may try something less than nice to try and get you to stay here. Naruto smirked and said, I'd like to see them try. With that, the Kiri Nin left the office. Hey guys, Naruto said, while we're here, mind if we get some ramen? I know the best place in town. The other three ninja looked at each other before shrugging. After Zabuza nodded, Naruto had to resist the urge to cry out in joy. The boy quickly ran off to the best restaurant in the village. After a few minutes they arrived at a small shack. The team entered the bar and sat down. After a few minutes a young woman exited the kitchen and said, welcome to Ichiruka's, how may I? The woman stopped when she saw the familiar whisker marks. Almost immediately she grabbed the boy and pulled him into a powerful hug that buried Naruto in her chest. Naruto! The woman cried, where have you been? I missed you. Naruto's face was now purple on account of his blush and the fact that he was currently having a little trouble breathing. Ayame-chan, Naruto struggled to say, affection, crushing, windpipe. The woman let go and said, sorry, seriously though, where were you? Naruto answered, I'll tell you over ramen. I'll have 3 bowls of pork. Chojuro said, I'll take a fish flavored if possible. Haku said, I'll have a steak ramen. Zabzua said, I'll have a pork ramen too. The woman went back into the kitchen and came out with the orders. As they ate, Naruto told the ramen chef of what had happened to him so far. She was surprised to hear that he had come so far so quickly. She was also surprised that he was eating his ramen so slowly since he had made of habit, and the reputation of making a huge amount of the food vanished within seconds. After they finished eating they were interrupted when the flap was opened. The 4 present turned to see a group of 6 genin and 2 jonin enter shack. The first genin was male wearing mostly gray clothes and a jacket with a hairdo of black hair in the shape of a pineapple. The second genin was male wearing a white shirt, a green jacket over it with brown hair and swirls on his cheeks. The third one was a girl in purple with platinum blonde hair. The fourth was a boy with long black hair in beige clothing with white eyes. The fifth was a boy with wearing a green jumpsuit with orange leg warmers, a bowl-cut hairdo, huge eyebrows and wide eyes. The sixth was a girl in a pink Chinese shirt with her hair done up in 2 buns. The first jonin was a larger version of the 5th genin while the other had spiky hair and had a cigarette in his mouth. Who are you supposed to be? The boy with white eyes said. Shut up kid, Zabuza said, we're eating at the moment. The white eyes boy narrowed his eyes at the boy and said, answer my question, commoner. The larger version of the green kid scolded the genin and said, Neji, there is no need to be rude. He turned to Naruto and said, forgive my student Neji. My name is Might Guy. You already met Neji. These are my other students Lee and Tenten. The guy with the cigarette said, my name is Asuma, these are my genin Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. Zabuza grinned and said, nice to see some people with manners around here. My name is Zabuza, this is Haku, Naruto and Chojuro. The 3 genin nodded at being recognized. Why are you Kiri Nin doing in Konoha? Neji asked still very rudely. Naruto rolled his eyes and said, I don't care what your problem is, pal, but you might want to lose it before I decide to beat it out of you, white eyes. Neji glared at the boy. Naruto said, I will humor you though. We're here for the Chunin exams, or have you been under a rock for a while? Neji glared at the so-called commander for how he was speaking to him. Zabuza paid for his team's meal and they left. As they did, Naruto felt Neji still glaring at him. Hey white eyes, Naruto said, you might want to lose the attitude and avert those eyes somewhere else before you lose them. The tone he had told them that the boy in front of them was completely serious about that threat. Neji felt himself sweat. A small amount of killing intent the boy was leaking out hit them. Naruto and his team continued on their way. They may be a problem in the future, Neji said. Only because you had to go and make them an enemy, Ten scolded her teammate. As they left, Naruto said, I hope I get to fight White Eyes there. I'll be happy to beat some manners into the punk. The four went back to searching for a hotel when Naruto noticed they were being followed. It was quite obvious since what was following them was a square rock and a pair of eye holes on it. That is by far one of the worst disguises I have ever seen, Haku whispered to Chojuro. Ditto, the blue-haired boy answered. Naruto smirked and said, Man, I got to sit down. Naruto then sat down in the box, crushing it. A voice from the box cried out, Hey, get off. Naruto got off the box and there was a large blast of smoke. There was the sound of coughing before the smoke cleared, revealing three kids. One was a boy with black hair, glasses, with a little bit of mucus running out of his nose. The second was a girl with brown hair and pigtails and a perpetual blush. The third was another boy with spiky brown hair and a scarf, wearing gray helmet that had a pin that had the picture of a frowning face on it. Who are you runts supposed to be? Naruto asked. The boy with the sniffles said, My name is Udon, the smartest kid in the academy. The girl said, I'm Moegi, the cutest girl in the academy. The last boy said, I'm Konohamaru, the next Hokage. The three then got together and said, And we are, the Konohamaru Corps. When they didn't hear anything, they thought it was because the people before them were in awe. When they looked, they saw the Kiri Nin walking away. Hey! Konohamaru yelled. Where are you going? Zabuza answered, Where it is less noisy. Konohamaru glared at the man. The swordsman stopped and asked, Did you just glare at me? Konohamaru started to sweat. A death glare was turned his way. The boy gulped loudly before he and his friends started running for their lives. Watch where you're going, you little brat. The Kiri Nin followed the kid since, even though he was annoying, he didn't deserve to be beaten up. They turned the corner, the kid did, and found that he was being bullied by a duo of Suna Nin. Naruto recognized them as two of the three ninja he fought in the desert when he was going to get the force crystals. Let me go, you cross-dressing freak. Konohamaru yelled, I'm Konohamaru Sarutobi. Kankuro chuckled and said, Like I care. Naruto made himself known and said, You know you shouldn't be messing with kids younger than you. The makeup-wearing boy glared at the hooded boy, whom he didn't recognize at the moment. And why is that? Kankuro asked arrogantly, because if remember correctly, Sarutobi is the name of the current Hokage. I guess they got rid of the normal Anbu guard. At that moment a bunch of Anbu made their presence known around them. Wow, they brought them back, Naruto said as the Anbu appeared. The two Suna Nin started to sweat as they knew they were in some deep crud. Besides, I don't think the redhead in the tree next to the emo with the duck butt hairdo is very happy with you, Naruto pointed out. The pair turned to see the third member of their team, Gaara. Next to him was Sasuke in the tree. The pair jumped down from the branch. Out of nowhere came the pink-haired girl that was on Sasuke's team. Kankuro, Gaara said, Baki-sensei said we weren't supposed to make a scene. Kankuro gulped and said, Sorry Gaara. Gaara simply huffed and said, Come on, we're going to be late for our meeting. As they were about to leave, Gaara asked, Before we go, might I ask who you are? Sasuke grinned and said, Sasuke Uchiha. Gaara glared at the onyx-eyed boy and said, Not you, him. Naruto coursed his arm and said, Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu at your service. I already know your names from Outlast encounters. Sasuke glared at Naruto, now recognizing him. Kankuro and Temari looked nervous since this guy effortlessly beat them into the ground the last time they saw him. I look forward to fight you in the exams, Fukyu, Gaara said with eyes that told them of an upcoming challenge. Gaara wasn't insane now. While he didn't fight to kill, he did enjoy a good challenge, and Naruto was going to be the one to give it to him. Naruto nodded. With that, the Sand team left. The group from Mist stated to leave only to be stopped by Sasuke. What are you doing here? Sasuke growled. Naruto turned to him and asked, Does nobody know about the Chunin exams or something? Sasuke understood immediately after that question. I thought that Kiri was still in a civil war, Sakura said. It ended recently, Zabuza said, making himself known. Sasuke recognized him and was about to say something arrogant and stupid when a quick glare from Naruto shut him up. With no more words exchanged between the two teams, they parted ways. Sasuke sent a subtle glare at the back of the whiskered blonde's head, which Naruto simply ignored. These exams are going to be fun, Naruto thought. The next day, Naruto and his teammates made their way to the tower where the exams were being held. Naruto and his teammates walked up the stairs to the third floor where the exam room was. As they got on the second floor, the three immediately sensed a genjutsu. A bunch of other genin were huddled around a door wanting to get in. Just keep walking, Naruto whispered. The last thing any of us need to do is to draw attention to ourselves. At that moment, Sasuke stepped up and said, "Drop the genjutsu. We won't fall for these stupid tricks." Naruto's sweat dropped and whispered, "Just like that." The boys' teammates' sweat dropped at how dumb and arrogant this guy really was. He had just given them a lot more competition just for the sake of to show off how superior he was. A few minutes later, the genin were all in the exam room waiting for things to come to a head. Naruto looked around and saw another Konoha team. There was a girl with indigo hair and white eyes wearing a thick lavender coat. Another was a boy with a high collar and sunglasses, while there was a pale boy with a tanto on his waist along with a sketchpad and some ink. Naruto also felt some ill intentions from the other side of the room. Naruto turned to see two teams from Kumo. One team consisted of 3 boys while the other one consisted of 2 girls and a boy. Naruto reached out to them with the force. "I can't believe I have to seduce that Hyuga boy," the redhead Kumo girl thought. "Not only does he look like a jerk, he probably is completely arrogant." Naruto switched to the blonde, who thought, "Why is the Raikage so adamant on having the Byakugan? There are other more powerful bloodlines out there. Still, he is my Kage and I must serve him." Naruto disconnected the force from her and thought, "Wow, she is loyal." Naruto reached out to Male, who thought, "I wonder how I can get Karui-san angry this time." Naruto rolled his eyes at that. Naruto then felt the negative emotions of the all-male Kumo team and realized that they were after the Hyuga girl. If they were planning on doing what he thought they were doing, heads were going to roll. The question is, would he, Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu, protector of the innocent and hero of Nami and Kiri, do something about it? You bet your life he would. "I want information on Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu," came an annoying voice. Naruto was ripped from his thoughts as he turned to see Sasuke talking to some silver-haired genin with glasses. "Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu," Oi said, pulling out a card. Just as he was about to read it, Naruto ripped the card from the boy's hands. "Hey," Naruto looked at the card and said, "I wouldn't if I were you, my friend. If you want to learn about me, wait until I show you my skills." Naruto ripped the card in half. Kabuto glared at the man from behind his glasses. "I had plenty of information for my master on those cards," Kabuto mentally ranted. Naruto heard his thoughts and was wondering what he meant by that when there was a huge burst of smoke from the corner. "Listen up, you maggots," a commanding voice yelled. Everyone spun on their heels to see a tall, well-built man dressed in a black trench coat with a bandana on his head. "My name is Ibiki Morino. I'll be the proctor for the exam, so shut up and find your seats." With that, everyone filed in. The Chunin exams had finally begun. Chapter 8. Slaughter in the Forest. Naruto had to resist the urge to yawn as he sat in the classroom. The first part of the Chunin exams so far had been a complete and total bore. So far they had to take a written test with questions that were far beyond normal genin ability to answer, meaning that the people taking the test had to cheat. He had noticed a few of the genin around him had already caught on to this and were already cheating using their own skills. He himself found someone who knew all the answers and used the force to listen to the man. He then relayed the answers to Chojuro and Haku. In the meantime, those who were caught cheating were being sent out of the room with their team. After about an hour, Ibiki, the man in charge, stood up and said, "Okay, maggots. Now we are down to the final question. For those of you who don't think you can stand the pressure can leave now. Those of you who try to take it and get it wrong are forbidden from taking the exam next year. Take your pick now." A few of the genin around them looked nervous and decided it wasn't worth it and they could always try again next year. "All right," Ibiki said, "now I would like to say to those of you remaining, you pass." Everyone stared in shock. The Kiri team didn't look that surprised, however. "What do you mean we passed?" Sakura, whom Naruto recognized by voice, asked clearly in shock. "Simple," Ibiki said, "you pass. This test was mostly to examine how well you did at gathering information and not getting caught. In other words, a test at reconnaissance. It was also to see how well you hold up under extreme pressure. Ibiki took the bandana off his head, revealing multiple scars and stab wounds. Everyone around him looked shocked or disgusted. Some of the weaker genin even turned slightly green. Holding your own in torture is a show of your own strength, Ibiki said. I managed to endure many hours of it before my rescue team finally showed up. Now then, when the next proctor gets here. The man was cut off when a large object crashed through the window. It unfolded, revealing a banner that read, introducing the Hidden Leaf's sexiest and most sadistic kunoichi ever, Anko Midarashi. In front of the banner stood a woman who wore a mesh shirt under a brown trench coat with a miniskirt and shin guards above her sandals. A few of the guys were drooling at the sight of her, while the girls looked upset at how the woman was dressed. Naruto actually clapped and said, "Great entrance. Though I would have done it differently." Anko raised an eyebrow at the genin and said, "Oh really? How so?" Naruto thought for a second and said, "First I would have sent in the banner. Then I would have used a flash bomb and a few lights to get everyone's attention. While their attention was on the banner, I would have snuck up behind someone and freaked them out, gaining everyone's attention and testing how they react to unexpected elements." Anko tapped her chin and thought for a second before saying, "Good idea. I'm going to have to give that a shot next year." Ibiki's sweat dropped before saying, "Anko, you're early again." Anko shrugged and said, "Hey, at least I'm not 2 hours late to everything like some silver-haired jerk I know." On the other side of Konoha, Kakashi sneezed. As Anko looked around the room, she noticed something. "Ibiki, you're starting to lose your touch," Anko said. "There are so many of them left." Ibiki groaned and said, "Just get on with this so I can go home." Anko sighed and said, "Okay you little runts, let's move on to the second exam. Oh, and for those of you worried about a lot of competition, don't worry. This whole group should be cut in half by the time I'm done with you." A few people looked unsettled at that comment. Since they didn't want to be left behind, however, they all got up and followed the woman. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at what looked like a training ground that looked like a huge jungle. The whole place was surrounded by fence with barbed wire and signs that told you not to enter. People were even more freaked out when a large centipede that was big enough to hold a human's head in its mandibles. "Welcome to Training Ground 44, you maggots," Anko said with a smirk plastered on her face, or as we like to call it, the Forest of Death. Naruto cracked his knuckles and said, "Sounds like some cheap horror movie title." Anko scowled slightly before she vanished from sight. She then reappeared behind Naruto with kunai in her hand. She was about to cut his cheek and drink some of his blood when she felt a kunai being pressed against her abdomen. She felt a pair of kunai, one from Haku and one of Chojuro, being pressed against the back of her neck. "I wouldn't do that in front of my teammates, Snake-chan," Naruto said with a smirk. "Now I suggest you let me go before someone gets hurt." Anko normally wouldn't back down from such a challenge, but she decided to. Now then, on to the second part of the exam, the special Jonin said. "Your goal is to gain a scroll from an opposing team. A heaven scroll for an earth scroll and vice versa. While inside the forest, you will have 5 days to acquire the scroll from an opposing team while dodging whatever lives in there. Once you acquire a scroll, head to the tower in the middle of the forest. Understood?" After gaining nods from the surrounding genin, she smiled slightly. "Now you can go get a scroll for your team from the shack over there," Anko said. "Once all the scrolls are given out, the exam will begin. Under no circumstances are the scrolls to be opened. Now get your scrolls and get ready. I want to get this over with. I got a big plate of dango waiting for me at home." Everyone couldn't help but sweat drop at that. All the teams then proceeded to get their scrolls. Naruto and his team got a heaven scroll. Upon gaining the scrolls that they needed, they headed toward a specific gate that they were assigned. After a few minutes of waiting, Anko's voice sounded through an intercom. "Okay maggots," she said, "the second part of the exam will begin soon. Before it starts, I have one more word of advice: just don't die." With that, the gates flew open and the competitors launched themselves into the forest to search for their quarries. The two Kumo teams converged a few minutes after they entered the forest. The leader of the Allguy team said, "Okay. We find the Hyuga girl team and take her. After that we get to the next part of the exam. Understood?" Everyone nodded. Secretly, team with the two girls were slightly disgusted. The blonde and redhead on the team were disgusted at what they planned on doing to the girl, while the guy was just angry that they thought about taking such joy in doing this. Meanwhile, Naruto used the force to focus throughout the forest. Haku Chojuro, Naruto said, I went through the minds of a pair of Kumo teams. Both of them are intent on finding a Hyuga that are participating in the exams. One team with 2 girls are said to seduce one male, while an all-guy team is assigned to kidnap another female Hyuga and, most likely, use her as breeding stock. Haku snarled to herself. She had heard about such atrocities. In fact, she had been threatened a few times by the hunter Nin when she woozed as such. She was not going to allow that to happen to somebody. Chojuro himself was angry because he had always found an issue with the whole bloodline genocide, and now some nuts were going to use someone like that. It was just plain sick. Let's find these guys and take them out fast, Naruto said as he reached out with the force. His eyes widened under his hood and said, it looks like we might be too late. Meanwhile, Hinata, Shino and Sai were not having a good day so far. Well, it started out good, but now it stunk. It started off well since they managed to pass the first test. It got better when they managed to trap another team with a bunch of leeches. After that, things quickly went down the toilet. On their way to the tower, they had been intercepted by a group of all-male Kumo ninja. After Shino inquired their intentions, the leader, rather arrogantly and almost perversely, said that they were going to take the Hyuga back to Kumo to reproduce their powerful eyes. He also mentioned something about someone keeping the girl as a pet. Needless to say, Shino and Sai weren't going to let that happen. Sai may not have been well educated in emotions, but if there was one thing he was familiar with, it was loyalty. The 3 immediately confronted their enemies. Though valiant, their efforts were in vain. Sai's ink merely proved to be a better conductor for lightning chakra due to the components in it. Sai was pretty much electrocuted and then tied up with ninja wire. Shino found himself against the human equivalent of a human bug zapper. He quickly had to withdraw his hive when his opponent activated a Raiden technique. Unfortunately, that only left him open in taijutsu, which was not his best field. He was basically beaten to a pulp and tied up himself. Surprising, out of all of them, Hinata was doing the best. She was against the leader of the 3 and was faring well. So far she had managed to block off some of his chakra points, but he had also managed to land a few blows himself. You're better than I thought, little girl, the leader said. It's going to make it all the more fun when I break you. The man then went through a few hand signs and said, lightning release, thunderball. The Kumo genin unleashed a ball of electricity from his hands. Hinata took a stance before spinning around. Rotation. A dome of chakra wrapped around her and blocked the ball of electricity. The lighting was then reflected backwards at the user and knocked the man off his feet. Hinata stopped spinning and looked out at the smoke. Once the smoke cleared, it showed a destroyed log. Hinata didn't have time to react as she was suddenly struck from behind. The Kumo genin grabbed her from behind and then slammed her down on the ground hard before he slammed his hand onto her body and sent a sudden volt of electricity through the young girl's body. Hinata tried to move, but she couldn't. You like it? The Kumo genin asked. It's a special technique that sends a volt of electricity through the target's body, paralyzing them. He leaned down and touched her face. Now the Raikage said he wanted a female Hyuga for breeding. He didn't say anything about wanting her unspoiled. He tore Hinata's coat to pieces, revealing a black long-sleeve shirt underneath and that she was much more developed than people her age. Ooh, he villain said. Look what we got her, boys. This is going to make it fun. He reached out before he stopped and said, wait, if she fights it won't be as much fun. Hey guys, let's kill her teammates. I want to see if that'll break her beforehand. It will make things much easier. Hinata's eyes widened. She tried to move, but she couldn't. The 2 Kumo genin smirked before taking out their kunai and walking over to the tied-up Sai and Shino. Well, Sai said, at least we went down fighting. Shino nodded and said, at least we didn't die humiliatingly. The 2 Kumo ninja were about to plunge their knives into the 2 Konoha nin's head when a pair of senbon flew out of nowhere and caught them in the shoulders. The 2 cried out in pain. They spun around to see Naruto, Haku, and Chojuro standing on a nearby branch of a tree. Disgusting, Naruto said. You would do this to a woman just for your own pleasure. I know orders are orders, but this is ridiculous. The leader of the 3 scoffed and said, can it Yukiri freak show? This is Kumogakure business. If you don't like it, screw you. Naruto cracked his knuckles and said, "It may not be my business, Squirt, but I will not allow such a heinous act to happen. Not while I'm breathing." The second of the Kumo nin smirked and said, "I guess we'll just have to fix that. Then maybe we can have a little fun with that. Girlfriend of yours." Haku snarled. The genin who spoke immediately felt his voice catch in his throat. "Hey Ichigo," the leader said, "you okay?" The now identified Ichigo reached for his throat and found a senbon stuck in his throat. The needle was soon joined by others. 3 more in his throat and 1 right in his heart. The boy then collapsed to the side with a light thud. "Ichigo." The second on ailed, "Oh, you've done it now." The man was about to rush forward when Chojuro jumped down. The blue-haired boy slammed his fist into his stomach, making him double over. At that moment the man ripped his sword off his back before slamming it into his chest, cracking the ribs and actually crushing the heart. Both Chojuro and Haku looked sickened. They managed to swallow the bile rising in their throats and fought down the urge to vomit. The leader of the 3 now stood against the annoyed-looking Naruto. "I don't care who you think you are," the genin roared. "I'll tear you apart. Lightning release. Thunderball volley." The genin unleashed a flurry of lightning balls. To high S, and everyone who didn't know of Naruto's powers, shocked the balls were deflected as he walked forward. The Kumo genin fell to one knee as the jutsu had used up quite a bit of his chakra. Naruto now stood less than 1 foot away from the genin. In utter desperation the man unsealed a spear he had in a scroll and shot it forward. To his joy the spear pierced his chest and exited his back. Sai, Shino, and Hinata looked shocked at how easily the Ma had been dispatched, and a look of shock spread on their faces. Haku and Chojuro just stood where they were. They both knew Naruto wouldn't die so easily. They decided to let the good part come. The Kumo genin was laughing hysterically before he said, "I should have known you were all show. Now that you're out of the way." The man was cut off by a dark chuckling. He looked up in horror to see Naruto with his head hung chuckling. The chuckle then turned into full-blown laughter. The smell of urine and defecation made everyone gag. Naruto then stepped forward, sending the spear deeper and deeper into his chest until he was standing right in front of him. The hooded blonde then reached out and grabbed the boy's throat before there was a loud crack. The genin then fell to the ground dead. Naruto pulled the spear out of his chest and let it fall to the ground. To the Konoha nin, what looked like black and red chakra vines covered the wound and healed it. What a bloodline, Sai thought. Danzo-sama will be very interested to hear about this. Shino thought, interesting healing abilities. I'll have to watch out for him in the future. Hinata's mind was blown pretty much. Naruto examined the body of the genin he killed and found an earth scroll. "What scroll do you need?" Naruto asked the still-bound Konoha nin. "We have both scrolls needed," Sai said. "Good," Naruto said, "we're going with you to the tower." Hinata finally started to get feeling back and rose up before asking, "Why?" Chojuro answered, "What better way to improve relations between village than to help out another team? Besides, there is another Kumo team out there and I prefer not to run into that one. They weren't as arrogant and won't be as easy to defeat." Hinata looked nervous and nodded in understanding. With that the team went toward the tower. All the while Team 8 looked at the 3 and never expected a foreign team to try and help them before. Oh well, they were almost killed and used by a bunch of crazies, so they weren't complaining about the help. Chapter 9. Prelim Smackdown. Since they had gained the scroll they needed quickly, Team Naruto and Team 8 had arrived at the tower without much difficulty. There was the occasional giant centipede, but other than that they were good. Upon arriving, Naruto told one of the Jonin about what happened. Sai and Shino were taken to an infirmary to be looked, while Hinata was taken to a mental doctor to see if there had been any traumatizing effects. A few minutes after reaching the place, Naruto could have sworn he felt a very large amount of rage fixated from somewhere else in the village. Naruto guessed that the old Hokage heard about what happened. Over the course of the next few days more teams arrived. So far all the Konoha teams had made it, sadly including Team 7, the other Kumo team, a team of Kusanin, and the Suna team. At the moment everyone stood in the main gathering room. All the teams stood ready and watching. Naruto was a little jumpy, however. Ever since the last Konoha team had arrived, Naruto had been sensing a dark aura coming from the Uchiha. He couldn't quite place it, but his chakra seemed even more foul than before. When the old Cage finished his speech, it was explained that there would be some preliminary rounds to decide what few would be going on to the finals. When he asked if anyone wanted to drop out, Kabuto did. A large screen popped out of the far wall. The screen randomly went through names before it landed on Sasuke and one of the genin on Kabuto's squad. The fight was relatively boring in Naruto's opinion. Sasuke foolishly thought he would win easily and charged in blindly. That cost him dearly when he found out the hard way that his opponent was able to drain chakra through physical contact. When Sasuke finally counteracted, Naruto saw why he sensed so much darkness. Black AMKRDS started to spread over his body, but Sasuke willed it back down. He then beat the purple-dressed genin with a powerful-looking taijutsu move. He noticed that the team that he met earlier looked a little upset, but he put it away for later. The next match was between Shikamaru Nara and Kin, respectively, from Leaf and Sound. The lazy genin from Konoha was off to rocky start since the girl started throwing senbon with bells and some without bells. Shikamaru learned that the Sound village lived up to its name. The bells on the senbon were being manipulated by ninja wire held by Kin. Each time the bells rang, the noise caused a reaction in Shikamaru that made him dizzy and messed with his vision, making him see multiple Kin. Shikamaru then gained the upper hand when he used a jutsu called Shadow Possession to take control Kin by using the very miniature shadow caused by the ninja wire. Shikamaru then ducked backwards, making the Sound Kunoichi slam the back of her head against the wall, effectively knocking her out. The next match was between Kankuro from Sand and Kabuto's second teammate. The fight was pretty short. Kabuto's teammate revealed that he could dislocate his joints, making himself much more flexible. He wrapped his arms around Kankuro and threatened to break his neck should he not surrender. When Kankuro didn't, he followed through with his threat. Then the lifeless body of Kankuro sprang to life and wrapped multiple wooden arms around the purple-clad genin. The bandaged pack on Kankuro's back unraveled, revealing the real Kankuro and that the one that Kabuto's teammate fought was just a puppet. The puppet then broke the man's neck. The next match was between the pale-skinned Kumo girl, now identified as Samui, and one of the Kusa genin. The boy she was fighting made a remark about her and said something about getting a free ride later. This apparently made the girl angry. Her face was impassive, but Naruto could feel her anger. While the fight progressed, Naruto walked over to the Kumo team and said, "You guys have a lot of nerve." The Kumo looked at the boy and their sensei, a large muscular man with sunglasses and swords on his back, asked, "What you talking about, boy?" Naruto answered, "You nearly caused a war by kidnapping an heiress years ago, and then you try the same thing yet again with the same heiress. Does your Cage have a learning disability or something? Because I highly doubt any reasonable Cage would make the same mistake twice." The large man looked confused before asking, "Boy, what are you talking about?" "My brother thinks you gain power yourself, no doubt. I'm not very good at rapping. Roll with me on this." Naruto raised an eyebrow and asked, "Really?" "Because me and my team had to kill a group of Kumo nin that were trying to kidnap the white-eyed girl over there." The man looked a little more confused and looked at his students before saying, "Did you three know about this? If you did, I'm gonna be pissed." The boy with the sucker said, "We got a message from a Jonin. He gave us the mission and told us that you already knew Kurabi-sensei." The now identified Kurabi said, "Let me see that for a minute." The remaining girl on the team handed the large man the flyer for the mission. Kurabi read it over. It looked legit until he noticed the seal that made it authentic. "Kids," Kurabi said, "you were duped. The approval seal is all wrong. Big Bro only used the bull stamp in the fall while he uses a lighting stamp in the summer." Both genin looked shocked when they heard that. Everyone was ripped out of the conversation when they felt a wave of killing intent. They looked to find the Kusa genin with his hands in very dangerous positions, both of which were currently groping the girl. A rare look of rage came over the blonde Kumo Kunoichi's face and she slammed a powerful punch into the boy's face, knocking him away. She then went through hand signs and yelled, "Lightning release. Lighting shot." A large bolt of lighting shot out and struck the genin, burning a hole in his chest. Kiba on Team 7 nearly wretched when the smell of blood and burning flesh reached his nose. Samui was claimed the winner and she returned to the banister. Naruto left the team to their own devices. Naruto could feel her shock when they found out that they had been tricked when he went to watch the next match. The next match was Omoi, the boy on the Kumo team with the sucker, fighting Kiba. The dog user and his partner tried to flank the boy, but that didn't work out as Omoi simply punched the dog user and his partner away before brandishing the tanto he had on his back. Akamaru was down for the count soon after with a large gash on his back. It wasn't back enough to kill or cripple the dog, but it was enough to hurt him. Kiba tried to avenge his fallen partner, but was then the victim of a Raiden jutsu that messed up his nervous system, making it hard for him to move. He was then the victim of a brutal beatdown. The next match was between the Reed head on the Kumo team, identified at Karui, against the second Kusa genin. This one wasn't as arrogant as the first one, nor was he as perverted. The fight was actually pretty decent in Naruto's eyes. The fight started with a mix of kenjutsu and taijutsu. Sparks fuel with each clash of steel, and the impacts could be heard with each kick and punch that made contact. After a few minutes both of them were breathing hard while sporting gashes and few bruises. The Kusa genin put up his sword before unleashing a Doden jutsu that formed a large spike of earth. With amazing agility, Karui not only dodged the move, but counterattacked with a powerful slash that made the genin black out from pain. All in all, everyone learned that the team from Kumo was tough. They had all proved to be competent in kenjutsu and taijutsu as well as Raiden jutsu. It also showed that they were smart, since they didn't show all of their strengths at once, saving their bigger, more impressive moves for the final confrontation in the end. The next match was a fight between Ten and Tamari. The guys were happy to see a ninja catfight happen. Ten revealed herself to as she unleashed projectile after projectile. To her horror, Tamari was a wind maiden and was able to deflect them all with her fan. Ten then decided that it was time to unleash the big guns. She took out 2 medium-sized scrolls and unleashed a technique she called Twin Rising Dragons. The unsealed a huge amount of weapons that she was able to control via ninja wire tied to the ends. She tried to cut Tamari with all of them, but the blonde Suna Kunoichi simply opened her fan all the way and deflected them all with a single gust of wind that also cut the ninja wire. Tamari then unleashed a technique called Fuuten, Wind Scythe. The wind jutsu formed a tornado around Ten made of razor-sharp wind that lifted her up into the air and cut her up. She was cut her up even more when the weapons around the arena were picked up. As the bun-haired girl fell, Tamari held out her fan and let the girl crash down on it. Or at least it would have if Lee had appeared on top of her fan and caught his teammate. Lee then gave her a hate-filled glare that none of his team had seen before. The oddly dressed boy then took his teammate to the medical wing. The next match was between Sai from Team 8 and Neji from Team Guy. As soon as the pair had entered the match, Neji was declared the victor by fate. This made Guy roll his eyes and sake his head at his student's attitude. Neji immediately activated his Byakugan and tried to end the fight. To his surprise, Sai dodged the attack and another. This continued until Sai suddenly threw out an uppercut that Neji didn't see coming and was knocked back a few steps. After shaking off the shock, Neji charged again, intent of making Sai pay for his ignorance. Guy turned to Kurenai and said, "You trained your student well, Kurenai-san. No one has been able to last this long against Neji before." Kurenai smiled at the praise and said, "Thank you. You should see what he does when he actually starts trying." Guy looked shocked at the woman before turning his eyes back to the match. Sai was now smacking Neji's attacks again. This time Neji anticipated the uppercut, but he was prepared for a sudden kick to the solar plexus. Sai then took out a sketchpad and a picture formed almost instantly. Then the picture of birds on it suddenly flew off the pages and flew at Neji. The shocked boy responded by suddenly spinning around, forming a dome of chakra around him. Rotation. The birds were all deflected off the dome and splattered into ink. "No way!" Guy yelled. "He shouldn't know that." Kurenai looked at the man and asked, "What are you talking about?" Guy answered, "That move is only supposed to be used by the main branch of the family. The fact that he knows it is a testament of Neji's strength. It looks like your genin might lose after all, Kurenai." Kurenai said, "No match is etched in stone, Guy. We'll just have to wait and see." As soon as Neji stopped spinning, Sai formed a quick hand sign. The ink on the ground formed snakes before they converged on Neji and tied him up in a vial-like grip. Sai then appeared behind him and placed his tanto at Neji's throat. "Surrender now," the emotionless boy said, "or I'll spill your blood all over the floor, Bug Eyes." Neji, despite his pride, decided to surrender. While he walked back up to the banister, he was wondering how he lost. Fate was supposed to declare him the winner, yet he had been beaten by this strange commoner. Could fate not be as powerful as he thought it was? The next match was between Haku and Choji from Team 10. The match was relatively quick. When Choji used his enlargement jutsu, he made himself a bigger target. Haku unleashed a flurry of ordinary Senbon that were coated with a special serum that caused paralysis. When Choji found out he couldn't move, it was too late. Haku then charged forward and started beating furiously on Choji's unprotected head. Pretty soon the boy was unconscious and fell to the ground in a heap. He was then rolled off to the side of the medical bay because he couldn't fit in the banister due to his enhanced size. Lee then arrived back from the medical bay from visiting 1010 and asked, "What did I miss?" The boy was shocked when he heard that Neji was beaten. He was however happy since it proved that even the strongest of warriors could fall. He was a tad bit upset however since it wasn't him that proved it. However, he did make a mental note to challenge Sai for a battle sometime. The next match was Chujiro vs. Sakura. As soon as the pair got into the ring, Sakura started spewing insults saying that she was going to win and prove herself to her Sasuke-kun. In the banister, Sasuke grew steadily more annoyed as the Pinkett continued her tirade. Despite his normally gentle nature, Chojuro grew very annoyed. When the pink-haired fangirl finally finished, he ran forward, drew the sword off his back, still wrapped up, and slammed it down on Sakura's head with a resounding clang. Everyone winced at the sound and cringed at the cracking noise that came from Sakura's head. Sakura fell to the ground immediately with a concussion and some scrambled brains. The medics immediately took the girl to the medical bay to see if she could be treated. Zabuza, Naruto and Haku were surprised that the normally bashful Chojuro just smashed his opponent's skull in. "Looks like you're actually starting to rub off on the kid," Zabuza said to Naruto. "He's really starting to come out of his shell." The next match was Gaara versus the final Kusa Genin. The match started with the Kusa Genin immediately firing off an Doden Jutsu that was blocked by Gaara's sand. The boy tried Doden after Doden, but nothing was getting through. No matter what he tried, he always was blocked. When the boy tried getting in closer, he tried to pummel Gaara himself, but was caught up in the sand. Gaara then used the control over the sand to pull the Kusa Genin's arms out of their sockets and slice his Achilles tendons, the tendons located at the back of the legs between the heel and the bottom part of the tibia. Up in the stands, Kankuro, Tamari, and their sensei Baki looked at each other. No matter how many times they saw the changed Gaara, it would always surprise them when didn't kill his opponents. The next match was Hinata of Team 8 versus Ino of Team 10. Ino immediately tried to get Hinata to forfeit the match by shooting insults and trying to whittle down what confidence she had. At least she did, until Hinata surprised her by actually staying confident. While training with Sai and Shino, Hinata's confidence rose up gradually. Now it took a lot more than a few cruel words to get her down. Ino would try to use her mind transfer jutsu on Hinata to make her submit. Thanks to her Byakugan, however, Hinata was able to see a chakra outline of what looked like Ino. She dodged the attack and ran at Ino's downed body. After a few Juken strikes, Ino wasn't able to use chakra anymore, and when she returned to her body, she found herself with Hinata's sandal on her neck. Begrudgingly, Ino surrendered. As she made her way up, she sent a quick glance at Gaara and actually gained a slight blush. The next match was Shin from Konoha versus Zaku from Sound. Zaku showed up with his arms in a pair of slings. Naruto didn't know why, but he felt residual dark energy off the boy that felt like the darkness Sasuke had earlier. Zaku revealed that he was able to use one arm. He then revealed that he had a cannon in his hand that could be used to fire large blasts of air. He got close to Shino and fired a blast that seemingly beat the Aburame air. He was proved wrong when the Shino he destroyed dissolved into a pile of bugs. The real Shino stood a little bit away. It was then that bugs started swarming around his hands. Zaku then noticed there was a huge swarm of insects behind him that was capable of sucking the chakra out of someone. The Sound Ninja then revealed that he could use his other arm and aimed at both Shino and the swarm. The Sound Genin tried to fire, however, he found that his cannons were plugged up by the insects and his arms promptly exploded. Zaku was carried off be dead in a few hours. The proctor for the finals, Hayate, noticed that there were only 3 contestants left and said, "Would the remaining contestants Rock Lee, Dosu, and Naruto Fukyu come down to the ring?" The three came down and looked at the proctor. The sick-looking Jonin said, "Due to the odd number of remaining contestants, the next match will be a three-way match between the three of you. Are there any objections to this decision?" No one objected. "Good," Hayate said. "Now the final preliminary match between Naruto Fukyu, Dosu, and Rock Lee will begin." Lee immediately started off the fight by launching himself at Naruto. The Kiri-nin dodged the attack to the left and to the right. Finally he caught Lee's leg and then threw him over his shoulder. Just as Lee was righting himself, Dosu charged at Naruto with the strange device on his arm exposed. Naruto blocked the arm and immediately felt a dizzying effect. Naruto stumbled back and said, "So you use sound just like your teammates?" Dosu nodded and said, "Yes. This device amplifies impact vibrations, turning it into a sound wave that can be manipulated by my chakra and affects whomever I'm fighting." Naruto smirked and said, "You know, you really shouldn't reveal the mechanics of a weapon to your enemy." Naruto then charged at Dosu. Dosu rose his arm to block, but was shocked when Naruto jumped over him. As soon as Naruto landed, he threw out a punch to Dosu's back, making a loud cracking noise before he grabbed Dosu by the back of the neck and slammed his face down on the concrete, effectively knocking the sound genin out. Leaf Hurricane. Naruto brought up both arms and hardened them with biomass to withstand the sudden kick from Lee. Naruto pushed against the attack before throwing the green-clad genin away. Lee caught himself just in time to avoid another punch thrown by Naruto. Guy turned to Zabuza and said, "You trained your student well." Zabuza replied, "You trained yours pretty good yourself. I have to say I'm impressed. I didn't think anyone could learn taijutsu to such a high extent." Guy nodded and said, "Lee is intent on becoming a taijutsu master like myself." Zabuza grinned under his mask and said, "Let's see if he has the will and the guts to follow through with that dream." Back in the fight, Naruto and Lee were matching each other blow for blow. The pair were now in a grappling contest. "You have proved to have great flames of youth," Lee said, "but I'm afraid that I cannot lose here." Naruto grunted and said, "The feeling is mutual." The two then broke away from one another. As they did, Guy yelled, "Lee, it's time to show this Kiri ninja the full power of the springtime of youth." Naruto didn't like the sound of that. He ran at Lee, intent on knocking him out, but Lee dodged and jumped up on the statue in the middle of the room. He then pulled up his leg warmers, revealing weights underneath. When he dropped them, they formed huge craters in the ground. "Oh crud," Naruto thought. Lee vanished in a blur of speed and smashed Naruto in the face with a powerful kick. Lee then smashed Naruto again as he recovered from the first attack. A few impacts later, Naruto had fallen to one knee and was grasping his arm. Lee then appeared in front of Naruto and unleashed a wild haymaker. Naruto was sent flying and smashed into the wall, picking up a lot of debris and forming a large dust cloud. Hayate looked at the hole and said, "Winner by knockout, Rock Lee." Hayate was cut off by the sound of cracking stone. Everyone looked in shock to see the stone moving. The wall was then blown away, revealing some creature on the other side. Haku, Shojiro, and Zabuza recognized it as Naruto's armored form. This was different, however. The armor looked like it normally did, but the armor was sleeker and less rigid. The arms had what looked like large calluses on the knuckles, as well as clawed nails similar to his claw form, only there were 5 of them and they were the size of a normal hand. Spike jutted out of his back and his legs looked more like black armored boots with spikes on the tops of the feet. The face was completely blank, no mouth, no eyes, no nothing. The chest looked like it mimicked a body resembling the pectorals in a six-pack. It was clear that Naruto was just as surprised at the change as well. He glanced at his new body in surprise. He felt protected like his normal armor form did, but this felt lighter. "Incredible!" Guy yelled. "The flames of youth are so strong in him, they allow him to transform." Everyone looked at him strangely. Naruto looked at Lee before he held up his hands in a boxing-style manner and bounced around on the balls of his feet. Lee charged and slammed his fist into Naruto's armored chest. Since Lee didn't know that Naruto's new body was armored, he found himself clutching his arm as pain rocketed through the limb. Naruto then unleashed a vicious combo of punches that knocked out a few of Lee's teeth before knocking him straight out with a haymaker. Black and red tendrils covered Naruto's body and he reverted back to normal. Hayate finally came out of his shocked stupor and said, "Winner by knockout, Naruto Fukyu." As Lee was taken to the medical bay, the winners went down to the arena and got placements for the final match. Match 1. Naruto vs Omoi. Match 2. Karui vs Haku. Match 3. Samui vs Hinata. Match 4. Shino vs Sai. Match 5. Gaara vs Sasuke. Match 6. Shikamaru vs Tamari. Match 7. Kankuro vs Chojuro. The Hokage said, "You all have your opponents. You have 1 month to prepare, now go." As everyone left, Haku questioned Naruto. "What was that earlier, Naruto?" she asked. "I don't know," Naruto said. "I guess my body adapted to the situation. Since Lee was pounding me like that, I adapted to face an opponent that fast. I'll have to practice with it later." Meanwhile, a pair of yellow eyes watched them. I think I may have just found a better vessel than Sasuke. Chapter 10. Missed Teams Training. It had been 3 days since the preliminaries. Since then, Naruto had been going through his various forms and received a shock. All of his different forms had evolved. Instead of the normal sickening black flesh, the muscles were all distorted and made of black and red, almost vein-like parts. His claws now had large hook-like parts coming off the arms, and his whip fist form, instead of just being long and almost like a cable, had the same hooks all around them. His hammer fists were much larger and almost looked like they were made of bone. All in all, they seemed larger, stronger, and much more deadly than they did before. While training, Naruto also realized another power he had. While he was practicing his dodging skills, one water bullet from Zabuza he found he couldn't get away from. When Naruto made a futile blocking motion, the biomass in his arms formed large jagged spiked shields that were actually able to deflect the attack, which then proceeded to nearly take of Zabuza's head. While Zabuza was happy Naruto had gained a new defensive power, Naruto then had to perform 150 push-ups. While Naruto slept that night, the Force gave him another vision in the form of a nightmare. He saw him and his 2 teammates approaching the Forest of Death at some time near dawn. The image changed to a temple. The vision showed 3 scrolls placed on a pedestal before everything went black. Naruto gasped as he shot out of bed. "Naruto?" The sleepy voice of Haku said. "What is it?" Naruto took a calming breath and said, "I had another vision. Wake up, Chojuro, we have some business to attend to." After waking Chojuro up via ice needles in the butt, the group set off to where Naruto had seen. They actually had an easy time sneaking past the 2 guards, seeing as they were pretty much asleep when they got there. As soon as Naruto and his team got into the forest, Naruto used the Force to find out where they were supposed to go. The other 2 members of Naruto's team were surprised when their blonde teammate actually led them to a very large tree. "It's a tree, Naruto," Hakura said. "Are you sure that we don't need to call the nice men with WHS?" Naruto scowled and walked up to the tree. The blonde Force user gently ran his hand over the bark. As the blonde walked along the side of the tree, he found a certain part that fell off. The boy formed his hammer fists before he slammed the large crushing appendages against the wood, cracking it. Then he formed his blade arm and stabbed into the wood before dragging it down. Then he formed his muscle mass arms, which were now slightly larger and had a black and red armored look. The blonde then shoved his fingers through the large gash before he pulled the parts in half, forming a hole large enough for someone to fit through. "Here goes nothing," the blonde said as he suddenly jumped into the hole. "Naruto!" Haku and Chojuro yelled. There was the sound of a thud on the other end. "Naruto?" Haku asked nervously. "Are you okay?" "Silence. Check it out," came the excited voice from the hole in the tree. Haku and Chojuro looked at one another before shrugging and running for the hole in the tree and jumping in. The toe let out a mix of excited and scared cries. Finally they landed on their feet and shook off the dizziness that came with all the falling they just did. When they finally shook off the dizziness, the sight before them almost defied explanation. There was a large pyramid temple fusion with large steps in the front. There were multiple grounds around the place that most likely used as training grounds or a courtyard, all of which was able to be seen due to multiple luminescent crystals that shined in the cave walls. "Naruto," Haku said. "What is this?" The young Fukyu answered. "I have no idea. But I think we'll find what we're looking for inside of the temple." The blonde Kiri ninja made their way into the temple. Despite being ninja, the multiple stairs they had to climb was exhausting. When they got to the top of the temple, they found what resembled 3 scrolls. One was black, one was blue, and the other was white. Naruto grabbed the black one while Chojuro took the blue one and Haku took the white one. Suddenly there was a loud rumbling. A large slab rose up and blocked the entrance. Suddenly the ground rumbled and broke away, causing the three genin to fall into darkness below. A few minutes later, Naruto groaned as he rose up from the ground. He rubbed his sore arm before he grabbed the shoulder and shoved it upwards and made a loud cracking noise, meaning he just shoved his arm back into the socket. Naruto rose up and looked around. He found himself in what looked like a large chamber with a large pedestal in the middle. Suddenly the scroll on the ground next to Naruto flashed red and opened up, revealing multiple names on it with the names crossed out in red. There was a large puff of smoke and a large raven appeared with the kanji for death in purple on its back and large red eyes. "Who has found the scroll of the Raven clan?" the large bird asked, its voice dark and raspy. "That would be me," Naruto said, "Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu." The large raven looked down at Naruto with a calculating gaze in its round red eyes. "What is going on here?" Naruto asked, "and what are a bunch of scrolls doing in the middle of a temple anyway?" The raven looked down at Naruto and said, "Well, my boy, my clan was a much sought after summon since we ravens are linked to the death goddess herself. Unfortunately, all the men who sought after us were unworthy, wanting only to gain power and glory. Bah! Eventually we decided to hide away our scroll and wait for the one worthy of fighting alongside us. Eventually we were joined by two more clans." Naruto looked up at the large bird and shakily asked, "Am I worthy to fight alongside you?" The large bird leaned down next to Naruto and looked into the boy's eyes with his large red orbs glowing brightly. He saw Naruto's life and was infuriated at the way the villagers taught him. He saw all the people had fought and all the things he had been through. Though when he saw Naruto using his bloodlines or demon jutsu, he was slightly disappointed. "You are powerful, child," Kuro said, "but you don't have any real strength." Naruto looked upset at that remark and yelled, "What is that supposed to mean? I've beaten plenty of enemies." The bird turned a heated glare at the young boy, which made Naruto break out into a sweat. The large bird got down close to Naruto and growled, "Yes, but you used your bloodlines to defeat those opponents. You also used jutsu that were taught to you by a demon. You have not used the strength your family has, only the ones given to you." Naruto was pale when heard that. He was about to respond when he realized he was right. The only reason he won any of those fights in the past was because he had always relied on the jutsu and power he was given. Hell, he hadn't even tried to learn the Uzumaki or Namikaze jutsu yet because he had been relying too much on his bloodlines. Naruto then fell to one knee in a bower gesture and said, "Forgive me for being so rash, Kuro Dono. I guess I never realized how much I relied on my bloodlines. I ask of you, teach me how to find my true strength." The large raven was in shock. 1 minute ago the boy had been a pompous runt. The next he was humble and asking for forgiveness. "How long do you have until this tournament?" the large bird asked out of the blue. Naruto answered, "A month." The large bird looked down at Naruto and said, "Well then, I shall devise a little test for you, boy. I will seal off your bloodlines that allow your mental powers and the shape-shifting. I will send some of my underlings to fetch the techniques that came from the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans so you may begin learning them. Should you actually make it to the finals of this tournament, I will allow you to summon our kind. Deal?" Naruto nodded and said, "Deal." Meanwhile with Haku groaned as he rose up from the cold ground. The woman cried out in surprise when her hand actually slipped. The woman hit the ground and rose up again much more slowly this time so she wouldn't end up losing her balance. She looked around to find herself in a large chamber filled with ice. The room was completely covered in it. There were multiple stalactites hanging from the ceiling and even more stalagmites. When Haku got closer to one of the stalagmites, however, she found reeling back in shock as she saw what looked like bones in the middle of it. As the woman fell back, she cut her hand on a rather jagged piece of ice. As Haku clutched her wound, a drop of blood fell onto the scroll. The scroll started to glow light blue for a second, much to the ice user's shock. A sudden blast of smoke caught her off guard. She was even more shocked when a loud howl reached her ears. When the smoke cleared, it revealed an elegant white wolf with deep ice blue eyes. The wolf wore dark blue armor on its shoulder and on all 4 legs, as well as some on its belly and back, with ice spikes coming out of the back of its shoulders. It also had a long scar going over its right eyes. The wolf leaned down and sniffed the blood puddle on the ground before sniffing Haku herself. "Who are you, girl?" the large wolf asked in a gruff yet very cold voice. Haku answered, "Haku Momochi," the wolf said, before that. Haku gulped and said, "Haku Kori." The wolf let out a low chuckle and said, "So the clan still lives. I thought it was wiped out during the bloodline genocide." Haku blinked a few times before saying, "I'm confused. What are you talking about?" The wolf looked down at the woman and asked, "You do not know of your heritage? Well then let me educate you. Long before the bloodline genocide, the Kori clan was one of the lesser-known clans in Kirigakure. My clan, the Arctic Wolves, were the summons of the clan. Despite not being well known, the Kori were strong with their ice powers. Their only rival was a clan of fire manipulators, surprisingly from Earth Country. They would fight ruthless battles, matching each other blow for blow. One day the head of the Kori clan handed us our scroll, saying that it was far too dangerous should the scroll be stolen. Years later we heard of the Genocroll, hoping we would find either a living Kori or a worthy warrior to summon us." Haku was in awe of the story. After a few minutes she asked, "And you are?" The wolf answered, "I am Bariza Du, Blizzard, the head of the Arctic Wolf clan. So will you accept us as your summons, Haku Kori Momochi?" Haku thought for a second. Then she nodded. It was a part of her heritage. "Good," the wolf boss said. "Now then I need to head back to my clan home. I managed to keep a few of the old Kori clan jutsu." Haku smiled to herself as she knew that this was a really good sign. Finally, with Chojuro, instead of hitting the ground like the others, Chojuro actually hit water. As soon as the ice-cold and salty liquid splashed the spectacled genin, he swam for what looked like a tiny island. The boy looked around and saw that he was in the middle of what looked like a giant swimming pool. If the boy wasn't so confused, he would have seen that there were a lot of bones at the bottom of the pool. There was a light green glow from under water where he had dropped the scroll. The water became all cloudy. The next thing Chojuro knew, a great white shark shot out of the water. The shark floated above the water and stared with its beady eyes at the young boy. "Who are you?" the shark said, its voice dark and hungry. "My name is Chojuro," the young boy said nervously. "I am Hunt," the shark said, head of the shark clan. "You come from Kiri, do you not?" Chojuro nodded, still slightly afraid. It didn't help when the shark gave a very toothy grin. "I haven't seen a Kiri ninja in years," the great sea monster said. "What is that you have on your back?" Chojuro answered, "My sword Haramekure." The shark said, "So one of the shark clan's creations still lies in Kiri. Good." Chojuro looked confused and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The shark sighed and said, "When the 7 swordsmen of the mist were created, the shark clan was charged with making them. Unfortunately, the power went to most of their heads and they all left the village, as you know. When they left, my clan abandoned Kiri. We heard that another clan had set up place where only a worthy warrior can find their scroll. So we joined them, as well as a third clan." Chojuro looked down at the shark and asked, "Am I worthy of fighting alongside you, Honto Dono?" The great shark looked over the boy. The shocker analyzed him, and Chojuro squirmed uneasily under the water predator's gaze. "You will have to prove yourself worthy," the shark said. "Is there a way you can do that?" Chojuro immediately answered, "There is a tournament going on in Konoha in a month. I can prove myself there." The shark gave another toothy grin. "Good," the shark said. "I will be helping you in your training for the next month. Should you progress far enough in this tournament, then you will be allowed to summon me and my kin." Chojuro smiled. The next month was brutal for all 3 genin as they trained. When Naruto had his bloodline seal, he also had his lightsabers taken away. Kuro said that he wanted to do a little experimenting. When Naruto trained, he had gained practice with his affinities. To the boy's surprise, his affinities were fire, wind, water, and lightning. Most of these were probably due to his former tenant and his bloodlines. Naruto trained for hours on end to gain his affinities. When Naruto went through the Uzumaki clan scrolls, he was shocked that he could form objects with his chakra, most likely chains like his mother, due to his abnormally dense chakra. When Naruto got details of the Rasengan, he immediately started working on it. He decided he would try finishing his father's work after he mastered the regular one. Chojuro was training with the Shark clan. He found he had a water affinity and a secondary affinity for lightning. as Chojuro knew from his last psycho of a cage that this was a deadly combination. The boy learned how to use chakra to increase his senses and a few hunting lessons. Haku learned many things from Barizadu about her clan as well as the multiple techniques they had. She even found an exercise that allowed her to focus her ice chakra and gave her more control. When Zabuza couldn't find his students when he woke up, he initially freaked out, but was calmed down by a letter stating that they were safe and that he shouldn't worry. Though wary, he heeded the letter's words and relaxed. Besides, if they did fail after this training, then he could promptly kick their butts and run them into the ground with drills. The end of the month. The Chunin exam finals. The Konoha arena was completely bustling with movement. A lot of people had come to see the fights since they heard a lot of the contestants were strong. Most of the civilians came to see the Uchiha's progress. Others were civilians from other countries who were scouting out the village's power to see who they wanted to hire. In the cage booth, the Raikage, Mizukage, Kazekage, and Hokage sat along with their bodyguards. Ao and a hooded Kensen were protecting the Mizukage. The Hokage had a few Anbu around him. The Raikage had his two Jinchuriki, Yugito Ni and Karabi, guarding him. The Kazekage had 4 hooded figures with him. Of all of them, the Raikage looked a little ticked. When he received word that council went behind his back, he was furious. He actually considered going on a rampage on their butts. He decided, however, to have those involved in the whole incident tortured to make an example of them. They lived, but they were scarred for life, physically and mentally. Down in the arena stood Samui, Karui, Omoi, Gara, Tamari, Kankuro, Hinata, Shino, Sai, and Shikimaru. I don't see any of your genin down there, the Kazekage said. Perhaps they chickened out. The Mizukage huffed and said, it'll take more than a couple of runts to make my ninja back down, pal. In the arena, a few of the other genin were wondering where their opponents were. At that moment, a jonin with a needle in his mouth said, my name is Genma. I'll be the proctor for the final part of the Chunin exams. Now would Omoi and Naruto please step forward while the others head to the fighter's booth? Omoi stood alone in the arena for a minute. Genma said, if Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu is not here in 1 minute, he is disqualified. That was when the sound of thunder reached everyone's ears. They all looked up to see a storm brewing above them. Then something fell from the sky. It was a large object that resembled a comet, only it was made out of condensed water, some dark substance, and ice. When it crashed down, everyone shielded their eyes. When the smoke cleared, everyone gasped in shock at what they saw. It was the Kiri team, and their looks had changed. Haku now wore a battle dress that had a zipper on the front that was zipped downwards a little bit, not showing off too much of her hidden valley, with the kanji for ice, Kori, on the back in frost blue. She also had a pair of biker shorts and special-looking gloves that had little spikes on her knuckles. She also had on a pair of sandals, and her headband now functioned as a belt. On her hip was a long naginata sword that had a silver blade and a blue lotus flower where the blade met the hilt. If one looked close enough, you could see a white crystal in the middle of the flower. Chojuro was wearing a dark blue shirt with a lighter blue jacket. He had on long black cargo pants that weren't too loose or too tight. He had on black sandals that had a strange seal on the ankles. He also had his standard sword on his back, but there was something different about it. You couldn't tell due to the bandages that covered it. Despite the jacket, you could tell he had some muscle. Swimming a lot will do that to you. Finally, Naruto was wearing a black bodysuit and a black red-lined cloak. He had on long cargo pants that stopped above his ankles and boots. While Naruto's lightsabers were gone, he had a scroll tied to his belt which now had a raven's eye buckle. What surprised everyone was the gauntlet Naruto had on his arm. It was small and not too bulky, meaning it was lightweight. The armor climbed up shoulder pad under his cloak. The glove of the gauntlet looked like leather when in actuality it was a substance that could harden when chakra was added, making it stronger than steel. Are we late? Naruto asked. Genma smirked and said, you just made it, kid. Now stay here while the other two move. Haku and Chojuro made their way to the fighter's booth, leaving Naruto and Omoi alone in the arena with Genma. Okay, let the first match of the Chunin exam finals between Omoi and Naruto begin. Ready? Hajime. Chapter 11. Combat begins. As soon as the word Hajime was said, Omoi launched himself at Naruto. The boy dodged to the left to avoid the well-aimed strike to his head. Naruto then drew back his arm and unleashed a powerful right hook that crashed into the white-haired boy's jaw, knocking him backwards. Naruto rubbed his fist as he forgot that his strength was sealed away. Omoi slammed his feet into the ground and charged again, this time unleashing a combo of moves. Naruto got into a stance that made the Sandaime Hokage's eyes widen. Naruto blocked a strike coming at his face before sending out a strike to Omoi's shoulder, making him fall back. Naruto then unleashed a flurry of strikes. Omoi tried to block them all, but was found himself hit a few times. Naruto then spun on his heel and slammed a powerful kick into Omoi's midsection and knocked him backwards and onto his back. In the stands, Kurabi was surprised at seeing his student get knocked around. He made a mental note not to mess with Naruto in the future because he would be a force to be reckoned with. Omoi shot up from his spot on the ground and said, "Impressive. It seems that you have gotten your hands on a forbidden technique that has greatly increased your strength to where you don't need that shape-shifting power of yours." Naruto raised an eyebrow while everyone else in the place just looked confused. Naruto turned to face the contestant booth and yelled, "Is he always like this?" From the booth, Karui yelled, "Yes." Naruto then turned back to Omoi, who he found going through hand signs. "Oh nuts," Naruto said. "Lightning release, false darkness." A spear-shaped bolt of lighting shot from the Cloud Ninja's hands. Naruto quickly went through hand signs of his own and called out his attack. Wind release. Great wind tunnel. Naruto took a deep breath and fired a large funnel of wind from his mouth. The wind acted as an insulator and the lighting jutsu dispersed. Omoi was then hit by the cyclone. Omoi caught himself in mid-flight and landed on the ground with a wince. Up in the stands, Tamari thought, "How did he do that? That move is a Suna technique." Omoi glared at Naruto with a rare look of anger that came across his face. The white-haired Kumo ninja then brought out his sword. Naruto grinned as he took out the scroll he had on his back. As Naruto was unraveling the scroll, Omoi charged with the intent of not letting him unseal what he had. As he neared the preoccupied blonde, the ground in front of him shattered. A clone jumped up and grabbed Omoi in a bear hug. "I don't think so," the clone said before growling out, Uzumaki style, hummingbird crash. The Naruto clone pushed Omoi away and unleashed a combo of strikes that knocked the boy away. The clone then knocked Omoi into the air and jumped up and slammed a kick into Omoi's stomach before slamming his heel into his back, knocking him to the ground before dispersing in a cloud of smoke. Omoi got up from the ground while his body yelled at him for doing so. He was then brought out of his musing when he saw a puff of smoke envelop Naruto's hands. The smoke cleared, revealing a beautiful pair of katana. The long swords were made of an almost black material. The hilts had a pair of, what resembled, bird wings acting as hand guards. On each sword a red crystal was embedded into the hilt. Naruto HTEN looked at Omoi, who had gotten to his feet. Naruto kicked the boy's sword over to him. Naruto then got into a sword stance and made a, "Come here," motion. Omoi grabbed his sword and charged at Naruto. The blonde launched himself forward and the two met with a loud clang and a shower of sparks. Naruto blocked a horizontal slash with one sword and countered by swinging another in a vertical slash. Omoi dodged the slash, but couldn't dodge a quickly pair of stabs to his side. The swords cut Omoi's arm. The boy jumped back and swung the sword in a horizontal arc. Cloud style. Crescent moon beheading. Naruto brought up both swords and blocked the attack. The pair pushed against one another in a stalemate. Finally Naruto pushed back and spun around, swinging both of his weapons. Omoi dodged the swing, but he was intercepted by a sidekick to the head. Omoi lost the grip on his sword. Naruto then charged at the temporarily dazed boy and focused chakra into his gauntlet. The glaive hardened and formed a metal glove. Naruto drew back his arm and said, "Uzumaki style, grand knockout." A loud crunch was heard as the fist slammed into the Cloud Genin's jaw, and a loud crack was heard as the boy's jaw was unhinged and he was sent flying into the wall with a loud crash. The smoke cleared, revealing Omoi was out cold. Winner. Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu. The crowd cheered loudly at the amazing fight that they saw. Naruto smirked and went up to the fighter's booth while Omoi was taken by medical examiners to see if he had broken anything, other than his jaw. "Now then," Genma said as Omoi was taken from the field, "will Haku, Momochi and Karui come down to the field so we can start the next match?" The two girls made their way to the village. A few of the male villagers chuckled amongst themselves, saying that the only thing missing were swimsuits and a tub full of mud. They were then whacked over the head by girls who were nearby. "Now," Genma said as the two girls stood across from one another, "the second match of the Chunin exams finals can begin. Hajime." Karui started the match herself and swung a powerful right hook. Haku blocked the attack and struck out her left leg, kicking the redhead in the stomach, knocking her backwards. Karui made note of an incredibly cold feeling in her stomach region where she was kicked. Haku got into a stance and a pair of icicles formed in her hands, acting as daggers. The ice user launched herself at Karui. The hot-headed Kumo Kunoichi dodged the attacks, but managed to get a small cut on the shoulder where one got a little too close. Karui jumped back to avoid the sharp points of Frosty Doom. Haku then threw the two frozen projectiles and went through a few hand signs. Ice release. Frozen breeze. As Karui avoided the two icicles, a sudden frozen wind came through and chilled the red-haired girl down to the bone. She was then the victim of a sudden kick to the face. Haku then spun on her heel and hit Karui's arm, stopping it as she tried to reach for her sword. Haku then grabbed the girl's other arm and pulled her forward and slammed her fist into Karui's stomach, making her double over. Haku then slammed her knee into the girl's stomach and threw her forward. Haku smirked and asked, "Is that all you got?" Karui grabbed her sword and shot up like a bullet and swung her sword, intent on cutting Haku. The ice user quickly pulled out her own sword and blocked the strike with a loud clang. The pair stood off for a few seconds before Haku sent chakra into her sword, making it a lot colder. The material in Karui's sword handle became hard to hold and she eventually let go before Haku spun on her heel and slammed her foot into her stomach, knocking her over. As Karui charged again after recovering, Haku grabbed her and whispered, "Ice release. Ice Age." Suddenly Karui was covered in ice from the shoulders down. Try as she might, Karui couldn't break through the ice. Winner. Haku Momochi. Haku turned to the proctor and said, "Actually, my name is Haku Kori Momochi." The proctor apologized and repeated what Haku said. As the next match between Samui and Hinata was called, Mei rose from her seat and motioned for her three genin to come up with her. As she did, Kenshin, Ao, and Zabuza went up with them. Wanton they were alone. Mei turned to her the three and said, "Okay, you three, I want an explanation. Zabuza told me that he got a message from a bunch of animals that his students were being trained by them, so please tell me, what happened when you were here?" Haku said, "Well, Naruto had this dream where we found this tree in what Konoha calls the Forest of Death. When we got there, we found a hollowed portion and fell into a large temple where we found 3 different scrolls. When we picked them up, we fell into 3 different sections of the temple and were trained with the summon animals. Mine happened to be the Arctic wolves, which were the members of my clan before they were nearly wiped out." Mei turned to Chojuro, who said, "I happened to find the Shark clan who, you know what, I don't want to ruin the surprise." Mei huffed at not being told anything. She then turned to Naruto with a curious glance. "I notice you didn't use your bloodlines during your fight," Mei said. "Why is that, Naruto-kun?" Naruto sighed and said, "It is a part of my test. The Raven boss said that I rely too much on my bloodline. I went through all my past battles in my head and found out that he was right. He sealed away my bloodlines and said that if I performed admirably in the finals, then he would unseal them and let me use his clan in combat." Haku said, "Sounds like we all got the same deal. Do good in the tournament and we get a summon." Chojuro then faced Zabuza and said, "By the way, I talked to the Shark clan. They said they would allow Kiri to summon them again, if they are proved to be worthy of them." The old swordsman nodded. He made a mental note to gather some of the more level-headed ninja to try and rebuild the 7 swordsmen. With that, the genin went back to the fighter's booth. As they did, Mei stopped Naruto. The blonde looked back at his leader and asked, "Yes, Mizukage-sama?" Mei said, "I noticed you used regular swords instead of your normal ones. Why is that?" Naruto gave the woman a smirk and said, "Now Mei-chan, that would be telling." Mei pouted cutely, making Naruto chuckle before going to join his friends down in the fighter's booth. As Naruto made his way to the booth, he saw Sami win her fight against Hinata. Samui used a lightning jutsu while Hinata formed a dome of chakra around her with a technique called rotation to block the attack. However, the attack was actually transferred by her chakra and electrocuted her. The poor girl was knocked out in an instant. The next match was pretty interesting to say the least. Shin used his swarms of insects to try and drain Sai of his chakra. Fortunately for Sai, his ink creatures were made of chakra and were capable of absorbing the chakra in the ink creatures. On top of that, the ink was also surprisingly stick and acted as a type of flypaper, making it hard for the insects to get around. Sai then tried to slice open Shino with his Tonto. Sadly for him, the Aburame had plenty more Kikai bugs in his body. As Sai swung, Shino ducked underneath the blade and caught Sai in a bear hug, unleashing insects and drained enough chakra for Sai to lose consciousness. When the match between Gaara and Sasuke came up, it didn't look like Sasuke was going to show. At the last second, Sasuke and Kakashi appeared in a sudden swirl of leaves. "Our entrance was much cooler," Naruto said. Sasuke then bombarded with speedy attacks that had obviously been taken from Lee. In the stands, Lee was ranting along with Guy about the unyouthfulness that had been committed by the stealing of his techniques. Gaara was actually prepared in this. Since becoming more rational, he had thought up of ways to beat a faster enemy. Gaara laid out a sand trap, making Sasuke get his feet stuck. Gaara then lifted the Uchiha up into the air and formed a bunch of sand tendrils that proceeded to beat the crud out of the Uchiha. When Gaara was declared the winner, he unceremoniously dropped the boy on the ground. The medics rushed off to save their precious Uchiha. The next match was between Shikamaru and Temari. The blonde wind mistress in training dominated most of the fight by keeping the shadow user at bay by using her wind attacks. Shikamaru proved to be an adept strategist by using different plans to extend his shadow's reach. One of such involved sending his coat off to act like a parachute, and another by managing to open up a tunnel underground. Eventually the Nara heir managed to capture Temari with his shadow, but he then had to withdraw because of his lack of chakra. "Now," Genma said as Shikamaru left the field, "will Chojuro and Kankuro come down to the arena so we can get this over with?" The pair got down into the ring and stared off at one another. "Ready, Hajime." Kankuro immediately reached for his pack to take out his puppet, only for Chojuro to intercept his arm by grabbing it. Chojuro then shot his other arm with a quick jab to the face and then spun around on his heel, slamming his foot into Kankuro's stomach, making him double over, and was then smashed away by a powerful chakra-enhanced left hook. Kankuro was sent rolling. When he stopped, he spat on the ground, spitting out some extra blood. In the stands, Nami giggled and said, "That's my boyfriend." Kankuro snarled before he whipped out his puppet, which had multiple arms and a deformed-looking face with spiky black hair and 3 eyes. This was Kankuro's puppet called Crow. "I'd like to see you combat this jerk," Kankuro said with a smirk. Chojuro simply smirked back. He reached for the 2 handles on the back and pulled his sword off. Then he tore the 2 handles away from each other, slicing the bandages, wrapping it to ribbons. This revealed a pair of swords that had jagged blades on the inside that resembled shark's teeth, and the outside of the blades resembled the head and the lower jaw of a shark, so that when you put it together it looks like shark head. The boy got into a stance and faced Kankuro. Kankuro's puppet fired its head forward with its mouth opened and a long metal spike coming out. Chojuro blocked the oncoming strike and bashed the headway before slicing through the strings. Crow launched itself forward with its bladed arms stretched out and ready to crush and slice the boy. Chojuro quickly fused his 2 swords and went through a pair of one-sided hand signs. Water release. Water rebound. Water burst from the pipes underground and wrapped around Chojuro, blocking all 4 of Crow's arms. The wall of water then pushed Crow backwards before sending out tendrils that sliced off the puppet's arms. The blue-haired boy then launched himself at the puppet with his swords still fused. He pushed the handles closer together, making the jaws open, and then chomped Crow in half, making it useless. Chojuro then ran up to Kankuro and delivered a vicious uppercut and knocked the man off the ground. Chojuro then jumped on top of the now prone boy and placed the jaws of his merged swords at his throat. "Say it," Chojuro said with a smirk. "I surrender," the puppet user said begrudgingly. Chojuro was declared the winner. The crowd burst into cheers at the sigh of the match. Chojuro looked up into the stands and saw Nami blow him a kiss. Chojuro caught and put it in his pocket. Nami giggled slightly up in the stands. "Now," Genma said, "the next match will be between Gaara and Naruto Fukyu." The pair of powerhouses came down from the fighter's booth and stood across from each other. "You beat me before in the desert near my home," Gaara said. "I will not lose to you again."
Naruto drew his swords out and said, "That remains to be seen, Sandboy."
Just as the proctor was about to yell, Hajime, white feathers rained down on the stadium. While people started to fall asleep, the ninja among them made a ram sign and said, "Kai." Then a huge explosion came up from the cage booth. A group of ninja from Suna and Oto then appeared and started going for the civilians in the group. Luckily for them, some hidden Anbu came down as well and stopped the slaughter. Naruto faced his teammates as a large explosion rose up from the cage booth. "Guys," Naruto said, "get Zabuza, Kagoza up there. Mai-sama may need help. We'll take down anyone who tries to get in the way. Got it, and go." With that, the group of genin sprung into action while the Miss Jonin and former demons shot up to the cage box to defend the Mizukage.
Chapter 12. Sound and Sand Invade. Final Battle. Naruto blocked a strike from a sand nin before kicking him away and swinging the metal weapon, slicing through his throat. "How you guys holding up?" Naruto yelled over the sound of combat. Haku dodged a punch aimed at her head before stabbing the arm and kicked her attacker in the groin. "I'm doing just fine," Haku answered. Shojiro slammed his fist into a sound nin's face and then brought out his swords before slicing through a pair of sand ninja.
"I'm doing fine myself," the young boy said. Naruto sliced through another sound ninja and turned to see a few explosions go off. He looked up to see the old Hokage, the Mizukage, and Raikage fighting two people he never thought he saw, the first and second Hokages. Now Naruto wasn't the smartest kid, but he remembered reading about the two in a picture book the old man gave him. The Raikage was currently in a grappling contest with the first Hokage, Hashirama. Mei was currently in a water jutsu duel with Tobirama, the second Hokage. Old man Hiruzen was locking horns with his former student. While this was going on, Kenshin, Nami, Kagome, and Zabuza were facing off against three of Orochimaru's bodyguards. Kenshin was grappling with a fat guy who had a mohawk. Kagome was facing a fellow redhead. Zabuza was facing a man with 4 arms. Nami was facing a guy with 2 heads. While Naruto was distracted, he just barely managed to dodge an attack to the head from an Anbu. Naruto blocked another attack before kicking the Anbu in the stomach and knocking him off his feet. The Anbu dug his heels into the ground to stop himself. When he did stop, his hood fell off, revealing a head of silver hair. Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, "You're that Kabuto guy. The one who dropped out of the preliminary matches last month." Kabuto chuckled as he removed his mask and said, "Yes. I have to say you're different than what I thought, Naruto-kun. I didn't have any information on you from my cards when you ripped it. Now let's see what you are capable of, my friend." Kabuto's hands were covered in green chakra. The silver-haired boy launched himself forward and swung his deadly hands. Naruto blocked the attacks with his swords before throwing out a kick. Kabuto backed away from the attack before shooting another arm forward. Naruto dodged the attack and spun on his heel and planted his other foot into Kabuto's stomach, knocking him backwards. As Kabuto caught himself, he suddenly ducked a single blade aiming at his face. He then had to dodge another swing of blades as Chojiro swung his twin weapons in an attempt to behead the silver-haired medic. Kabuto then spun around and slammed his fist into Chojiro's face. The boy was sent flying. Haku quickly spun her sword before stabbing it into the ground, sending a wave of ice spikes at Kabuto. The medic ninja dodged the frozen attack only to meet Naruto, who was swinging his swords. Kabuto quickly formed a chakra scalpel on each hand. Kabuto locked attacks with the blonde boy and the two grappled. While this was happening, Haku went through hand signs and called out her technique. Ice release. Demon ice mirrors. The water in the air focused around Naruto and Kabuto. Naruto saw the ice forming around him and had a feeling Haku was doing this. He quickly kicked Kabuto's knee, making him cry out in pain and fall to one knee. Naruto then quickly moved away from the group. The water in the air then formed frozen mirrors in the air around Kabuto. The young ice user then jumped in one of the mirrors. Her image reflected of all the mirrors. All the reflections then took out multiple throwing needles. Kabuto then found himself the victim of being Haku's target practice dummy. Kabuto cried out in pain as the needles bit into his flesh. As soon as his work was done, Haku jumped out of the mirror away from the dome and went through a few more hand signs. Ice release. Ice shards of death. The ice mirrors broke up and then shot down, piercing Kabuto's flesh and made him call out in agony. That was easy,
Haku said, still a little wary. Naruto nodded and added, too easy.
The silver-haired genin then laughed as he rose up from the ground. The needles and ice shards were slowly pushed out of his wounds. The entry wounds then healed up almost instantly.
Do you like it? Kabuto asked with a grin. A special ability I took up. It allows my body to heal at an accelerated rate.
Naruto growled, really? Why don't we see if that healing power of yours works when I cut off your head?
Naruto and his team then charged at the silver-haired genin who stood at the ready. At least they would have if someone hadn't interfered. 10 finger drilling bullets. 10 small white projectiles hit the ground right in front of where the Kiri genin were standing. Then out of the blue a man landed right in front of them. The man was tall with pale skin and shoulder-length white hair. His eyes were a vivid green, and he had 2 red dots on his forehead. He wore a light, loose zip-up lavender shirt that showed his chest, black pants, with bandages wrapped around his ankles. Wrapped around his waist was a purple rope with an inverted bow. At the base of his throat was a very small tattoo that resembled 3 curved lines in a circular pattern. Kimimaro, Kabuto said, what are you doing here? The now identified Kimimaro said, Orochimaru-sama is interested in the blonde one, is he not? I wish to test him to see if he is worth our master's time. Kabuto looked at the pale man and smirked. Okay, old friend, the silver-haired genin said, I'll take care of the other 2. You fight Naruto. Kimimaro reached for his arm and a bone popped out of his wrist. The man then pulled the bone out, revealing a large long dagger made completely of bone. Pointing his weapon at Naruto, the man said, come, fight me and show me your power.
Naruto popped his neck before charging forward with his swords drawn.
Chojuro and Haku ran at them to try and help their comrade, but they were interrupted when Kabuto jumped in front of them and swung his chakra scalpels to stop them. I can't have you interfere now, can I? Kabuto asked with a grin.
Meanwhile, Hiruzen slammed his fist into Orochimaru's jaw, knocking his former student back. The snake Sannin rolled before jumping up and firing a barrage of snakes from his sleeves. The snakes nearly bit into the man and would have had the Raikage not fired a bolt of lightning from his hand that fried the snakes.
The other cages were doing well themselves. Everyone was holding their own against their opponents. Give up, old man, Orochimaru hissed. You will die today, and with it this village will be dragged down with you.
The old man spat and said, I don't think so. I don't plan on dying today. Even if I die, the village will rise from the ashes and a new cage will replace me and send you to hell where you truly belong.
Orochimaru scoffed and said, we'll see about that. Back with the Kiri team, Naruto was locking bone and sword with Kimimaro.
Despite Naruto having 2 swords, Naruto was still outmatched. The man was able to shoot different bones out of his body. They allowed him to stop one of Naruto's chakra-enhanced kicks and throw him back. Naruto also found that the bone dagger of his was strong too. The steel of Naruto's sword just couldn't break the rod, the cartilage. Kimimaro also displayed incredible abilities with long-range attacks. He was able to fire the bones out of his fingers.
Naruto found they had incredible drilling power as displayed by the hole that he had in his upper arm. Naruto even tried mobbing him with a few shadow clones, but that didn't work as the man proved to be extremely agile and flexible. He seemed to dance all around the clones before stabbing them, making them poof away. Naruto was now in another lock with the bone using man. How long will this last? How much longer till you realize that you are outmatched? Naruto growled, I'm not out of tricks yet. Naruto focused chakra into his arms and pushed the albino away. Naruto then focused his chakra into his swords. The crystals on the hilts shined before a red glow came over the blades. Naruto drew back both weapons and threw then like kunai thanks to the chakra-enhanced strength in his arms. Kimimaro easily dodged the thrown projectiles. The glowing red blades, however, were able to impale a sound ninja through the head and pin his corpse to the wall. The second blade hit the wall. As soon as it did, the red blade ran down the wall as it burned through the stone. As the glow faded a few seconds before it hit the ground. Interesting, the bone user thought. I didn't think that his swords had such a power. The bone user sensed a sudden flux of chakra. He spun around to see Naruto running through hand signs. Wind release. Gale fist. Naruto drew back his arm and unleashed a powerful punch that launched a fist-shaped blast of wind. Kimimaro quickly formed bone armor under his skin. The gale of wind hit his chest, making him grunt and knocked him back. Naruto went through more hand signs and yelled, "Wind release," drilling air bullets. Naruto took a deep breath and fired a volley of spiraling wind bullets from his mouth. The projectiles crashed into the wall where Kimimaro was. Naruto stood at the ready in case the man was to have survived. Naruto was then hit in the shoulders by 10 bullets made out of bone. Naruto called out in pain as he fell to the ground, rubbing his arms in pain. Kimimaro then rose out of the smoke. He looked down at Naruto. His arm apparently broken, a single trail of blood leaked out of his mouth, and his shirt was shredded to pieces.
Kimimaro glanced at his broken arm and, using his bloodline, managed to fix it. He then pulled out a pair of bone daggers and stalked over to Naruto.
"You are stronger than I thought," the loyal warrior of Orochimaru said. "Too bad you were too weak to be a part of my master's grand plan."
Kimimaro then lifted his blades and drove them downward. One pierced Naruto's heart while the other was stabbed into his head, piercing his brain. Naruto's corpse laid on the ground, the defiant look still on his face.
Haku looked away from her fight with Kabuto and screamed, "Naruto!" Her cry got the attention of everyone around them. Everyone looked down to see the dead boy. "I guess he wasn't as powerful as I thought," Orochimaru said. "Oh well. The weak must always make way for the strong." The madman was cut off in his rant when he was hit with a wave of killing intent from his former teacher. Hiruzen summoned the Monkey King and formed the adamantine staff. The staff then found its way into the Snake Man's stomach and a powerful kick hit him in the face. A look of fury completely covered the old man's face. Orochimaru had brought for the wrath of the god of shinobi. He was in big trouble now. Zabuza snarled as he saw the death of his student. His opponent, Kidomaru, found himself without his left arms and then found himself with a large sword slammed into the side of his head, killing him instantly. Nami focused her water powers and sent a wave of water at the two-headed man she was fighting. The man was hit with the wave before it formed a ball around him and then, with extreme pressure, crushed him like a grape. Kagome slammed her claws into her opponent, Tayuya, as her rage was made known. Red-haired Sound Girl didn't stand a chance as she was beaten into the roof, leaving her with multiple broken bones. Kenshin simply whipped out a laser and started shooting. Jirobo, the fat guy, lost his arm, leg, and then blasted him in the head, destroying what little brains the man had. Back in the arena, Kimimaro abandoned the body of Naruto. He went to go help Kabuto fight Haku and Chojuro. At that moment a black bird flew out of the sky. The bone user disregarded it as a bird simply looking for food. When he turned away, the bird focused chakra into his beak and pocked Naruto in the chest right under the bone dagger. A swirl of black, blue, red, and purple chakra flowed around Naruto as the bird flew away. The sudden pulse got everyone's attention. Kimimaro's face showed utter shock as the boy rose up. The bone daggers were removed from his head and chest. The blonde was then covered in black and red tendrils and a pulse of energy flew outward from him. Naruto threw back his head and let out a ferocious roar as his body healed. Naruto's roar turned into laughter and he yelled, "Hell yeah!" Naruto threw out his arm and the two swords in the wall flew over to his hands and pointed the two weapons at the bone user.
"Come on," Naruto said, "thrill me." Kimimaro seemed to grin. The mark on his chest shined red and spread over his body. His body seemed to grow. His skin turned a dark gray and large bone spines grew out of his back. Out of his tailbone grew a long bone-spiked tail. Kimimaro growled slightly as bones formed around his hands, forming large claws. The two got into stances and charged at one another. The two met with a loud clang as metal and bone hit. Naruto glared at the man with his eyes flashing. Naruto then shot both hands forward, sending out a pulse of force energy, knocking Kimimaro back. The blonde then focused wind chakra into his hand before swinging them both, sending two wind blades at the bone user. Kimimaro dodged the attack, but the end of his tail wasn't as lucky as the tip of it was sliced off. Naruto then focused the force energy into his swords. The glow returned and the blonde swung them. As Kimimaro dodged the attack, he felt incredible heat coming off the blades. The bone user quickly responded by swinging his bone claws. The claws hit the boy's chest. This time black and red tendrils shifted around the wounds and healed the claw marks. Naruto shot up his leg, enhancing it with biomass. The strike actually cracked a few of the man's teeth.
Kimimaro clutched his large jaw. Naruto threw his swords, making them spin like saw blades. The swords sliced through Kimimaro's arm while the second one missed just barely. On the return trip, Kimimaro jumped upwards to avoid the spinning swords of death. Naruto swiftly caught the swords, put them in their sheaths, and went through hand signs. Secret Uzumaki style. Chakra chain binding. The young boy slammed his hands into the ground and dark blue chains burst from the ground and wrapped around the Kagaya. Naruto ripped his hand from the ground, pulling Kimimaro down and slamming him hard on the ground with a loud crash. Naruto ran forward with his arms covered in biomass, forming the hammer fists. Naruto was about to jump on him when Kimimaro suddenly sent out multiple spikes of bone all over his body. Naruto quickly took his armor form before jumping on his stomach. Naruto's armored feet crashed through the Kaguya's stomach, and with a pair of punches the bone spikes covering him shattered. Naruto's armored face glared at the man and asked, "Now who is weak?" Naruto brought up his arms and slammed both fists down, sending spatter everywhere. Biomass surrounded the man's body as he was absorbed into Naruto's body.
Naruto shifted back to his normal body. Naruto then sent a swift glare up at the cage booth. He saw Orochimaru was dodging jutsu after jutsu thrown at him from the cages and Jonin from of Kiri, Konoha, and Kumo. Naruto looked over to see Kabuto and his friends still fighting.
Naruto pointed his arm at them and said, "Secret Uzumaki style, chain lance."
Chakra focused into Naruto's hand and a chain shot out with a large spike on the end. Kabuto didn't see it coming and the spike pierced his shoulder, making him cry out in pain. Naruto ripped the genin from sound off his feet before shifting his free arm into the blade form before he swung it down, severing the boy's other arm. Naruto then threw the boy to the ground. The boy then stomped down on Kabuto to shut him up. He may have useful information they could get. Naruto then used the force to grab a nearby sound genin and caught him by throat. "Borrow you for a minute," Naruto said as he poked his finger into the man's neck. The man screamed as he felt Naruto's biomass invade and begin shifting through his body. The black and red substance covered the man. Naruto focused chakra and biomass into his legs. The boy then ran for the fight. Naruto ran up the wall before jumping up into the air.
Orochimaru looked up to see Naruto in the air. Naruto yelled, "Hey Scales! I got a special delivery for you." Naruto then threw the man before yelling, "Everybody move."
The Jonin and cages heeded the boy's words. When the man impacted Orochimaru's chest, breaking the man's ribs as biomass exploded out as tendrils grabbed the walls and the roof. The tendrils receded and impacted the man, breaking all the bones in his body.
Naruto landed on the roof and glared down at Orochimaru. "Rest in pieces," Naruto said with a smirk. Naruto was suddenly grabbed and put in a very strong bear hug. The hug was joined by another. Naruto blushed when he realized that 4 large and soft objects were pressed against his back and chest. Naruto then saw that it was Mei and Kagome that were hugging him. "I see your bloodlines finally got released," Mei said with a smile. Naruto grinned and said, "Yeah. Good thing too. I thought it was dead there for a minute. Actually, I think I was." Mei smacked Naruto over the head. The blonde then turned to see the wreckage. Naruto looked at the man and asked, "Hey Mei-sama, who is the wrestler?"
The wreckage looked a little upset at the wrestler remark. At the same time he wondered if he would have been good in that profession. He decided to ponder that later. Then Orochimaru's mouth opened up and Orochimaru, covered in saliva, gross, jumped up with a really big syringe pulled in his hand. "You never know when you'll need a blood sample anymore," the snake Sannin thought. Naruto was unprepared for the syringe to be plunged into his shoulder. Orochimaru quickly filled the syringe to capacity. The snake Sannin then kicked Naruto away. The cages tried to blast him, but the madman's lower half turned into a snake's body and he was able to skillfully dodge the attacks. The man then leapt down to the arena and grabbed Kabuto to save the boy from bleeding out. After hefting Kabuto onto his shoulder, he glared upwards at Naruto. As Orochimaru started sinking into the ground, he said, "Listen here, boy. Don't let this victory go to your head. I'll be back, and when I return, maggots will feast on your flesh." Naruto formed a pair of hammer fists and jumped into the air before falling down with his arms stretched toward the ground. Just as the snake man sank into the ground, Naruto's fists impacted the ground, forming a crater and sending biomass spikes all over.
Naruto glared at the crater with a look of utter rage. He had to find Orochimaru quick. If he didn't, there was not telling what that madman could do with a sample of his blood.
Later, Orochimaru's stronghold. Orochimaru snarled as he gripped the arms of his throne.
I can't believe it, Orochimaru snarled. My right-hand man beaten, one of my former vessels killed, and a plan that took months of planning all ruined by some genin.
Kabuto nervously looked at his master. It was known that when Orochimaru was angry, it was best to stay away from the snake Sannin. If you were there, you wouldn't get a chance to get your last paycheck. Even worse would be that you wound up in Orochimaru's lab.
While Kabuto was nervous, he was also angry. He had been beaten viciously and even lost a limb because of him and his strange bloodline. Kabuto kept telling himself that he would get revenge upon the boy for his humiliation back in Konoha. Well, Orochimaru said, at least the attack wasn't a total loss. Orochimaru reached into his shirt and pulled out a vial with blood in it. The man smirked as he shook the vial. Kabuto, Orochimaru ordered, send this to Lair as well as a sample of Jugo's enzymes. Tell him to work on a project with the samples immediately. This may prove useful in the future.
As the boy took the vial from Orochimaru and left to get the samples requested, Orochimaru's cold chuckle echoed through the room. As the room darkened, showing Orochimaru's yellow eyes as they gleamed evilly.
Chapter 12. Hunt and new allies. It had been 2 long days since the failed invasion. Since things had been a little interesting for Naruto and his group. The 3 genin had been promoted to Chunin for their show of extraordinary skill. While that happened, Naruto was almost attacked by a few civilians wanting to exterminate the demon that had tricked the Mizukage. That was immediately squashed as they felt Naruto's killing intent combined with a bit of pressure from the force. After that, a lot of people had to go change their pants. The only other person promoted was Shikamaru because of his abilities in planning and strategy. No one else got to pass because they didn't show much skill other than strength, but not much tactical ideas. The council was currently scheming of ways to get Naruto back in their village so they could turn him into a baby factory for their ranks. They were also thinking of ways to marry Haku to Sasuke so that they could get the ice release bloodline in the village as well. Speaking of Sasuke, during the invasion, Sasuke tried to attack Gaara to avenge the humiliation he suffered at the red-headed Jinchuriki. This ended horribly with Sasuke getting his legs broken. The council called for Gaara's head, but the idea was squashed when they were threatened with the Ichibi being unleashed. At the time, people were rebuilding the village from the attack with the help of a few Sunanin. After they found out their Kage had been killed and replaced, the village expressed regret and they sent a few of their ninja to help in the rebuilding process. Sarutobi also worked on a new alliance that would be more beneficial to both villages. He was also working on an alliance with Kiri. At the moment, the people of Konoha were in the middle of rebuilding. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of hammers and other tools. What do you mean we can't go after him? The sudden shout caused everyone to look up and some other guy to actually slam a hammer on his thumb. The cry was from Naruto, who was in the Hokage's office. The blonde was standing in front of the old man with a look that was a mix of bewilderment and anger. Naruto, I don't know what the big deal is, Sarutobi said to the former Konoha boy. All Orochimaru got was a sample of your blood.
Naruto yelled, "You don't get it, old man. The power of my bloodline sleeps within my blood. If that snake freak manages to get his hands on the secrets in my bloodstream, things will go to hell faster than I can go through a bowl of ramen." The old man looked a little perplexed at the blonde. Naruto, the old man said, I know you are upset, but I don't see how a simple sample of blood can cause that much trouble. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the old man and held out his hands. Naruto focused the focus and images filled the old man's mind. Sarutobi's eyes widened in horror at the memories he saw. What he was seeing were Alex Mercer's memories from when he was alive and told Naruto about the virus outbreak. The old man saw monster running through the streets. Buildings were covered in dark red flesh like ooze. Dead bodies were coming back to life and having an insatiable appetite for flesh. People were being torn limb from limb as they were eaten. Naruto finally stopped his vision and the old man looked extremely pale. My first bloodline, the Kuro Shinka, was caused by an old virus, Naruto explained. If it gets out of control, what you saw could happen. Imagine all that with monsters able to perform jutsu and other dangerous techniques.
On top of that, with it, Orochimaru could finally realize his twisted dream of immortality. The old man let out a shaky breath as he nodded. Anbu. The mask elite appeared in the room. Find Jiraiya, the old man said, and Neko, please find the Mizukage. I believe she might want to know what is going to happen with her genin. Eh? The Anbu all saluted and said, Sir. They vanished in a sudden burst of speed. A few minutes later Mei entered the room along with Haku and Chojuro. Kagome and Nami quickly followed. Naruto hadn't told the old man about Kagome being the Kyuubi or about Nami being the Sanbi. If he did, he knew there would be trouble.
What is going on, Hokage Dono? Mei asked. The old Kage said, I'll explain when the others get here.
At that moment an Anbu wearing a decorated cat mask appeared and stood next to Mei. A few moments later there was a large plume of smoke. When it cleared, it showed a man with long white hair and kabuki clothes standing on a toad.
Behold, the man yelled, I am the man whose face can calm a crying child. I am the man whose name makes my enemies quake, men bow, and women swoon. I am the master of the toads of Mount Myoboku. I am the Jiraiya, the Toad Mountain Sage.
There was a silence before everyone in the room face faulted. Does everyone in Konoha have to do some ridiculous introduction? Naruto asked, making Jiraiya sweat drop. The old man shook his head and said, You're still doing that ridiculous introduction, Jiraiya? I thought you would have outgrown that years ago. The white-haired man said, What is it, sensei? You need me to track somebody down? The old man said, In a sense. You see, young Naruto here is in possession of a powerful bloodline. Unfortunately, the bloodline may have fallen into the hands of Orochimaru.
The Toad Sage said, So you want me to help these two find the Snake Man down? Well, it just so happens that one of my contacts saw Orochimaru's right-hand man heading toward another base of his a few miles from the Earth and Fire Country border. We might be able to find some answers there.
The Hokage nodded at his student and said, I'm glad you're willing to do this. This team of Chunin here will help, as will Tenzo over there. The Toad Sage looked at them and said, Aren't you overthinking this a bit? 3 Chunin, an Anbu, and me are a little much, don't you think? The old Kage said, You'll never know what you'll find in one of Orochimaru's lairs. You all have a half an hour for preparation. The entire group nodded before they left to prepare for their mission. Half an hour later, everyone stood ready at the gates. Kagome and Mei stepped up to Naruto before leaning towards the blonde. Good luck, Naruto-kun, Kagome said. See you soon, kiddo, Mei said. Both girls leaned and kissed one of Naruto's cheeks, making his face flush red. The two girls then glared at each other. Nami simply walked up to Chojuro and kissed him deeply. When she broke away, she whispered something in the flustered boy's ear that made his face almost burst into flames. The moment was ruined when they heard the sound of scribbling. This is gold, Jiraiya said as he wrote down on his pad. 2 young men about to embark on a dangerous mission are approached by 3 beautiful women who offer their bodies to their true loves. This is going to be a hit. Naruto peeked over the man's shoulder and saw the words Icha Icha on the top of the page. When he told the girls present, a lot of killing intent was aimed at the old man. The Toad Sage found his notepad ripped from his hands before it was frozen, set on fire, and then buried in a mound of lava. After Jiraiya was done mourning his research, he said, Okay, let's get this show on the road. With that, the 5 ninja shot off. As soon as they were gone, Kagome and Mei turned and glared at one another with lightning shooting from their eyes and clashing together.
Who are you to call him Naruto-kun? Mei spat. Kagome said, I've known him for a long time. Longer than you have, you water-spewing witch. Besides, I've already claimed him.
A look of panic came over Mei's face. What? She asked nervously. Kagome smirked and said dreamily, It was heavenly. I had never experienced anything like it before. Let me tell you, that boy is a monster when you get his motor going. A dark aura covered Mei as she screamed, That is it, you are dead.
With that, 2 got into a catfight. The male ninja around them took popcorn out of nowhere or took out video cameras to watch the spectacle over and over again.
Meanwhile, Naruto shivered suddenly and said, I have the distinct feeling that when we get back to the village I may have to make an impossible choice. The 5 ninja kept up the pace for a while. Eventually, after about 2 or 3 hours of running, they arrived at what looked like a huge hole in the ground with a few torches here and there. Naruto looked around and said, Weird, I thought there would be more security or something. At that moment a bunch of identical-looking sound nin appeared around them. "Why am I not surprised?" Naruto said. "Why can't anything ever be simple?" The leader of the sound ninja said, "Kill them and take the blonde boy prisoner. If we deliver him to Orochimaru-sama, then we will be able to get in our master's good graces." All 10 of the sound ninja charged, intent on killing and capturing the group. Jiraiya intercepted the leader and blocked a punch before throwing out a punch that shattered his rubs and then spun on his heel, slamming his wooden sandal, breaking a few of his teeth. The second in command tried to blindside Jiraiya, but the old man's hair shot out and wrapped around him before pulling like a ripcord and slicing his chest open.
2 more attacked Haku. The first one tried to grab her, but she dodged the failed attempt at a grapple and stabbed into the man's chest. Another Ronin tried to do the same, but Haku focused chakra into her hand, forming a layer of ice on the man's face before slamming his face into a rock, shattering his head like glass.
I would like to thank the creators of Jason X for inspiring the idea for that death.
Chojuro dodged a quick barrage of kunai from the 2 ninja attacking him. The blue-haired Chunin whipped out his swords and swung them both. In a pair of screams, the 2 Chunin fell to the ground and with their chests cut wide open.
Tenzo dodged to the left of a quick sword swing from the pair of sound ninja attacking him. Tenzo quickly went through hand signs that caused large roots to shoot up from the ground and impaled the 2. Naruto Kusali drew his swords and blocked both the attacks aimed at him. He grappled the pair before he sent a wave of wind chakra that knocked the 2 back. Naruto then focused his power, making the blades glow red before he ran forward and sliced the 2 sound ninja through the midsection. "Well, that was a nice warm-up," Naruto said, sheathing his swords.
Jiraiya picked up the leader, who he was smart enough to let live, and asked, "Where is Kabuto?" The leader said, "You missed him. He came here with a vial of blood. When he left he had a bottle of enzymes with him. I don't know where he was going. We're paid to guard, not to ask." Jiraiya glared at the sound ninja before punching him in the stomach, making him double over and fell to the ground out cold. "We missed him," Jiraiya said. "It looks like he's mixing some kind of substance with Naruto's blood. I wonder why."
Naruto said, "All I know is that if it involves one of my bloodlines, it is not going to end well for anybody." Tenzo said, "I say we explore the base. I would like to know why Orochimaru would send Kabuto here, as well as what the substance Kabuto had when he left." Jiraiya looked a little thoughtful. He said, "This is a good chance to find out some information on the snake. Maybe we could find out a few things about our slimy little nemesis." The old man took out some comm links and said, "Keep these on your. They'll allow us to keep in contact if we become separated." Each member took the comm links and then, after gathering their nerves, entered the base. Deep in the base, the image reveals a human being huddled up in a ball. His knees were pressed to his chest as his face was pressed forward. His orange hair stood out in the darkness. All the while he was muttering,
"Man, no woman. Woman is the best. No man is." Back with the Leaf Mist team. The entire group was a little freaked out at what they were seeing as completely dark. The only thing that was lighting the hallway was a few torches that hung on the walls between the doors. "This Orochimaru guy sure likes the dark," Haku said, slightly unnerved. Naruto then turned to Tenzo and said, "Hey big guy. I noticed earlier that in the fight you formed roots to kill those sound ninja. Are you related to the Shodime Hokage?"
Tenzo looked at Naruto and shook his head. "No," the Anbu said. "You see, I was one of Orochimaru's earlier experiments. He tried to recreate the Mukuten, wood release, power that the Shodem had. Out of all the volunteers, I was the only one who survived." Despite the man's best attempts to disguise his pain, Naruto easily saw through it and said, "I'm sorry." Tenzo said, "Don't apologize. You weren't the one who used me as a personal guinea pig." As they were walking, Chojuro felt his foot press into something. He looked down to see he had stepped on a button hidden in the floor. "Crud," he said. Suddenly spiked platforms shot out of the wall and nearly crushed the group. Naruto quickly formed the biomass shield on his arms. The large spikes shot out of the shield and held the platforms at bay. Naruto growled as he focused, and more spikes, that looked like they were made of bone, shot out and destroyed the platforms. "What is it with evil masterminds and booby traps?" Naruto asked as his arms turned back to normal. In every horror movie involving some madman, they always have booby traps. Why can't they just send some psychopath at us? Haku walked up to Naruto and promptly bopped him over the head saying, "You probably just jinxed it."
The group then continued down the hall. They found multiple rooms, but most of them were empty. It was fortunate when they didn't though, because the rooms that had something usually had bodies that had been the victims of dissection or some kind of mutation. All in all, it made everyone there sick to their stomachs. It also made them make a mental note to have the snake Sanin suffer for the atrocities he had performed.
Eventually the 5 ninja came to a crossroads where the hallway split into 3 directions. "Looks like we don't have a choice," Jiraiya said. "We need to split up." Naruto sighed and said, "This has the makings of a bad horror movie so far. Mutilated bodies, dark scary places, and now we're all splitting up. I'm almost expecting some giant snake or lizard to come out." Haku smacked Naruto over the head and said, "Stop saying those kinds of things, Naruto. It may actually happen. Now if we do get attacked by a giant snake or lizard, I swear I'll use you for a target dummy." Naruto gulped and said, "Okay." Jiraiya said, "All right. I'll take the middle hallway. Tenzo, Naruto, you take the right hall. Haku, Shojiro, you take the left hall. If you run into any trouble, or if you find anything of interest, tell the rest of us immediately." All of them nodded before heading down the halls, with Naruto and Tenzo.
Naruto and Tenzo made their way down the hall. They had been walking for a few minutes before they finally came across something. They resembled stasis pods. There were at least 4 of them. There were people in them, but you could tell what they looked like because of the green slime in the tanks. As they were examining the tanks, the sound of a toilet flushing was heard and a scientist exited a nearby room. The man looked up and was about to say something, but Tenzo went through hand signs quickly. Multiple rots burst from the concrete and wrapped around the scientist. Naruto walked back over to the tanks. It didn't look like there was anything that would open the tanks. When he got to one of the consoles surrounding the tanks, he found what looked like a black pad. Naruto placed his hand on the pad and there was a buzz noise. "Access denied." Naruto looked at the contained scientist and walked over to him, taking out one of his swords. Naruto then swung the blade, cutting off the man's arm. There was no scream of pain because the roots had covered his throat, paralyzing his vocal cords. Naruto took the dismembered limb and placed it on the pad and there was a beep noise. "Access approved." The green ooze filtered out and the tanks opened with a hiss. The 4 figures nearly fell to the ground. Naruto quickly formed 3 shadow clones that caught the falling 4 people. Naruto got a good look at them and was surprised at some of their features. One male had really long fiery hair. He had blonde roots, red tips, and orange between them. He also had a dragon tattoo going down his left arm. The second male had a pair of large black rings on his back. He also had a similar pair on his wrists that wrapped around his forearms. He also had black tail feathers on his backside. His hair was black, messy, and went down to his shoulders. He also had striped tattoos on his arms. The final male actually had long, black, spiky hair that was so long it went down to his knees. On his tailbone was a long wolf tail. The girl was the most normal of all of them. Her hair was black with white roots, meaning it was dyed black. Naruto then noticed something that shocked him. The 3 had seals on their stomachs, Jinchuriki seals. The one with fiery hair groaned and opened his eyes, revealing red irises that would change to gold every few seconds with slit pupils. He looked up before jumping to his feet and yelled, "Who are? What are you doing here?" The man's voice woke up the other 3. The 2 guys looked around while the girl covered herself. "What's going on?" the girl asked. "Where are my clothes?" Naruto turned to Tenzo and said, "Check the closet and see if you can find some clothes for these guys." Naruto looked down at the confused quartet and said, "I know you're confused, but let's hold off on the introductions and stories until after we get you and your lady friend here some pants." Meanwhile, with Jiraiya, the old Sanin had been going through the hall and found what looked like the main sanctum. He was going through some files on the computer when he came across a file dubbed Curse Seal. The Toad Sage was going through the file when he gasped and hit the button on his comm link. "Naruto, Tenzo, Shojiro, Haku, can any of you hear me?" Jiraiya asked into the comm link. Everyone mentioned activated their comm links. "We read you," Naruto said. "So do we," Haku said. "What is it?" Jiraiya answered, "I found something. It looks like this is the base where Orochimaru is making something called Curse Seals.
The seal uses a mix of Orochimaru's chakra and the enzyme of a subject in the base. When given to someone, it can make them stronger.
Unfortunately, it can also cause them to become corrupted. Also, the seal also eats away at whoever uses it for too long and can cause great internal damage.
Everyone winced at that. Naruto said, "Are there any known subjects?"
Jiraiya went back through the files and said, "Yeah. There is a log of the known subjects. Looking at tis, most of them didn't survive. The only 5 who survived were Tayuya, Kitamura, Sukin, Ukin, Jirobo, and Kimimaro. According to this, they were made Orochimaru's bodyguards. Wait, I recognize that Tayuya girl. She was one of Orochimaru's bodyguards from the invasion. If I remember correctly, she's the only one who survived the invasion."
On her end, Haku said, "Really? Maybe she'll be able to tell us more about this." Jiraiya took out a flash drive and said, "I'm going to download as much of this file as I can. We'll meet up in a few minutes." Back with Naruto and his group, Naruto looked down over at the group that now had clothes on, much to the relief of the female of the group. The one with fiery hair was now wearing a white muscle shirt with black lightning print punk jeans and boots. On his hands he had ivory gauntlets that had titanium assassin's claws on his hands. Over all that he wore a white cloak. On his face he had a white eyeless mask. Despite that, Naruto could feel the distrust coming off him as the blank mask looked at him. The boy with the tail had on a black muscle shirt that had a blood-red cross on the chest. He also had on a parns. He also had on some steel-toed boots. His gold wolfish eyes eyed Naruto and Tenzo warily. On his hip he had an elaborate obsidian axe with a gold edge and black handle that had a wolf's fang on the bottom.
The boy with wings now wore a gray long-sleeve muscle shirt that was torn on the bottom and had a skull printed on the chest. He also had gray skull punk jeans and a pair of black skull boots. On his wrists was a pair of angled spiked armbands. He had a long black spear on his back that had a metal skull near the head. His piercing green eyes showed clear hatred. The girl was wearing a pair of factory-ripped black jeans, a black skull tank top, back wristbands, and black nail polish. On her feet she wore a pair of white skull boots. Naruto said, "Now before things can get any crazier, would you mind telling me who you are?" The 4 looked at one another before the fiery-haired one said, "My name is Horokorin. Friends call me the Crimson Inferno." The one with the tail said, "My name is Loki. I don't have a last name anymore. Some people call me the Beast King." The boy with the wings said, "My name is Stephen Aldoro. My friends here call me the Raptor King." The girl said, "My name is Susanna Aldoro. I don't have a nickname." Stephen then added, "She's also my adopted sister." Naruto said, "Noted. Now I suggest we leave. For all we know, more of these sound freaks could be on the way." At that moment a scream echoed through the air and across Naruto comm link. "What's going on?" Naruto asked into the microphone. "Naruto," Haku said, "Chojuro and I went deeper into the base. I think we found what gives the enzymes that make the curse seal." Ah! The sound of a crash and the sound of an impact cut her off and the comm went dead. "Tenzo, come on," Naruto said, "our friends need our help." Horo said, "Wait up. I want in on this. Anything that can deal a blow to that snake freak is good to me." Naruto and Tenzo looked at one another and shrugged. "All right," Naruto said, "if you try to betray us, though, I will gut all 4 of you like fishes." The tone Naruto used told them that he wasn't kidding. The 2 ninja and 4 extra then ran out of the lab, leaving the scientist who had his arm sliced off to bleed to death. With Haku and Chojuro dodged a sudden blast of chakra from their opponent. The person they were fighting was a boy about their age with spiky orange hair and eyes, wearing a pale blue shirt and pale green shorts. His skin was pale and he glared at them with an impassive face. On his left hand was a bracket-shaped tattoo. On his shoulder was an object that resembled one laser cannon. The object had a fading glow inside of it, signifying that it had fired the chakra blast. "Get out," the boy mumbled. A murderous look covered his face as skin around his arms and legs started to darken. The dark skin crawled up the side of his face and the whites of his eyes turned black. "Die." The boy charged with his arm turning into an axe. The boy swung the weapon. Chojuro jumped in front of Haku and took out his swords, blocking the flesh-made weapon. The boy's other fist grew until it was 5 times the normal size.
Chojuro cried out as he was punched in the stomach and knocked off his feet.
Haku went through hand signs and called out a jutsu. Ice release. Crawling ice mist. Haku blew a fine mist from her mouth. The mist went over the ground and formed a sheet of ice. The orange-haired boy suddenly found his axe arm frozen. He roared in fury and tried to charge at Haku, but the mist did its work and froze him solid.
Chojuro got up off the ground and rubbed his stomach. Oh man! What is this guy?
The sound of multiple footsteps reached everyone's ears. They turned to see their team coming as well as the four Naruto and Tenzo found.
Who are these guys? Haku asked looking at the four. Naruto answered pointing at each individual. They are Horo, Loki, Steven, and Susanna. Tenzo and I found them in one of the other labs. Who is he? Haku said, I don't know. From what I can tell he has the ability to change his body at will. Maybe it has something to do with the curse marks. Jiraiya thought for a second and said, yeah. I was going through the file and it mentioned a second stage of the curse mark. The body's abilities are increased and the body is changed. The form depends on the person. The problem is it speeds up the effects of the curse mark and puts a lot of strain on the body. The Gamma Sennin was cut off when the sound of crackling ice reached their ears.
Everyone looked at the frozen boy to see the ice breaking and then shattering like glass.
The debris from the kicked-up ice cleared, revealing a hideous abomination. The boy's body was now completely darkened. His forearms had flesh armor on them forming spikes at the elbows. He had flesh armor running down the side of his face and over his forehead where his eyebrows were and a black mark running down the middle of his face. On his back were 6 large vents made out of his darkened flesh with chakra pouring out. The abomination roared, flashing its razor-sharp teeth. The monster launched forward with his arm transforming into a large piston. Piston fist. The ninja dodged the attack. Naruto would have drawn his swords, but the abomination was on him in an instant. The monster's Toher arm turned into another piston fist and was now raining blows on the blonde. Naruto dodged a few of the strikes before forming his muscle mass arms and catching the attack. Naruto and the monster stood at a standstill before Naruto yelled, Force release. Force lightning. The monster screamed in agony as purple lightning arced through his body. The abomination backed off before his right arm formed an axe. He swung the weapon but Naruto quickly dodged it. The abomination then found itself hit in the head by a pipe. He spun around to feel the same impact. Susanna had grabbed a pipe that had been dislodged from the wall earlier and was now using it to her advantage. She used the pipe like an expert and struck the abomination over and over again. The monster tried to swat her like a bug, but she dodged with amazing agility and jumped over the monster before slamming the pipe down on its forehead, breaking the pipe and making the monster stumble a bit in a daze. Naruto quickly took advantage of this and went through hand signs. Secret Uzumaki style. Chain limb binding. Naruto used his biomass to extend his arms so they slammed into the walls. The chakra chains burst from the wall and wrapped around the monstrosity's wrists and ankles. Naruto turned to his comrades and yelled, "Let him have it." Each fighter unleashed their own particular jutsu. Naruto. Force release. Force lightning bullet. Chojuro. Water release. Shark bomb. Haku. Ice release. Ice blade barrage. Tenzo. Wood release. Great cruising roots. Jiraiya. Wild lion's mane technique. Horo. Fire style. Red dragon fury. Loki. Wind release. Full moon howling. Steven. Black feather storm. Susanna. Dark release. Shadow pulse. Naruto's force lightning and force energy focused into his hands and he fired ball of concentrated force lightning. Chojuro fired a ball of water that took the shape of a shark. Haku formed multiple blades of ice in the air and sent them flying. Roots rose up from the ground around Tenzo and shot at the monster. Jiraiya's hair grew incredibly long and formed a lion's mouth before shooting forward. Horo fired a blast of bright blue flames from his mouth. Loki howled, sending a vortex at the monster. Steven flapped all 4 of his wings, sending black feathers sharp as knives flying. Darkness focused in Susanna's hands and fired forward in waves. The sharp feathers and ice blades pierced the monster's flesh. Jiraiya's technique tore off one of the monster's arms while Tenzo's move broke both of his legs. Susanna's technique knocked it off its feet while cracking ribs and Chojuro's move knocked it back down. Loki's move and Horo's move combined, forming a vortex of pure white flames. The flames cooked the beast while the winds in the jutsu cut it up. Finally, Naruto technique burst chest, forming a huge hole where the heart and lungs were supposed to be. The monster coughed up some blood before falling to the ground dead. The technique actually went through the wall behind it. The fighters all cried out in victory and grinned at their winning. Their victory was cut short as the sound of an alarm got their attention. "Warning," said a computerized voice over an intercom, "main core in base has been ruptured. There will a cliché and overly dramatic hidden base self-destruct in T-3 minutes and counting. Please make your way to the exit nearest to you in a calm and orderly fashion. If you don't get killed, have a nice day."
Naruto yelled out, "Run!" The group then made their way towards the nearest exit. Just as the timer was hitting the 30-second mark, the group jumped out of the base and they could hear the computerized voice. "Self-destruct will commence in 3, 2, 1, goodbye." The entire base, and those still in it, were then blown sky high in a blaze of fire and multiple explosions. The flames and smoke went up into the air. The ground gave way above the explosion and the entire base collapsed in on itself, and the fires were put out by the falling dirt and brick. "Wow," Naruto said, "that was interesting." Jiraiya turned toward the 4 extra people there and asked, "What are you going to do now?" Horo looked at his group and said, "I don't know. We don't really have anywhere else to go." Jiraiya said, "You can come with us. I don't know about my village, but Kiri is probably going to do much better for you given how some of the civilians are about outsiders and with people are associated with." Loki asked, "What is that supposed to mean?" Jiraiya said, "I mean that they hate that old snake's apprentice, who he abandoned before deserting the village, all just because she was associated with him." The 4 looked at one another and Horo yelled, "Huddle." The group then huddled together so they could discuss. After about 5 full minutes of arguing amongst one another, they broke apart. Horo said, "Okay. We'll go with you to Konoha. However, if someone tries to physically harm us, they are more than likely going to die." Naruto said, "Good, I want those civilians to finally learn that they aren't the all-powerful beings that they believe are." With that, the group got up, left, and headed for Konoha. Meanwhile in Konoha, Sarutobi looked up as he finished his paperwork and said, "I don't know why, but I have the incredible feeling that I am going to have multiple migraines in a few hours." Cut. Okay, what do you guys think about my OC characters? The next chapter will go into more detail on their origins for those of you who want to know about the features. I would like to thank Grand Lord of Chaotic Bullshit for giving me permission to use these characters. Thank you and goodbye. Also, with Naruto's technique used on Jugo, the monster in this chapter, was inspired by the moment in Force Unleashed 2 when Star Killer used his force powers to enhance the power of the ship's cannons near the end of the game. See you all next time. Chapter 14. I don't own Naruto. Anything that has to do with Star Wars, or prototype, my life sucks. Chapter 14. Trouble with councils. After running a bit, the group decided to set up camp. They decided to rest for a while since the new arrivals needed time to actually regain some of their strength. As they set up camp, Naruto looked over at the Horo, Loki, and Steven. "Is there a reason you're staring at us?" Horo said, "Because I don't swing that way." Naruto scowled and said, "It's not that. I noticed when I got you 3 out of the tanks there were Jinchuriki seals on your stomachs." The 3 looked at one another and Loki said, "What are you going to do? Capture us and sell us to some superpower for the highest bidder?" Naruto chuckled and said, "Why would I do that to one of my kind?" The group looked confused for a minute. Naruto then focused and his eyes flashed red, shocking the 4 new ones. "You're a Jinchuriki?" Steven said, looking a little shocked. Naruto nodded and said, "I am. I was the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox." Susanna asked, "Was?" Naruto answered, "A few years ago the Shinigami, the being of power behind my seal, allowed it to open, allowing Kyuubi to get out. I still have her chakra, but she has a body." The other 3 Jinchuriki looked at one another. "If you want, I might be able to get the demons out of you," Naruto said. Loki shook his head and said, "No. When Orochimaru captured us, he experimented on us, trying to find a way to force us to bring out our demon's chakra. The only thing it did was heal us. After a few years they used so much chakra they actually merged with us, resulting in our features." Naruto looked sympathetic and said, "I'm sorry. Wait, she isn't a Jinchuriki."
Why is she with you guys? Steven answered, she was brought in because of her abilities with Maiden or dark release techniques. Apparently Orochimaru was doing some experiments involving Kekai Genkai. Naruto growled, if that guy doesn't count as a monster I don't know what does. Jiraiya said, dinner is ready. The group sat around the fire and ate in total silence. So, Haku said, since we got time to relax, why don't we fully introduce ourselves? Loki swallowed a piece of meat and said, what do you mean? Naruto said, get to know each other. If we're traveling together we might as well try to get to know one another. The four newcomers looked at one another before shrugging.
I'll go first, Naruto said, my name is Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu. I like ramen, Mei-chan, Kagome-chan, and my team. I also like combat.
And a good fight. I dislike the time it makes to cook ramen, Orochimaru, most of the village of Konoha, arrogance, rapists, fangirls, and idiots who can't tell the difference between a sword and its sheath. My dream is to become strong and make my parents proud. My skills include wind, fire, lightning, and water techniques plus my bloodlines the Kuro Shinka and Shikaraden. I'm also adept with my swords called the Suin Karasu, Twin Raven. Chojuro said, my name is Chojuro. My likes include sushi, pie, and my team. My dislikes include people who try to hurt my friends, and fangirls. My dream is to become a powerful swordsman. My skills are in water jutsu, silent killing, and swordplay.
Haku said, my name is Haku Kori Momochi. My likes include my team, my father figure Zabuza, my village and Dango. My dislikes include prejudice, rapists, perverts, and the recently stopped bloodline genocide. My skills are in swordsmanship, silent killing, and my Hyoten bloodline.
Jiraiya shrugged and said, my name is Jiraiya. My likes include food, pretty girls, hot women, the book series one wrote, the Sandiami Hokage, and one of my old students before he died. My dislikes include traitors, arrogant pricks, and people who don't know their own boundaries. My skills are in sage techniques, earth jutsu, and techniques I can perform with my summons, the toads. Tenzo said, my name is Tenzo. My likes include plants, noodles, pretty girls, and my village. I dislike traitors, Orochimaru, and arrogant people. My skills are in swordsmanship, spying, guarding, and with my Mukuden. The four newcomers looked at each other before Horo spoke. My name is Horo Korin. My likes include spicy food, cute girls. Glances at Susanna, and my little group here. My dislikes include people who would hurt my friends, intense cold, and the snake jerk that captured us. My skills are in hand-to-hand as well as long-range combat, as well as fire, wind, and lightning techniques.
Loki said, my name is Loki. No last name. My likes include my group and any form of meat. My dislikes include vegetables, some fruit, and hunters. My skills are in hunting, tracking, wind and lightning jutsu, as well as using my axe, the obsidian cleaver.
Steven said, my name is Steven Aldoro. My likes include everyone in my group, birds, rice, and I'm starting to like you guys. My dislikes include pretty much everyone else, especially hunters. People who would harm my fry skills are in mid to long range combat, wind and darkness techniques, and I'm proficient with my weapon, the Daidenshi Yari, Fallen Angel Spear. Susanna said, my name is Susanna Aldoro. My likes include my group, especially my brother and a certain boy. Glances at Horo, red bean soup, and black nail polish. My dislikes include perverts, rapists, morons, most forms of makeup save black nail polish, and that snake that captured us. My skills are in improvised fighting, using what I can to fight, and in my Maiden bloodline. Jiraiya whistled and said, I have to admit that you guys are a pretty powerful combination. Naruto said, listen, we're going to Konoha from here. I have to tell you guys now you need to hide some of your more noticeable features. Horo asked, why? I don't see why we need to hide what we are. Naruto said, Horo. I was the former Jinchuriki in the village before I left and joined Kiri. They had no issues beating me when I was 6 years old. My guess is they'll either pass off your abilities as bloodlines or figure out the Jinchuriki thing. If they do, they'll either force you to become weapons or be used for breeding stock for human weapons in the future. The group looked at one another. Steven said, fine. We'll hide our features when we get there. However, if someone does try to harm us, we'll punch back. Naruto said, I live by the same philosophy with that whole. With that everyone went to bed. The next day at the Konoha main gate, the 9 travelers finally arrived at the Konoha gates. Before they arrived, Loki cast a genjutsu over his tail, hiding it from those who looked. He also wore contacts to make his eyes look brown. Horo did the same to make his eyes blue and cast a genjutsu to make his hair look completely red.
Steven was able to fold his wings into his body. The wings on his arms formed wing tattoos, as did the ones on his back.
The 2 guards, Azumo and Katetsu, came to attention as they approached the gate. Halt, Katetsu said, identification and reason for coming here. Jiraiya said, Jiraiya of the Sannin and the Anbu Tenzo here with this team of Kiri Nin come back from a mission. These 4 are here because we found them on the mission and they decided to come with us. Katetsu nodded and said, fine. We will need to confiscate weapons that they have.
Steven growled, what? Azumo said, sorry man, it's procedure. I don't make the rules, I just follow them.
Horo said, amen. Horo handed over his claws, Loki his axe, and Steven his spear. With that the group made their way inside the village. Almost immediately they were hit with glares from the villagers. Angered glares right back at them caused them to back off. An Anbu appeared in a swirl of leaves and said, Jiraiya-sama, you, the Kiri team, and your guests are to be brought to the council chambers immediately. Naruto said, on what grounds? The Anbu answered, 1. The Sandyami should be informed of what you have found immediately. 2. We believe the Mizukage is about 8 seconds away from slaughtering the civilian council because they keep sending out these ridiculous demands. Naruto sighed and said, they civilians never learn, do they? With that they ran towards the council chambers, hoping to stop the slaughter that was going to happen.
In the council chambers, Sarutobi was rubbing his temples from the insane headache that was currently hitting him like a truck. The civilians presented an alliance to the Mizukage. Unfortunately, for them it called for some really stupid stuff. Access to the swords of the 7 swordsmen, jutsu from their village, Naruto back in their hands, and a marriage between Sasuke, Haku, the 2 women who fought in the invasion, Kagome Nami, Haku, and Mei herself. They would have full control over the children and they would continue to bear Uchiha babies until they were of no use.
There is no way in hell that I'm going to go through with these demands, Mei screamed angrily at the council. The Shinobi Council was just as angry as she was because this, in all honesty, was just some stupid. In the corner of the room Sasuke sat in a wheelchair with Kakashi acting as his bodyguard. Kagome and Nami were both there and were looking just as aggravated as Mei.
Zabuza and Kenshin were currently doing their best not to kill the annoying civilians. A councilwoman with pink hair said, you have no choice in this matter. Sign the contract or you can find another village to ally yourself with.
The pink-haired woman got glares from the rest of the council because of her stupidity in politics and for her grating voice.
These demands are ridiculous, Mei said. First of all, the swords of the 7 swordsmen were taken when they ran away from the village. Second, Naruto is a ninja of my village. Just because you say so doesn't mean I'm going to hand him over. Third, there is no way in hell that I'm marrying some stuck-up brat with an ego big enough to choke an elephant and almost nothing to back it up.
Sasuke glared at the woman who insulted him. The last Uchiha would have said something, but he was cut off when Naruto and company burst through the council doors. I take it this is not going well, Naruto said, seeing the infuriated look on Mei's face. Demon. A councilman said, you have a lot of nerve coming in here. Naruto ignored the foolish man and said, what is it they want from us that has you so pissed of Mizukage-sama?
Mei told them. Jiraiya looked at the council with awe of their stupidity, and the Kiri-nin looked absolutely pissed off. The lost ones, Horo, Loki, Susanna, and Steven, just looked on a little annoyed.
Jiraiya, the old Hokage said, I'm glad you were able to make it back in such short notice. What did you find at Orochimaru's base? Everyone leaned in to listen to the old Sannin. Jiraiya said, well, first we found out something about the cursed seals. It turns out they were made from enzymes made from a boy named Jugo. Orochimaru would mix his chakra with the enzymes and daptly HTEM to a person. The enzymes would adapt to a person and allow them enhanced power. Unfortunately, T comes at the cost incredible strain on the body. A civilian scoffed and said, Uchiha-sama could handle the power. Jiraiya said, there was also a second stage of the curse mark that allows the user to transform his body. The transformation also depends on the person. Luckily there was plenty of information on the marks and we may be able to find a way to remove them from both Anko Midarashi and Sasuke Uchiha. Meanwhile, Anko suddenly lifted her head with a blank expression on her face. Is something wrong, Anko? A girl with black hair and red eyes asked. I don't know why, Anko said, but I have the sudden urge to do a really embarrassing happy dance. Kurenai shrugged it off as Anko's natural randomness. Anko shrugged it off as her curse mark acting up. Back in the council chambers, a councilman said, back to the alliance. We still need to get Naruto back into the village. With him back Konoha would be able to prosper. Naruto growled, you mean you just want your old punching bag back? Sorry pal, no sale. The councilman grinned evilly and said, I bet they would just as soon give you up when they realize what you are. Kyuubi no. Yuko, nine-tailed fox, Mei yawned and said, tell us something we don't know. The council looked shocked. You know what he is and you still associate with him? The pink-haired woman screeched, making a few of the people in the room clutch their ears, especially Sume Inzuka, Kiba's mother. Haku said calmly, yes we do. He's nice, sweet, everything the people in this village are not. Well, some are nice, but the rest are jerks.
Naruto said, besides, if I was the Kyuubi I would have wiped this place out after the first beating.
Kagome said, definitely what I would have done. Nami said, ditto. The council glared at the two women. Hiyashi Hyuga suddenly said, we're getting off topic. If I may be so bold. Why are those four here?
Tenzo said, me and Naruto found them in the base. Apparently they were old experiments Orochimaru tried to do, boot in storage for when he needed them later. Shikaku said, what do you mean by old experiments? Horo sighed and looked at Naruto. The man simply nodded.
Horo removed his mask, making the council look confused. Horo then dropped the genjutsu on himself, revealing his hair and his eyes. The council gasped. Loki revealed his eyes and tail. Steven revealed his wings. Upon seeing Loki's tail, Mei squealed before grabbing the fluffy appendage and started to cuddle it. So soft, she cooed as the fur rubbed against her skin. Loki said, can you let go? Mei let go and said, sorry, I couldn't help it, your tail just looked so fluffy. The others in the room chuckled before Loki sent a dark glare at them, effectively shutting them up. What are you? A councilman asked in awe and slight fear. Horo explained, we're former Jinchuriki. Orochimaru's experiments caused us and our sealed demons to fuse. As a result we gained powers and different abilities. Danzo, a man who was wrapped up in bandages, rose from his seat and said, it looks like I finally have the opportunity to feign my figurehead. Naruto said, what are you talking about? The man pulled his bandages off, revealing the Sharingan eyes implanted into them. Ew, was the response from a few of the girls present. With these, Danzo said, I shall take control of these demons and the Mizukage. Konoha will gain the power of 4 demons. We will finally come out on top. Sarutobi yelled, stop Danzo. Danzo sneered and said, sorry Hiruzen, but I will not stop, not this time. Danzo held out his arm with his Sharingan eyes blazing.
Before they could work their powers, though, Naruto sped into action, taking out his swords. Thanks to Naruto's powers he was able to slow down Danzo's reaction time with the force and sped forward using the biomass in his legs.
Naruto swung both swords with incredible accuracy.
Danzo's scream of pain echoed throughout the council room as his arm fell to the ground and his eyes were sliced.
I don't think so, Naruto said as he picked up Danzo by his throat. Root, Danzo choked, to me. Almost immediately, 10 Anbu burst into the room with their swords drawn. The reaction from the Lost Ones was almost instant. Horo's left hand was covered in a small cyclone as lightning focused in his hand. He spun around on his heel and grabbed an Anbu by his shoulder and called out his attack. Serpent Fang. The whirling lightning burst from his hand, stabbed into the root Anbu in his grip, and actually jumped from one Anbu to another. The move was accompanied by a hissing noise like that of a serpent. Susanna dogged a sword swipe from an Anbu before slamming her fist into the woman's wrist, breaking it. She caught the sword before suddenly throwing the weapon up and slicing the man's throat. She dodged another sword swipe before stabbing him through the neck. Loki intercepted a rude Anbu going for Naruto. The boy sank his teeth into the man's neck before twisting with a loud crunch. The Anbu hit the ground with a broken neck. He stopped another one going for Naruto, and this time he focused lighting chakra into his hand and electrocuted the man, frying him.
The last three were trying to get Steven. The first one threw a kick that Steven caught. The winged boy broke the man's leg with a single snap. He then pulled him closer and stomped on his head, cracking the skull and mashing his brain.
The last two tried attacking as a pair. Steven snapped his fingers. Without warning, a black serpent burst from the ground and sank its teeth into the Anbu's neck before tightening around him like a boa constrictor and crushed him. The last Anbu found himself the target of a bunch of sharp feathers.
In less than a few minutes the Anbu were dead and Naruto still had Danzo in a death grip. Surprisingly, the man hadn't bled out yet.
Naruto said, "You know, I was going to save this for when I fought Orochimaru or Kabuto again, but I feel you deserve something special."
Naruto formed a shadow clone and both held out their hands together. Chakra started to condense and spin in Naruto's hand. Suddenly it started to change to light color and power started to radiate around it as the force energy and chakra mixed. In Naruto's hand was a dark purple orb that had a light blue aura around it.
A lot of people were shocked at the move they saw. Naruto drew the attack back and said, "Rasen Chikara, Spiral Force." The attack slammed into Danzo's chest and drilled right through it. Fortunately, it also destroyed the destruction seal Danzo had placed on himself should he die. Danzo coughed up blood that splattered Naruto's face. Naruto then dropped the carcass and said, "I'm not cleaning that up."
Naruto then faced his friends and said, "Let's go. I don't want to be around these morons any more than I have to."
With that they left. The council turned to the Sandaime and a member yelled, "Sandaime-sama, why won't you stop them?" The old man said, "Danzo clearly grabbed those eyes from the Uchiha massacre. He stole clan secrets which can be punished by death. I see no reason to stop him." Hiyashi said, "That was the Yondaime's Rasengan, was it not? How did he learn it?" The pink-haired woman from before yelled, "How did the demon learn that technique?" Shikaku was getting annoyed because all of this was interrupting his cloud-watching time and said, "If you all are so smart, you figure it out. I'm sick of this farce. I'm going home."
With that he left, followed by everyone else. The meeting was adjourned and the civilians left contemplating. A few days later, it took a few days, but eventually a contract that was much more understandable was written up for the villages. In that time the civilian council figured out the reason Naruto knew the Rasengan. Immediately they flocked to him wanting to get in his good graces. This failed miserably. In that time the Lost Ones went to Mei and asked if they could join Kiri. Mei was ecstatic and said they could. Since they were under the Mizukage's protection, they didn't have to worry about the council trying to pull something. They did try to get their weapons, and Steven's serpent, Yudoku Toxic, handed over to Sasuke. When Sasuke tried to hold the weapons, however, they would shock him, burned him, or, in the case of Loki's axe, stabbed his hand with a spike. Yudoku bit Sasuke's hand and almost poisoned him. Unfortunately, they were able to find a cure for the poison. When asked about the serpent, Steven explained that he found the animal's egg when he was little and when it hatched raised him. The little guy had been with him ever since. He even stood in wait in Orochimaru's base when they were in the tanks so he could stay close. While staying there, Naruto was approached by Kagome and Mei. The two girls asked him which one of them he preferred. Naruto knew that there was no good way to answer that. If he said Mei, Kagome would burn him alive with hellfire. If he said Kagome, then Mei would melt his balls off. When asked, Naruto would come up with some excuse like he had to go to the bathroom or he had to meet his team. This continued until Naruto and the Kiri gang had to leave. The group was leaving the village with their stuff in tow. Naruto had gotten paid by Mei for going on the mission with Jiraiya. When they were a good distance out of the village, Mei and Kagome approached the boy. "Naruto," Mei said, "you still haven't answered our question." Naruto looked nervous. Haku asked, "What's going on?" Chojuro whispered, "I think that Mei-sama and Kagome-san both have a thing for Naruto. They're trying to see which one he likes best." Loki chuckled and said, "I'd like to see that kid get out of this whole thing alive." Mei and Kagome both leaned in towards Naruto and said in unison, "Well?" Naruto then yelled, "Oh my gosh! What's that? Both girls spun around to see, nothing.
They turned around and Naruto was running away. Naruto! Both girls yelled, running after him. Chapter 15. Mission, More Allies, and New Weapons. Naruto yawned as he got out of bed. He went to the bathroom before going downstairs, as soon as his eyes cleared, standing in the kitchen making some breakfast. "Hey Naruto-kun," the two girls said. The pair walked over and gave him a kiss on both cheeks.
Naruto blushed at the contact and sat down to eat. As he took a bite of his toast he remembered how this had happened.
Begin flashback. Naruto sweated furiously as he looked up at the two red heads that stood above him. "Naruto," Mei said, "you have been avoiding us for the past 2 weeks. Now answer us, which one of us do you prefer?" Naruto gulped as he looked up at the two girls. "Well?" Kagome asked, crossing her arms over her bust. Naruto looked between the two before finally groaning and said, "I can't answer that."
The two girls looked at the boy with shocked expressions.
Naruto continued, "Kagome, you've been with me my entire life. Not to mention you were my teacher at one time. May you let me have a second chance and let me have a home. On top of that, you both are hot, so I can't choose between you.
Even if I could, it would be a win-lose situation, or it would be one of those lose-lose situations. On one hand I pick May and I get a girlfriend, but I lose Kagome and most likely get burned by hellfire. If I chose Kagome I'd get a girlfriend, but I would get my balls melted. And if I come up with some not preferring either of you, I'll end up losing you both and I'll get burned by both lava and hellfire. I'm not ready to die." The two were shocked at Naruto's words. As they were shocked, Naruto made a good move and actually snuck out of the room. End flashback. After a few days, the two had found Naruto again. They said they talked to each other and agreed that they would share. Naruto's response was to get a blank look on his face and then be launched out the nearest window by a powerful nosebleed. Naruto finished his breakfast as Mei walked out the door and said, "I'm heading to the office, Naruto-un. See you when you come to get missions." Naruto grinned as he saw his girlfriend leave. Naruto finished his toast and got as he said, "Hey, I'm going to go meet my team. See you when I come home." Kagome yelled from the shower, "Okay, Naruto-kun, see you later." With that, Naruto left his second girlfriend and went on to his team's grounds. Despite being Chunin, the group was still a team. Zabuza, as a Jonin, was working as the team's leader. They were also made a joint team with Loki, Horo, Steven, and Susanna as a team, with Kenshin acting as their sensei. As soon as the four arrived in Konoha, they were put on a temporary probation since Mei was trying to play it safe since they were from Orochimaru's village. It wasn't that she didn't trust them. The probation was actually procedure to brining in people from another village. Once 1 month had passed, they were put on a C-ranked mission to a nearby village which had been experiencing raids from bandits. When they got to the village, they scared of a few bandits with their own abilities. When they found the bandit camp, they turned the tables and fought them. Kenshin didn't even have to lift a finger. The slaughter that happened there would be forever emblazoned. After the slaughter, as a quartet, they were called the Kirigakure no Shiakuma, 4 demons of the hidden mist. Individually, they were given some names given their abilities. Loki revealed a few of his jutsu and that he was able to summon a pack of large gold and black wolves, as well as the ability to turn into one. These powers got him the nickname the Kirigakure no Shogun no Kimono, the wild beast shogun of the hidden mist. Horo's fire jutsu and techniques christened him as the Kirigakure no Meryu, dark dragon of the hidden mist. Steven's ability to fly and his powers really freaked the bandits out and helped to scatter them. His appearance got him the nickname the Tenshi no Dakai no Kirigakure, the black angel of the hidden mist. While Susanna didn't really intimidate the bandits, her ability in combat was enough to scare a lot of them. She became known as the Kuro Akumu no Kirigakure, the hidden mist's black nightmare. After that mission, the group of 4 was instated as a Chunin team called on for destruction missions or on joint missions with Naruto's team. Speaking of Naruto's team, the group had gotten in contact with their summons. Once they were told of the 3 getting promoted, they allowed them to summon them. Naruto arrived at the training ground to see a familiar sight. Kenshin and Zabuza were arm wrestling again, Haku was talking with Susanna on their bloodlines, Chojuro was making out Nami, Horo and Loki were currently sparring off to the side, Steven was just standing off to the side waiting for something to happen. Naruto yelled, "Hey you guys! The people broke up and they greeted Naruto.
Okay kids, Zabuza said, let's go get a new mission. I just hope that his isn't some of those poor D-rank missions. Loki said, I agree with you on that big guy. We're ninja, not a bunch of handymen or handy women in certain cases. Everyone present said, Amen. With that everyone headed for the tower. Once they entered the office they saw Mei looking over a scroll with a grim look on her face.
Mei-chan, Naruto said, is something wrong? Mei looked up from the scroll and said, Ah Naruto-kun. I was just about to call you too. A few of the ninja at the border have sent us a message about a group of mercenaries led by a missing nin from both Iwa and Kumo have taken over a small town nearby. Your mission is to go in and defeat them while taking back the town.
Zabuza said, we accept the mission Mizukage-sama. The two teams nodded and headed out.
A few days later, the border town. The two Kiri teams arrived at the town. For Naruto it was a flashback to Wave. The village was destitute and was almost abandoned. He could see movement in the windows. This meant that the people were too scared to go into the streets of the town. That tells you a lot about these guys.
Where is everyone? Horo asked. Looks like the people here are too scared to even go out into the streets, Kenshin said with a scowl behind his helmet. The group walked into the town. What do we have here? A greasy voice asked. The group of Kier Nin turned around to see a few mercenaries. A few of them were eyeing the girls of the group with lust clear in their eyes. It made said girls want to take a shower. Who are you clowns? Naruto asked. The obvious leader said, that's no way to speak, pal. We were just trying to welcome you to our quiet little town. Of course there is a traveler's fee. Apparently, these guys didn't know Zabuza, Kenshin, or the Lost Ones from the bingo book. If they did they wouldn't be so arrogant and slimy about the whole thing.
And what happens if we don't pay this fee? Loki asked, really wanting to hurt these clowns. The leader chuckled and said, some other form of payment may be in order. As the man said this he looked lecherously at Haku. That was the last thing the man saw as Zabuza's giant cleaver of a sword actually split his head right in half. Get your eyes off my daughter, you little piece of... Zabuza was cut off when he was playfully slapped over the head by Haku. Zabuza-san, Haku playfully scolded, you can't just curse in the middle of a town, you never know when someone is listening in. Besides, I will not have you be responsible for the corruption of a small child. The others from the enemy group immediately recognized Zabuza's name and began to panic. A few of them started to run, but Kenshin pulled his laser out and started firing. A few of them fell. Zabuza pulled his sword back and threw it. The large cleaver flew through the air like a buzzsaw and sliced through a few of them before jamming itself into the ground. Naruto shushined and caught the last one in a death grip. Tell me, what do you know about the two missing nin? Naruto said. The man spat in Naruto's face and said, I'm not telling you, Squat Jr. Naruto said, well, too bad. Naruto then spun the guy around and smashed his body into the ground a few times before absorbing his body. Naruto stumbled a bit and clutched his head. Oh man, why does hurt? Naruto grumbled as he rubbed his head. Steven asked, what did you find out? Naruto said, I didn't get very many specifics, but I learned the names of the two missing nin. Their names are Jinin Akabino and Hiro Kenpachi. I also learned where their base is. At the first name Zabuza had a shocked look on his face. Are you okay, Zabuza? Kenshin asked, looking at his fellow Jonin. You look pale. Zabuza said, Jinin Akabino. It's been a really long time since I last heard that name. Naruto looked up at the man and asked, what do you mean? The swordsman said, Jinin was a former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. From what I remember he wielded one of the stranger swords called Kabutowari or Helmet Splitter. The sword consisted of a one-sided axe and a hammer connected by a leather strap. It was basically able to break through most defenses. Naruto whistled and said, what can you tell me about the other guy? To answer, Zabuza took out bingo book and read aloud, Hiro Kenpachi aka the Ishiyu Kami, Stone Wolf. He's a missing nin from Iwa. Says he is known for the murder of a few of his own comrades, a few women, and holds the wolf summoning contract. Loki scoffed and said, he probably thinks he's a master of the wolves. Kenshin said, come on, we need to get these guys. With that the Kiri ninja ran for the base. As soon as they did, some of the bodies on the ground started to move.
A few of the guys were still alive. The villagers got out of their homes and stood around them. When one of the bandits looked up, he saw the angry faces of the villagers.
Later with Naruto and Co. Naruto turned back to his friends and said, "We're close. It should just be over the next hill." Zabuza panted and said, "That's what you said about the last hill."
Naruto reached the top of the hill and said, "Guys, I think somebody beat us to the punch." The remaining members of the team got up the hill and looked down to see the base. There was smoke and a few dead bodies of mercenaries here and there. The doors weren't blown off, so that meant this attack had come from the inside. "All in favor of seeing what is going on down there?" Naruto asked. Everyone raised their hands. The group ran down the hill and ran up to the door. Naruto activated his muscle mass arms before smashing through the door. With that, they ran inside. What they saw shocked them. The bandits all over them were dead. The bodies were sliced in half, crushed, burned, and a whole lot of other things. There was a loud explosion from nearby. They followed the noise to find a fight going on. There were 4 people fighting. The first 2 were a pair of muscular men. The first was a tall man with dark skin, dark hair, and a long jagged scar going down the right eye to the left cheek. He wore a black shirt and cargo pants with boots and gloves. On his left shoulder was an Iwa headband that had a long gash across the symbol. This was Hiro Kenpachi, the Ishi Ukami. The second wore a dark-colored beard and hair which he ties into a topknot. The remainder of his face appears to be rather angular and features a very protuberant nose. He wears a dark-colored poncho cloth over some standard swordsman attire, consisting of a sleeveless dark shirt and matching pants along with a waistguard, pin-striped arm and leg warmers typical of his village and Kirigakure.
Headband that had a gash going through the symbol. He also has bandages around his neck. In his hands were a one-sided axe and a hammer, both of which were connected a leather strap. They immediately knew it was Jinin Akebino. The other pair was completely unknown to the still allied ninja. The first was a man about 20 years old or so. He had long spiky black hair. His eyes were silver that looked cold and calculating. Over his face was a skull mask that covered the upper half of his face. The lower half was blank, revealing a black scar. He wore a skull eclipse punk shirt, black pants, over that he wore a tattered cloak. Despite the fact that there was no wind, the cloak seemed to flutter. What surprised them were the weapons he had. He had a leather strap going across his chest that had multiple throwing knives on it. He had a total of 4 scythes, 1 in his hands and the other 3 still on his back. The one in his hands had a black pole and a yellow blade with what strangely resembled a bloody scar running down the metal. The second one was entirely black and had a silver edge on the blade. The third had a blade that was shaped and colored like a peregrine falcon's wings on each of a white pole forming an upside-down L. The final one was the creepiest of them. The handle of the scythe was blood red with a demon claw on one end. The other had a terrifying skull on the top. The scythe blade was coming out of the skull and it looked like it was stained with blood. The second figure was about 15 or so. He had long, messy, light brown hair. He wore a silver robe that a few of them recognized that was worn by archangels in the old story books and a pair of white pants. On his arms were tattoos of wings much like Stephen had when he hid his wings. In his hands was a medium-sized gold hammer. Both of them seemed to be holding their own against the 2 missing nin. This was obvious by the fact that the 2 missing nin were nearly drained of chakra. Jinin's weapon was broken into pieces. The hammer was shattered and the axe was sliced in 2. He also had a large gash in his leg and he was on one knee, meaning his other leg was actually useless. Hiro was clutching a broken arm. He also had a very bad burn wound on his shoulder from a lighting jutsu, judging from the hole he had in his shoulder. "I'm not about to get killed by some lil runt," Hiro spat before tried to charge with his broken arm. The skull-dressed man grabbed the Iwa missing nin from his throat. The yellow scythe was then driven into the man's chest, cutting his heart in half. The missing nin fell to the ground. Jinin crawled away from the duo and said, "Easy, I can pay the both of you. Just don't kill me." Zabuza was suddenly reminded that Jinin, despite being a swordsman, was a bit of a weenie when it came to facing insurmountable odds, or when he was fighting alone. The boy with the hammer said, "Okay, we won't kill you. I can't say the same about them, however." Before Jinin could turn around, Zabuza had walked up behind the Kiri missing nin and sliced through his neck with his sword.
The body fell and Zabuza caught the head before it fell to the ground as well. "Who are you supposed to be?" Kenshin asked, pulling a laser pistol out of his belt. The skull-masked man said, "The name is Shindo. The kid is Arashitaka." The boy crossed his arms. "So these two killed our targets and took out an entire base. What do we do now?" All of them looked at each other. Later in Kurgakure,
Mei looked at the two new guys before looking at Naruto and said, "You are a magnet for strange people and fighters, aren't you?" Naruto shrugged and said, "It's a gift, Mei-chan." Mei looked at the two teams and said, "So let me get this straight. You arrived at the town, beat up a few bandits, then arrived at the base to find these two." They all nodded as the woman said that.
Mei said, "Okay. You all leave. I'll need to speak to these two alone." The Chunin and Jonin left the room. Soon the only people left in the room were the two unknowns, the Mizukage and the hidden Anbu. Mei said, "You don't belong to any known villages. You don't have any people after you. Who exactly are you?" The skull-dressed man removed his mask, showing the black scar that ran down the side of his face. "The name is Shindo," the man said. "Me and Kid Arashitaka are from Awagakure, village hidden in light." Mei gained a shocked look on her face and said, "Awagakure? I've never heard of it."
Arashi said, "It doesn't exist anymore. You say in the village used to be deep in jungle country. The village was close to a dragon cave. We managed to keep the village safe by giving it valuable objects every year at a dragon festival. One year, though, a guest got greedy and stole one of the dragon's eggs, tea bitter. As a result, the dragon flew down to the village and wiped it out. There weren't very many survivors. Shindo found me after he destruction. We've been traveling ever since then."
Mei shook her head and said, "Tragic. I can offer you a new home. However, I will need something to assure your loyalty." Arashi thought for a second and asked, "Do you know where I can find a forge?" The next morning, "Has anyone seen my swords?" Naruto yelled out as he ran through his stuff. Zabuza said, "I can't find my sword either." Chojuro yelled out, "Ditto." As the three continued searching, they were suddenly visited by a trio of Anbu. "Fukyu-sama, Momochi-sama, Chojuro-san," the Anbu said, "you have been called by the Mizukage to meet at the weapons shop in the square."
The three ran for it. At the weapons shop, Mei sat next to Shindo and watched in interest as Arashi slammed his hammer into the forge. "How does he do that?" Mei asked. Shindo whispered, "He's the son of a six-winged falcon named Altiros. The bird took a human form and fell in love with a woman. His father and mother were killed by fanatics. Luckily he was found by an old man who owned a weapon forge before the village was destroyed." Mei winced. Suddenly Naruto, Zabuza, Chojuro, Horo, and Loki burst into the room. "You called us Mizukage-sama?" Naruto stated. Mie said, "The kid here has a little gift for you. He says it's something that will help ensure their loyalty." Arashi finished his work and said, "I got the idea for Loki's weapon from his fighting style. There may be times when he'll need a swift weapon instead of a heavy one like his axe." Arashi handed the wolf demon a large shuriken that was made out of obsidian and bone. "The bones aren't human," Arashi said. "They're made of demon bones. This makes the shuriken stronger than steel and it will act as a boomerang when thrown." He pulled a package out from a counter and handed it to Horo. "This I didn't forge," Arashi said. "I pulled it off a bandit a few months back. I was never able to use it without it burning my hands. Given your nature as a Hitobashira, Dragon Jinchuriki, it will probably serve you the best." Horo opened the package and his eyes widened behind his blank mask. It was a full-length katana with a reddish-black blade that had a dark crimson edge. The hilt was shaped like a dragon curled around the blade. "I believe the owner called it Ketsueki Muramasa, Blood Muramasa." Arashi then pulled out a large package and held it out to Zabuza. "I made a few adjustments to your sword," the boy said with a SMLE. Zabuza took the wrapping off the weapon and his eyes widened and sparkled at the sight of the beautiful weapon. While it was the size as his normal blade, it resembled a plain katana. The blade was a fusion of white, gold, and black. Where it was white and gold, it had a moon-like appearance. "I call it Umikoku Masamune, sea-splitting Masamune." The boy took out another smaller package and said, "I believe this will suit you better, Chojuro." Chojuro gently took the wrapping off the weapon to reveal a sword.
It was long, thin, and had multiple runes written on the blade. I call it the Rakudo Masamune, 6 paths Masamune, Arashi said as he took the final weapon from the counter.
Naruto took it and took the paper off. It was his sword's enhanced. The ravens on the hilts were gone, replaced with hand guards that resembled a raven's claws. The blades were long and black and katana-like. When Naruto focused his chakra, the blades lit up in dark red like they did before. This time they actually emitted a feeling of emptiness and loss.
I haven't threw up a name for them yet, Arashi said. Naruto said, "Come on guys, let's go try these puppies out." With that they all ran out to the training grounds. Mei and Shindo followed them to see the results, and boy were their results. Horo's new sword was able to extend at long range to incredible lengths. Loki's new shuriken was razor sharp when thrown. It was able to cut through 3 trees when chakra was added to it when it was thrown. Zabuza's weapon was able to send a wave of light out when he swung it. It was both devastating and pretty to watch.
Chojiro's weapon lived up to the title of 6 paths. The sword was actually able to shapeshift when used. The blade would extend and then take a different form. A spear, hammer, scythe, axe, and chain made up 5 of the paths. The 6th path was the sword, which acted a default form. Naruto's new weapons proved very strong. While they still had the ability to focus chakra and force energy, there was another effect. It had the lightsaber effect if Naruto focused force energy. Chakra, however, gave it a more deadly touch. If he was to focus chakra and slice through a limb, it would destroy the chakra coils. If it was stabbed and stayed in a human, it would break them down from the inside, destroying their organs like a plague.
When they were done showcasing their weapons, Mei was staring in shock.
"There are days when I'm really glad Naruto stays here," Mei said. "Konoha really screwed up when they tried to kill him when they were little."
Shindo nodded and said, "Ditto." Shindo suddenly turned around. Suddenly his gray eyes turned. His sclera turned black and the iris turned purple. The pupil turned into 4 skulls that set in cross formation. The skulls grew larger slightly. He pulled out the yellow scythe and drew it back and yelled, "Shock flare." Scythe blade was fired from the blade and electrocuted someone. The man screamed in agony. He fell to the ground with a thud. Naruto walked over to the group joined by the 2 teams. "Hello Ero Sennin," Naruto said as he looked down at the man, who chuckled nervously at seeing the look on Naruto's face. Chapter 16. Training Days. "What are you doing here, Ero Sennin?" Naruto said as he glared at his so-called godfather. Jiraiya gulped and said, "Naruto, I know you don't want to hear this, but we've lost track of Orochimaru." Silence. More silence. "What do you mean you lost track of Orochimaru?" Naruto's yell was heard all across the elemental nations. A lot of people looked up to try and find the source behind the noise. Jiraiya was currently off the ground with Naruto's hands wrapped around his throat. Naruto's biomass was shifting randomly all over his body and the air was distorting around him as a sign of his anger. Mei wrapped her arms around Naruto, as did Kagome. "Easy there, Naru-kun," Mei said. Kagome snuggled him and said, "We'll get the snake sooner or later, darling." Their soothing tones and words allowed Naruto to calm down and let the aged pervert down from his death grip. As soon as he did, there was the sound of scribbling. Everyone looked at Jiraiya, who was writing down some notes on a notepad which he took from who knows where from. "Oh, this is good," Jiraiya said, a young man plagued by fits of unpredictable rage. "The only thing that calms the inner beast is the gentle feeling of a beautiful woman. This is going to be gold." Before the old man could finish the note, the ink in his pen froze, his notebook burst into flames, then he was electrocuted, blasted with hot water, and then lifted into the air and through a tree.
"Is this normal for that guy?" Shindo asked. "The guy is responsible for writing that Ika Ika Paradise book," Haku said, "so yes, I think that tea is normal." Upon hearing that, Susanna glared at the old man before she grabbed a nearby rock and threw it at the old man. She was aiming for his head while he was down. Unfortunately or fortunately, depends on your point of view. Jiraiya rose up. The rock crashed into the Sanin's crotch, making him fall down and clutch the injured part. Everyone laughed out loud. "I didn't intend to do that, but it was awesome all the same," Susanna said with a grin. Mei, Kagome, and Nami gave the girl an approving grin. Jiraiya rose up from the ground and rubbed his crotch before making his way over to Naruto.
Listen Naruto, there is something I need to talk to you about, alone, the old sage said. Naruto said, you can tell me right here, if it's something big then I think to know as well. The old lecherous sage sighed and said, fine. You see there is this group running around through the elemental nations called the Akatsuki. We don't know their full motives, but we do know that they are targeting the Jinchuriki of the villages. Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, a terrorist group trying to collect the Biju. What do you think they want? Kagome said, I think I know. All eyes were on the girl immediately.
A long time ago the Biju were all a part of one being the Jubi, or the ten-tailed demon, Kagome said. The Ten Tails fought the sage of the Six Paths who beat the Ten Tails and sealed him away in the moon. When the sage died he split the demon into 9 different pieces that connected and formed the 9 Biju today. If they collect all 9 then they may be able to reform the Jubi and have the ultimate weapon at their disposal.
Loki said, that sounds like an epically bad thing. Wait, how do you know about that? Kagome and Nami looked at each other. Red chakra covered Kagome and blue chakra covered Nami. The image of the Kyuubi and Sanbi respectively formed around the two girls. You're the Kyuubi? Jiraiya asked completely shocked. How come you two never told me this? Mei asked glaring at Naruto. The buxom redhead was slightly miffed that Naruto had kept this from her. The Kyuubi is a woman? Susanna asked. Then she and Mei jumped into the air and yelled out, yes. In YROU face you sexist pigs. 2 of the most powerful beings on earth are women.
Kagome said, actually most of them are. Only the 4 tails, the 8 tails, and the 5 tails are the only males among the 9.
Of us. Naruto said, that explains why that Gaara kid always called the Ichibi mother back when he was insane.
Everyone nodded. Anyway, the old man said, I think it's best that I take you out on a little trip for you to train. I could teach you your father's techniques.
Naruto said, did you forget what happened at the council meeting back in Konoha, old man? I used the Rasengan, my own version of it even. I'm also learning my mother's techniques. You don't really have anything to teach me.
The old sage remembered that and mentally smacked his own forehead. He thought for a second and was about to say something when Naruto shot him down again. If you're going to offer me a summoning scroll, forget it, Naruto said. I already have a summoning scroll with the crows.
Jiraiya scowled before snapping his fingers in annoyance. That was when something hit him.
You have a summoning contract with the crows? The old sage asked, not believing it. That summon has been lost for years.
Naruto slammed his hand onto the ground and there was puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared it revealed a baby crow. The bird looked up at Jiraiya and squawked almost cutely at the man. Haku cooed before picking up the baby bird and petting it. The little bird vanished in a puff of smoke a few seconds later. Okay, I'll admit that I can't train you, the man said. I might as well ask though, why didn't take your old man's name?
Naruto said, I didn't take the name because when I got my bloodlines my DNA changed. When that happened I changed to my
name Fukyu or Eternal simply for the power that I had. Jiraiya said, you don't get the implications behind your name, do you? Naruto asked, what do you mean?
Jiraiya said, say your name. Naruto said, Fukyu.
Jiraiya said, say it slower now. Naruto did so and realized what he meant. Naruto then said, not only does it have a meaning, it can also throw people off in a fight, sweet. Everyone rolled their eyes. So since I don't have anything to teach you, I got no real reason to be here, Jiraiya said. I'll see you all later, kid. I'll let you know if I find anything more about my former teammate.
With that Jiraiya vanished in a puff of smoke. Later on in the day there were screams of pain coming from the hot springs. Jiraiya was seen running through the village, running from a bunch of towel-clad women throwing frying pans, and multiple other large, sharp, and very painful objects. He was caught, beaten, and then shot out of the village via a catapult.
Later on, Naruto and his friends were sitting in Mei's house. Mei had called them all in. What is it you wanted to talk to us about, Mei-chan? Naruto asked his hot girlfriend.
Mei said, Naruto, you do know about this Akatsuki organization that Jiraiya told us about. I've been thinking, we do know that some of them may end up coming here hunting for Kagome and Nami.
Naruto asked, yeah, oh man, you aren't banishing us, are you? Mei quickly said, no, not that. I just think that way may need to up our security a bit is all that I'm saying.
Loki said, I can tell. There is so effing foul in th wind. If these guys do get their hands on all the Biju and do form the Jubi, things are going to go to hell and fast. Horo cracked his bare knuckles, having gotten rid of high assassin claws, and said, if they try and come here I'll burn every last one of them to cinders. Susanna put a hand on Horo's shoulder and said, easy there big guy. We can't just go and fight them. They're A-ranked criminals from all over. Despite our power we might not stand a chance. I mean Loki and Steven can use their demon powers pretty effectively, but you can only call on your real power when you're near death.
Horo groaned and sat back down with his arms crossed. Shindo said, this Akatsuki business stinks. Even if they don't get the 9 Biju, they could still form a super demon using a demon that has the same power level as the missing demon. This puts Loki, Steven, and Arashi in a very bad situation. The 3 mentioned looked a little nervous. That could be a bit of a problem. Naruto said, I think I know a way we can do this. We pull a number from Konoha's book.
Mei asked, what do you mean? Naruto said, they used to have 3 sages. Why don't we do the same?
Everyone looked at Naruto with surprise. Naruto continued, we're going to need to be ready to fight a bunch of S-rank criminals. I was able to take down Yagura only with the help of Kyuubi's chakra. From what I can tell, if these guys are hunting Biju, then they must have a way to suppress a Biju's chakra. The group nodded in understanding as they heard that.
Mei said, I understand why we would need to do that, but who would go through that?
Naruto said, I'll go. I am probably going to be hunted by these suckers. I'm going to need all the effort I can put it.
Chojuro said, I think I'll go along with this too. I really want to make my mark on the world. Besides, if one of those traitorous swordsmen from our village is in the group I want in.
Haku said, I'd be honored to be a part of this team. Besides, I want to do something great that would greatly honor my now deceased clan. Mei nodded and said, okay, I'll let you try and become a sage, but how do you plan on doing that? Naruto said, we do each have a summon contract. We can summon them and ask them to train us in the arts of their clans as well as ours.
Mei said, okay, go summon them already. The sooner we get the training over with the better.
Naruto, Haku, and Chojuro walked out of the room and went to the training ground, so they had plenty of room. Chojuro walked out to the middle of the lake and they all focused their chakra. The 3 then slammed their palms down and called out,
summoning jutsu. 3 large plumes of smoke shot up and cleared, revealing the bosses of the Crow, Shark, and Ice Wolf clans.
Honto rose to the surface of the water and said, Chojuro my boy. Why have you summoned me here? There is no one here for me to fight. Barizadu said, I should say the same thing Haku. Why have you summoned us here? Kuro said, you had better not be trying to waste my time, Naruto. Naruto said, Kuro dono, Honto dono, Burazada do dono, we have summoned you here to request your help. You see, there is a group of S-rank criminals out there called the Akatsuki. We know that they pose a danger to our village. We request your help to teach us the sage arts of your kind.
Kuro looked down at the boy and asked, yourself child. My kind, and I will teach you what we know in the sage arts. Besides, Shinigami-sama came to me and told me that if I didn't train you she would pluck me.
Honto said, the last person who tried this stole the Samahata from us before he left. I know I can trust you, but if you betray us we will rip you apart before you can move.
Barizadu said, as I said before, it shall be an honor to train the last remaining Kori clan member. Come, we have much to do.
With those words all 3 summons vanished in large plumes of smoke. When the smoke cleared, it showed that Haku, Naruto, and Chojuro were gone. Shindo said, Arashi, I think I'll start training you myself. Besides, I might be able to help you out with that improvised Awaden, light release, of yours. Arashi nodded before going off with his soon-to-be teacher. Mei turned to Loki, Susanna, Horo, and Steven and said, just because they're off doesn't mean that you're getting off easy. You 4 will be going to meet some of my best Anbu and receive training from them. And I wouldn't get on their bad sides. Trust me, it will not end well. Meanwhile, with Naruto, Naruto stumbled a bit as the smoke cleared. The blonde looked around to see he was in the middle of very thick forest, and that was pitch black and very creepy. The blood-red moon, and the skeletons, human and animal, that littered the ground only seemed to add to the effect. Naruto said, I've seen enough horror shows to know that his is the moment where the monster pops out. Naruto is proved right in his theory when Kuro suddenly appeared and landed right behind him. The large bird wasn't alone as multiple caws could be heard. Naruto looked around to see that he was completely surrounded by a bunch of crows of varying sizes. Welcome to the Mori no Cage, Forest of Shadows. Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu, Kuro said, shall we begin? Naruto nodded with a serious look on his face, with Haku.
Haku immediately felt the cold air hit her almost immediately as the smoke started to clear. She looked around to see she was in the middle of a cave. The cave was apparently in the middle of a mountain. The cave had multiple stalagmites and stalactites of ice. There was also a thick haze of mist outside the cave entrance.
A low snarl got her attention. She looked and had to resist the urge to squeal. There were a bunch of wolf puppies sitting around with a few larger wolves. The obvious warriors of them wore armor similar to the armor that Bariza-do wore. There were other ones that wore sleeker armor, meaning the THTEY were made for speed.
One wolf pup got brave and walked up to Haku before nudging her foot. Haku, despite the cold, picked the pup up and started to snuggle it.
I've seen you found some of the local children, Haku-chan, said Bariza-do's voice. Haku smiled and nodded before she giggled as the puppy licked her face. Welcome to the Yama no Ukami, Wolf Mountain. Here you shall begin your training, the wolf said. Haku put down the puppy and nodded at the large wolf.
With Chojuro. Chojuro cried out in shock as his body impacted a body of water. He rose up from the water sputtering like crazy. He swam over to a nearby rock and crawled on top of it. He looked around to see that he was in the middle of a large coral reef. It was obvious that this was the shark clan's home due to all of the dorsal fins that were seen through the water's surface. Honto suddenly popped up out of the water and said, "Welcome to the same Konyaku, Shark Reef. Shall we begin, or are you going to need some time to dry off?"
The boy glared at the shark for the joke and shook his head no. Meanwhile in Sea Country, a doctor stood over the body of a patient. He growled slightly and said, "Damn it. Why won't these pathetic human take the formula?" The doctor left the table revealing a corpse that had been injected and looked like the injection side had grown horrible infected and infection actually started to eat away at the victim's flesh. The man took off his surgical mask revealing a pair of onyx eyes and some pale skin that was almost the same pale as Orochimaru. The man picked up a nearby recorder and said, "Dr. Layer's log. Day 35, experiment number 13. Test subject number 13 died today from the effects of the formula."
Despite the virus from the boy's blood and Jugo's enzymes mixing, the human body does not seem to take the effects of the formula well. The test animals are able to take the formula for a while, but then they deteriorate. Humans die almost instantly from this strange infection that grows from the injection site. Another subject is now dead. I shall try again to stabilize the formula and try again. End log entry.
The pale doctor walked over to a nearby door and opened it. Inside were a lot of people who looked a little malnourished and really scared. "Next," he said, grabbing a person and pulling them out before slamming the door. Chapter 17. Return and Finding the Madman. 3 years. 3 long years had passed for the 3 Kiri ninja Chojuro, Naruto, and Haku. Their summons had drilled the sage arts of their clans into them furiously. So far they had managed to learn the sage arts of the summons. On top of that they were given new perspective. While training, Naruto was contacted by the Sora. She gave him the special mission of taking the souls of the Akatsuki organization and giving them to her. Within the Mori no Cage, the dark forest was quiet as the blood-red moon climbed high into the air. In the middle of the forest, Naruto stood on a pile of black stone and bones. His looks had changed drastically over the years. He had grown a bit taller and his hair had grown out to where he had to put in a pair of small ponytails on the back of his head.
He now wore a black muscle shirt with a red and silver lining on the edge of the sleeves and collar. On the back of the shirt there was the image of Crimson Raven. On his legs he wore some black Anbu-style pants with some black sandals. Over all this Naruto wore black trench coat that had red feathers on the bottom and the sleeves ripped off. On his left forearm he had the biohazard symbol. On his right forearm was the symbol Naruto remembered as the symbol for the rebellion from Starkiller's time. Naruto sat in a meditative position before the sound of crunching bones. He turned around to see a large monster made out of black and crimson flesh. With it was a monster, the monster that looked like a giant gorilla.
Most of it was gray and its arms were black and looked like it was made of stone. On the gorilla monster's shoulder was a one that looked like a bird made completely out of glowing red biomass. Naruto looked at the creatures, his creations, his children.
Naruto had been trying to focus his biomass and accidentally unleashed the Blacklight virus.
Luckily, the crows were able to use their natural affinity to death to kill the virus before it spread through the whole forest. Unfortunately, the damage was already done. From the slime rose these monsters. Naruto recognized them from Mercer's stories. In order they were called brawlers, juggernauts, and flyers.
Unlike the other creatures that Mercer made, these creatures were loyal to Naruto since he was their father in a sense. Naruto was able to summon them at will using his chakra and control of biomass powers. They were all powerful and they made great allies for the crows. Unfortunately, Kuro was made that the virus had also infected some of his kin and Naruto was punished by being put in chains and pecked at for 3 very long hours.
Other than that, Naruto's training went relatively well. Throughout the training in the area, Naruto found himself with an affinity for darkness. They were happy to give Naruto some lessons in darkness jutsu and he managed to convince them to give him some to give to Susanna. Naruto walked upwards and found himself approached by Kuro, who said, "This 3 years has been interesting, Naruto. I never would have expected you to make us these infected monsters as allies. Though, I could have done without the virus incident. Anyway, go forth and tear the Akatsuki Are, humiliate us in battle, boy, otherwise it will be very bad for you." Naruto nodded at the crow boss and disappeared in a plume of smoke. With Chodoro in same Kumyaku, Naruto sat on top of a large rock in the middle of the reef. The Rakudo Masumune proudly sheathed on his back. Chodoro's look resembled a dark blue shirt and long black Anbu-style pants.
He had on sandals with special seals that allowed him to propel himself underwater. On the side of his belt was a small rectangle-shaped object. If he activated it, the object would turn into a mask that could be used to breathe underwater. This came in handy when he trained underwater. Like Naruto, Chodoro had been given a special mission during his training. Chodoro was charged with finding the sword Samahata and returning it to the Shark clan. Chodoro had gotten intense training in his water affinity to where it was insane. He could actually be able to use it and stand toe-to-toe with a lighting chakra user. He also advanced his abilities in hunting and hand-to-hand combat.
Honto rose from the water and said, "Chodoro, you have finally completed your training. Now it is time for you to return home. Remember your mission, child."
Chodoro nodded and vanished in a burst of smoke. With Haku at the Yama no Ukami. Haku giggled as she cuddled a cute wolf puppy. Haku had grown lightly taller and had grown in a certain area slightly. She now wore a dark blue parka with a small amount of white fluff on the collar that had her clan symbol on the back. Under her parka she wore a black shirt that had the image of a snarling white wolf head around her bust. She also wore some loose pants and snow boots to help her with the cold. Her sword was sheathed across her back. Her hair was still in its usual bun, only she had a pair of pins in it that could also be used as throwing needles. Unlike Naruto and Chodoro, she didn't gain a mission from her summon. Barizadu walked up to her and said, "I'm sorry to interrupt your quality time with one of my children, Haku-chan, but you have to go home now." Haku pouted as she had to set down the adorable animal, making it whine at not being held and petted anymore. Barizadu said, "Good luck, child." With that, Haku vanished in a blur of smoke. In Kirigakure, there was a plume of smoke at Naruto's own training ground. A few seconds after appearing, Naruto was suddenly jumped and tackled to the ground. Naruto looked up to see Kagome and Mei snuggling his chest. Chodoro was then jumped himself. He found himself being smothered in Nami's bust. Chodoro pushed the woman off and kissed her deeply. "I missed being able to do that," Chodoro said, grinning at the woman's grin. Loki, Susanna, Arashi, Shindo, Susanna, Zabuza, Horo, and Steven all showed up. They immediately greeted them with big grins on their faces. "I'm glad to see you all back," Mei said. "I was wondering when you would return. I missed being able to hug my little fox plushie." Mei snuggled the boy, making him blush dark red. "Now then," Naruto said, "what do you guys say we got celebrate our return?" It was at that moment that the sound of girlish screaming was heard. Everyone looked up to see something flying up from the area that the hot springs was. The object came crashing down nearby, forming a large crater. Everyone ran over to the spot to find Jiraiya.
Over the past 3 years Jiraiya had grown more wrinkles and he had a small beard. "Well, if it isn't Ero Sennin," Naruto said, standing over the aged man, "you had better be here with information on Orochimaru." The Toad Sage rose up with his back popping and said, "I don't have very much information on the snake. However, one of my associates did spot Orochimaru's right-hand man in a group of Auto Nin traveling through Sea Country. From what I found from the base in Fire Country, there is a base that Orochimaru rarely visits. The data on it was heavily encrypted. I don't know what he has in there, but there is a chance that is where your blood is, since the country has been experiencing a lot of kidnappings. When the bodies were found, they were horribly mutilated and destroyed."
Naruto growled and said, "Let's go," summoning jutsu. Naruto slammed his hand on the ground, and after the smoke cleared there were a total of 4 massive ravens.
"Naruto," Mei said, "this is a mission for you and your team. I want the rest of the outcast, Shindo, and Arashi to stay here. Bring back anything you can that could be of use, since you have this trick for finding new talent. After that I want you to destroy that monster's base. Orochimaru may not be a missing nin from my village, but he is still a threat to my village." The 4 nodded. The Lost Ones looked upset. Horo yelled, "Oh man! I wanted to help burn that damn snake freak to a crisp." As they flew away, Loki said, "I would have preferred feeding the man to my wolves and watch him get eaten alive." Arashi turned to the boy and asked, "You have a contract with wolves? I managed to steal the wolf summoning contract off that Iwa nin we killed back on the mission we met you guys on."
Loki looked at the 4-winged bird boy and said, "I can't believe it took me 3 years to actually remember this. I'll sign the contract." Suddenly a female voice said, "You aren't signing a contract yet."
The 4 Lost Ones turned around with fear in their eyes as they saw the people who had been training them for the past 3 years. All 4 of them wore Anbu attire with masks. One had a hammerhead shark mask, another had great white shark mask, another had a bull shark mask, and the last one had a tiger shark mask. In the middle of their masks they had th kanji symbol for mist.
They were a part of Mist, the elite of Kuritaker's Anbu. They were called the Shark Squad. They were the secret group that operated the strongest of the Anbu. "Since you guys don't have a mission," Hammerhead said, "you'll be getting in some extra training." Shindo said, "Oh my. Look at the time." The man grabbed Arashi and they ran for it. The shark-masked Anbu grabbed the Lost Ones and they were dragged off, scraping the ground as they were dragged.
Meanwhile, Naruto, Haku, Chojuro, and Jiraiya flew on the backs of the giant crows all the way to Sea Country. They found themselves in a small shoreside town. Upon arrival they all noticed that the people in the village seemed a little fearful of them, as displayed as the parents tried to hide their children from them. They also noticed that there was a very full graveyard near the edge farthest from the shore. Naruto suddenly sent out a pulse of the force and sensed a dark power from a few miles out of the village. The power was so dark that it made his stomach churn.
"Guys," Naruto said, "I sense something dark. It's coming from the area around in that direction." The blonde pointed in the direction and they went in that direction. The 4 ninja went out of the village and found an entrance that was similar to the one they found earlier. The group ran down and entered the base. They immediately found that this base had the same interior design as the other base. On top of that, it had been modified to look like a messed asylum or hospital. Like the other bases, there were multiple rooms. When looked inside, they found dead bodies chained to the walls that looked like they had mutated. Naruto grew sick knowing that his blood had played a part in all of this death and disgust. They eventually found the main lab. The back room was empty of people who looked like they died of malnutrition. They also saw the infected and dead bodies. The ninja were all starting to get a little bit sick. Naruto noticed that there were 4 large containers that were busted.
"Hey guys," Naruto said, "I think I found the doctor's logs. I also think I found the doctor." They went to the blonde and nearly wretched when they saw the body. The body was burned, slashed, gutted, and a whole lot of other things. Naruto took out the audio logs and listened. Apparently, after his failures, Dr. Lair had finally managed to get the formula to work. Unfortunately, the experiments got out and hid out. Apparent, but were captured again. Sometime after that, Kabuto arrived and killed the doctor, who was already near death. It was after that the video ended. "Looks like he got the formula finished," Nato said. "What happened to test subjects?" Naruto shrugged his shoulders, wondering it himself. Jiraiya was going through the computer and said, "It looks like Mad Doctor wasn't only working on this. Apparently he was given a second assignment. He was pulling a number out of Kiri's book. He had the doctor trying to make 7 serpent swords while using the Kusangi as a base. According to this, he sent off one of the swords to Demon Country, but it was apparently lost." Naruto said, "Do you think we could find the lab where the swords were made?" Jiraiya nodded. The 4 then ran off to find the lab. They entered the lab to find 7 sword racks. The problem was that all but one was gone. It was an ornate medium-sized broadsword. The blade was black and purple, while there wasn't anything that was remarkable about the hilt, and there was no guard. There were lines on the blade, meaning that it could break into at least 6 segments. Naruto grabbed the sword and sealed it away in a scroll. "That's one serpent sword," Naruto said. "Where are the other 6? At that moment there was the sound of a body hitting the ground. Everyone turned around to see something that made their stomachs churn. It was Kabuto. The difference was that his skin was gray. There was a huge stab wound on his stomach and his body was shriveled. "What the hell happened to him?" Chojuro asked. Naruto walked up to the body and poked it with his finger. The blonde said, "The blood has been completely drained out of him. What the hell happened to that guy?" At that moment 5 figures jumped down from the rafters above them. Each one looked human for the most part, but there were fundamental differences.
The first was a man with long brown hair, piercing red eyes that were ringed with purple. On his chest was a massive eye. His clothes consisted of a white trench coat, red puffy pants, and a pair of sandals. In his hand he had a small masamune. The blade was gold and azure with an emerald lighting pattern going up the blade. The second was the least human looking of all of them. He had short mint green spiky hair. He had blue skin with purple veins all over his skin and some dark eyes. He wore an open black jacket and a loin cloth over a pair of light black pants. In his hand was large broadsword. The weapon was obsidian with an iron edge. The obsidian part of the blade was covered in bright red blood vessels. Right above where the blade and hilt was what looked like a real human heart. The third was a woman. She had shoulder-length blue hair, a fair complexion, green eyes, a rather supple bust, and a black and dark red demonic-looking arm. She wore a light green tank top and red puffy pants. She was actually barefoot. She held 2 katana in each hand. The first was a regular silver katana with what looked like a python wrapped around the hilt acting as a guard. The second was a blue-bladed katana with a sea snake wrapped around the handle with the tail acting as a guard. The fourth was another woman. She had long luscious red hair, entrancing amber eyes, and an attractive figure. She also had a long purple serpentine tail with a black diamond-shaped spike at the end. She wore some odd red pants and a colorful tank top. She had at least 3 swords. The first was a white-bladed katana with a cobra head, with its hood spread, on the hilt acting as a guard. The second was a red-bladed katana with a viper wrapped around the handle. The third katana had a green blade with a boa wrapped around handle. The final man looked very strange. He had spiky long pitch black hair, light gray eyes that had dark circles around and pitch black tendrils going in and out of his back. He wore puffy black pants, with a button-up shirt ripped apart above the waist and hanging from his hip. In his hands was a large curved sword. It was 10 feet long and 2 feet wide. It was half red and half black with 7 demonic eyes going up the blade. "Who are you supposed to be?" Naruto asked, looking at the 5 in shock. "We don't need to answer to you, sound scum," the man with the black open jacket said with a snarl showing a mouth full of sharp teeth. "What are you talking about?" Chojuro asked. The girl with the demonic arm spat and said, "Don't try to trick us. The Otokage sent you here to exterminate us. Your master turned into freaks. Monsters. Now we're going to take Otokage down one ninja at a time." With that, the 5 experiment victims charged intent on slaying the Kiri ninja. The 4 ninja drew their swords and got ready to fight. Chapter 18. Sages vs. Experiments. The man with black tendrils on his back charged at Naruto and swung his demonic-looking sword intent on ripping of Naruto's head. The blonde ducked the attack before jumping over the boy with incredible agility and landing on the ground. He drew his sword and swung them. The tendrils on the man's back formed blades that blocked the attack. Naruto pointed his weapons at the man and said, "Nice moves, Shadow Spine." The man said, "My name is Terraner. Terraner swung his weapon that met and clanged loudly against Naruto's dual weapons. Naruto was immediately greeted with the feeling of pain even with someone. Naruto found himself in an even standoff. This guy was as strong as he was.
Now, Terranor said, I'll feed you to my dark mass.
The black tentacles shot out of Terraner's back and went forward. Naruto felt his shoulder get pierced by the spear head of the tendril. Naruto pulled on the tendril, pulling Terraner from his spot. Naruto went through some one-sided hand signs before saying, Dark Release, Shadow Fist.
Naruto's arm was covered in darkness and he unleashed a powerful punch that knocked the boyman off his feet and sent him flying. Terranor caught himself and said, okay, this is going to be fun. With Haku, the girl with long red hair spun around and swung her tail at Haku. The remaining member of the Kori clan dodged the attack. The girl with the demonic arm swung her claws and sliced through the brick right next to her. Haku quickly went through some of her chakra and said, summoning jutsu. Out of the rising smoke, a huge wolf covered in black and silver armor along with some ice shot forward and tackled the demonic arm girl. Get off me! She yelled as she ripped the wolf off her and threw it. The wolf landed and snarled, is that all you got, little girl? The girl said, my name is Aki. When we're done with you I'm going to have a new coat. Aki drew her swords and charged at the wolf. Meanwhile Haku dodged another tail swing from the other girl. The end of her tail actually changed and turned into a drill. Tail drill attack. Haku avoided the attack before she grabbed the tail and used her ice powers to freeze it. The girl cried out in pain as she felt her tail freeze. She quickly took out her white katana and swung it, sending a bolt of lightning at Haku, who quickly dodged the sudden attack. The girl retracted the tail and using her red katana melted the ice. Okay, the tailed girl said, now you've made Selus angry. Now I'm going to beat you into the ground.
With both her swords in her hands and her blue held in her versatile tail, she charged while Haku drew her own.
With Jiraiya. Jiraiya was facing off against the man with the eye in his chest. He dodged the man's initial attack and suddenly AHD to dodge a blast of lightning. The man charged and threw out a vicious punch. Jiraiya reacted quickly and said, Needle Jizo. The man's fist impacted Jiraiya's hair that had grown around his body and acted as armor. The man cried out in pain as Jiraiya's hair had sharpened and turned into needles. Jiraiya then said, Needle hell. The needles that were his hair rippled and the shot off. The man growled, Metal Release, Skin Armor. Charka focused in the man's body and the needles bounced of his flesh. Kanaton, Metal Release. Jiraiya asked, Who are you? The man said, My name is Enton. Now hold Yi in his chest flashed before it fired a blast of chakra. Jiraiya dodged the attack before he shot forward with Enton following suit.
With Chojuro. Chojuro blocked the bloody sword the remaining member wielded with his own before throwing up a kick that knocked the strange man back.
Chojuro went through hand signs and said, Water style, water bullet. Chojuro shot a bullet of hot water from his mouth. To Chojuro's shock, the man opened his mouth extra wide and actually ate the
water bullet. He gulped loudly before letting out a relieved sigh.
He looked at Chojuro and said, Thanks for the drink. That was very refreshing. Chojuro asked, Who are you? The man grinned and said, Call me your lock. Now hold still so I can eat. The man shot forward and tried to sink his teeth into Chojuro just for the boy to perform a substitution with a nearby box. Urlok sank his teeth into the wood before actually biting and eating the wood.
Naruto vs. Terraner. Naruto dodged a swing from Terraner and swung his own sword, slicing the man's arm open. The dark mass on him actually healed the wound. The dark-ass tendril formed more spears and shot forward. Naruto was red this time and blocked the attack. Naruto then countered and slammed the handle of his left sword into the man's stomach, making him double over.
Naruto then called out, Force Release, Force Lightning. Terranor called out in pain as lightning coursed through his body. The man growled in anger. He shot forward and swung his sword. Naruto dodged the attack, but a kick knocked Naruto back. Terranor swung his sword and Naruto called out in pain. The blonde stepped back, now missing an arm. Is this all the power you have? Terranor asked with a smirk. His smirk turned into a shocked look as biomass covered Naruto's severed arm and turned into a massive blade.
Naruto said, You wish. Naruto stole forward and swung the massive blade. The force and strength behind the swung blade caused Terraner to wince. Naruto's smaller blade was stabbed through Terraner's sword-wielding arm, making him cry out in pain. Naruto then kicked him away before he threw up his smaller sword and went through some one-sided hand signs.
Uzumaki darkness style, shadow binding formation.
The darkness around Terraner's lower half actually shot up and formed chains before wrapping around his body. Shadow swords then shot forward and positioned around his neck. Naruto's severed arm formed biomass before going over to Naruto, who absorbed it and then lifted the sword before putting it back in its sheath.
Now who's weak? Naruto asked with a smirk. Haku and Wolf versus Salus and Aki.
Haku dodged another swing from Salus's tail. The razor-sharp edge tore through the metal of the wall. Haku dodged the next swing before blocking the attack with her sword. Salus swung her sword, sending a wave of fire, lightning, and wind from her swords. The element attacks slammed into her. Salus smirked before Haku burst into ice. Haku burst from the ground behind Salus.
Haku swung her sword, sending a wave of icy chakra that froze tail and caused ice to freeze the woman's tail. Haku then jumped on and called out, "Ice release. Tundra's frozen grip."
A large hand that was made completely out of ice burst from the ground. The ice hand gripped Salus in a death grip and sent a wave of frozen numbness over her body, causing her to drop the swords in her grip. The blue sword in her tail burst with scalding water, melting the ice. The tail extended and was about to slice through Haku again. Haku jumped up over the tail and swirled in mid-air before kicking the sword out of the tail's grip before going through some one-sided hand sign.
Ice release. Frozen grip. Haku grabbed the tail. Ice crept over the tail and froze it, and the only thing that wasn't frozen on Salus was her head.
While this was going on, Haku's wolf was dodging Aki's demonic arm. The claws narrowly missed the wolf one time. One quick chomp later, Aki was clutching her arm as ice slowly spread over the extended limb. The wolf charged at Aki before jumping up and spinning in a cartwheel like a saw blade. The claws sliced Aki's skin. The wolf then pinned her under its weight before chomping on her neck with enough pressure to hold her down and not break it.
Jiraiya versus Enten. Jiraiya was brawling with Enten. The man was extremely strong and was currently standing his ground against the Toad Sage. Luckily, Jiraiya's Needle Jizo kept the Enten's sword at bay. Finally, Jiraiya used his Needle Hell move again to knock the man back before using a Toad Sage move to splatter the man with oil. The man was pinned to the ground and couldn't move. Chojuro versus Urlok. Urlok spat at Chojuro, sending a glob of venom at him. Chojuro dodged the attack before charging forward. His sword flashed and turned into a hammer. He swung it, knocking Urlok backwards. He recovered immediately and charged again. Chojuro quickly transformed his word back to normal before blocking the attack.
Chojuro quickly transformed his sword into a chain that wrapped around Urlok's weapon before pulling on it like a ripcord. Urlok lost his balance and fell forward. Chojuro focused chakra into his teeth before jumping up and sinking them into the man's shoulder, making him cry out in pain. Chojuro then threw him up into the air before turning his chain weapon into a mace and swung it, sending Urlok to the ground.
The young shark sage then went through hand signs and said,
"Water style. Water prison." The pipes in the area burst and wrapped around Urlok, preventing him from moving.
"Fine," Urlok said. "Go ahead and kill us, we're ready for you." Naruto walked up to Urlok before bashing him over the head.
"You morons," Naruto said, "we aren't from Oto. Check the headbands for Pete's sake."
At that moment the four looked at the headbands and they saw the Kirigakure symbol. They immediately felt both stupid and a little inadequate for what they had been doing.
One by one the sages released the captured free. They rose up and looked a little weary in case they should attack again.
"Okay," Enten said, "if you aren't from Otogakure, then what are you doing here?"
Naruto said, "About 3 years ago Orochimaru stole a sample of my blood. He mixed it with something from a guy named Jugo.
Apparently it was used in the experiments on U5. Almost immediately Aki's demonic arm shout and wrapped around his neck, Salus's tail wrapped around his arms, and Terranor, Urlok, and Enten had their swords going for his neck, heart, and head. "It was you," Terranor roared. "You're the guy Orochimaru got the virus sample from. Because of you we've all been turned into freaks." Naruto said, "I didn't know that this would be the outcome. Besides, Orochimaru has always been good at covering his tracks." If I could have done something sooner, then I would have skinned that snake. Gutted his right-hand man, and finally burned Otogakure to the ground. At the mention of his hate towards Orochimaru, the 5 experiment test victims calmed down a bit. Finally they moved away slowly.
Now that we know you, Naruto said, it's time you lean red R's. The old guy is Jiraiya, the girl is HKU, the other guy is Chojuro, and I'm Naruto.
Before the group could talk any further, the sound of an explosion ripped through the air. The entire group, experiments included, ran out and found the town. Oh no, Naruto said, come on. Let's go crack some skulls. With that, Naruto and his team ran down to the village. They immediately found themselves in the middle of a sound ninja invasion. At the front of it was one ninja with long black hair and black and red ninja attire. He had an Otogakure headband on his head, while around his bicep he had a tattoo that looked like a flame with a skull in the middle. Haku recognized the symbol immediately and scowled furiously. The ninja saw Haku and said, "Hey there, pretty lady, looking for a good time?" Haku said, "I'd rather kill you for what you've done here and against my clan." The ninja looked confused for a second before he looked at her. "Who are you?" the ninja asked. Haku answered. The man smirked and said, "Oh, so a member of that old clan of ice users still exists. The name is Naraku Hoka. Let's see if our clan rivalry isn't all just hype." The man blurred through hand signs and said, "Scorch release, white fire grenade." He fired a blast of white hot flame balls. Haku dodged the attacks artfully. She then went through her own hand signs before saying, "Ice release, icicle rain." Haku fired a barrage of icicles from her mouth that nearly ripped the man apart. He was able to dodge the attack, but just barely.
While this was going on, Naruto and his friends were taking care of the sound shinobi. It was easy given their skills. At one point the 5 experiments from the lab came and showed some incredible abilities.
Aki's claws could extend as well as become enhanced by any of the main elements. The attacks were both fast and devastating. Terranor revealed that he could shift his body parts to different claws or more muscular body parts, much like Naruto could using his dark mass.
Enten revealed an ability to absorb the power out of someone's body and use it to fire and blast of power from his large chest eye and his normal eyes. He also revealed an ability for telekinesis and telepathy, as when he got a few sound ninja to kill each other. Naruto used his powers to find that he didn't use force energy to do it, but it was most likely an enhancement of his mind due to the formula in his body.
Selous pretty much just used her tail and swords to slice down anyone in her way. Despite the ability not being that crazy, but it was powerful. Urlach showed an ability to shoot venom, ice, and fire from his mouth. He even showed that he could open it extra wide when he used the ability to chomp down on a sound ninja's head. Even weirder was when he actually ate it, though he did look sick. He also showed a power to open his mouth anywhere on his body, as when he actually sucked in a few sound ninja into his stomach to eat them, followed by Hai nearly retching.
Originally the townsfolk thought that they were a few monsters that escaped from the hidden Mad Doctor's lab, but they were proved wrong when a stray jutsu from Haku's fight nearly hit a girl. Urlach actually took the shot before getting the girl out of the way. Back with Haku, the girl was holding her own against Naraku. Naraku was sporting some minor frostbite and his arm was messed up. He glared at Haku, who didn't have a scratch on her. "I won't lose to an ice user," Naraku yelled. Just as he was about to charge and Haku disappeared, he suddenly hunched over. He was stabbed in the stomach by Haku's sword. She dropped the man and walked away. As the town had pretty much been destroyed, the townsfolk started to leave. Before they left to go find a new home, the girl Urlach saved gave him a flower as a thank you for saving her. The experiments would have gone with them, but they knew that Orochimaru would just come after them. "So what do we do now?" Selous asked, looking a little upset. Naruto said, "You could come with us. Kiri could always use some power fighters." Enten said, "Well, we don't have anywhere to go. Besides, if we join you we might be able to get ahead on the search for Orochimaru." Naruto nodded before he unsealed a few items. He gave Urlach a cloak and mask to wear so that he wouldn't freak everyone out on his way back. Selous cast a genjutsu over her tail to cover it up, while Haku took out some bandages and wrapped them around Aki's arm. Enten just closed the eye on his chest, while Terranor just withdrew the dark mass he had on his back. With that, the group headed out for Kirigakure. Chapter 19. Journey to Kumo. It had been 2 months since the 3 sages from Kurigakure went and found the 5 experiments.
Upon returning, May was looking at her boyfriend, wondering how he was able to find such talent like this in such short amounts of time. Seriously, it was like he had a detector in his brain that allowed him to see if a person had talents or not. The experiments went into their story saying that they were orphans from the village that were taken because nobody would miss them. Thanks to the mix of Naruto's blood and the enzymes from Jugo, the effects of the formula were unpredictable and permanent. The only good news was that in his many experiments the mad doctor had used up the blood sample.
May let the 5 join them and they stayed at the Terame. They weren't the only talent that was brought in though. About a week or 2 after their acceptance, the experiments were sent on a mission to find out why there had been multiple disappearances at a nearby shore town.
They were sent under Kenshin's supervision in case they tried something stupid. What they found was another one of Orochimaru's labs. They were attacked by a group of sound ninja and separated.
Terenor was found and healed by a woman named Isaribi. When he found her being attacked by a bunch of kids who claimed she was a monster, he flared his dark mass and threatened to show them a real monster. The duo bonded, and Terenor, after being found by his teammates, it was revealed that Isaribi had been a test subject of Orochimaru. The experiment was to give a ninja the ability to breathe underwater. The experiment gave her the ability to turn into a fish woman. She was
cynical towards Terenor, thinking that he wouldn't know her suffering. That was when he told her of his days as Orochimaru's guinea pig. When the main scientist at the lab, named Amachi, there attacked them and tried to take Isaribi back, he was soundly defeated and promptly fed to a few sharks.
She was brought back to Kurigakure hoping that they might be able to help her. Naruto, thanks to some gentle manipulation of his virus, was able to change Isaribi's condition. The scaly parts of her body when she was human turned normal and she gained control over her transformations. It even increased her water abilities.
After a while it was clear that Isaribi and Terenor had fallen for each other. The Lost Ones were happy that they found fellow experiment test subjects like themselves. When asked, they told them that they didn't know about any more of Orochimaru's bases, but they did tell them about the 7 serpent swords.
The swords wielded by Sailus were Flying Boa, Flame Viper, and Lightning Cobra. The 2 wielded by Aki were Coral Snake and Geo Python. The 6th, the one that Naruto and his team found, was called Shadow Eel. The 7th they had yet to see. The sword was called Solaconda. The sword had been sent to another base in Demon Country. They didn't hear from the caravan that was taking it though. Speaking the swords, it turns out that Shadow Eel was made to take on Darkness Chakra. That immediately piqued Susanna's interest. She took the weapon and swung it a few times, making it a very effective weapon. While they were training, the new experiments learned their affinities. Salus's fire and lightning, Aki's affinity was mainly earth. When this was shown, they would switch weapons. Sailus got Flame Viper and Lightning Cobra while Aki was given Geo Python. When Isaribi joined, she was given Coral Snake as a gift from Terenor for being able to join the ninja ranks. This got a lot of teasing from everyone. While Isaribi was technically a ninja, now she didn't go on the higher ranked missions because she didn't have a lot of experience on the battlefield. A while after that, the group was given an A- rank mission to destroy a couple of bandit camps that had a few well-known missing nin in them. When they arrived, the slaughter was incredible. Nobody could even recognize some of the bodies. After that, Naruto and all of the people in his group were given their special title. They were now known as the Kurigakure no Jugo Akuma Ken, 15 Demon Blades of the Hidden Mist. The group had officially replaced the original 7 swordsmen as they were much stronger than the previous group. After a lot of arguing and some head smacking, they decided Naruto would be the head of the group since he was the first one to come to Kurigakure. Right now the 13 were standing in Mei's office. "What is it, Mei-chan?" Naruto asked. "Me message earlier from Kumogakure. Apparently they've noticed our village's rising strength. They want to talk about an alliance with us," Naruto said. "Really? I didn't think that something like this would happen. I thought that Kumo wouldn't want an alliance with us since Kiri doesn't have a very good history after the whole Civil War thing." Mei shrugged and said, "Anyway, I want you to act as my bodyguard while we got to Kumo to discuss the alliance." Naruto nodded. Mei rang her secretary and told her to hold all her calls. A few hours later, Naruto and his group were currently flying through the air. Terenor looked a little upset, but that was mostly because Isaribi had stayed at home and wasn't around. They were currently flying on the back of one of Naruto's birds. Within a few minutes they saw the gates of Kumo.
The large birds flew down before dropping the leader of Kier and the bodyguard off.
So this is Kumo, Naruto said. I got to admit it lives up to its name.
It was true. The large mountain village was settled high up on the mountain, so much so that it was actually hidden by the clouds in the air. Naruto and Mei walked forward and found two guards standing at the entrance of the gate that looked very similar to the two guards Kotetsu and Izumo from Konoha. "Halt!" the lead guard said, brandishing his sword. "Who goes there?"
Mei cleared her throat and said, I am Mei Terumi, the current Mizukage of Kurigakure. With me is my bodyguard Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu. We have come at the request of the Raikage to discuss an alliance.
The guards looked the woman over. Naruto noticed, with great ire, that his gaze lingered a bit too long around Mei's chest area.
Naruto whacked the man over the head and said, Stop ogling my girlfriend, you pervert.
Mei glared the man who was now nursing a very huge lump growing on the back of his head.
I keep telling you, Tetsuro, the other guard said, you can't just keep staring at women like that. Either they are going to kill you or their
boyfriend is going to kill you. With that, the sensible guard lead the two ninja from Kiri were lead to the Raikage's office, which was set up in the middle of the village. Do all the villages have the same layout? I mean, the tower is in the same place in Konoha, Kiri, and Kumo, Naruto said with his arms crossed as they went into the tower. When they approached the office they heard people talking, and then there was the sound of something heavy getting thrown and hitting the wall. Out of the door stepped a large hulking man. He was very tall with a dark skin, sunglasses and a bandana tied around his head that had the Kumo symbol on it. He wore mostly black and bit of white with 7 swords on his back. He had the tattoo of a bull's horn on the side of his face. He also had a seal tattoo on his arm that Naruto recognized as a possible Jinchuriki seal. Yo bro, the man said, you don't got nothing else to throw. The man was then proved wrong as what looked like a lap was thrown through the door and slammed the man in the head. He hit the ground with a thud. Mere moments later, he got up and rubbed his head in pain. Ouch, was all he said as he popped one shoulder and looked around. Hello Kurabi, Naruto said. Hey Fukyu, the rapping ninja said, what it do? Mei and Naruto looked at the man for a brief second before a chair flew through the door of the Raikage's office and slammed into Killer Bee's head. Kurabi, stop it with the damn rapping, said a very angry voice from the office. Seeing Kurabi down on the ground, the two peeked into the Raikage's office. There was a seething man standing behind the desk that was now absent of a few paperweights and the chair that was supposed to be behind it. The man was tall with a small beard. Other than that, you couldn't tell much about his appearance other than his dark skin. With his cloak on though, you could tell he was well muscled. Naruto could tell from the force that even through this man was old, he was no pushover. He had high chakra reserves and he could tell that this man's strength was inhuman. I take it you're the two from Kiri here to talk about the alliance, the man said now in a much calmer tone. Yes, we are, she said. I am Mei Terumi, this is my bodyguard and boyfriend, Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu. The Raikage looked at them and said, my name is I already know you're the Raikage. I know who you are from my brother out there. You are Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu, the leader of the Kurigakure no Jugo Oni Ken. Naruto grinned and said, my reputation precedes me. Glad to meet you, Raikage-sama. The old man smiled and said, finally a person in the world today who has some sense. Now then, shall we discuss some of the terms for the alliance? With that, negotiations began. The negotiation was actually easy. Since they didn't have some crazy but jobs or power-hungry council members trying to sabotage things, the negotiations were simple. Now, the Raikage said as they reached an end of their negotiations, with this we solidify an alliance between our two villages. Now shall we drink to the occasion? The Raikage pulled out a bottle of sake and a pair of small cups. They poured the sake, picked up the cups, and the Raikage said, to our future. The three touched their cups together and drank. As they sat the cups down, Naruto had a sudden sense of foreboding. His vision swam and he saw two people. The first was a man with silver hair wielding a 3-bladed scythe. The other was a tall dark-skinned man who had a mask and green eyes. Both of them wore black cloaks with red clouds on them. They stood over a petite blonde woman in Jonin attire.
Naruto's vision actually entered the woman and Naruto saw a cage what a two-tailed cat sat behind it hissing furiously.
Tamae and Naruto had been standing still for the past few minutes. "Is he okay?" the leader of Kumo asked as he saw Naruto stand completely still.
Naruto then came out of his vision and found where he saw the vision from. He then dashed forward and busted through the wall of the Raikage's office. He descended downward and smashed both legs into the ground. He then shot forward kicking up dirt and leaving a trail of red mist streaks. What happens when Heller runs at full speed in Prototype 2?
A few people saw this and started to question their sanity. One in particular was Omoi, who that an enemy ninja was using some superfast technique and was running through the village to steal the village secrets. He was promptly bashed over the head by his red-headed teammate. Meanwhile, with the two men and the cute blonde, the taller and dark-skinned of the two said, "Will you hurry up with the ritual already, Hidan? The sooner we get this Biju taken out of this
woman, the sooner we can get out of here." Hidan growled, "Can it Kakuzu? Jashin-sama was not satisfied with the sacrifices I gave him earlier today. He demands this girl's life, and her innocence." At that word the blonde went rigid and started to fight against the silver-haired man even more than she already was.
"Nibby. Why can't I get out of this?" the girl thought. "I'm sorry kitten, but the seal he put on you is blocking my chakra from getting to you," the two-tailed cat said.
The sick and twisted man started to grip her shirt. At that moment there was a loud crack and the sound of a crash.
The blonde opened her eyes and saw a blonde man in a black cloak with huge deformed black and red stone-like arms standing above her with one arm extended, meaning he was the one who smashed the silver-haired man. Hidan got up and spat out some blood before he yelled, "Who are you supposed to be?"
Kakuzu said, "I recognize this guy. He's the guy Itachi is supposed to go after. It looks like we're going to get a 2-for-1 today."
Naruto said, "So you two are with the Akatsuki, huh? It looks like the boss has endorsed in some really freaky-looking people." Kakuzu glared at Naruto and said, "You better keep your mouth shut before I sew it shut, brat." Naruto put on a horrified face and said, "Oh no, I'm so terrified. What are you going to do, knit me a sweater?"
Kakuzu growled, "Huckle, even though you got a good sense of humor kid, I can't let you kill the bonehead over here." Hidan said, "If you are who he says, we'll tear the demon out of you and send your soul straight to Jashin-sama."
Naruto said, "Dude, idol worship is unhealthy. Besides, everyone knows that Jashin isn't a real god." There was a tense silence. "I'll teach you to disrespect the great and powerful Jashin-sama. Stay out of my way this time."
"Kakuzu, I'm going to gut this punk," Hidan yelled as he charged at Naruto, intent on gutting him like a pig.
The silver-haired psycho prize swung his scythe. Naruto dodged it before throwing a kick that smashed Hidan's head in. The man backed up and his head put itself back together. "So that's what it looks like when someone spontaneously regenerates," Naruto said, looking at the deranged man, and said, "I've always wondered that." Hidan snarled before he charged forward. This time Naruto took out his swords and blocked the large triple-bladed scythe. The two kept it up for a moment before he pushed back and sent out a powerful roundhouse kick that knocked the man backwards. Naruto charged forward and stabbed Hidan right through the heart. Naruto then kicked the man away before focusing the power of force and lifted the silver-haired priest off the ground and sent him flying into a wall. Hidan burst from the stone and roared in absolute fury as he ran at Naruto. The blonde was tackled and he threw Hidan off with a simply flex of his arms. Naruto then went through hand signs and called out, "Dark Release, Shadow Whip." Darkness focused around the boy's arm and he threw his arm out. A whip-like extension shot out of his arm and slashed the man across the chest, leaving a deep gash. The wound healed and the silver-haired man grinned evilly. He flashed his scythe, showing a bit of blood. Naruto glanced down to see a gash healing his arm. "Now you just put one foot in the grave," Hidan spat when as he licked the blood off his scythe. Almost immediately Hidan's skin took a darker tint until he turned completely black, while he also gained the image of a skeleton. All in all, he looked like a rip-off version of the Grim Reaper. Hidan then pulled out a dagger from his cloak and stabbed it into himself. Naruto growled in pain as he felt a stabbing pain in his chest. He looked down to see that a deep stab wound had appeared on his chest. He then glared at the man who looked shocked. "What the hell? Why aren't you dead?" Hidan yelled in anger and a slight amount of fear.
He threw the dagger away and took out his scythe. He started stabbing the triple-bladed weapon into himself repeatedly. Naruto called out in pain as the blade wounds appeared on his chest. Naruto grunted and stumbled as he made his way over to Hidan.
The priest stabbed himself multiple times rapidly and yelled, "Why won't you die?" Before he could stab himself again, Naruto grabbed his scythe arm and delivered a dark glare to the man. "Oh crud," was all Hidan could say. At that moment, a bunch of Kumo Jin and Chunin followed by Mei and A found Naruto gripping the man's arm.
Naruto transformed his arm its muscle mass form and unleashed a brutal right hook. Naruto winced as he felt pain. The man crashed into a tree. Naruto looked down to see a tree. Naruto looked at himself and noticed that there was no pain like when the man stabbed himself. Naruto looked down to see a seal on the ground right where the silver-haired maniac was standing.
Naruto cracked his knuckle and quickly formed his claws. Naruto then swung the weapon, taking a huge chunk out of Hidan's side. Naruto said as he pointed one claw at Hidan, "Told you idol worship was bad for ya."
Naruto then started swinging his claws around wildly. Hidan screamed in pain as the large knife-like claws that covered Naruto's hands tore the man apart. Within a few minutes all that was left were a bunch of bloody chunks.
Naruto took a step back and went through hand signs. Dark release. All-consuming darkness. Naruto's shadow spread underneath the chunks. The chunks were swallowed by the darkness and pulled down into it. Naruto's shadow returned and the blonde cracked his neck. "Well, that one little issue taken care of," Naruto said as he cracked his neck. Naruto then turned to look at Kakuzu. The man looked at his wrist like he was looking at a watch and said, "Oh my, look at the time." With that, the masked man ran off with a few of the Kumo ninja running after him.
Naruto looked down at the woman and held out a hand.
The girl reluctantly took it and got up. "Are you all right, Yugito?" he asked. The now identified Yugito said, "I'm fine." "Who are those clowns?" Naruto sighed and said, "They are a little nuisance that is going to be a major problem in the future." I looked at the blonde and said, "I see, then we might want to discuss this." As they left, Yugito looked at the blonde. "Wasn't that the blonde kid from Kirigakure with the crow summon?" She thought. "I think so," Nibi said, "and he did just save your life. Quick, grab him, drag him back to your apartment, and then thank him with everything you have." Yugito mentally yelled. Nibi, Chapter 20, Payback Time. It had been a few days since Naruto and Mei's trip to Kumo. The treaty went off without a hitch. Though for some reason Naruto seemed to avoid Yugito. Unknown to the girl, she heard what the Nibi had said about taking Naruto back to Yugito's apartment and staying there for a couple of days. Naruto was able to avoid the hormonal-crazed woman to avoid getting milked of all his bodily fluids. Besides, if that did happen, it was more than likely that he would die given how Kagome had described Nibi. Naruto and the rest of the Demon Blades were just hanging out at their training ground practicing a few new moves they had.
They were suddenly interrupted by a few Anbu appeared in flashes of smoke.
"Naruto-sama," the man said, "you and the rest of the Demon Blades have been called to the Mizukage's office. It is urgent."
The members of the group nodded. Within a few minutes they appeared in the Mizukage's office. What they didn't expect was for Jiraiya to be there as well as an Anbu from Konoha wearing a decorated tiger mask. "Naruto," the Mizukage said, "I called you here because there is something that the old pervert here has brought to our attention." The woman nodded at the old man who said, "Naruto, I have come with a request from the current Hokage Tsunade Senju. She has asked for your assistance in a matter that concerns both of our villages." Naruto looked at the man and said, "Orochimaru." The old Kage nodded. "My sources have indicated that Orochimaru is holed up in one of his main bases in Otogakure in the land of rice. From what my sources say, the man is extremely weak. Of all times to take down the little sneak, now would be the time." Naruto said, "So you want me to help you because 1. I've drastically injured the snake before, and 2. Because I have a grudge against the oversized snake pedophile." Jiraiya nodded and said, "Yeah. What do you say?" Naruto grinned and said, "If I'm able to get back at Jerk for using my blood, you can definitely count me in." "What about you guys?" The lost ones in the experiments looked at their boss and Horo said, "You bet. Besides, most of us want to get back at that freak for putting us in a test tube and using us for guinea pigs." "All right," Jiraiya said, "the strike is in an hour.
Get ready and leave in a half an hour, understood? Everyone nodded. With that they got ready for the fight.
A half an hour later, the Jugo Akuma Ken and Jiraiya flew through the air on the back of one of Naruto's crows. They were joined by Isaribi, who had gotten training over the past time from a few Jonin and the Nami. Though Terraner was against it, Isaribi gave him that sickly sweet voice that promised agony if he didn't listen. Even with his ability to take a lot of damage, he wouldn't dare anger the love of his life.
Down there, Jiraiya said, pointing at a smaller part of the forest near the base. The massive bird landed and the group got off. Hey guys, Jiraiya said, I got us some base. He got off. Someone said, oh my gosh, it's you. Almost immediately a girl with buns in her hair, wearing a long-sleeved white blouse that had a red fastener and edges, with some puffy-looking hakama pants with bandages around her waist and a large scroll on her back. Wow, she said, I never thought I would meet you guys. I just never thought it would be on the same side of a battlefield. It took a little bit, but Naruto eventually recognized the girl as Tenten. He looked around to see all the other Konoha ninja were the same ones they met earlier. Apparently they had been promoted to Chunin or Genin rank. Everyone is in their Shippuden outfits, just so I don't have to explain what they are wearing. Tenten-san, Guy said, what are you going on about? Tenten turned around and said, you don't know sensei?
They are the Kurigakure no Jugo Oni Ken, Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu, Haku Kori Momochi, Chojuro, Zabuza Momochi, Horokoran the Kurigakure no Maryu, Loki the Kurigakure no Shogun no Kimono, Stephen the Tenshi no Takai Kurigakure, Susanna the Kuro Akumu no Kurigakure, Shindo the Black Scar, Arashi Taka the Storm Bird, Urlok, Sailus, Terraner, Enten, and Aki.
They are some of the most famous ninja of our generation in Kurigakure. They are a symbol of what young ninja, kunoichi especially, should try to become. Can I have your autographs? The girl held out a pen and a copy of the bingo book turned to their specific page. Naruto cocked his head to the side and shrugged his shoulders. He took the pen and signed it before passing it around to his team. When Tenten got her book back, she giggled before putting the book away and taking on a serious look.
Does that happen a lot? Naruto asked. Tenten teammate Lee said, Tenten has been raised in a weapon shop and has developed an appreciative shine for weapons. As such, she tends to get a little excited around certain ones. Kiba eyed Isaribi upon seeing the girl. He walked up to her. He was about to start flirting with her when he saw Terraner standing behind her with his hand resting on the handle of his sword. The dog-themed boy walked away and went back to Akamaru. The now large dog rolled its eyes at the foolishness of his master. Sakura stepped up and said, Jiraiya-sama, I don't see why we need a bunch of freaks to help us go rescue Sasuke-kun. The group bristled when they heard the word freak. Jiraiya said, first of all, Haruno, it is a bad idea to anger someone if they are both stronger than you. Second, they are here for payback on Orochimaru for wronging them in some way. Third, we aren't here to rescue the damn Uchiha. It was at that moment that Naruto realized that the Uchiha that Konoha had thought so highly of wasn't with them. What do you mean by rescue? Zabuza asked. Jiraiya sighed. Sasuke Uchiha left the village with the help of some Jonin from Oto. On top of that, they also got that Tayuya girl that they pulled out of the village. A bunch of Sasuke's fangirls, Sakura included, believe he was kidnapped while everyone else knows that he ran. Sakura then walked up to Aki and Sailus and said, I swear if you two try and steal Sasuke-kun away during the mission, I'll pound you both into dust. Aki scoffed and said, oh, I'm shaking in my boots. We'd flatten you in an instant, girly. Sakura gained a smug look and said, yeah right. I was trained by Tsunade Senju herself. You wouldn't be able to lay a hand on me, you ugly freak show escapees. That was a low blow. The two girls were about to retort when Urlok walked up behind the pink-haired girl and lifted her off the ground. Sakura was about to yell at him to put her down when the man removed his hood, showing his blue and purple vein-lined face. Sakura's words died in her mouth as he saw Urlok. His glared deeply into her and he growled, you insult any of my teammates again, my sword will drain the blood from your lifeless corpse. Urlok dropped the girl and scoffed. Aki giggled and threw her arms around the boy's shoulders and said, ah, thanks for saving me from that pink-haired monkey Urlok-kun. No one could tell, but Urlok's face was starting to blush. Urlok noticed the stares and asked, what are you staring at? The people staring immediately averted their eyes.
Jiraiya said, "Okay then, let's go before something else happens."
With that the group started heading towards what they knew was Otogakure. Fortunately for them, due to Orochimaru's weakened state, he had brought in the security he would have outside the village and brought it inside to help guard him should someone actually be foolish enough to break in.
As they walked, Erlock could tell that Lee is staring at him. "Is there a reason you're staring at me, Bug Eyes?" the former experiment of Orochimaru asked. Lee said, "I am just surprised. I thought that with your condition you would be hiding it." Erlock looked right at Lee and said, "Why should I hide? I am what I am and I have no shame. If a person sees me as a demon or a monster, then that is their problem. I have a group and a village that accepts me for who I am. If that isn't enough, then I just don't care." Lee fell silent. Tears started brimming in his eyes at Erlocici's youthful speech. The bowl-cut boy understood, as he had a sensei and team that accepted him for his more unusual habits. Guy nodded and understood, as he knew of the pain that the boy must have gone through for him to be accepted by the people of his village. Eventually they arrived at the edge of Otogakure. The group looked down into the village and saw that there was a lot of security around the gate. "This may present a bit of a problem," Asuma said as he looked down at the village. "Hey Zabuza," Naruto said, "I think it's time we pulled that move out." The old swordsman nodded and said, "Haku, come on." Haku moved next to her adoptive father and both went through the same hand signs. They said in unison, "Secret Momochi style, black mist technique." Slowly mist began to fill the air and drift towards the village. As the mist covered a good portion of the forest around them, it also got close to the guards around the front of it. The guards were looking around confused as to where the mist was coming from. Suddenly the mist started to turn black. "What the hell is this, some kind of jutsu?" one guard asked before he said, "Sound the alarm." Just as the other guard was about to reach the alarm rope, Horo went through hand signs of his own. He growled, "Dragon release. Dragon fire stream." The fire-haired man drew his head before unleashing a vicious blast of white fire from his mouth. The flames shot forward and actually lit the mist, causing it to explode. Guards and smaller buildings were lit aflame after that, and the flames actually started rushing towards the group.
Haku interjected with her one jutsu and said, "Ice release, ice wall." Haku quickly let out a deep breath that solidified the water in the air around them, quickly forming in front of them, stopping the fire cold. "What the hell was that?" Asuma asked. Zabuza said, "I based it off a jutsu I saw a rain ninja use called the Black Rain technique. It took me a while to figure it out, but I finally managed it." Naruto drew his swords and said, "Well then, shall we tear this mother down?" The entire group nodded. Everyone drew their weapons and charged forward. Still reeling from the explosion that rocked them just a few minutes before, the Auto Nin were unprepared for the sudden attack. The first few fell by Naruto's swords. The blonde Fukyu clan founder ripped through the Oto Nin using his swords and the occasional blast of force lightning. At one point one Oto Nin got lucky and managed to knock Naruto's swords out of his hands using an enhanced version of sound cannons in his arms. That proved to be a mistake, as Naruto proceeded to rip his arms off with his bare hands and then formed his claws and sliced through the rest before regaining his weapons. Haku used her sword to flash freeze all the enemies around her, plus the powers of her bloodline. She also used her recently obtained knowledge, the human vital system, the vital organs of the body, as well as the spots where arteries were. Some of the dumber ninjas actually removed the needles, causing the artery to leak blood, and for them to bleed to death. Chojuro used a combination of water jutsu and his sword fighting style. He would launch a jutsu, slice someone, and then repeat the process. He would change it up by transforming his weapon and slicing them in different ways. He even transferred his water chakra through his sword, allowing him to add a long-range attack to some of the shorter-range ones. Zabuza would fight mostly with the silent killing technique with a few water jutsu. He even showed a particular sword move called Light Mist Wave. For this move, Zabuza just channeled chakra into his sword and swung it, sending a gold wave that left a misty trail behind it. It was able to horizontally bisect a few of the ninja in front of him, and the resulting explosion wiped out a few more. Horo used his fire, wind, and lightning jutsu, plus a few dragon release techniques. He also used the Kadesue Muramasa to its fullest by allowing the blade to extend to an incredible length. He used it to his advantage since not a lot of the Oto Nin expected the blade to be able to extend so far. At one point he was surrounded. He simply unleashed a blast of dragon fire to take them down. Loki was toppling down ninja-like trees with the obsidian cleaver. At times he would send the blade flying and bisected the head of a Oto ninja or two. Some people thought that doing so would leave him open, but the blade would instantly materialize back at the handle. He also took out a few of them with his demon shuriken. At one point he actually brought out a pack of golden wolves by howling. Their combined might tore through the Oto ninja like paper. Steven teamed up with his Yudoku to slice through some of the Oto Nin. He revealed the power behind his spear, and his incredible PSED allowed him to gut all the Oto Nin faster than most of his team. He even gathered a few of them up into the air and performed his Black Feather Storm move to take them out.
Susanna utilized Kumori Unagi by extending to blade to her best and slicking a few Oto ninja to pieces. She also unleashed her might in attacks. She would also utilize her abilities to utilize anything in the environment, such as luring a ninja into a trap by make them blow themselves up with explosive barrels or making them blow each other up with their own techniques. Enten used his Rankuri Masamune to slice down enemies in flashes of lightning. He also used his abilities to absorb the power of his enemies to store for later in case he needed it later. He would even use his telekinesis to throw back projectiles launched at him and his Kanatan techniques to even the playing field. Urlok would basically just cut down and drain the blood from his enemies using the Kentanaka Muramasa. His Ice Breath, Venom Spite, and Fireball Vomit really came in handy since they allowed him to keep his enemies on their toes. That and the fact that he occasionally at the weapon of an Oto Nin helped freak them out.
Aki's of Geo-Python was very effective in keeping her enemies disoriented, and she actually killed a few when she trapped them in a building and used it. She also made good use of her demon arm.
The extension and lightning abilities allowed her to shock her enemies and bring them in for a killing stroke.
Selus was basically just slicing through the ninja using her swords and tail. They came in a lot of handy when fighting, especially when one of the Oto Nin hid behind a wall and she was able to pierce the wall with the end of her tail. Terraner was just slicing, dicing, and using his dark mass spears to great effect. He even revealed an special power of his called the
Fenrir Yoroi. It acted like Naruto's armor form, only it gave him a werewolf-like appearance. It didn't give him much defense, but it did give him the power to teleport.
Isaribi used her sword and water jutsu to great effect. Since she was able to call on water in the air, it came in handy and allowed her basically pull a weapon out of anywhere. The result of that was the death and destruction of a lot of people. Though it did make her sick, Terraner was there to see her through it. Shindo mostly used Guzan Roaring Scar to rip his opponents a new one. Occasionally he would get attacked only for him to pull a mask out of his cloak that blocked the attacks sent his way. He also revealed 3 moves for his weapon. The first was
River Bomb, which sent out a stream of dragon fire. Then there was Tidal Flash, which sent out a Y of water and light, and finally Shock Flare, which electrocuted about 17 people all at once.
Arashi used his sharp feathers, wind, water, lightning, storm, and light release attacks to take down his opponents in instant. He even flattened a bunch of them when his hammer grew to an enormous size.
The Konoha Nin revealed powers of their own. Lee, Guy, Hinata, and Neji showed extreme skill in their own taijutsu. 10-10 showed extreme skill with weapons and explosives. Ino Yamanaka showed incredible skill with her mental jutsu, destroying a person's mind, and with specialized jutsu that revolved
around flowers. Choji showed skills in his family techniques and a very powerful earth affinity.
Shikamaru showed strategy and planning using explosive traps and his shadow jutsu. Kiba used his own skills fighting alongside Akamaru and away from him, disproving a theory that the Inuzuka were weak without their summons. Shino would drain the chakra off his opponents using his Kikai bugs. Sai's abilities in using ink creatures had not slowed, but he also showed a powerful ability with wind jutsu. Sakura showed she had great strength, though she still foolishly ran through to her opponents, not expecting any of them to counter. Asuma used fire and wind jutsu as well as power with his trench knives. Kakashi used most of the jutsu in his arsenal. Jiraiya used his powerful oil jutsu and his hair manipulation techniques to tear his opponents to pieces. As soon as the last body fell to the ground, Sakura yelled, "I'm coming for you, Sasuke-kun."
Naruto turned around to the Konoha ninja and asked, how exactly did she become a ninja?
Right now that was a great mystery to everyone. They all ran inside after the still love-struck girl. When they entered they immediately found the two they were looking for.
Orochimaru stood there in the middle of what could be presumed to be a training room. They could tell something was wrong though. He looked weak and he had an IV hooked up to his arm. Next to him was Sasuke Uchiha. The boy had grown taller and he now had a sword on his hip. His clothing changed to black pants with a purple rope tied around his waist and he had on a loose-fitting long-sleeve gray shirt that was cut down enough to show his chest.
"Sasuke-kun," Sakura said happily as she rushed for him, "I knew I'd find you again." She grabbed his arm and started to pull on him. "Come on," she said, "we have to go." Sasuke didn't move an inch. Sakura stopped pulling and looked at him with a surprised look on her face. "Sasuke-kun?" Sakura asked. She looked at Sasuke and saw the smirk he had on his face. Sakura then doubled over as the sword he had on his hip was now plunged deep into Sakura's stomach. "Sasuke-kun, why?" the fangirl asked as she fell to the ground dead.
Sasuke grinned and said, "So, come to take me back to the village huh? I wondered when you were going to get the balls to come and fight me." Jiraiya said, "Sasuke Uchiha, by order of the Godime Hokage Tsunade Senju you are hereby sentenced to death for abandoning the village along with this sick snake here."
Orochimaru gave out a chuckle before he coughed up some blood. He said, "Do you really think this pitiful band can face me, Jiraiya? Well then, let me introduce my own." Orochimaru snapped his fingers and low growling could be heard. Then out of the walls came creatures that made Naruto's skin crawl. They were brawlers and juggernauts. Only they seemed to have pieces of technology added to them. "You like?" Orochimaru arrived from Naruto-kun's blood sample. "Very effective, don't you think?" Naruto growled as his eyes turned red and his biomass rippled.
He drew his swords and said, "You're going to die here you freak."
Orochimaru said, "I don't intend on dying. After all I did just get my favorite test subjects back after you stole them from me. Now then, Sasuke be so kind as to kill these cretins for me." Sasuke grinned as he stepped over Sakura's body and charged at the group with the rouge infected behind him. The Konoha and Kiri Nin charged in as well with the intent of fighting to the death as they closed in. The screen went blank and the words, "To be continued," appeared on the screen in bright white letters. Chapter 21. Slaughter in Sound in the Snake's Last Life. The Konoha Nin charged into the fight and met Sasuke and the infected in mid-charge. Naruto clashed with Sasuke as the sound of clanging metal echoed through the lair just barely audible over the sound of fighting. Naruto and Sasuke swung their swords meeting with loud clangs over and over again. After a few minutes of the sound of singing steel, Naruto drew his fist back and unleashed a powerful right hook that knocked the blonde back. Naruto crossed his swords and yelled, "Shadow Cross." Darkness chakra wrapped around the blade and Naruto suing them both, sending a cross-shaped shadow projectile at the wayward Uchiha. Sasuke dodged the attack and slammed his fist into Naruto's chest only for him to cry out in pain as Naruto built up biomass in his chest forming armor. The blonde then spun around performing a hook kick. Naruto then dodged a swipe from an enemy brawler. Naruto spun around slicing off the creature's arm before using it like a club and bashing the brawler's head in. Naruto took the moment to look around. These things were all over the place. Naruto's friends were able to hold out, but things were starting to get out of hand. The brawlers and juggernauts were everywhere and Naruto knew that if this kept up eventually they would be overwhelmed. Naruto suddenly dodged a sword swipe from Sasuke.
Before he blocked another one, Naruto's eyes widened when he saw Sasuke's Sharingan.
It was red as usual, but now it had what looked like a star in it instead of the normal kind. "What the hell happened to your eyes?" Naruto asked out loud as he punched Sasuke away. Sasuke grinned evilly. "It wasn't that hard. All I had to do was endure a few experiments performed by Orochimaru and Kabuto. It hurt like hell, but it was worth it in the end to obtain my Mangekyo Sharingan." Naruto growled and said, "You're even more twisted than I thought." Sasuke just grinned and went through hand signs as his eyes whirled. Black lighting focused on his sword and he yelled, 1,000 birds of darkness. Naruto quickly turned into a bunch of black and red tendrils before he shifted over to the side and reformed behind Sasuke. The Uchiha screamed in pain as Naruto's sword was stabbed through his shoulder. "Uchiha," Naruto said, "you can keep your memories in those cursed eyes of yours. I don't want them." Naruto then picked Sasuke up and threw him like a rag doll. At that moment a large brawler jumped up and tried to pounce on Naruto. Naruto used the force to hold it in the air before he said, "Secret Uzumaki style, chakra spear." Chakra focused on Naruto's swords and he thrust them forward, sending a spear of chakra outward that sliced through the brawler like a hot knife through butter. Naruto then found himself being attacked by a juggernaut. Naruto spun around and activated his hammer fists just in time to block the attack. Naruto and the juggernaut wrestled for dominance, but Naruto won out. Naruto ripped the juggernaut's arms off. Then he jumped on its chest and crushed its head between his hands with incredible strength. Seeing the massive wall of MNSTERS in front of him, Naruto switched to his blade arm and spun around like a top. The attack didn't kill them, but I knocked them back and damaged them. Naruto jumped in the middle of the fray just as Shindo pulled out Karite no Sho, Reaper's Call. The man swung the metal and bloody scythe right through a juggernaut's neck.
Naruto yelled, "Everyone get together." The ninja got together just as they were about to be slaughtered. "Naruto," Jiraiya said, "is there any way to get these things?"
Naruto answered, "Maybe, but I can't use it now. If I do, I won't be able to use it when I might really need it." Neji said, "There's got to be something we can do. Some of us are growing low on chakra and I don't think that Urlok over there has it in him to eat these things." Urlok growled, "Hey." Shindo said, "I might be able to do something, but it'll cost me a lot of chakra." He brandished Reaper Call and Naruto said, "Wait, I remember something. These guys always hunted in packs. We need to find the alphas."
Naruto saw a brawler and Juggernaut a little bit away from the fight that had a slight aura about them. Naruto grinned and said, "I'll be right back."
Naruto shot forward and formed his claws and his armor at the same time. He bashed through the enemy juggernauts and brawlers before reaching the alpha brawler and juggernaut.
The alpha juggernaut slammed his fists onto the ground, sending a shockwave that jutted biomass spikes that impaled an unfortunate brawler behind Naruto. The blonde shifted his arms to their tendril form before he launched a few tendrils that entered the monster.
Tendrils shot out and grabbed a brawler nearby and a few pieces of rubble and brought them into the juggernaut, making it stumble and cry out in pain.
Naruto dodged a swipe from the alpha brawler and used his tendrils to subdue the beast. Naruto formed his claws again and swung them, slicing the monster's limb off. Naruto then grabbed the beast and lifted it up off the ground before he slammed it head first on the ground.
As the beast rose up from the ground, Naruto jumped up and using his tendrils shoved them down his throat and tore the beast in half as he consumed it. The juggernaut finally got out of its funk just in time to take a biomass shockwave from Naruto's own hammer fists.
The juggernaut stumbled back before Naruto switched back to the tendrils and subdued him with that. Naruto then formed his blade arm and sliced the monster's arm off. Naruto then kicked the monster back before he switched his still human hand to the whip fist. Naruto shot the projectile weapon forward and pierced the juggernaut's armor as the extend limb pulled him forward and he swung the blade. This decapitated the juggernaut and allowed Naruto to consume it.
Naruto then focused his power and sent out a wave of energy as he let out a loud shout. The brawlers and juggernauts finally stopped as they walked towards Naruto. The ninja were relieved at this. As peace was temporarily restored, Choji passed around some food pills to help everyone get their strength back. "What the heck was that?" Orochimaru asked as saw his supposedly loyal army join Naruto. Naruto said, "Its ability I like to call the pack leader ability. It allows me to command a group of brawlers or juggernauts if I consume the alphas, and since there was only one alpha for the two types of monsters here, I can control them all. Now, kill him." The juggernauts and brawlers all roared at Orochimaru as they charged at the snake-themed madman. They all dog-piled on his and then exploded in a blast of tendrils. Everyone's jaws were on the floor as they saw this. Lee was first to break out of his stupor and he yelled, "Yosh, Naruto's flames of youth have tamed these vile UNYOUTHFUL monsters. Guy Sensei, we must train when we get back to the village to surpass him."
Guy yelled, "You are right, Lee. As soon as we get back to Konoha, I will earn 500 laps around Konoha on my hands with a rock tied around my waist. If I can't, I shall climb a mountain on my hands with a llama on my back."
Lee yelled, "Go, Guy-sensei. Show the world your flames of youth."
The two began to cry each other's names, driving those around them closer and closer to the edge of their patience and all-around sanity. Just as the two were at their unbreakable and unexplainable genjutsu, Shindo and Arashi had enough.
Arashi slammed the back of Karite no Sho into the back of Guy's head while Arashi smashed his hammer into Lee's face. Arashi looked down at the unconscious Lee and said, "Do people normally do that around them?" Ten shrugged her shoulders and said, "I'm just glad you managed to stop them before they unleashed their unbreakable genjutsu of evil. I swear if one of you guys saw that, I think you probably would have killed them. I'm not sure if that would be considered a crime to Konoha or if it would be considered a public service." Before the conversation could continue, the ground shook and the tile cracked.
"I think now would be a good time to run," Naruto yelled as they all started for the nearest exit. Unfortunately, a boulder got in T's way. "Everyone move," Choji yelled as he jumped in the air and expanded. He started to spin like a ball and yelled, "Spiked human boulder." Choji's long brown hair spiked up and formed spiky armor around his body, and he rolled forward, sawing through the rocks and busted a hole in the wall big enough for them all to get out.
As Choji stopped spinning, he yelled, "Yeah, score one for the big-boned people." Choji's triumph was short-lived as a loud hissing came from the area behind them.
Everyone faced the area and saw a large white mass rise up out of the base. It was revealed to be a huge white snake with at least 8 heads. The heads faced down at the Konoha and Kirin Inn. Ino let out a girl scream and jumped into the arms of the nearest person, which just so happened to be Shino. If Shino didn't wear a hood and a coat with a high collar, you would have seen him blush at being in such close proximity of a pretty woman.
"So that's Orochimaru's Sage Ode," Jiraiya said. "Come on, Naruto, Haku, Chojuro, let's show this guy what a real Sage Mode looks like." Jiraiya slammed his palm on the ground and 2 toads appeared in a puff of smoke.
The first had a green underbelly and purple markings around her mouth and the back of her body. Her head also went up like she was wearing a hairnet and curlers, giving her an old woman look. She also had a high-collared cape on. The second was green and had gray hair in a mohawk-style hairdo, thick eyebrows, and a goatee. Like the other toad, he was wearing a high-collared cape. "Shima, Fukasaku," Jiraiya said, "I need your help. It's time we cut this snake's head off." Naruto said, "Don't leave us out of this, Ero Sennin. I want a piece of this. Besides, I've always wanted to try out my Sage Mode." Haku said, "Same here." Chojuro said, "Ditto." The 2 toads jumped on Jiraiya's shoulders and chakra started to focus around Jiraiya. Slowly his appearance changed. The red lines on his face grew until they took up each side of his face. His nose grew bigger, warts grew, and he grew a goatee. His hands and feet became toad-like and he took on a toad-like posture. Naruto looked at the self-proclaimed super pervert and said, "Not bad for an old lecher. Now it's turn." Naruto focused his own chakra and called on the nature chakra around him. Haku and Chojuro did the same. Their bodies changed much like Jiraiya, but in a very different way. For Haku, dark blue and white tribal tattoos grew on her skin where you could see them. Her eyes turned an icy blue and became wolf-like. Her nails sharpened into claws, her canines sharpened into fangs, and as she let out a breath she actually breathed out some mist, meaning she was actually much colder than the normal person. Kiba was actually starting to drool at the sight of the feral-looking woman. Chojiro's was more pronounced. His skin turned blue and scaly like a real shark. All of his teeth sharpened to points and gills sprouted on his neck. His eyes turned completely black, making them resemble a shark's eyes. Then a large dorsal fin burst from his back. Naruto's skin turned ashen gray and his hair actually turned red. The sclera of his eyes turned black and the iris of his eyes turned a sickening yellow. His nails turned black and sharpened. Then to top it off, a pair of biomass sacs came out of his back and burst, forming a pair of black feathered wings. "Cool," Ino said, still in Shino's arms. Naruto flapped his wings and took off into the air with both of his swords in hand. The 4 sages then charged at the large white monstrosity. Jiraiya dodged one of the heads before he slammed his fist into the side of the neck, cracking its neck and killing the head. Fukasaku's tongue shot out from his mouth and sliced the snake's head off. Jiraiya then dodged another snake head. Shima's tongue shot out and wrapped around the head's neck.
The end of his grew a mouth and sank its teeth into the neck, holding it in place. The tongue then retracted, pulling Jiraiya forward. Jiraiya quickly formed a Rasengan and slammed it into the snake's head, obliterating it. Chojuro ran through the snake heads and jumped up as another one slammed into the ground. Chojuro swung his claws in water, focused on them, forming a larger claw, and slashed through the snake's head. Another one jumped up and sank its fangs into Chojuro. At the last second, Chojuro focused his chakra around his body, causing the scales around his body to harden and take the brunt of the chomp.
Chojuro then forced his scale armor to spike, making the snake head spit him out. Chojuro then took out his sword and transformed into a chain. He threw it up and piercing the snake head's throat and pulled it down to his level. Chojuro focused the chakra he had in his mouth and bit down with incredible force, and Chten ripped backward, tearing out the side of the snake's neck, killing it. Haku dodged a snake head with incredible speed and agility. She swung her sword, freezing the snake's head completely before she drew our fist back and punched it right in the face, shattering it like glass. Haku dodged another snake head before she took a deep breath and howled, sending a wave of ice at the snake, instantly freezing it. 2 sword swings later, the head was cut off and then split right down the middle.
Naruto flew above the snake, avoiding the last pair of heads. Naruto flapped his wings, Senijin razor-sharp knife-like feathers flying at the head, piercing the head all over. Naruto then performed a dive bomb and flew right past it, focusing wind chakra into his wings. The massive head fell to the ground to shriek. Naruto was almost eaten by the last head, and he caught it with incredible strength. Naruto pushed the mouth away before lightning focused in his hands.
Naruto unleashed a powerful bolt of force lightning that fried the snake head. Naruto then drew his swords and swung them both, decapitating the snake.
All 4 sages then landed on the ground and faced the body of Orochimaru that was now cut in multiple places and just barely alive. Naruto then stepped forward and glared at the snake. Naruto finally said, "Orochimaru the traitor, Orochimaru the murderer, you do not belong in this world."
As the crow SGE spoke, darkness chakra started to focus in his hand. It formed a crimson spiral. Naruto held out both hands and everyone saw him brace his legs against the ground with his chakra.
Naruto then yelled, "Die, Rasen Munashi, spiral void." The black spiral in Naruto's hand shot forward like a black tornado. Orochimaru screamed as the black energy overtook his body and slammed into his base. The black spiral then extended, covering the entire outskirts of the base, then it collapsed, crushing everyone in there, including Sasuke. The 4 sages then returned to normal. Jiraiya grinned and said, "Finally, one of Konoha's greatest mistakes has finally been dealt with." Naruto nodded and was glad that the snake was dead after what he did to his friends.
Horo kicked a rock and said, "I'm just upset that I didn't get to knock that snake around some."
Susanna rubbed his shoulders and said, "It is okay, Horo. When we get back home, I can thank you for being such a good fighter today." As she said this, Steven growled, as that was his adoptive little sister that was flirting with Horo. Though he knew Horo would treat her right, ultimatum of treat her right or find out how it felt to have a chakra-enhanced feather enema and castration. Neji said, "The elders and a few of the civilians aren't going to be happy when they find out their Uchiha is dead." Jirai shrugged and said, "We're better off without him. He wasn't really that good anyway." The Konoha nin nodded when they heard that. Sasuke was more of an arrogant pain in the butt than a good fighter.
Ino had yet to realize she was in Shino's arm, not that Shino minded. He did mind, however, when Ino started feeling his shoulders. She finally saw whose arms she was in and started rubbing his chest.
"Oh my gosh!" she yelled, "You have muscles? Who said you could have muscles? You have muscles?" Shino blushed under his clothing and said, "Yes, it is a well-guarded secret of the Aburame clan. As a human takes pride in his home, our insects take pride in their hive. As soon as they enter the body, they start fine-tuning it, resulting in a more muscular look for us." Ino grinned and leaned in to Shino, making him blush as she said, "Well, I certainly don't mind." Everyone laughed as Shino's blush grew to cover his entire face. Chapter 22. Morons of the Hidden Leaf. It had been a long walk for the group of Konoha. The group had been unusually quiet. Even Kiba, who was normally a little brash, was quiet. In all honesty, it was a little hard to process the fact that one of the biggest traitors to Konoha was now officially dead, as well as the traitor of the Konoha 12 being dead. There was the fact that Sakura was dead. Though, the entire Konoha 12 no called the Konoha 10 didn't really care. Naruto walked next to Ino and said, "Hey Ino, I was only in the village for 6 years. I saw you too and you seemed like good friends." Ino sighed and said, "Yeah, well Sakura ended our friendship in the academy when she found out that I might have liked Sasuke. The only reason that I went after him like that was to piss Haruno off after pretty much turning her back on me because of a rumor. About 3 years ago she, through some means, managed to get training under Tsunade Senju. She hoarded it over us as if it granted her some kind of crazy authority." As Ino walked she snuggled into Shino's shoulder making the Aburame heir blush furiously. Naruto nodded before something the Platinum Bond had said finally clicked. Naruto said, "Tsunade, as in Tsunade Senju. How did she manage to get her to teach her?"
Ino shrugged and said, "I don't know and I don't care. That girl kept saying that because she was going to prove herself to Sasuke and that it made her unbeatable."
Naruto rolled his eyes and said, "Man, that girl was too far gone long before this mission." Ino shrugged and said, "I think Sakura's mom actually somehow managed to bribe or blackmail Tsunade into doing it." Naruto was quiet for a moment before he walked back and talked among his group. As this was going on, Asuma was trading words with Shindo. The two were exchanging combat stories and other stuff. Eventually they all came to the front of the gate. A group of Anbu appeared and a few Chunin appeared in the area. "Who are you?" The head Chunin said, "State your business." Jiraiya stepped forward and said, "I am Jiraiya with the Konoha Ninja and Kiri Ninja who joined us on our mission to destroy Orochimaru and recover Sasuke Uchiha." A few Anbu approached the group and a rather arrogant one said, "Kiri Ninja, you are to hand over your weapons." Naruto said, "I don't think so, pal. We aren't from this village. You have no authority over us." As you could guess, this Anbu was just recently promoted and ran forward. "You will give us your weapons," he yelled. He grabbed Kirite no Sho in his hands. Suddenly black fire erupted on the handles and traveled up the Anbu's arm and burned him alive as he screamed in agony. "I really like that defense mechanism," Shindo said. "Relax guys. That one has a specific defense mechanism in it. If someone tries to take it with foul intent, then it kills whoever is trying to steal it."
A more level-headed Anbu walked forward and said, "I apologize for my subordinate's behavior. He was just promoted, so he's a little arrogant. Anyway, I must ask that you and your comrades hand over your weapons. It is procedure for foreign dignitaries or the Chunin exams." Naruto took out a large scroll and opened it. He and everyone else put their weapons on the scroll and they were all promptly sealed away. Naruto shut the scroll and said, "This is a special blood scroll that only I can open. If any of you try, you will be on the receiving end of a very painful shock. Am I understood?" The Anbu nodded and took the scroll from the before vanishing in a swirl of leaves.
"Come one," the old pervert said, "we need to go to the Hokage's office."
With that the group left. As they walked they heard mutters from the civilians about freaks and monsters that were brought by the demon to Kurigakure. This was met by glares and snarls from the mentioned freaks. One guy was actually getting ready to try and throw a rock at one of them. Urlach stopped him by snarling and making a beheading motion with his arm. When they arrived at the Hokage's office, Naruto was surprised to see that old man Sarutobi wasn't there. Instead there was a woman with jaw-blonde hair, a diamond tattooed on her forehead, and a very large bust. She wore a gray top, a pair of green pants, sandals, and a green jacket that had the kanji for sucker on the back. There was also a woman with short black hair wearing a long black-sleeved gi, and was holding very clean pig that was wearing a small kimono-like outfit with beads around its neck. "Hey, Tsunade," Jiraiya said, "how have you been, honey?" Tsunade said, "How many times have I told you not to call me that?" Jiraiya shrugged and said, "I lost count back when we were in the academy. Anyway, I have news on our mission to Otogakure."
Tsunade sat down. As she did, Shindo glanced at the other woman in the room and gave her a wink. The girl blushed. Tsunade grinned slightly, knowing that she now had blackmail material for her assistant. Tsunade said, "Well, go ahead and tell me what happened, you old pervert." Jiraiya cleared his throat and said, "Well, as per your orders, I went to Kiri to get the demon blades from Kurigakure since they would be of help since they had some bad blood with Orochimaru. We came in to find there to be a lot of guards at Otogakure. Once their Zabuza and Horokorin you said a jutsu combination that wiped out a good portion of their defenses. After that we charged in and through our combined efforts were able to wipe out the forces of sound. When we came to Orochimaru's chamber we found the snake and Sasuke Uchiha waiting for us. Sakura tried to persuade Sasuke to come back, tried being the key word. She was killed by Sasuke. Then Orochimaru unleashed these infected creatures. We fought them off until Naruto consumed the alphas of them and turned them on Orochimaru and buried him in them. Orochimaru activated his Sage mode to survive. Naruto, Haku, Chojuro, and I activated our own Sage modes to fight and beat him near death. Naruto then used a much more powerful version of the Rasengan to wipe out Orochimaru and by extension Sasuke. Tsunade sighed and said, "Though I'm glad that the snake is dead, I am saddened by the death of my apprentice. I shall mourn her for many days." Tsunade was there silently for a moment and said, "And now I'm over it. I say we drink to the death of the two traitors of Konoha."
Tsunade pulled out a bottle of very strong sake that was labeled for the day Orochimaru kicks the bucket. The blonde Kage poured some sake in the cups and everyone drank.
"Now then," Tsunade said, "I believe it's time you all relaxed a bit. Shizune, would you be so kind as to show them to the hot springs? Jiraiya, if you try to peep I'll hunt you down, castrate you, and then shove that part of your anatomy down your throat." Jiraiya turned pale when this was said. "Come on, doll," Shindo said to Shizune holding out an arm, "let's go have some fun."
Shizune gained a slight blush and took Shindo's ext and walked out. Tsunade quickly pulled a camera out of nowhere and snapped a photo. She grinned as she now had some more teasing material for the girl.
As everyone walked out Naruto stopped and said, "I have to ask, what happened to the old man?" Tsunade sighed and said, "The old man died. He was buried under a huge mountain of paperwork. Ironically, most of them were pleas from the civilian council to go to war with Mist or to hunt you down and use you for breeding material or your bloodlines." Later at the hot springs, Naruto sighed as they sat down in the warm water. "Man," Naruto said, "I'm glad that I finally got that snake wiped off the face of the earth. I didn't want that freak to get any more of my blood." Kiba looked up and said, "I have to ask, how did those things get out like anyway?" Naruto said, "My Kuro Shinka bloodline used to be a man-made virus. When Orochimaru got my blood he found a way to bring out the virus from the sample." The guys present were shocked. Shino was a little busy trying to cover himself actually. "Is there a problem?" Shindo asked as he leaned back. Everyone looked at Shino as he said, "I just have the feeling that I'm being watched." Everyone shrugged. On the girl's side, "What's Ino doing?" Kurenai asked as she sat down in the hot spring. 1010 answered, "She found out that apparently, Shino has muscles. Now she's trying to get a good view of them from here." Kurenai groaned as she heard that. Now Ino was turning into a little pervert. This was going to have a few problems.
"So, Hinata," Kurenai said, "has the Kage responded your letters yet?" Hinata shrugged and said, "Yes. He says that he wants to meet me in person when he comes to the village next month. Have you told Asuma-san the news yet?" Kurenai shook her head. No, the girls from Konoha, even Ino, walked up to her and said, "What news?" Kurenai simply placed a hand on her stomach. "You're pregnant?" 1010 said. "Eek? That is great. Can I be the godmother?" Kurenai said, "Sorry, but Enko already has the position." "Sorry," Ino sulked before she shrugged. Aki, Salus, Susanna, and Haku were looking at the woman and shrugged. They silently hoped that it would be them one day having children. Haku said, "So when are you going to tell Asuma, right? That you're pregnant?" Kurenai said, "I'll tell him at dinner. I'll be sure to have a camera to see the look on his face." Back on the guy's side Asuma suddenly gasped and said, "I don't know why, but I have the feeling that I will be hearing some very good news tonight." After staying in the hot springs the Kiri Nin were approached by Anbu. They all got a piece of Orochimaru and Sasuke's rather large bounty. After that they left, because most of them could tell that some of the villagers were starting to get restless. They could easily fight them, but it would result in a massacre and Naruto did not want to put that much paperwork on the Tsunade. They left quickly just as night was starting to fall. As they did they could have sworn they heard F voice scream out in joy and yell, "Yes! I'm going to be a father." Salus passed Aki and said, "I think Kurenai told Asuma-san the news." The other girls nodded, leaving the boys of the group in the dark. They all just shrugged and continued to head back to Kiri.
In a megacure, multiple figures stood around a large statue.
Orochimaru is dead, the figure sitting in the front said, as is Sasuke Uchiha. Both of them killed at the hands QBJN Shiriki. On top of that, he killed one FR more powerful agents. He looked down at two members and said, Itachi, Kisame, you two are to go to Kurigakure and bring him here to we may be able to remove the Kyuubi from him. Try and got the three tails while you're out it.
The Uchiha clan murderer and the fish guy nodded before they both got up and left. If anyone noticed, they would have seen Itachi's fist cleanse when he heard about the death of his brother.
Cut. Okay. The end of that. Sorry this was short, it was mostly just a filler chapter. Next chapter is the Akatsuki in Kiri. Too bad they don't know the Kyuubi is already free. Okay, see you all
later. For those of you who are interested, the next part is information on the demon blades of Konoha. Title: Kirigakure no Jugo Akuma Ken, 15 Demon Blades of the Hidden Mist. Summary: 15 ninja wielding powerful, almost demonic weapons capable of the complete destruction of a being. 1. Naruto Uzumaki Fukyu. Titles: Hero of Wave, Monster of the Stars, Mind Master, Kiri's Black Death, the Crow Sage. Weapon: Suin Karasu, Twin Raven, 2 black and red swords with raven on the hilts capable of sending out darkness, lightning, fire, and wind chakra from the blades. 2. Haku Kori Momochi. Title: Kiri's Frozen Blade, Kiri's Ice Lotus, Ice Wolf Sage.
Weapon: the Ice Lotus, a long naginata-like sword capable of freezing heat blood in the veins just by cutting.
3. Chojuro. Title: The Six-Blades Swordsman, Shark Sage. Weapon: Rakudo Masamune, long sword capable of turning into an axe, spear, hammer, axe, scythe, and a chain. It is capable of taking water chakra to increase power. 4. Horo Korin. Titles: Kei Irigakure no Meryu, Dark Dragon of the Hidden Mist, Jinchuriki of the 10-Winged Dragon. Weapon: Ketsueki Muramasa, forged dragon sword that can launch flames, and can extend at long distances when not in close combat.
5. Zabuza Momochi. Title: Demon of the Bloody Mist. Weapon: Yumikoku Masamune, Sea-Splitting Masamune, a sword capable of blasts of light when swung.
6. Loki. Title: The Beast King, Kirigakure no Shogun no Kimono, Wild Beast Warlord of the Hidden Mist, former Jinchuriki of a demon wolf.
Weapon: Obsidian Cleaver, a large axe that is powerful and the head can be thrown from the handle like a boomerang and materializes back at the handle.
Secondary weapon: Oni Shuriken, Demon Shuriken, large, fast shuriken made out of obsidian and bone capable of flying through the air like a boomerang. 7. Stephen Aldoro. Titles: Dark Raptor King, Tenshi no Takai no Kirigakure, the Hidden Mist's Black Angel. Combat partner: a large black serpent with a poison so strong it can kill if the cure is not administered in time.
Weapon: Fallen Angel Spear, long spear capable of being coated with elements, and being able to extend to indefinite lengths.
8. Susanna. Title: Kuro Akumu no Kurigakure, Hidden Mist's Black Nightmare. Relations: possible sister to Stephen Aldoro. Weapon: Kumori Unagi, Shadow Eel, long sword capable of extending with chains in between the segments. Long reach and can be very powerful when in use. 9. Enten. Title: Kiri's Bleeding Eye. Weapon: Rankuri Masamune, Storm-Cutting Masamune, small sword capable to sending storm-like attacks and lightning.
10. Urlok. Title: Kiri's Jaws of Death. Weapon: Kentanka Muramasa, gluttonous dark sword, broadsword capable of draining the blood out of whoever it stabs.
11. Aki. Title: Kiri's Demon Fist Weapon, Geopython katana-like sword that can cause earthquakes when the weapon is slammed into the ground. 12. Selus. Title: Kiri's Tailed Beast Weapons, Flame Viper, a small red katana that can send flames flying with a single swing. Lightning Cobra, a sword capable of taking on lightning to enhance its cutting power. 13. Terranor. Title: Kiri's Black Demon Weapon, Grand Leviathan Sword, a large sword capable of sending dark chakra and can cut through the strongest of materials. 14. Shindo. Title: The Four-Bladed Reaper. Weapons. Guzen Auto. Roaring Scar. Scythe capable of 3 powerful technique river bombs, Tidal Flash, and Shock Flare. Kurai Jinsoku. Swift Darkness. Black Scythe that can bend the light around the user and hides them from even Seeker Ninja. Can cut through light and lightning. Sakyuan Taka. Cornered Hawk. Scythe give the user near mastery over the wind. He limit is a 20 square foot condensed wind dragon technique.
Karit no Sho, Reaper's Call, large scary looking scythe that can use true darkness attacks, and is, according to myth, capable of summoning the Shinigami without any repercussions.
15. Arashi Taka Title. Kiri's Golden Hammer, Kiri's Great Bird. Weapon. Mjolnir Golden Hambi Wharves. Superstitious people. And is able to growl to a monstrous size when in combat. Chapter 23. Akatsuki strikes at Kiri. Naruto leaned back as he sat in a chair along with all his housemates and girlfriends. Most of them anyway. Kenshin got his own lab and was developing special chakra-based weapons and armor for the Ninja Corps, especially Anbu. Terranor was on a date with Isaribi. Shindo and Arashi were off perfecting Arashi's fake light release techniques. Selus and Aki were off shopping. Erlach and Enten were having to sub for a teacher at the academy. Luckily for them, since all of them AHD recently seen a war, the children in the academy were much more serious and less prone to goof off. Finally, Mei had some paperwork to do and was trying to go through some security measures since Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha were sighted a few miles away. "Oh man," Naruto said, 9 missions in 1 week. I swear it's like bandits are multiplying like rabbits out there. This is really starting to get on my nerves.
Zabuza sighed and said, I have to agree with you, kid. I may enjoy mindless destruction as much as the next guy, but this is starting to get both repetitive and high annoying. The group present was just relaxing. Haku was sitting back and reading a book, while Nami and Chojuro were snuggled together. Kagome was snuggled into Naruto's side as Horo, Loki, Susanna, and Steven just sat around.
At that moment there was the sound of someone knocking at the door. Naruto said, I'll get it. Naruto walked towards the door and opened it. On the other side Kisame and Itachi stood. Before either of them could say anything, Naruto said, Listen guys, I've had a very long week and I don't want to have to deal with you two right now, so come back later.
Naruto then slammed the door shut. There was a short silence before Kisame asked, Did the brat just slam the door in our faces?
Itachi answered, Yes, that has never happened before. Itachi knocked again.
Naruto answered and said, Look, I understand you guys are under orders from whoever the hell is in charge of this madness, but in all honesty I just don't want to have deal with you two today, so, please, leave. Naruto then slammed the door again. Kisame was considering breaking down the door, but Itachi stopped him, knowing that doing so would gain them unwanted attention. He knocked one last time. However, before his knuckles could even touch the wood, the door shot open with a very angry Naruto glaring at them. Are you two stupid or something? Naruto asked. Yelled. What part of *slam and *slam do you two not get? I don't want to have to deal with a couple of psychopaths today, so just leave. By the way, congrats on being able to walk in public as a couple. Slam equals Naruto slamming the door. Naruto then closed the door again. This time though Kisame's face nearly burst as he turned purple from anger at what Naruto had said. Kisame rose up Samahada and then broke down the door and yelled, What did you say, you brat? Too late did Kisame see Naruto with his muscle mass arms on with his left fist drawn back. Oh, man, Kisame was then sent flying via one powerful crack to the face, sending him flying like a rag doll down the road and crashing into a nearby house. Eep. Pervert. Kisame was then sent flying out with a loud slap echoing through the air. I really hate that brat, Kisame growled. A powerful blast of force energy sending him flying backwards with a loud crack. Naruto jumped out with his swords drawn, followed by Loki, Susanna, Horo, Steven, Haku, and Zabuza. Kagome and Nami had stayed back at the urging of their friends, or Nami's case, her boyfriend's urging. Zabuza, Kisame said, Looks like you got yourself a new sword. Who got it for you? Zabuza said, You can thank that Arashi kid, he knows how to work in a forge. Kisame grinned and said, Really? I'm going to HVE to get that kid to see if he can enhance Samahada here. Zabuza grinned and said,
I don't think so. You want one of my subordinates, you'll have to go through me first, you blue-skinned psychopath. Kisame grinned and swung his sword growling, sword wrap binding.
The bandages shot out and wrapped around Zabuza and bound tightly around him. Kisame pulled on his sword hard, pulling Zabuza from his spot. The shark skin-like scales on his left arm sharpened, turning into claws. He swung it, slicing through Zabuza's masked swordsman burst into water, revealing that it was just a WTAER clone. Zabuza burst out of the ground from nearby and swung his sword. The massive weapon clashed with Samahata with a resounding clang. Kisame and Zabuza struggled for power before Kisame cried out in pain. He glanced behind him to see Chojuro standing back there with his sword drawn, and he could feel blood running down through the large slash mark on his back. What the hell? Kisame thought. How did that kid manage to cut through my skin?
Kisami's thoughts proved to be a bad idea. Chojiro's weapon transformed into a chain that wrapped around his neck and pulled, knocking him to the ground. Chojiro spun around before letting his chain unwrap from Kisami's neck, ending the swordsman flying like a ragdoll. Kisame was met in mid-air by Steven, who shot his spear forward. The tip pierced Kisami's shoulder, making him cry out in pain, making his left arm useless for a while. Kisame swung his leg around, kicking Steven away.
Kisame landed and clutched his bleeding shoulder. He then had to duck to avoid a large segmented blade cleaving through his neck. Susanna jumped up and brought her heel down on Kisami's chest. The swordsman backed up, searing pain running through his chest.
Itachi wasn't holding up any better. He tried to catch Naruto in a genjutsu only for him to immediately break out of it. Naruto's speed proved to be better than their information had originally portrayed it. He also had to deal with a constant barrage of fire attacks from Horo that he couldn't copy or counter because the heat they had easily eclipsed the fires of his own techniques. Itachi blurred through hand signs and calmly said, "Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu." A barrage of fireballs were launched at Horo. Horo took each fireball and walked away unscathed, shocking Itachi, though it didn't show on his face, just in his eyes. Horo took out his sword and pointed it at Itachi. The long blade shot forward, extending at impossible speeds. Itachi dodged the blade and shot forward, intent on hitting Horo. He was intercepted by Loki, who swung his axe. The black cleaver slammed into the ground right where Itachi had been standing. The wolf man then ripped the demon bone shuriken off his back and threw it as fast as possible. The weapon cut deep into the wall. Itachi backed up and was about to go through hand signs again, but he dodged to avoid a pair of claws going through head. Naruto landed before his arm was covered in biomass armor, and he shot forward, slamming his shoulder into Itachi's side, knocking him backwards. Itachi quickly went through hand signs and growled, "Water release, water tendrils." Tendrils of water shot out of the ground via the pipes underground. Naruto substituted with a nearby post and avoided the attack before. He growled, "Force release, force lightning blast." A highly concentrated beam of force lighting shot out of Naruto's hands at Itachi, who couldn't dodge the sudden attack that pierced his shoulder. Kisame jumped up and swung his sword, smashing the ground in front of Naruto, making him back up.
"Itachi," Kisame said, "remind me to kill Zetsu if we survive. I'm going to kill him for giving us some outdated info on these guys. They're a lot tougher than we thought."
Itachi reluctantly agreed and said, "I must agree." Itachi sensed multiple chakra signatures and said, "Kisame, there are multiple Anbu heading HTIS way. Escape Plan 13. Kisame said, "But there isn't circus around here." Itachi deadpanned, "That's Escape Plan 12. Kisame blurred through multiple hand signs and yelled, "Water release, Gray Vortex." Itachi's eyes started to spin and said, "Amaterasu."
A large blast of water erupted. Black flames materialized, forming a huge blanket of mist that was laced with a lot of chakra, making it hard for a chakra detector to notice the air chakra around them.
The two missing nin then ran like hell. Naruto growled as the two missing nin ran for it. Loki said, "I got this. Steven, show me your spear." Loki snapped his fingers and a pair of wolves appeared, sniffing the weapon and the pool of Itachi's blood that formed from the wound on his shoulder. The two wolves howled and shot off with Naruto and company in tow. Meanwhile, "Damn," Kisame growled as he sat down near a tree to rest, "I can't believe we just got our hides handed to us by a bunch of kids and an old guy." Itachi said, "We should have percepted that Naruto would not be alone and that his allies would be powerful. They did manage to bring down the entire village of Sound. Kisame growled and punched a tree with his fist, cracking the bark.
If I ever see that kid or that old teammate of mine, look out, Kisame growled. Kisame Hoshigake is not one to lose.
Before this could be continued further, a voice yelled, "Lightning howl." A large wolf made out of lightning shot out of nowhere and attacked the two. Kisame quickly swung Samahata, slamming the weapon into the wolf, absorbing the chakra. The sword actually growled and the bottom of it moved and bit Kisame's hand for making it eat lightning chakra. "Hey, I didn't want to die, so back off," Kisame growled to Samahata. Kisame saw Naruto and his current fighting partners coming at them. "Next time you don't want to be followed, try cleaning up the blood that's left," Naruto yelled as he focused wind chakra into his swords and swung them, sending a wave of wind at them that sliced through a tree when they dodge. "You're really getting annoying, brat," Kisame yelled. Kisame shot forward just for Zabuza to get in the way and they met with a loud crash. The two struggled for dominance. Chojuro, Susanna, and Steven moved in from the sides, trying a pincer maneuver.
Kisame was ready, however, and the bottom of Samahata shot out with teeth and tried to bite Chojuro, making him dodge. As for Steven, the armor on Kisame's skin sharpened and shot out, trying to pierce the bird Jinchuriki. Steven dodged and went up into the air. He whistled and his serpent shot out of the ground and wrapped around Kisame. The rogue swordsman growled in frustration before he tried to wrestle against the serpent, only for the animal to tighten around him considerably. Kisame was then aware of a chain wrapping around Samahata and having it ripped from his hand. Chojuro chain dropped the weapon on the ground and he shot forward, his chain transforming into an axe. He shot forward and jumped upwards before bringing the weapon down. IWTH incredible force. The blade slammed into his already damaged shoulder, slicing through it. Kisame screamed in fury and actually managed to rip Steven's serpent off him before unleashing a powerful right hook with his remaining arm. Chojuro was sent flying with his glasses breaking and falling to the ground. "You little brat," Kisame yelled as he picked up Samahata with she remaining limb. "Now you've really made me angry. I'm going to tear you apart with my hand and teeth." Kisame then actually fused with Samahata, transforming into a monstrous human-shark hybrid before roaring. The scales form a narrow-clawed arm in place of his missing limb. Chojuro grnned before he actually assumed his own Sage mode and growled, "Back off guys, this guy is mine." The pair roared like two alpha males facing one another for dominance and shot forward with the intent of killing each other. Meanwhile, Itachi dodged another kick and a pair of sword swings from Naruto before avoiding a pair of L-faming claws from Horo. Loki followed up the attack by sending a fist with a wolf-shaped lighting attack wrapped around it into his head. Itachi dodged the attack before Naruto stabbed him in the back. Itachi poofed out of existence. Itachi quickly appeared nearby and said, "Susanoo." A large golem made out of chakra appeared around Itachi. Its rib cage acted as a shield around Kisame as a pair of arms with sword in each appeared on the sides and a head on top glaring at them. The three glared at the Uchiha. The chakra giant swung its arm with the intent of crushing the mist ninja. Naruto jumped up and responded, secret Uzumaki style, giant chakra fist. Dark blue and orange chakra shot up around Naruto's Sar and formed a giant fist as large as Susanoo's, and they clash with a loud crack. Itachi immediately recognized it like the chakra chains used by his old teacher, Kushina. He was brought out of his musings by the sound of Horo and Loki's voices. Horo. Dragon release. Great Dragon Blast. Loki. Wolf release. Hurricane Hunter. Horo blasted a large pillar of pure white flames that took the form of a huge dragon, while Loki's jutsu formed a huge wolf-shaped torrent of wind. Both jutsu were powered by their own chakra and the chakra of the demons they contained. The Susanoo's ribs started to crack under the pressure. Naruto came down with an orb of chakra forming in his hands, being flanked by a pair of shadow clones. Naruto drew back his arm as a huge spiral of chakra formed and turned red. Kitsune Rasengan. The attack was laced with Tei Kyuubi's chakra, effectively slamming into the Susanoo's ribcage with enough force to finally break it. The two clones shot forward, one with chakra lacing its arm forming a gauntlet while the other had its swords. Itachi acted quickly by going through hand signs and said, "Fire style, great fireball." The jet of flames incinerated the clones and stopped them. Naruto, in Amord form, burst through the smoke with his blade arm out.
The armored blonde spun around like a twister being propelled by wind chakra. Itachi moved with the speed of a shushin, but it was too late. The addict sliced through his arm at the bicep, making him cry out in pain. Itachi rolled toe side as blood dripped from his wound and he clutched the stump. He quickly added fire chakra into his hand and applied it to wound, cauterizing it so he wouldn't bleed out. Kisame was right. Our information is greatly outdated, Itachi said. Next time I see Zetsu, I'll kill him for NTO, waiting for us to have Informant 1 completely updated on their abilities before going after them. Itachi's thoughts were halted as he heard a scream of pain. He, and the others, turned to see the transformed Kisame with Chojiro's teeth in his shoulder before the limb was ripped off and spat out by Chojiro. The usually bespectacled ninja then grabbed his weapon before he spun around and kicked Kisame backwards.
Chojiro stalked forward and growled, "In the name of the Hidden Mist Village, and by the order of the boss summon of the Shark Contract, I hereby sentence you to death, Kisame Hoshigaki."
Chojiro then brought his transformed axe down, beheading the former mist swordsman. Itachi growled, "Another time." Then Naruto. Naruto was about to attack him when he sensed something with the force. The blonde felt someone there through their thoughts. Thinking quickly, black biomass wrapped and writhed around Naruto's arm before he yelled, "Fukyu secret style, infection fist."
Before the attack hit, Itachi burst into a flock of crows. Naruto's fist slammed into the ground and lifted up a man who was half white and half black, who was screaming in two voices. He was also wearing a black cloak with red clouds on it, indicating he was a member of the Akatsuki. The black biomass around Naruto's arm flowed around the man and ate him piece by piece.
Naruto grinned before he fell to one knee. The others followed, having used up a lot of chakra in the fight despite it being short.
"Man," Naruto said, "that was interesting while it lasted."
Chojiro nodded, "Yeah. At least we managed to take two of those jerks down." Loki nodded and said, "Yeah, though I think the Mizukage may be mad at you, Naruto, for going after those two before she got here."
"She's going to kill you for probably worrying her like that."
Naruto shrugged and said, "It wouldn't be the first time. May would have even messed up with her plenty of times. Remember when I sent her those flowers that she wound up being allergic to?" Horo shuddered at the memory and said, "Yeah, if she didn't have a rash growing all over her at the time, she probably would have ripped you apart." They all shared a good laugh at that and then decided to head back to the village. 2 psychos down, 7 more to go. Chapter 24. A brief rest, the call of the Cage Summit.
It had been a couple of days before the injured Itachi made it back to the Akatsuki base hidden in the Hidden Rain village.
Upon arriving, his fellow members were shocked to see the state Itachi was in. He immediately called for a meeting. Now Itachi stood before his fellow members. Deidara, a man with long blonde hair that covered one eye and made him look like a girl, and he was missing an arm. Tobi, a man wearing a spiral orange mask with a single hole in it. Kakuzu, you already know what he looks like. Konan, a woman, blue hair, orange eyes, and an origami rose in her hair.
Finally, there was a tall man with orange hair, purple ringed eyes, and multiple piercings throughout his face.
"Would you mind explaining," the leader said, "why is it you have returned both with your partner or your target?" Itachi said, "My lord, the Uzumaki was more powerful than we originally threw. He displayed a strange shape-shifting power that allowed him to knock away Kisame. He also displayed great strength and power over the mind. He was also joined by multiple allies, mostly members of Kiri's Demon Blades. Kisame engaged Zabuza as
well as the members, Susanna, Steven, and Chojiro, while battle the Uzumaki, Horokorin and Loki. They proved to be quite powerful as the three combine were able to hold all of us off. Eventually, Kisame had to fuse with Samahata to fight Chojiro, who, apparently, went into some kind of sage mode before killing Kisame. Meanwhile, while I fought the Uzumaki, he and his allies used 3 jutsu that, when combined together, managed to break through my Susanoo. I fired a fire jutsu at the boy, but he changed to some kind of armored form before he sliced off my arm. Luckily, I was able to cauterize my wound before it bled out. I managed to escape via Shushin after that. This was very disturbing news. Tei Nine Tails Jinchuriki was much more powerful than they knew. This could be a major problem.
Konan stepped forward and said, "We should send out Zetsu to spy on them and try and gauge their abilities so we may better be suited next time." Itachi said, "I am afraid that can't happen. After I left, the Uzumaki somehow sensed Zetsu before running his hand through the man's body and spreading some virus about him that apparently destroyed Zetsu's body, both halves of his body. That really shocked them, and it made things slightly more difficult seeing as their best spy was now dead. One more thing, Itachi said. While I fought the Uzumaki, he used some kind of technique that allowed him to send out invisible forces capable of pushing someone around, much like your gravity techniques, Pain-sama. Also, thanks to my Sharingan, I was able to sense different types of yokai coming from Horokoran, Loki, and Steven. It may be unrelated, but I figured it may be something you should know. That threw everyone for a loop. As far as they knew, Pain was the only one that was able to do anything with gravity. As far as they knew, the boy didn't possess the Rinnegan. What sort of powers did the boy have? On top of that, there were apparently more Jinchuriki than they knew out there. The very thought of there being more demon containers out there made a few of these members very nervous. We shall need to adjust out plans, Pain said. The Akatsuki shall take a temporary leave. I need some time to reschedule. Dismissed. With that, the Akatsuki members left, leaving Pain and Conan. I told you we should have kept an eye on the Kyuubi Jinchuriki from the beginning, Conan said in an "I told you so" tone. When you were right, Pain said. If they do die when we send them, we should probably send Toby next. He gives me the creeps.
Conan said, I have to agree with you there. Meanwhile in Kurigakure, the sound of someone's head cracking the ground. Naruto was currently lying on the ground with his head pinned by Mei's shoe. His head was actually forming a head HSAPED dent in the floor of Mei's office. I can't believe you were dumb enough to actually take on a member of a gang of S-rank missing Nina. Mei screamed, what are you nuts? While I am glad that Kisame Hoshigaki is dead and that we have one of our strongest weapons back, you are still in so much trouble for scaring me like that, mister. Naruto groaned in pain as his head was pushed deep into the wooden floor by his girlfriend's foot. He was mentally thanking th combined abilities of his natural healing ability and the healing ability his bloodline gave him. He was also thanking heaven that he wasn't a pervert, because he would have had a very good chance to look up his girlfriend's skirt if his face was currently shoved into a wooden floor. Mei finally removed her foot from her boyfriend's skull. As she did, there was the sound of something pecking the window. She turned out run to see a large messenger hawk with the seal for the water daimyo emblazoned on its chest. Mei opened the window and the hawk came in before it dropped off a scroll it had tied to its back. Mei looked over it and saw that it was a summons for the Cage Summit. Honey, the female Cage said, pull your head out of the ground and get your group together. We're heading for the Land of Iron. We have a meeting to get to. And don't get any ideas, you're still in trouble. Naruto pulled his head from the floor, revealing his nearly crushed face with instantly healed after being pulled out of the wood save for a couple of splinters. Should I bring Ken too? Naruto asked. Nah, Mei said, he's been working a little too hard lately. He needs some time to relax a bit. With that, Naruto left to go get his group. The walk had been pretty boring as nothing had happened. When they arrived in Iron Country after a few long days of traveling, they were shocked to find that Eland was completely covered in ice and snow. Good thing the Mizukage told them to dress warmly, since she had never been to the Land of Iron before. Even Terraner, Selus, Enten, and Aki had to dress warmly, despite the extreme conditioning that Orochimaru and the psychopathic doctor put them through. The group walked through the snowy terrain until they came upon a large trio of mountains that resembled the muzzles of 3 snarling wolves. Whoa, Naruto said, that looks pretty cool. The group made it up the mountain with ease and they landed on the top of the mountain to find the main area. They were greeted by a bunch of samurai. The apparent leader stepped forward. He was old with long gray hair that almost reached his waist. He also had a goatee and a long mustache. His eyes were black and they had distinct wrinkles beneath them. He wore purple and gray samurai armor and a katana on his waist. He stood unaffected by the cold as he stepped forward. Who are you and why are you here? The old man said as the other samurai flanked him. I am Mizukage, she said, I'm here for the Cage Summit. The redhead presented her papers. The old man took the papers and said, my name is Mifune, welcome to Land of Iron. Now, my men shall show you to your quarters for the duration of the meeting. I must convince you to keep your ninja away from the others, as there may be an incident and that is something that we would like to avoid.
The entire group nodded, knowing that this was not a good time for something bad to happen.
The group was then led to their quarters. The next day, the meeting room.
Naruto and rest of the demon blades stood in the back of the room. Despite the fact that the feeling of the room was calm, they had their guard up in case someone decided to try something. In front of them each cage sat at a podium that had the kanji for their respective country: Earth, Fire, Wind. Naruto immediately recognized Gaara sitting at the cage's spot, Tsunade in the fire spot, and in the spot for the Raikage. Naruto had to actually stifle a luau at his sight of Tsuchikage. He was a very short man with a beard, mustache, a balding head and a very big nose. He wore the traditional outfit for a cage, being the white and yellow robes and hat. Under that, Naruto could see a red and yellow outfit and mesh armor as well as a pair of sandals.
With him was a kunoichi wearing the standard Iwa attire with pink eyes, and a very fat guy who also wore Eth uniform only with a yellow scarf around his neck. Naruto noticed that Hwile the Tsuchikage had a seriously look on his face. The other two were giving him dirty looks. There were times when Naruto really hated his resemblance to his father.
Naruto noticed that Temari, Kankuro, and Baki were standing near Gaara acting as bodyguards. Tsunade had Asuma, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Guy acting as her bodyguards. Yugito and B were standing near A and two more ninja that Naruto didn't recognize.
The first was a fairly tall dark-skinned man with a bulbous nose, dark eyes, and shaggy white hair that covered one of his eyes. He wore a black high-collared sleeveless shirt with white flak jacket that only covered one of his shoulders, loose-fitting pants, and bandages on his wrists. He also had the kanjis for water and lightning tattooed on right and left arm respectively. He also had a sword strapped to his back, but Naruto couldn't tell what kind it was.
The second was a man with short blonde hair and dark eyes. He wore a black shirt with a white one-strap flak jacket like the other.
Kumo Nin, black pants, black elbow-length arm guards, and a pair of red shin guards and sandals.
As the cages sat down and laid their hats in front of them on the large circular desk, Mifune entered the room wearing a purple guy's kimono.
"I would like to welcome you to the Cage Summit," the old samurai said. "Our first order of business is the terrorist organization known as the Akatsuki."
The Tsuchikage spat and said, "I say Konoha is the one to blame for this. Their missing ninja mostly make up the organization." Tsunade responded, "One of your own is among them too, you know."
The old man said, "All I know is that they already have two of the Jinchuriki in their possession, having already taken the two that my village had."
Gaara said, "They also took the Ichibi from my village. Thankfully one of my village elders was able to save me before I died after the extraction. If there was a consolation, it was that one of them, Sasori of the Red Sand, died at the combined forces of my village and Konoha. Also Deidara was among them, but lost his arm before he managed to escape." A said, "You can add one more casualty to them. One member, Hidan, was killed when he tried to grab one of my village's Jinchuriki by the young blonde man over there."
Mei said, "Add two more casualties. A plant man and a member named Kisame Hoshigaki's lives were also claimed. To add to it, Itachi Uchiha was crippled by losing one of his arms."
So, the Tsuchikage said, "That only leave a few more members left, but the question is how many?" Tsunade said, "My spymaster, Jiraiya, has gathered information on the remaining members. Other than the crypt Itachi Uchiha and Deidara, the remaining members are Kakuzu, a masked man called Tobi, and two other members whose identities we have yet to identify." The cage were quiet for a moment before Mifune said, "It is clear that Depsite 2 being crippled and the others known, we still have the issue of the other unknown members. We may need to join forces to fight against this organization."
The Tsuchikage crossed his short arms and said, "Like these young people here would ever last long in war." The younger people in the room glared at the short old man.
Besides, the Tsuchikage said, "We don't even know what these guys want with the Biju. For all we know, they could be killing the demons." The Mizukage said, "Actually, I may have an inkling as to why they're doing this."
The cages and their bodyguards turned to the attractive red head. "I have on the word of a very reliable source," Mei said, "that they
are trying to bring the 9 Jinchuriki together to form the demon of legend, the Gyubi."
This brought cries of disbelief from the group. "What?" the Tsuchikage yelled, "that is only a myth."
The Mizukage said, "Believe me, The source is one of the Biju, the Kyuubi herself. This caught everyone by surprise as they didn't know someone could communicate with the Kyuubi. Tsunade and the Konoha. Nin sent brief glances towards Naruto before something the woman had said clicked. Wait, Tsunade said. The Kyuubi is a girl? Mei simply nodded her head at the woman's question.
The men were surprised as they never expected the most powerful demon on earth to be a woman. Then again, women could be pretty powerful when they were angry. The women in the room, minus the women from Kiri, all mentally yelled, "Take that, you sexist jerks."
Nibby was smiling proudly in her seal as the thought of a woman being powerful finally clicked in the minds of the men present. Mei continued, "If the Kyuubi gets recreated, we will have a serious problem on our hands. Even though it goes against what most of this, we will have to swallow our pride long enough to work together to take this organization down. Afterwards, it's right back to business as usual."
The four other cages looked at each other. As much as I hate to say it, the Tsuchikage said, and I mean really hate to say it, but the young lady has a point. I'll swallow my pride, at least until this whole issue is done and over with. I said, I agree. Tsunade nodded and said, as do I. All Gaara did was nod.
At that moment the sound of an explosion went off. All the bodyguards jumped into position. Naruto and his team immediately drew their weapons. Kankuro took out a puppet that resembled a man with red hair. Temari took out her fan. Kurabi reached for his swords, while Yugito and other two Kumo ninja prepared for a jutsu, as did the Iwa guards. Kakashi reached for his headband, Asuma grabbed his trench knives, and Guy got into a stance. Mifune ripped off his kimono revealing purple and black samurai armor underneath. How he managed to walk around without that armor making any noise was a mystery. A few seconds later the doors to the meeting room were blown off. After a few seconds 3 figures walked in. The first was Itachi, still missing an arm, Deidara, also missing an arm, and finally Tobi, who everyone was shocked to see. So, Naruto said, your boss must be getting pretty desperate if he wants to send in 2 cripples and some unknown to fight us. Itachi said, you may have taken my arm Fukyu, but I am not dead yet, and I can still fight. Deidara glared hotly at the Tsuchikage who glared right back. The guy in the orange mask was quiet as if he was just staring off into space. Apparently the limb loss affected your brains, Naruto grinned, you're outnumbered and outgunned.
At that moment a group of bodies oozed out of the ground. They were completely white and they were only half formed. One half of them were detailed, while the other half was not. Naruto recognized them as the white half of the plant guy he had killed a few days prior.
Naruto, Haku said, you have got to stop doing that. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Now, Itachi said, I suggest you hand over what Jinchuriki you have, or you will all die here.
Their silence was the answer. With that the masked man made a motion to move forward. The half-done clones shot forward with the intent of killing the people and bringing home their prizes.
The bodyguards shot forward with the intent of fighting. The battle in Iron Country had begun. Chapter 25. Slaughter at the Cage Summit. Deidara opened his palm and fired a barrage of clay bullets towards the cages as the white Zetsu clones charge into the room.
Temari jumped in the way and swung her fan sending a wave of wind that stopped the clay bombs and sent them flying backwards.
Deidara set the UCK kicking up a lot of dust. A few white Zetsu clones charged forward upon the cages. The Tsuchikage's fat bodyguard jumped in the way going through hand signs. Earth release. Stone Golem. A large golem rose up out of the ground with its fists cocked back and unleashed a powerful strike that crushed a few of the clones. The pink-eyed girl jumped up and followed by going through her own hand signs. Lava release. Lava blast. The girl unleashed a powerful blast of burning lava from her mouth that burned the clones and then flooded straight for the 3 Akatsuki members. The 3 members moved out of the way to avoid the attack. The Raikage was surrounded by clones before he was attacked. The man quickly went into action throwing punches that easily destroyed the clones with incredible ease. One got on his back and sank its teeth into his shoulder making him cry out. The clone was then destroyed when the old muscle man's silver-haired bodyguard slammed his sword into the creature's neck instantly killing it. Darui, said, see, go and take care of these clown. I got dibs on the Uchiha. Darui and C both nodded before going forward. Yugito and B joined the fray as well. Mifune moved with incredible speed and decapitated multiple clones, his words glowing bright with chakra. Tsunade was using her own skills and completely obliterating the clones around her with her deadly fists. Kakashi was dodging and weaving, slashing through a few of his enemies with his Sharingan out and active. Asuma was lining his trench knives with wind chakra and slicing through clone after clone. Guy was punching and kicking like crazy, effectively knocking them down and taking them down.
Jiraiya was making use of his long hair techniques and was effectively killing the clones. Gaara was making use of a few wind jutsu he had learned at the begging of Temari since he couldn't manipulate sand anymore.
Temari was using her own wind jutsu to cut his clone to pieces.
Kankuro was using multiple puppets with different arsenals of weapons to kill his opponents. One of the puppets was the body of Sasori. The Mizukage had taken her clones by surprise by taking out her own lightsaber, effectively slicing through the clones and leaving burning corpses. If too many came at one time, she would use her boil or lava techniques.
The demon blades used their special weapons and powers to take them down. "This is starting to get dull," Darui said as he jumped back and went through hand signs.
Storm release. Laser circus. A ball of energy focused into the man's hand and he fired a huge barrage of blasts from his hand, killing multiple enemies all at once. The attack had a secondary purpose as they flew towards the Akatsuki members. The 3S rank missing ninja avoided the attacks.
Naruto blocked a swing from a clone and growled, "Okay, this is really starting to get annoying." Naruto growled, "Force release. Force repulse." Naruto sent out a wave of force energy that vaporized the Zetsu clones closest to him.
At that moment he felt something bonk him on the head. He turned around to face the man in the orange mask.
"Toby will beat you now," he said, "because Toby is a good boy."
Toby shot his arm out and punched Naruto in the head, knocking him back. Naruto shot forward and swung his weapon, sending the sword through Toby, literally through him. Toby had turned completely intangible. Naruto rolled as he stopped up and turned towards the man. He then threw a ball to the ground which ignited. Naruto almost immediately saw the explosive tags. Naruto activated his armor quickly as the ball exploded.
Toby jumped up laughing before he threw a few more paper bomb mines. Naruto quickly used a pulse of force and sent the bombs flying back at Toby, who simply turned intangible again before they exploded.
Toby came back down just in time to take a force blast to face. While physical attack couldn't harm him while he was intangible, apparently attacks that were pure energy, like force attacks or pure chakra techniques, could hurt him.
Naruto sent out another force pulse, knocking Toby back. Itachi was currently in a fight with it. The Raikage had activated his lightning armor to try and take down the renegade Uchiha. Thanks to his well-trained Sharingan, Itachi was able to avoid the attacks and was managing to keep his strength up. Deidara was currently in a fight with Onoki, the Tsuchikage. The Mad Bomber was managing to keep ahead of the old man thanks to his quick moving. He was interrupted from the fight when the Tsuchikage's fat bodyguard slammed into the blonde madman. The missing ninja was thrown away before the girl kicked him in the head, knocking him farther away. Finally, the old Tsuchikage knocked the man back with a super-powered punch to the stomach.
Meanwhile, Kakashi obliterated a few clones by changing the Sharingan Eye to the Mangekyo Sharingan and obliterated them with a blast of Amaretsu flames. Guy activated Tufo the chakra gates and went on a butt-kicking spree. Clones were dropping left and right.
"Toby, Deidara," Itachi said in a slightly raised voice, "this is not going well, initiate Plan B." Toby and Deidara nodded. Deidara held out his single hand and sent out multiple clay spiders. Toby went into the ground with an earth jutsu. A few minutes later, multiple bombs were placed in the rocks surrounding the meeting room. The last of the clones fell and the ninja all stood at the ready. "Well," Itachi said, "I don't like long goodbyes, so I won't say it." With that they all vanished in a shushin. The sound of sizzling reached everyone's ears. They all looked up to see the bombs about to go off. "Ah crud," Naruto said. The mines all went off, and the ceiling began to close in on them all. Deidara, Toby, and Itachi stood by in the cold weather and watched the meeting chamber collapse in on itself. "You do know that Leader Sama is going to be angered when H learns we killed the Jinchuriki," Itachi said.
Deidara shrugged and said, "We can always get them again when the Biju reform."
Down in the collapsed room, the roof was being held up by the combined strength of Onoki, Tsunade, and A.
My back is going to be sore later, Onoki complained, I just know it.
Interrupted the old man's complaining by saying, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we can't hold this forever, you know. Naruto, Mei said, be a dear and get us out of here. Naruto nodded before he stood up and he held out his hand and an orb of chakra appeared in his hand. The orb quickly took an electric blue color and a few volts of lighting started to arc off the attack.
The spinning orb of lightning was drawn back and he said, you guys might want to move. Naruto then unleashed his technique and yelled, lightning release, spiral lightning blast.
The lightning attack slammed into the roof as the three cages moved. The lightning attack spread until it blasted through the falling ceiling with such force and power there was a huge blast of lightning chakra and energy. The blast also got the attention of the Akatsuki members who were fixing to leave.
Itachi had a look of surprise in his eyes, but that was the only emotion he showed. Toby just stood back and waited for a few moments, not wanting to be a bad boy.
Deidara, however, was furious. He had just had the chance to destroy the Tsuchikage and he had failed again. He growled in anger before charging forward. You old Teme, he growled, I'll kill you for sure this time. Approaching the smoke turned out to be a huge mistake on his part. Terranor burst from the smoke and he swung, slicing Deidara's other arm off. He was then permanently silenced when Terranor's dark mass tendrils shot forward and killed the man by piercing his body at multiple angles.
The Mad Bomber's corpse was thrown to the side and hit the ground with a loud thud.
Itachi and Toby looked at them with dark looks on their faces, well, one on Itachi's face anyway. Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Then they both said something that made a few of them nervous. Susanoo. Itachi was surrounded by chakra until it formed a large humanoid. The left side of Th mechanical as was the left arm. The right arm was actually a second arm growing out of the front of the elbow joint. All in all, it was horrific. Toba's was actually a giant with an axe in one hand and a hammer in the other. In each of the monster's ribcages was Toby and Itachi. In a sudden burst of power, a wall of black flames rose up from the ground. The wall separated his shinobi into two groups. Konoha, Kumo, Suna, and Mifune were facing Itachi while Kiri and Iwa were facing Toby. Itachi versus Konoha, Kumo, Mifune, and Suna. This can't end well. The Susanoo giant rose its arms and brought them down with the intent of crushing the ninja before it. The ninja scattered. Gaara avoided the attack and showed an incredible skill in acrobatics to avoid some of the flying debris that resulted from the attack. Gaara, in midair, went through hand signs and said, wind release, hurricane bullet.
A large bullet 4 times the size of a regular wind bullet shot out of Gaara's mouth and clashed with the Susanoo's knee with incredible force. There was a crack and they saw that the chakra that acted as the creature's flesh had a deep cut that went through to the knee. However, the wound was healing at a rapid rate. The others decided to make a move while the giant was down. Tsunade, Guy, and a shot forward and jumped at the chest of the Susanoo. Their respective punches made the creature fall backwards onto its back from the force. The two then jumped back and clutched their fists. The chakra from the giant had left a few chakra burns, but not too serious since the attachment wasn't very long. Everyone, the busty Hokage yelled, don't come into direct contact with this thing. The chakra it's made of will burn you. Stick to jutsu. Everyone nodded. Kakashi and Darui went through varying hand signs and both called out a powerful jutsu. Kakashi. Lightning release, lightning hunt. Darui. Lightning release, Black Panther. A large hound made out of white lightning and a panther made out of black lighting shot from the two ninja and crashed into the giant, burning the skin on its chest and exposing muscle. Asuma focused wind chakra into his trench knives while Tamari pulled something on her fan and a large blade came out of the front of the fan. Both charged forward. Asuma focused wind chakra into his feet, propelling him upwards while Tamari used her wind chakra to fly upwards. The duo was soon joined by 3 rows above the chakra giant. Chakra flowed through their respective blades and the weapons were swung down and they sliced through the giant's muscles. The multiple wind blades sliced through the muscle and then fell to the ground before dispersing. The only thing protecting Itachi now was the Susanoo's bones. A went through hand signs and yelled, lightning release, lightning armor. Electricity completely covered A and acted as armor. Tsunade had a feel as to what he was going to do.
She focused her chakra into her hand and ran after A vanished from sight and appeared right in front of Susanoo's exposed ribs. The two then unleashed a powerful punch that formed multiple cracks in the ribs. Tsunade jumped backwards until she landed on the ground. A, however, kept on going. The purple chakra that made up the Susanoo's ribs spread to his arm, making the man cry out in pain, but he didn't stop. He roared and then sent out a pulse of chakra that destroyed the ribs, but it also destroyed the Raikage's arm.
Bro, Kurabi yelled as he saw this. Sama, Yugito yelled. A clutched the stump that was his arm and yelled, forget about me. He's exposed. Take care of him now, while you can.
Kurabi glared at the unprotected form of Itachi. Red chakra covered him and 3 tentacle made entire of red chakra formed behind him. Yugito focused and blue chakra surrounded her, forming a single cat-like tail.
They too vanished and appeared in front of Itachi. Eat me lariat punk, Kurabi yelled. Yugito yelled, taste this. Demon claws. Yugito's demon chakra sliced through Itachi's eyes, making him scream in pain. A second strike with the same attack sliced through his other arm. Kurabi's attack slammed into Itachi's stomach, made him to cough up blood from the force of the blow. He was also sent flying like a rag doll through the back of Susanoo. The loss of its creator, the Susanoo, died. Yugito and Kurabi ran to down A, but the others decided it was time to end this madness. Everyone that wasn't busy went through hand signs. Tsunade. Earth release. Mausoleum earth dumping. Kakashi. Lightning release. Thousand bird spear. Asuma. Wind blade wave.
Guy. Earth release. Rock wave. Gaara. Wind release. Shukaku wind bullet.
Tamari. Wind release. Grey twister. Konkuro. Puppet art. The third calamity. Lizard fire cannon.
Darui. Lightning release. Double Black Panther. C. Lightning release. False darkness.
Mifune. Samurai style. Lion song. A giant ball of earth. A spear of pale blue lightning. A blade of wind. A wave of stone. A wind bullet in the shape of Shukaku. A twister. A blast fired from a giant lizard-shaped puppet. 2 Black Panthers. A lighting bolt. And a giant wave of pure sharpened chakra all flew at the surprisingly still airborne Uchiha. Each technique met its mark and exploded. The last sound heard before the explosion was the sound of Itachi screaming with his last breath.
Tsunade ran over to A and started to heal his stump of an arm. As this happened, the wall of black weakened. Toby versus Kiri and Iwa, again not going to end well. Toba's Susanoo brought down both of its weapon-holding fists with such force the ground shattered, forming a huge crater. Haku ran up beside foe the hammer and drew her sword.
Blizzard blade. The sword was swung, sending freezing wave of chakra. The ice blade slammed into the Susanoo's chest, forming ice on it. Chojuro followed up and his weapon turned into a hammer before slamming the weapon into the frozen area. Chunks ice and chakra skin flew everywhere. This Susanoo jumped back and clapped its hands together and S-net the two flying backwards.
Aki and Sailus came up and focused chakra into their swords before swinging them. The combined power sliced the muscle to pieces, leaving only the bones. Aki's arm shot forward, as did Salus's tail, going through the ribs, and made an attempt to stab through Toba's heart and brain. Unfortunately, the Akatsuki member's body went intangible and the 2 attacks went through the man. The 2 were grabbed by the bodies and then threw the 2 girls away.
The fat member of the Tsuchikage's bodyguard W-net threw hand signs and said, Earth release, stone golem.
A giant made entirely out of rock rose up and swung his fist. With a loud bang, the attack slammed into the exposed ribs. It kept up the attack until the Susanoo's axe came up and then sliced it in half. Enten and Erlok both jumped up. Erlok sprayed acid from his mouth and Enten fired a beam of energy from the eye in his chest that destroyed the ribs. The hole in Toba's mask flashed red before a jet of black flames was fired from his spot. The 2 avoided the attack. Terranor came up and his arms turned into black spikes before shooting forward. The attacks went through Toba's shoulders. A dark mass blade formed between his arm and he yelled, "Guillotine arm." The blade shot forward like a guillotine, but the blade burst into black flames. Orochimaru's former experiment shot backwards using his dark mass tendrils to grip a rock and pull away. His arms fused together and formed a single dragon head complete with eyes, horns and teeth. Nidhogger Dragon Cannon. A blast of pure chakra flew through the air and would have slammed into Toby. Toby moved the right, but his arm was destroyed in the blast. I think his intangibility is down, Naruto yelled, take him out. Horo and Loki jumped forward. Loki threw his demon shuriken. Toby jumped over the attack, but couldn't block the cleaver-like axe that slammed into his shoulder. Horo's blade extended and almost pierced him. Unfortunately, Toby performed a substitution with Loki. Loki cried out as he was pierced by the rust-red blade. Susanna op next. Steven's spear was covered in lightning before it extended and Susanna extended Shadow Eel intending to kill the man. The two weapons went through him as he was intangible again. Damn it, Susanna said, he's intangible again. Naruto growled as he heard that and thought, there has to be something I can do. Wait, he only has one eye hole in his mask. I hope I'm right. Naruto held out his hand and muttered, force release, breaking the weakness. Toba's eye hole flashed red and said, Toby will kill you no because Toby is a Gua. Everyone was startled when Toby started screaming in agony. He clutched his face as blood started leaking out of his mask and out of the eye hole as he clutched his face. Naruto appeared in front of the screaming man and said, Secret Uzumaki style, Chakra Fist Gatling. Naruto's arms were covered in blue and orange chakra. He unleashed a barrage of attacks that slammed into the man's body, breaking multiple bones and rupturing organs. One final punch sent the man flying with a powerful haymaker.
The Tsuchikage shot forward and went through hand signs before calling out, dust release, detachment of the primitive world. A cube of chakra formed in the old man's hands before he launched it. The attack increased in size before enveloping Toby. The old man then made a motion with his hands. The glowing orb in Te Middle EOFHTE cube flashed even brighter before it detonated. The force of the blast was then crushed in the blast. The cube faded away and the only thing left after that was a very small cloud of dust.
There was a silence as the wall of black flames died and everyone stood up. There was a tense silence. Well, Haku said, I'm glad that's over. Naruto said, no, we aren't done yet. We still have a few more of these guys to deal with. They all nodded and looked towards the rising sun in the freezing snow. Meanwhile, a single figure stood across from the battle, completely suppressing his chakra. She was tall with an Akatsuki robe with long orange hair and multiple piercings. She shook her head and turned around, heading in the direction of a megacure. Chapter 26. End of the Red Dawn and Epilogue. It had been 3 weeks since the Cage Summit. After the attack by the members of the Akatsuki, Itachi, Toby, and Deidara, the major villages had begun a manhunt for the final members of the Akatsuki. Their first area of attack was the village of Omegakure, but they didn't find anything. They took Itachi's body, or what was left of it, back to Konoha, as was custom for most missing ninja who were killed by their old villages. The Yamanaka were able to extract some information about the Akatsuki base from what was left of Itachi's head, from what was left of the Uchiha's brain, which was surprising given the explosive finish the man was given. A group of ninja from all 5 villages went to the base, which was just outside of the Omegakure borders, but they were surprised to find that nobody was there. The remaining members of the Akatsuki were in the wind, and no one had any idea where to find them. They tried to find any information on the other 2 members aside from Kakuzu, but they hadn't been able to find a thing. In Kiri, Naruto, the rest of the demon blades were currently sitting around Naruto's house. Loki let out a snarl and said, I hate waiting. Horo said, yeah, why don't we just go looking for these guys and just burn them down? Naruto sighed and said, we can't just go out hunting for these guys. First off, we only know what one of these guys are capable of. Second, we don't know where they are, or even if the other 2 are the only members they have. For all we know, they could have a dozen or so other members. This brought nods from the rest of the group. Loki growled, but managed to calm down. For now, all they could do was wait. What they didn't know was that they wouldn't have to wait very long. Just outside of Kiri, a few miles outside of Kiri, Pain, Konan, Kakuzu stood looking over the village. With them was the woman from the Land of Iron, and 4 other people, all but one of them with orange hair and piercings all over their faces. They stared down at the hidden village as they stood in silence. To think it has come to this, Pain said as he crossed his arms, we have to take matters into our own hands. If we are to achieve our goal of peace, we must obtain the Jinchuriki. We shall detain the Fukyu boy and his allies. We may be able to use them as substitute for the Biju." The others nodded in affirmative, agreeing with the plan. Pain ordered, "Spread out through the village. Separate the 9 tails from his allies. One by one, they will fall before God's might." The 3 then vanished via Shushin and began their mission. This was the Akatsuki's last chance to get the Biju for their mission. If they were to succeed, they would need to restrain and capture Naruto Fukyu. They would either complete their mission or die trying.
An orange-haired man was walking calmly through the streets. As he walked, many people of the village, especially ninja, were beginning to notice the man's attire. The black cloak with red clouds. He was walking uncomfortably close to the Mizukage Tower.
A few Anbu appeared and approached him. "Sir, you are in a restricted area," the Anbu leader said. "Leave now, or we will be forced to detain you." A few of the Anbu stood by with their hands on their tontos, just in case.
The man turned towards the Anbu, before reaching to the clasps of his cloak and opened it, revealing a huge amount of explosive notes.
"Run!" The cry came too late as a massive explosion tore through the area, sending people and ninja scattering. Pain floated a good distance above the village. He raised his hand and flexed his fingers. Suddenly, a massive influx of chakra resulted in a massive pulse that smashed into a few buildings that were destroyed under the force. In another part of the village, massive centipedes with piercings in purple and black and ringed eyes appeared and started tearing up the place. In another, a barrage of missiles came down, destroying a good amount of the surrounding area and sending civilians and Anbu scattering. In yet another, Conan, flying with a large pair of paper wings on her back, unleashed a barrage of paper that had explosive notes tied to them.
In the final area, Kakuzu launched blast after blast of wind bullets and fireballs from his mask, while an orange-haired man watched from the distance.
In Fukyu clan home, the group immediately shot outside. After hearing the explosions, they ran outside and looked on in shock and terror as they saw massive amounts of smoke billowing up into the sky from the ground.
"What the hell was that?" Horo asked, shocked. Mei answered, "It must be the Akatsuki. They must be getting desperate if they think that they can attack my village and not face any consequences."
At that moment, an Anbu appeared. "Lady Mizukage," she said, "the village has been attacked. Details are sketchy, but all of them seem to be wearing the signature Akatsuki cloak, black with red clouds." Mei nodded and said, "What can you say about the attackers?" The Anbu stood up and said, "Details are sketchy. We have identified Kakuzu as one of the attackers, joined by an unknown assailant. We also have an unidentified woman with blue hair scattering explosive notes mixed in with sheets of paper. We have a pale man firing heavy artillery, a woman summoning various beasts, a man showing extreme strength, and a man who seems to be using techniques similar to Fukyu-sama's force release." Naruto's eyes widened when he heard that. Could the leader of the Akatsuki be another force user? It could be possible. Naruto then turned to his team. "Okay," Naruto said after a moment of mental planning, "Shojiro, Haku, and I will take on the potential psychic. Horo, Loki, you take on the animal woman. Shindo, Arashi, take on the paper woman. Terranor, you take on Kakuzu and his friend. Salus, Aki, you got the military man. Erlock, Enten, you take on the super strong guy. Susanna, Steven, you stay here and if anyone tries anything, tear them. When you're finished, find the others and then head back here." Naruto then turned towards Mei, Kagome, and Nami. "In the meantime, see if we can get some Anbu down here. They may have a backup plan, or at the very least, someone searching for us or you. If they find out Nami and Kagome are the Biju in human form, they will come for them."
This brought nods from the group. Mei approached Naruto and kissed his cheek. Kagome did the same. "Stay safe," Mei muttered as the group turned tail and ran off towards their objectives.
As they ran, Naruto shouted, "Okay, stay in contact with one another. If you take down your opponent, tell us. If you can find the others, find them quick."
The others shouted an affirmative. The final battle against the Akatsuki organization was ready to begin. Erlock and Enten versus Naraka Path. Erlock and Enten quickly ran for their quarry. They were quick find him. They found the man standing with 2 Anbu gripped in his hands. What really got their attention was the large head with an open mouth behind them.
"I'm telling you," the first Anbu said, "I don't know where he is." There was a moment of silence before a large tongue came out of the head's mouth. The tongue split in two, before the two halves changed into hands. The two hands then proceeded to grab the two Anbu. Moments later, the two hands pulled, removing pale light blue translucent images of the two before pulling them into the head's mouth, which proceeded to close. "Liars always die," he said simply. He then turned to face the two members. "Who are you? And what the hell did you just do?" Enton asked, brandishing his sword. The man turned and said, "I am Pain, and I do not need to explain my powers to creatures such as you." Enton snarled at this before reaching out with his powers. Several nearby carts were lifted into the air and then thrown at the man. Naraka responded by taking a deep breath and unleashing a massive blast of fire. In moments the carts were reduced to cinders and flames were catapulting towards the duo. Urlach quickly jumped in the way and inhaled. The flames were sucked into his gullet, his cheeks puffed out. He then unleashed the flames, sending them right back at Naraka.
Naraka, in turn, fired a jet of water from his mouth, dousing the flames. With some embers still left, he called on some of the residual water to create a water barrier protecting him from the remaining flames. As the water fell, Urlach shot forward and stabbed his sword forward, intending to impale the man and drain the blood from the body. The man proved to be faster than he thought, as he dodged with incredible speed. He brought his arm up and prepared to swing his fist down, only for a mouth to open on Urlocici's back and catch the fist, the teeth sinking into his arm, causing him to grunt in pain. Enton interrupted by focusing his iron-affiliated chakra into his fists and swung a punch, slamming right into Naraka's jaw and making him shout in pain. Enton proceeded to unleash a barrage of powerful punches to Naraka's face, chest, and stomach, after being punched. Several times, Naraka brought his leg and slammed his knee into Enton's stomach, knocking him backwards. Using his free arm, he brought it down on Urlocici's back, making him shout in pain. Naraka pried his arm free and threw Urlach into a nearby shore. Enton shot forward and drew his sword, slashing at Naraka. The man hardened his arm with earth chakra and caught it. The two grappled for a brief moment before Naraka brought a lighting chakra-imbued knee into his stomach. The lighting chakra added a nasty shock. Enton felt his muscles tight and stiffen. Unfortunately, Naraka was too focused on his grappling match with Enton to notice Urlach had recovered. Urlach shot up and drove his sword bottom of the handle in the side, causing his concentration to break.
Enton reacted by swinging his sword, leaving a nasty gash across the man's chest. Urlach then took a deep breath and fired a blast of dark green venom right into Naraka's eyes, blinding him. Enton took this as initiative and built up energy in his chest eye. "Bye-bye," Enton said as he fired. The dark beam of energy enveloped the man, causing him to scream as he was obliterated. After a few moments there was nothing left but a smoking ash pile. That and a building was now sporting a massive hole. Enton reached for a comm and said, "We took care of this guy. We're heading back for Mansion." Salus and Aki versus Asura Path. Salus and Aki ran into what could only be described as war zone. There were craters and burned bodies everywhere. There were even slash marks and entire walls cut through.
They came across the man they were looking for, given the tattered remains of an Akatsuki cloak around his waist, but his appearance shocked them. He seemed normal, except for the multiple facial piercings, and the fact that he seemed to have grown two additional faces growing out the sides of his head, 2 extra pairs of arms for a total of 6, and he had a giant serrated blade coming out of his back, poised like a scorpion's tail.
"Dang," Salus said. "This guy makes Urlach look like a guy in the top 10 potential boyfriend list, and that's saying something." The bizarre-looking man grinned, all 3 faces actually, and turned towards the duo. "So they send 2 little girls to stop me? I feel insulted," he stated with a smirk.
Aki's mutated arm clenched and Salus's tail began to sway back and forth like a predator's.
The 3-faced man said, "The name's Pain. Now, I suggest you tell me where the Jinchuriki are, or we can just do this the hard way." The two looked at each other before charging. "Hard way it is. Bazooka arm." The man held out one of his fists. To the girl's shock, it shot forward like a rocket, flying forward. The two dodged the punch and were glad they did, as the impact destroyed a good portion of the road. Aki leapt upwards and swung her claws, but was intercepted by the razor tail. Salus shot forward and spun on her heel, swinging out her tail. The man's extra arms proved to be incredibly durable as he caught the tail before it even met his side.
Aki kicked the tail away before lashing out a kick. Asura's extra arm caught the offending limb, but was unprepared for a lightning-covered fist to slam into his chest. The lightning shorted out his mechanical systems for a brief moment, as well as causing his muscles to lock up.
Aki followed up with a roundhouse that sent him flying backwards, releasing Selus in the process. Aki shot forward quickly, with her arm coated in wind chakra. A quick slash later, Asura's razor blade tail was slashed off. Selus reacted just as quickly, throwing out her spear-like tail and making the edge spin like a buzz saw. She sliced the topmost two arms. The pain cut through the man's temporary paralysis. Something Aki noticed a bit too late. The man's head opened up, revealing a cannon. The girl performed a substitution just in time to avoid the blast.
Appearing above the pair, via ninja logic, the woman brought a wind chakra-enhanced claw down and swung. Asura let out a cry of pain as he felt the remaining two left arms get sliced off. Selus quickly shifted her tail and wrapped them around the remaining right arms, and moved her tail fast enough to slice through them.
Asura let out another scream of pain before turning with a dark growl. His head opened up and prepared to blast them again. However, before he could, a clawed hand went through his chest. Aki smirked and said, "What a clown." They removed her demon arm and let the body of the man fall to the ground.
Putting her finger to her comm and said, "We got ours taken care of."
After a moment, Toroner's calm voice rang over the comm and said, "Good. I could use some help. Kakuzu and his friend are a bit more troublesome than I thought." Terranor versus Kakuzu, and Pratapath. Terranor dodged to the side to avoid a fist that nearly turned his head into mush. He blocked another punch from Kakuzu before slamming his fist into the S-rank ninja's stomach. He then had to launch a barrage of dark mass to stop Kakuzu's orange-haired partner, who referred to himself as Pain. He also found out in a grappling contest earlier that Pain had the ability to absorb chakra. Fire release. Searing migraine. The former experiment of Orochimaru dodged to the left to avoid the massive blast of fire aimed at him. The blast rocketed right towards Pain, who absorbed the technique.
Then, he turned towards Terranor, mixed the fire chakra from the searing migraine with wind chakra and fired a blast of white-hot flames at the man. Terranor quickly turned into his werewolf form and teleported out of the way. Still transformed, he launched forward with his claws outstretched and slashed at the orange-haired man. Pain let out a grunt of pain. The then acted quickly, launching his head forward and tore into the man's neck, his powerful jaws crushing his neck with a sickening crack. Dropping the corpse, he turned to Kakuzu. The miser of the Akatsuki launched forward and the two grappled. As they did, the fire mask appeared on his chest as and lit up, firing a blast, point blank. The blast was strong enough to send Terranor flying backwards, as well as Kakuzu. As the S-rank criminal got up and unleashed the black tendrils of the Earth Grudge Fear. They merged together and three masks appeared. Each one opened up, revealing a fireball, a ball of concentrated ball of wind, and ball of electricity. Just as they were about to fire, a familiar tail pierced his back and hauled him into the air, alien style. Selus smirked as her tail snaked around the man's body before constricting tightly. Aki leapt up and with a swing of her demon arm, slashing off his arms, unleashing a small stream of threads. Selus then threw her target into the air. Terranor got up and changed back to normal before holding out his arms and merging them together, forming a familiar dragon head. The jaws opened and fired a blast upwards at the man. Kakuzu let out a scream as he was turned to ash. Terranor reached for his comm and said, "This is Terranor. Kakuzu and Pain are down." Aki said, "Hey wait, big guy, we took down Pain." Guys," Selus said, "I think we may have a pattern here. Hey, Enten, Locke, did you two happen to fight an orange-haired person named Pain?" Shindo and Arashi versus Konan. Arashi let out a cry of shock as he glanced backwards. He and Shindo had easily managed to find the woman easily. It was pretty easy to find a woman when she can fly high above most of the buildings in the area. However, she wasn't as hard to hit as he was easy to find. Konan, as she introduced herself, was able to turn herself into paper and unleash massive swarms of paper. Usually, with explosive notes hidden amongst them. Right now, he was dodging a giant chakram made entirely out of paper. Originally, he laughed it off, until he saw it tear through a brick wall like it was made out rotten wood. As he flew around avoiding the projectile, Shindo was unleashing wave after wave of chakra from his scythes in an attempt to hit her. Unfortunately, this woman was just as skilled as she was pretty.
Paper shuriken rained around Shindo, as he dodged left and right to avoid getting turned into a giant human paper cut.
Bringing a finger to his calm, Shindo answered, "The only person we're fighting hasn't referred to herself as Pain. She called herself Conan. Listen, we're going to have to call you back, we're a bit busy."
With a grunt, he pulled one of his scythes from his back and swung it, sending out a massive blast of lightning.
The paper woman managed to dodge the blast, and her concentration didn't waver.
She flew down and her arms transformed into long blades made out of paper. She launched forward and the two began to duel. The blades met with the staff and blade of his scythe. He too continued. Small splinters of wood and sparks from the clashing metal rained on the ground beneath them. Meanwhile, Arashi fired a blast of lighting from Mjolnir, his hammer, to destroy the chakra, but it split up and formed a pair of smaller ones. With a grunt, he continued flying to do his best to avoid the massive weapons. He glanced down and saw that the woman, with a grin, he got an idea. He flew up to avoid the chakrams before performing a dive. He focused his chakra and clapped his hands together, a ball of light forming in his hands.
Light release. Flash bang. With a small grunt the boy threw the ball downwards. The ball of light flew down between Shindo and Kana. Recognizing it, the scythe user quickly covered his eyes, just in time for the blast to go off.
Conan let out a cry of pain as she covered her eyes. With a victorious grin, Takeshi performed a sudden rise, causing the chakrams chasing him to crash into the ground with enough force to actually create a large cloud of dust. Immediately, Shindo shot through the smoke and slammed the flat side of his weapon into the blue-haired woman's stomach with enough force to knock her out.
The two stood over their downed opponent and Takeshi said, "We took ours down." And no, she didn't refer to herself as Pain, nor was there anyone here who did.
Horo's voice came over the comm and said, "Well, ours is." Loki and Horo versus Animal Path. Loki was currently grappling with the orange-haired woman. Horo was busy a whole slew of different summoned animals with his sword, and a few blasts of fire. There were birds, bugs, salamanders, and all kinds of weird creatures.
Loki brought a knee up into the woman's stomach, knocking the air from her lungs. Putting a small amount of distance between them and performed a roundhouse that knocked her into a nearby wall, forming a spider web of cracks. After slicing through some twisted monstrous bird, Horo turned on his heel and with a grunt extended his blade. The blade shot forward like a bullet, impaling the woman through the chest. Before she could even let out a cry of pain, Loki jumped up as gold and black chakra burst to life around his arm and swung hard, slashing through the woman with a noise that sounded like a howling wolf. The woman screamed as the chakra tore her apart. After a moment, the sound stopped and she died. Horo and Loki looked at each other and nodded before running back towards the Fukyu clan home. Haku, Naruto, and Chojuro versus Diva Path. The fight had been much more difficult than the trio had thought it would be. As the fight began, Naruto was relieved to find that this orange-haired man, referring to himself as Pain, didn't have any link to the Force. However, he found that this guy was powerful. The man seemed to be a one-trick pony, but that trick was very effective. As they were trying to figure out how to get past this guy's defense, Naruto was beginning to see a pattern. The people who referred themselves as Pain all had different powers, but they all had either orange hair or piercings. He also noticed that whenever one of the others fell, that he seemed to flinch. It was almost unnoticeable, but it was visible. Was there some kind of connection between them all? While putting up another attack, Naruto reached out with a small bit of the force. His eyes widened as he realized something. The man they were fighting was dead. The thing keeping him alive were the multiple piercings in his chest. Reaching into his mind, he felt several links that had been severed. Only two remained. Using that link, he saw through the eyes of someone who was fighting Horo and Loki. He realized that all the people they were fighting were Pain, or at least, extensions of him in some way. Using the final link, he focused on someone a fair distance away. All of this took only a few seconds before he was pushed back by Pain's technique. Using the Force, Naruto formed a link with his fellow Sannin and thought, guys. I figured out why everyone is fighting pain. They are a hive mind. All 6 of them are commanded by a single consciousness. Haku glanced at her opponent and thought, how do we fighting him then? If we take this down, the real one will show up. Plus, we have no idea what the real one can do.
Naruto looked at Pain and then came up with a plan. Naruto relayed his plan to the others. Nodding in confirmation, they all activated their sage modes. They charged forward and all focused on one spot. They drew their weapons and swung.
With an almost bored expression, Pain held out his hand and performed his signature Shinra Tensai. The trio met the invisible defense and stood their ground against it. Had they been using normal chakra, they would have been launched away by now. The square-off continued for about a minute before they began to feel the move fail.
With a smirk, Naruto focused his chakra and force energy performed a technique. Force release. Force repulse. Naruto released a shockwave with the same amount of force or his force repulse, only much more concentrated. Pain let out a scream of pain as the shockwave shattered bones, pulverized organs, and sent him flying down the road. The blonde smirked as he walked over to the downed man. Haku and Chojuro stood by, ready in case something else happened.
Naruto then grabbed the downed man by his hair and, with his free hand, placed it against his face. With a focus of nature, chakra flooded the piercings in his face. The powerful chakra flooded the body, obliterating the chakra system that kept it alive. Miles away, the original body of Pain screamed as he felt the pain. The pain of the chakra overload flooded his system. After a few moments of screaming, blood began to leak out of his nose and then, he stopped screaming and fell over. From his position, Naruto could feel the link between the bodies cut off and he felt the original body of the Akatsuki leader die. He reverted back to his normal self and nodded at his allies, who proceeded to congratulate him for his victory. It was finally over. Epilogue: with the death of the Akatsuki, peace came to the elemental nations. Due to having a common enemy, they managed to bond and they got rid of some of the animosity between their villages. While there was still some old grudges and a few issues here and there, it was definitely better than having the constant threat of war. A year after his victory, Naruto, Mei, and Kagome got married in a village-wide celebration. They eventually had 3 kids. Mei gave Naruto twins, Boruto and Katara. Boruto got a mix of the Kuro Shinka and Mei's steam release, while Katara got the mix of the Kuro Shinka and lava release. His child with Kagome was Shippo, who developed his own mix of the force release and some of Kyuubi's chakra abilities. Horo and Susanna wound up dating after the battle and eventually got married. They had a daughter who would become one of the highest decorated members of the Anbu force in the future. Loki wound up keeping an alliance between Kiri and Kumo by marrying Hana, who became attracted to him after a joint mission between them. Steven wound up going on a mission to Snow Country and fell in love with the woman he was meant to protect, Koyuki. With a princess actress as a wife, he got some serious screen time, and he wound up becoming a very famous, if slightly overdramatic, actor. Isaribi and Terranor got married after a few years and had a daughter. The result was a mix of the dark mass and Isaribi's fish transformation. She became of the best deep-sea dives, explorers, and got a lot of money to the village. Aki and Enten got together after a while, as did Salus and Erlock. They had a double wedding which was celebrated by close friends. All in all, things had gone very well for Kiri and the elemental nations after the end of the war. Years later, as his children became genin, Naruto became the new Mizukage and led Kiri into the new Golden Age. Naruto lived out the rest of his life in peace alongside his wives, his allies, and his friends. The end. Thanks for watching.